closer, he realized it spanned entire mountains of gold and silver. Bond couldn't help but consider taking it all for himself, though these material possessions were trivial to him. For a cultivator, they mattered little compared to the intrigue surrounding the sacrificial box. Something significant must warrant such a grand offering. As Bond examined the box, he sensed its unusual nature. Just as he was about to open it, a series of loud knocks came from the entrance. His heart raced. Could the demons be breaking in? These adversaries indeed had some tricks up their sleeves. Scanning his surroundings, Bond quickly found a hiding spot, a golden mountain flanked by two silver ones, providing ample cover. Even if someone barged in, they wouldn't notice him. He waited, eager to see who would enter. Moreover, he wondered why the door required so much effort to push open when it seemed easy from his side. As expected, soon the intruder pushed the door open and rushed inside. To Bond's fury, it was none other than Edmund. Bastard! So you're the one who tracked me here, Bond growled, his face red with anger. He wasn't about to let Edmund escape again after past encounters. This time, Bond swore to stop him once and for all. Their previous conflicts hadn't left a deep grudge with Bond. He had punished the Qin family enough then, but Edmund's relentless attacks afterward had pushed him to his limits. There was no way Bond would stand idly by. Despite giving Edmund multiple chances for peace, the Otis had failed to seize them. Enough was enough. Recalling past events fueled Bond's desire to finish what started long ago. Meanwhile, Edmund's eyes lit up at the sight of the treasure trove, seeing it as the key to revitalizing his clan. Eager to claim or conceal the wealth, Edmund began formulating plans. Before he could act, Bond attacked with full force, catching Edmund off guard. Scattering the jewels, Edmund hastily defended himself. You fool. Remember, we've always kept our distance. Given our current predicament, don't think you can kill me and escape, Edmund warned, trying to negotiate despite feeling guilty over past betrayals. Not only had he falsely accused Bond, leading to his downfall, but his combat prowess also paled in comparison. His alliance with demons had boosted his strength, barely putting him on par with Bond. After several clashes, the outcome was clear. Bond gained momentum while Edmund became increasingly desperate. Yet, Edmund remained helpless against Bond. Old traitor, you accused me and the Donnie of betraying humanity to serve demons. Now look who's allied with the enemy, Bond sneered, mocking Edmund's hypocrisy. And what if I have? You brat, who are you to accuse me? Edmund retorted defiantly. Chapter 256, The 100-Change Ancestor. Although the junior was at a disadvantage in battle against Thatcher, his words were not any less aggressive. Caden, winners and losers, that's all. You are accusing me like this now simply because my cultivation and combat power are inferior to yours. Don't waste time on nonsense. If you have the guts, kill me. Even if I am truly fated to die, I'll fight you with my old life. The junior fought more bravely as he went on, showing no fear at all. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this scene, they might really think it was Thatcher who wronged the venerable ancestor of the Qin family. Thatcher said with a face full of anger, Today, I will enforce justice and remove your pest. Thatcher swiftly breached the Qin family's venerable ancestor's defenses. His attacks were unstoppable. The Qin family's venerable ancestor was instantly dumbfounded. He originally thought he could definitely block Thatcher's attack, but how did it turn out like this? Thinking of a trick he once learned, without hesitation, he immediately used it. Kid, even if my combat ability can't compare with yours, I have far more tricks up my sleeve. Let's see what you'll do to me when the time comes. In the blink of an eye, the junior vanished only for the Holt to appear before Thatcher. Thatcher couldn't help but be somewhat confused. What happened? Was the person he had just been fighting not the junior but the Holt? Thatcher felt there must be some sort of deception here, but he didn't know who stood before him. If it really was the Qin family's venerable ancestor, there was nothing else to say. But if it was the Holt standing in front of him, he'd regret killing him. After all, the Holt had previously helped Thatcher out. The two could also be considered acquaintances despite starting off as foes. Seeing Thatcher seem to soften, the Holt put on a pitiful look and said, Emil, you don't really want to kill me, do you? What exactly did I do wrong for you to want to kill me? Upon hearing this, Thatcher became even softer-hearted. Looking at the Holt, he seemed to recall every moment of their first meeting and interaction. He murmured to himself, Kid, is it really you? Honestly, Thatcher was actually very clear in his heart that this guy in front of him certainly wasn't the Holt. Otherwise, the two of them would not have engaged in battle when they met earlier. However, this fellow looked too much like the Holt. Could this opponent steal memories from his mind and transform into the appearance of the Holt? He even felt that this guy might not be anyone in particular, just an ordinary demon from the demon race who is good at changing forms. Wasn't the demon who turned into him back then the same? At this point, seeing Thatcher not making a move against him, the Holt was overjoyed. What he lacked right now was time. As long as Thatcher did not attack him at this moment, he could recover his strength. Due to insufficient prediction of Thatcher earlier, he was easily defeated by Thatcher. But after having this respite, he would surely find a way to deal with Thatcher, at which point Thatcher would certainly be no match. After about several breaths' time, the Holt finally caught his breath and again showed a contemptuous smile. Caden, trying to play mind games with me? Have you miscalculated? I knew you wouldn't be able to bear hurting that kid, so I deliberately changed into his form. Now my strength has recovered, let's see how you handle me. What the Qin family's venerable ancestor said brought a cruel smile to Thatcher's face. Do you really think I am as merciful as a woman? Thatcher launched a rapid attack at top speed. His strength was far beyond what the Qin family's venerable ancestor could match. Perhaps he was previously affected by the appearance of the Holt, indeed showing leniency towards the Qin family's venerable ancestor. However, it was only a brief lapse. When he realized he was deceived by this guy, the counterattack he formed was even more intense. The venerable ancestor of the Qin family obviously couldn't withstand such an assault. But Thatcher did not plan to get rid of the Qin family's venerable ancestor right away. He wanted to keep him around, otherwise, the humiliations he had endured before would be too cheaply avenged. In just a few short breaths, both sides reverted to the previous situation. This guy's combat power was simply no match for Thatcher. Relying on such strength to subdue me? Dream on. Thatcher shook his head, thinking this guy must be joking. Not only could this kid's combat power not be compared to the venerable ancestor of the Chen family, even an ordinary bear of the Chen family would be stronger than him. It appeared this kid was definitely pretending to be the venerable ancestor and the Vince of the Chen family intentionally. One wondered what his true intentions were. Kid, aren't you pretending to be others? Do you think I don't know? Speak up, who are you? Upon hearing this, the chance was stunned for a moment, never expecting that despite his excellent disguise, Thatcher still discovered him. Good one, you Ahmed indeed have some skill, even discovering my disguise. It seems your strength exceeds my expectations. This cultivator's face showed a surprised look, realizing he made a mistake, being too rash. Who I am isn't important, but there is something crucial, and you must listen to me. Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but scoff. Why should I listen to you? We are enemies right now, and you wanted to end my life. Am I foolish? At this moment, black fog enveloped the face of this cultivator, making it impossible to discern his features, but Thatcher was very clear. This kid was definitely not from the Chen family. Since you won't go with me, then too bad for you, I will take action. Upon hearing this, Thatcher mockingly laughed, waiting for the opponent to launch an attack. Unexpectedly, the opponent suddenly transformed into a stream of black gas, vanishing right in front of Thatcher. Thatcher immediately circulated his spirit energy and demonic aura, becoming tense and vigilant. The disappearance of the enemy was almost undetectable. Even Thatcher failed to find where he hid. What a crafty fellow, he actually knows how to become invisible. Thatcher was startled. If only he could track down the opponent's whereabouts just now, it was unfortunate he was careless. These words reflected Thatcher's deepest thoughts, but soon he felt an inexplicable force appearing on both his hands, unable to break free. You kid, weren't you pretty tough just now? How are you feeling now? You're still bound by me, aren't you? That voice rang out again, leaving Thatcher with a helpless expression. Chapter 257, Untouchable. Previously, he had been extremely cautious, but still ended up on the receiving end of his opponent's moves. Thatcher couldn't figure out where he had gone wrong. You brat, are you willing to follow me now? Don't worry, there's no danger involved. I'm here to help you. Thatcher thought it was best to comply with the other party under the current circumstances. He nodded in agreement. Well then, tell me where we're going, Thatcher asked. Perhaps sensing Thatcher's willingness to agree, the other person immediately transmitted a stream of energy towards him. Thatcher promptly followed the direction indicated by that energy and soon found himself in a very familiar place. Is this where I saw before? He remembered discovering mountains of gold and silver at a place just before they started fighting, where he had hidden. After recognizing the face as Holt, he appeared to engage in battle with him. They fought until both were disoriented and left that place in a daze. Yet, Thatcher believed they hadn't left the spot. Had time and space warped? Weren't we fighting here previously? Why have we returned here? Perplexed, Thatcher strained against the rope around his hands, but it wouldn't break. We didn't fight here before. Your memory is flawed, the voice said. Hearing this, Thatcher tentatively believed him and asked hesitantly, You mentioned bringing me here. What do you intend to do? To be honest, he had already defeated his opponent, and whatever claims this guy made, he could choose not to believe them. But as with previous choices, it felt like some unseen force was guiding everything. The mountains of gold and silver seemed significantly reduced, as if someone had taken much of it away, leaving only a few scraps. The sacrificial box also remained untouched. Thatcher was startled. Why would the box move when no one else was around during their fight? Although baffled, Thatcher focused on the rope, or rather, the man impersonating the Holt and the head of the family. Despite being bound, he would find an opportunity to make the man talk. I brought you here for a reason. You should know I saved your life. The statement nearly made Thatcher laugh. You saved my life? How absurd. Think about it, would you believe such nonsense? The man persisted. I'm not lying. We aren't enemies, are we? Thatcher shook his head, not believing a word. If you think everyone is a fool, then you're the only fool here. Thatcher didn't wish to play games any longer. He needed to break free and subdue him. Why are you so stubborn? I genuinely want to help you. Our battle earlier was merely a test of your skills, the man added anxiously, as if truly concerned for Thatcher. All right, understood. Do as you please. Ignoring further dialogue, Thatcher concentrated on breaking the ropes. Given the opponent's design to keep him entangled, it wouldn't release easily. Using his own spiritual and demonic energy, he attacked every point of the restraint, hoping it wasn't just ordinary binding. Despite the intense spiritual power and combat strength, little effect was seen. The rope became incredibly powerful post-transformation, beyond Thatcher's grasp. However, Thatcher still had his formidable magic power, his secret weapon, something unpredictable by adversaries. Brat, our game ends here. With confidence, Thatcher used his magic to corrode the rope. To him, his magical power was sufficient, making the rope no match. Do you really think you can do this? The rope taunted sarcastically. Sensing its unscathed state, Thatcher grew alarmed. How is this possible? Weren't you weak earlier? This Chris indeed held many mysteries. He could resist both spiritual and demonic energy without damage but faltered against sustained attacks previously. Could binding enemies as a rope be his specialty? This pointless probing must stop. Let's cease playing such games, Thatcher declared, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Unbeknownst to him, his hidden intent was detected by the other party. As I said earlier, our battle was merely driven by my interest. I did not intend to lose, the man claimed arrogantly. Thatcher dismissed this claim, knowing full well the truth from their past encounter. Enough. Past is past. If you have reasons to be here, speak or else you'll not escape my wrath, Thatcher demanded firmly. Look at the box before you. Do you think it's a common object, or does it house treasure? Shaking his head, Thatcher replied, From the start, I never considered it a treasure. I merely thought it might counteract those demons. Hashtag chapter 258, melting. The appearance of the rope, however, made Thatcher begin to doubt his own assumptions. In his mind, even if this being wasn't in league with the demons outside, it certainly wasn't a good entity. Now that this creature had arrived here, the contents of the sacrificial box had become all the more intriguing. Just as Thatcher was pondering the connection between them, the box suddenly began to slowly melt. He couldn't help but be startled. Previously, he had thought the box was an inanimate object, but now it was showing signs of life. Although the box hadn't harmed him, this transformation left Thatcher feeling increasingly unfamiliar with it. How is this possible? This box has been here for who knows how long. Why would it suddenly change now? Could it be your arrival that caused this? The voice of the rope returned, almost like a narration. But at that moment, Thatcher was captivated by the continuously melting box. What's happening here? Can you explain what's inside this box? Thatcher felt perplexed, hoping for an answer, though it was clear the rope wouldn't provide one. The box melted further and eventually turned into tiny grains of ash, ready to be blown away by the wind. Witnessing this, Thatcher grew increasingly curious, yet there was no overwhelming force emanating from within, threatening him. The rope trembled even more violently in Thatcher's hand, seemingly struggling to escape some unseen terror. Caden, the great power has emerged. May you have mercy on yourself. This statement immediately startled Thatcher. What are you talking about? Where is this great power? I don't sense anything. He felt uneasy because of what the rope said, but also doubted if it was tricking him. What do you mean by that? Don't talk nonsense, okay? As Thatcher conversed with the rope, the sacrificial box had already completely melted into dust, dispersing into nothingness. Despite its disappearance, he felt an increasing pressure, as if something unspoken was binding him. Suddenly, Thatcher saw a familiar figure appear before him. You show up again? Do you really think I can't get rid of you? The figure that appeared was Abner Xuanhuan, the Vince of the Chen family. Looking at him, Thatcher wasn't as enraged as before. He knew this was just an illusion created by the rope, so he didn't take it seriously. Don't be so irritable. I only have 2 brief words for you, and then I'll leave. The rope seemed annoyed by Thatcher's impatience. Thatcher remained silent, listening intently. Abner Xuanhuan paused and then spoke. Although there are treasures here, don't touch them. Don't play with fire, understand? Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but laugh. Do you think I'm like you, obsessed with gold and silver? How vulgar. Thatcher remembered how, upon entering, the Chen Vince had looked greedily at the treasure, despite his attempts to hide it. No matter how skillfully he tried to excuse himself, Thatcher wouldn't believe him. Seeing that Thatcher wasn't convinced, the illusion sighed and disappeared. Thatcher wanted to ask why he had said those things. Even though he didn't trust him, he still wanted to understand. Knowing the illusion would likely lie, he still wanted to see how it would deceive him. Then, when the deception reached its peak, he could expose it for fun. However, before explaining, the illusion vanished, leaving Thatcher somewhat disappointed. Yet, he redirected his focus to where the sacrificial box had once been. Was there a connection between the box and the demonic entities? Thatcher scratched his head. I wonder when I can escape this illusion. Recalling the villagers he had encountered earlier, their camaraderie seemed strange to him, perhaps because he was usually surrounded by people of the Destined Dao Sect, where such familiarity was rare. When the illusion disappeared, he should have detained it and questioned it thoroughly. Now, alone, what answers could he find? While lost in thought, a sudden gust of wind blurred his vision. To his surprise, the box reappeared in the form of dust, as if the wind had never come. Gradually, the box took on its original shape, now appearing crystalline, like sand after burning and melting. Thatcher became fascinated, wondering how to restore the box. The illusion had warned him not to touch the objects here, yet he himself had handled gold and silver without ill effects. Perhaps restoring the box could bring him a great opportunity? Even if it didn't, he would consider it a good deed. Deep in thought, Thatcher didn't notice the door behind him slowly opening. He was in a highly focused state, oblivious to everything else except his thoughts. However, intense danger would still snap him out of it. Suddenly, Thatcher sensed a powerful threat, assuming an enemy was attacking. He immediately channeled his spirit energy. Moments later, sensing a cold draft from behind, he swiftly launched a counterattack without turning around. But instantly, he felt a tremendous force pulling him toward the door. His entire body bristled with fear. There were countless demons beyond that door. Chapter 259, Don't Go. Thatcher felt incredibly unlucky. He had just triumphed over that rope inside the temple, only to be pushed out. Moreover, it now seemed that the rope hadn't meant him any significant harm. However, none of this mattered anymore. Among these demons, would he even have a chance to live? They would surely guard the entrance of the temple tightly. With their numbers, they could drown him in saliva alone. But Thatcher didn't feel any danger as he glanced around. Stunned? What's going on here? The so-called demons were nowhere to be seen. Instead, these were the villagers he was familiar with before. Thatcher knew these people were those demons, but from the way they looked now, they did not seem to want to hurt him. What are you trying to do? I warn you. I've seen through your intentions. Don't think about laying a hand on me. His warning seemed powerless. They were too many and could multiply at will. If they wished, they could strike at any moment. Good brother, what nonsense are you talking? Why would we want to hurt you? A familiar voice reached his ears. It was the strong man who had been taking care of him. Thatcher turned his head to look and saw indeed it was the strong man. He immediately felt uncomfortable. Before, he had quite liked the strong man, until he turned into a demon. Don't pretend here. You already revealed yourself as a demon before me. Are you still trying to put on an act? The strong man came beside Thatcher, looking bewildered. Ferguson, what are you saying? What demons? We don't know anything about that. Do you all know? The villagers shook their heads, indicating they knew nothing, but Thatcher did not believe them. All right, brother, don't stand there stupidly. Why stay here where there's nothing to eat or drink? Come, go home with us for some drinks. With that, the strong man attempted to pull Thatcher back home. Thatcher pulled his hand away. Do you think I'll go back with you? Even if I die or rot here, I won't follow you. Thatcher's words were resolute, but the villagers paid no heed. Ferguson, even if you don't return, where can you go? Halmston to me, don't stay angry. Let's go back where there's good food and drink to enjoy. What else is there to worry about? Hearing these words, Thatcher found himself believing them somewhat. But thinking of the sudden change in the villagers' attitudes earlier made him queasy again. He sensed something was amiss, yet did not know how to refuse them. The days of being well-fed and living easily had been comfortable. For some reason, Thatcher felt a bit dispirited and aimless. As a cultivator, should he always be battling? That sounded exhausting. All Thatcher wanted was to rest, even if staying with these people might bring danger. He believed he could protect himself. Suddenly, his mind flashed with insight, waking him up. What am I doing? Actually considering staying? Thatcher slapped his forehead, realizing the demons had hypnotic abilities he had underestimated. These creatures were far trickier than he imagined. Spotting an opening, Thatcher tried to leave. Staying here offered no benefits and only brought danger. Who would like to stay except a fool? Don't go. A little Shoshana appeared by Thatcher, grabbing his leg and pleading him not to leave. Turning back, Thatcher warily observed her and realized she looked strikingly like the Shoshana he married inside the cave, almost like a carbon copy. Thatcher suddenly pushed her away. He remembered this Shoshana was actually a stone. How could she reappear? I'm telling you, stop fooling me. Using a stone to trick me? What is this? You tricked me once before, now you want to do it again? Thatcher, enraged by these people, raised his hand to attack a villager. Seeing their honest appearance, however, he hesitated. Waving his hand dismissively, he cursed, "Get lost. I don't want to see you all. Otherwise, I'll beat you every time I see you." The villagers showed no fear. Instead, they approached him. "Hey brother, maybe we wronged you before, but trust us, we mean no harm now. Yeah brother, come along to have some food and drinks. We promise to treat you well." Several villagers crowded around, looking friendly, confusing Thatcher further. Their warmth seemed genuine. What were they planning? Thatcher looked at the strong man who also approached. "Ferguson, come back with us. Let's forget about what happened." Thatcher sneered. "Why are you flattering me? What's the real motive?" His question caused the crowd to fall silent. The strong man smiled and shook his head. "What motive? We just want to invite you for a meal." Thatcher looked at the others. "Speak up. I don't believe you're that kind-hearted." They smiled but said nothing. Stalemate ensued. Seeing things getting tense, the strong man laughed. "All right, let's not just stand here. Go home first, talk about everything there. Everyone's hungry, and it's time to eat." The villagers nodded. "Yeah, let's go home. Everyone's waiting for us. Dinner's ready." Thatcher smirked sarcastically. They still wanted him to return with them. Yet, reflecting, he realized he had no other choice but to follow them. He hadn't found an exit from this illusion. Leaving wouldn't be easy. Fine, take one step at a time. Chapter 260, Invisibility. Returning home with the villagers, Thatcher continued to live a life of being waited on hand and foot as before. However, he did not let his guard down and seized every opportunity to look for a way to leave this place. He knew these villagers would never kindly help him. Ultimately, it was up to himself. The reason he came back with them was to avoid further harassment. Though confident that these villagers could not obstruct him, if they transformed into demons again, the situation would be quite challenging. After 2 stable days of searching for an exit while avoiding the villagers, Thatcher found nothing. He felt a bit disappointed. Perhaps there was no exit here, or it was something different from what he had expected. Maybe a magical artifact or a hidden array. Trying to find clues to escape by himself was incredibly difficult, and the villagers certainly wouldn't help. As for the muscular man's family, their enthusiasm towards him had cooled, but they still treated him well daily. Ironically, this newfound aloofness was a relief to Thatcher, as it gave him more chances to search for the exit without their interference. The next day, Thatcher went out to look for the exit as usual, but to his surprise, the outside was completely empty. Typically, even with fewer people around, there would still be villagers chatting in small groups. Today, however, no one was out. They seemed deliberately staying inside. Could they be afraid of something? Feeling a sense of relief, Thatcher thought that the absence of villagers would make it easier for him to search. However, he also knew not to be too complacent. These villagers might have ulterior motives for their behavior. Returning to the muscular man's house, Thatcher found the entire family holed up inside, looking fearful. Seeing this, he wondered if they encountered the same situation as everyone else. He wanted to ask but feared they might not tell the truth. Ultimately, he decided to inquire with other villagers instead. Arriving at another villager's house, he looked around and saw no one. Struck by his own forgetfulness, Thatcher realized all villagers were likely hiding inside. What did they fear? He knocked heavily on the door, which immediately elicited a response. "Who is it?" Without answering, the villager added, "Is it Doggy? Just come in. What are you doing outside?" Thatcher was puzzled. It sounded like being outside was dangerous. Without overthinking, he pushed the door open and entered. Inside, a villager screamed in terror. Thatcher saw several villagers trembling in the dark corner. "What are you doing? Why are you cowering there? Is it you? Close the door quickly. What are you doing here?" Shocked, the villager urgently gestured Thatcher to shut the door. After closing it, Thatcher mocked, "If I hadn't come, I wouldn't know how frightened you all look. What's going on? Why aren't you working?" Previously, Thatcher knew these villagers sometimes loafed around but generally stuck to their work schedule. The villagers became evasive. "You're imagining things. We're just tired and resting." Thatcher shook his head. They weren't telling the truth, but it wasn't worth pressing. "Fine, if you say so, then come with me for a walk outside." The family waved him off, visibly scared. With a sneer, Thatcher sensed something was amiss. "All right, tell me why you don't want to go out. Don't say you're tired, that won't fool me." This made the family both angry and fearful, though they dared not speak out. "We're ill and can't tolerate sunlight. If we go out, we'll die from exposure. Even opening the door exposes us to light. making us uncomfortable. One villager shivered as he explained. Hearing this, Thatcher felt a surge of hope. If they were sick, finding the exit would be easier. But he needed more confirmation, so he visited several more households. All villagers reacted similarly, showing a strong aversion to light. Feeling elated, Thatcher realized this could be his chance to freely explore and find the exit. Upon returning to the muscular man's house and confirming the truth from him, Thatcher resolved to find the exit immediately. Unnoticed or too preoccupied to interfere, the muscular man's family couldn't stop him. Striding through the village confidently, Thatcher mused aloud, "You demons, finally quiet now. You seemed powerful enough last time to catch me. Try that again." Remembering the previous encounter, Thatcher harbored no illusions about his feelings towards the villagers but prioritized escaping over any personal grudges. Passing the temple once more, it was now eerily deserted. Despite the emptiness, Thatcher still felt watched by some unseen force. Chapter 261 Small Cave. But now, Thatcher had no time to waste here. He must find the exit of the illusion at once. As for the mysteries within this temple, he couldn't spare much thought on them. Reaching the edge of the village, he discovered caves everywhere, somewhat similar to those he saw inside the temple. Is this village built within a mountain? During his stay in the village, Thatcher only wandered around inside, never venturing outside until now. Upon arriving here, he was puzzled. He initially believed the village was an illusion and not real. However, being here, he found no boundary to the village. Its connection to the external world felt entirely genuine. Thatcher frowned, turning around the area but found no clues leading to the exit of the illusion. He relied on intuition, searching around the village without finding the exit, yet sensing some formidable entities emitting a threatening aura that refrained from attacking him. Thatcher felt quite strange. Apart from the villagers who were demons, there was another force temporarily unable to act for certain reasons. However, they weren't weak. They merely had other plans. Following his instincts, Thatcher arrived at the base of a mountain where a cave emitted powerful spiritual fluctuations and a strong killing aura, which made him realize this place likely held something significant. Naturally, Thatcher wasn't afraid of these potent beings. Perhaps these menacing presences weren't targeting him. There was no need for him to be overly apprehensive. Nonetheless, that strong intuition still guided him to the cave. What lies behind this cave? Is there an unparalleled expert inside? The strong killing aura grew increasingly intense, nearly overwhelming Thatcher. Though he wasn't scared, now wasn't the time to fight. Finding the exit of the illusion was imminent. He could not give up halfway. Thatcher chuckled coldly and said to the cave, "I'm going to find the exit. I don't have time to play with you guys. If I can't find it, I'll come back and brutally punish you." Saying that, Thatcher turned around, intending to leave. However, energy ripples seemed to emanate from within the cave, not killing intent this time. It appeared as though something alive existed inside, but wasn't very powerful. With skepticism, Thatcher approached the cave. To protect himself, he didn't get too close due to the darkness inside, only seeing something wriggling in there. Thatcher's heart skipped a beat. The demon-transformed villagers dared not venture out, so if these entities stood their ground, they might not be enemies. Thatcher wanted to see what was inside the cave. If indeed enemies were present, eliminating them would be easy. Anyway, such lone enemies shouldn't be too strong. Thatcher circulated his own spirit energy and demonic power, channeling both into his longsword. His sword moved like a ghost, thrusting into the cave. The creature inside moved nimbly, evading the attack. Thatcher did not give up, becoming more agile instead. After several more attempts, all missed. Thatcher slightly relaxed, impressed by the agility of whatever lay inside. He sheathed his sword, abandoning the idea of testing it further, waiting for it to come out and decide the battle. But after a while, the creature didn't budge. Losing patience, Thatcher slowly retreated, staring at the cave. Since the creature wouldn't come out, staying wasn't necessary, so he planned to leave. Suddenly, as Thatcher was about to turn, he caught a glimpse of white light inside the cave. Quickly shifting his gaze, he stared at the source, realizing it wasn't white light but a small opening. Was this the way out of the illusion? Did these creatures sneak in and then try to return via this opening but couldn't find the right direction? Moreover, they didn't want to delve deeper into the illusion, thus remaining stationary. The more Thatcher thought, the more logical his hypothesis became. Approaching the cave again, he intended to explore the white opening. Just as Thatcher was about to enter, the creature inside began moving toward him. Actually, it was crawling more accurately. These creatures looked like worms, slowly inching out of the cave. Thatcher felt incredulous. The same entity that easily evaded his attacks was now these slow-moving worms. If not for closely watching them, even he wouldn't believe it. The worms seemed eager to charge at Thatcher but hesitated, possibly fearing something. Looking into the dark cave, Thatcher suddenly wondered if these worms feared sunlight like the villagers. Testing it was simple. If they didn't come out, he'd bring in the sunlight. Sunlight was absent, but light was available. Thatcher took a flashlight from his ring, switched it on, and illuminated the cave like daylight. Thatcher smiled. "Let's see where you run, you worms." Howling from the flashlight immediately made the worms squirm rapidly. They truly feared light. Thatcher's flashlight caused the worms to shiver violently, retreating as if encountering a terrifying monster. A cruel smile spread across Thatcher's face. The more these worms feared his light, the more he intended to flood them with it. Given these worms' fear of light, they likely had connections to the demons, so Thatcher couldn't be gentle with them. However, to Thatcher's disappointment, the worms vanished quickly under the flashlight's illumination, surprising even him. Chapter 262, The Source. He finally understood why the villagers suddenly feared light. It must have been caused by these worms. These white, plump worms were naturally photophobic, and for some reason, this trait had somehow transferred to the villagers. It must have happened recently, leading to their intense fear of light. However, he had just the right medicine to treat this condition. But even if he had the cure, the villagers might not necessarily trust him. Given what had transpired between them, they could be considered adversaries now. Although they were living together, there was an unspoken tension that only they understood. Since the worms had fled, it was a good time to investigate the white hole. Though he didn't hold much hope that the white hole would lead out of the illusion, he figured it wouldn't hurt to check. Sure enough, his expectations were met. The white hole was merely a passage to another vast world, not an exit from the illusion. Disappointed, Thatcher returned to the cave, deciding to first cure the villagers with the medicine. Concerns about demons could wait. The journey back took only a quarter of an hour compared to the half hour it took him to get there, and soon he arrived at the strongman's home. Giselbert's family was still huddled in the room, afraid to come out, a sight that made Thatcher suppress a chuckle. Giselbert and his group paid Thatcher no mind, knowing well that he wanted to leave, but being too preoccupied with their own issues to care about him anymore. However, Thatcher wanted to conduct an experiment on them. I know you're afraid of light now, aren't you? He asked as he approached the strongman, hoping to find a breakthrough here. Giselbert ignored him. Previously, Thatcher had been indifferent to them, so his sudden friendliness and initiative raised suspicion. We are afraid of light, but don't think you can use this against us. Hallam can harm us now, but it isn't fatal. After a moment's hesitation, the strongman spoke. Thatcher nodded and gestured. I understand. I'm not trying to harm you. Gather the villagers at the market after sunset. I need to speak with them. Giselbert was reluctant. Thatcher saw his hesitation. Do you not want to go? Giselbert shook his head. Why should I? With the villagers so dispirited from the illness, it won't make a difference. Thatcher agreed. Try it once. Success or failure, you won't know until you try. Recalling their relatively friendly past, the strongman agreed. As the sun set, the strongman went to gather the villagers. Mentioning Thatcher dampened their interest. Struck by this strange illness, the villagers seemed to have lost heart and didn't know how to proceed. Their fear of light kept them indoors. When the strongman returned, he hung his head, feeling defeated. Thatcher knew immediately that things hadn't gone well. The villagers didn't listen, did they? Thatcher asked with a smile. They've all become so demoralized since the sickness hit, the strongman sighed. Compared to their former diligence and bravery, they're like different people. That's understandable, Thatcher replied calmly. Rest for a while, then go tell them I have a remedy for this illness. Have them meet us at the market. Giselbert looked doubtful. You say you have a cure? Why should I believe you? Prove it on me first. Thatcher shook his head. You're sick too, so you have no leverage here. Go tell them, and you'll receive help as well. Angered, the strongman grumbled. Fine, fine. You were fed and housed by me. This is how you repay me. Thatcher's words broke through his defenses. While skeptical of the cure, he knew without Thatcher's help, they had no hope. All right, you win. I'll find the others, but don't play games with me. Thatcher reassured him. Don't worry. I'm serious about this. It concerns me as well. Giselbert went again to inform the villagers. Initially reluctant, they perked up upon hearing about the potential cure. Porter, is this true? Does he really have a cure? Is he playing tricks on us? They asked suspiciously, which was understandable given the circumstances. It's true. I saw a bottle of medicine from him, and I felt the pressure from the light diminish when he showed it to me, Porter fibbed, hoping to expedite their cooperation. One villager exclaimed happily, Really? I trust you, Porter. Let's give it a shot. Porter nervously smiled, moving on to the next household. Within an hour, he had spread the word and instructed others to pass it along. An hour later, Thatcher and Porter arrived at the market, where many villagers were already gathered, waiting eagerly for the cure. Chapter 263, Surprise. Ferguson Zhao, we got along pretty well before, didn't we? You must detoxify us, old brother. Our brotherly bond is still early. Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. This guy really thinks too highly of himself. He believes whatever he says goes. Yes, Ferguson Zhao. Although we've had conflicts in the past, there's a saying no fight, no acquaintance, don't you think? Right, Ferguson Zhao, I heard you have the antidote. Quickly take it out. We're all waiting to be cured. Ferguson Zhao, how do you know what disease we have, and are you sure the medicine you have can cure our disease? The villagers spoke happily, one after another, but Thatcher did not lose his temper. Instead, he waited until they finished speaking, then cleared his throat lightly. Everyone immediately fell silent, listening to Thatcher. This time being able to understand what illness you have was purely coincidental. I didn't expect to get such good luck. Upon hearing this, the villagers were somewhat surprised, not knowing what Thatcher had encountered, but it was clear that it was definitely related to their condition. I found many very large insects in a cave, and those insects also fear light. Associating them with your situation, I deduced almost accurately that your current state has something to do with these insects. At this, the villagers became excited. Initially, they were half believing about Thatcher having an antidote, but now, with Thatcher explaining in detail, it seemed real indeed. This inexplicable illness made them extremely uncomfortable. They couldn't endure it any longer. For ordinary villagers, not being able to go out to work was absolutely unbearable. One villager stood up, looking confused and asked, Since you know why we got sick, where's your antidote? It's better to treat it early rather than late. Thatcher smiled and waved at him. All right, I understand. Your urgency, I truly empathize with. Now, let me take out this bottle of medicine. Please don't get too excited. Although the medicine is scarce, if you share it evenly, everyone will definitely be cured. Hearing this, each villager was so excited they nearly jumped. Even if Thatcher told them there would be enough medicine, they could hardly contain their emotions. Each villager looked excited as if they were going crazy. If Thatcher didn't understand they were extremely agitated, he would think these villagers had ill intentions. Their gazes towards him were just too peculiar. Every villager rushed over to Thatcher, trying to feel for the antidote on him. However, Thatcher had anticipated they might get very excited, so he used spiritual energy and demonic energy to separate them, blocking them away. Don't get excited, everyone. Everyone will get some, please trust me. Thatcher's words had no effect at all. The The villagers were acting crazily. If he hadn't prepared beforehand, the antidote would probably have been snatched long ago. Ferguson Zhao, where's your antidote? Quickly give it to everyone for treatment? Yeah, why use this spiritual energy to separate us from you? Would we harm you? Thatcher smirked upon hearing this. He felt these villagers forgot things quickly. They had done similar things before. Back then, they tried to tear him apart. Thatcher waved at everyone. Everyone, don't panic. If you help me with something, I would be immensely grateful, and naturally, the antidote wouldn't be an issue. The villagers immediately buzzed with activity, loudly agreeing to help, asking him to hand over the antidote. Thatcher listened to their enthusiastic promises, but knew they might not be so eager when it came to action. He stood there, waiting for someone to step forward to ask what kind of help he needed. Then he could smoothly suggest his own thoughts. When these villagers finally became passive, Thatcher would have more maneuvering room. Sure enough, soon some excited villagers asked him what help he needed, wondering how they could assist him. Thatcher smiled. Actually, it's a trivial matter. If you're willing to help, you can certainly help. I want to leave here. You tell me the location of the exit. If I can leave, you will get the antidote. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, the villagers instantly hesitated. Such an exit, even if it existed, how would ordinary villagers know? The villagers once again engaged in heated discussions. Although it seemed lively, few actually had anything concrete to say. Seeing that the villagers' discussions provided him no useful information, Thatcher became anxious. I say, can you speak a little more practically? The antidote is in my left hand. Tell me where the exit to this illusion is, and you can come and take it. At this, the villagers became angry. Caden, helping you is your blessing. Do you really think we welcome you just because you're so good? At this moment, the villager showed a look of disdain. Thatcher could sense that this villager was clearly repulsed by him, even detesting him. That's right. We treated you well with food and drink, always taking care of you. What else do you want? Do you expect us to worship you as an ancestor? And now, when we need the antidote, you dare treat us like this? These villagers' words were somewhat reasonable. Even Thatcher began to doubt himself, wondering if he was overstepping. Suddenly, the villagers fell silent. Thatcher couldn't help but look curiously at them. Just a moment ago, they were speaking enthusiastically. Why were they suddenly deflated? The villagers were now looking at one person. He appeared tall and was walking toward Thatcher. Caden, we won't waste words with you. If you give us the antidote, fine. But if you refuse or try to blackmail us, it won't work. Chapter 264, The Great Battle. Caden, unless you want to die, it's best to hand over the antidote. Are the lives of all our villagers less important than your small request? This man spoke with apparent righteousness, and the surrounding villagers were immediately stirred up. Kian is right. We must not be coerced. Let's take the antidote from this Ahmed by force. If he doesn't comply, then let's eliminate him. The villagers revealed their true colors, discarding their previous warmth and hospitality, replaced instead by bloodlust and coldness. Thatcher was infuriated by the so-called mayor's words. He had nearly convinced these people, but now, because of this self-proclaimed fill, his efforts went down the drain? Caden, will you hand it over or not? If not, it's simple. We'll kill you, and still get the antidote. It'll just take a bit more effort. Thatcher sneered and nodded. Fine. Since that's the case, come on. I want to see what you can do to keep me here. You, the so-called mayor, show me what you've got. You said you'd kill me, right? Go ahead. I'm waiting. Thatcher pointed at the so-called mayor, clearly challenging him. The mayor rushed at Thatcher. Caden, give it here. He reached out to grab the antidote from Thatcher's hand, but Thatcher was prepared. As soon as the other person attacked, he channeled his spiritual energy, ready for the assault. Unexpectedly, the mayor made a direct move, saving trouble. The mayor was surprised to find Thatcher incredibly agile despite holding something in his hand. However, the mayor wasn't too worried. In his view, Thatcher merely had peculiar agility, which didn't necessarily mean he was stronger. Determined to overpower Thatcher using his combat prowess without giving him any respite, the mayor launched rapid attacks aimed solely at Thatcher's left hand holding the antidote. But Thatcher easily dodged each one, keeping the antidote firmly in his grasp. Thatcher's movements seemed ordinary to him, but the villagers were shocked. After all, their mayor was seen as a formidable figure. Yet, he gained no advantage against Thatcher, especially considering Thatcher was fighting with only one hand while holding the antidote in the other, an act the villagers perceived as pure humiliation. They couldn't stand Thatcher's behavior. It was too outrageous. Kian, teach this arrogant Ahmed a lesson. Hearing this, the so-called mayor, enraged, charged at Thatcher again. Caden, I didn't intend to use force, but now you're asking for it. Regardless of whether you hand over the antidote or not, we'll kill you. Thatcher sneered. Fine. Then I'll throw away the antidote so none of you can have it. The villagers were suddenly terrified. They knew Thatcher would do it. Caden, don't throw the antidote. Let's talk this through, they quickly pleaded, trying to persuade Thatcher. They had no idea what Thatcher might do. If he threw the antidote away, they'd be trapped forever in their rooms. Thinking of that fate drove them mad, and no one wanted to yield. Everyone attack. I don't believe this Ahmed can cover the sky with one hand. He's crazy. We need to take back control immediately. Sensing the situation slipping, the villagers decided to act decisively. The battle between Thatcher and the mayor continued. Clearly, the mayor was no match for Thatcher. But the mayor pressed on recklessly, risking his life. Thatcher held back, handling the situation effortlessly. Meanwhile, the villagers' actions became suspicious as they gradually approached Thatcher. Thatcher noticed but kept quiet. They believed they had deceived him perfectly. Suddenly, a villager reached Thatcher's left side and snatched the antidote, running far away. In an instant, Thatcher felt everything change around him. The villagers vanished, and he seemed to return to reality. He had been searching for the Dani among the demon clans when he fell into an illusion. Stuck there for who knows how long, he finally escaped. Even now, Thatcher was still shaken by the experience. This was something he would remember for the rest of his life. Looking around, he found the scene different from before entering the illusion. Did leaving the illusion mean he was no longer in the demon clan territory? Observing his surroundings, it seemed vastly different from the demon clans, almost like another place altogether. His gaze stopped at a corner where he saw an inn. Overjoyed, after spending so long in the illusion, he thought of resting. But having experienced the illusion, Thatcher hesitated. Was this the real world, or another illusion? Better to be cautious. Thatcher channeled his spiritual energy and entered the inn. A waiter greeted him, noticing his bloodied state. "Anthony, what happened to you?" Thatcher looked down at himself, realizing he was covered in blood. "Well, I came here in a hurry and didn't clean up." He brushed himself lightly, not caring much about it. The waiter, after regaining composure, asked, "Anthony, where have you been? Many people are looking for you, and they seem quite aggressive." Chapter 265, Woman. Thatcher was momentarily stunned. Hadn't he been in the illusion all this time? What did this guy mean by what he said? Was it possible that someone had impersonated him and stayed at this inn, refusing to pay? Suddenly, Thatcher felt a surge of pain in his head, as if many new memories had flooded in. He then realized that many people were looking for him and intended to take action against him. Fortunately, they never found his whereabouts, so they never got the chance to act. Now, with his sudden appearance, those people would definitely come looking for him as soon as they get the news. "Anthony, now that they know you're here, they might come after you. You should hide somewhere else. There could be their informants here." Hearing this, Thatcher shook his head with a smile. "Ferguson, thank you for your warning. However, I plan to stay here for some time. If anyone wants to deal with me, let them come." The waiter stomped his feet upon hearing this. "All right, since you insist, I can't persuade you. Let me bring the manager to talk to you." Then, the waiter left. As Thatcher prepared to find a room to rest, he was stopped by a Callum who looked quite dignified. "Where are you going, Anthony?" the man asked with a smile. "To rest, of course," Thatcher replied, pointing towards the guest rooms. Sighing, the man responded, "Anthony, please listen to our advice. Leave first, it's too dangerous for you here." Thatcher was taken aback by these words. The waiter's words didn't alarm him much earlier. He believed the other might be exaggerating or uninformed. But given that the speaker was the innkeeper, things started to look serious. "There have been several groups of people looking for me. How does their strength compare to mine?" Thatcher knew the innkeeper probably wasn't a cultivator and might not understand the true power of these people. Yet, an experienced person could feel it from their aura. "Anthony, honestly, those people all seemed very powerful, none weaker than you. Please proceed with caution." Upon hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but laugh. "Are they really as strong as you say? This has sparked my curiosity." He had encountered numerous strong individuals in the illusion, but unfortunately, they were only figments of imagination. He wondered whether the experience gained there could be applied in reality. The innkeeper became visibly frustrated at Thatcher's response. "Anthony, please don't think I'm fooling you. This matter is no trifling thing. Everyone has their own intentions, but preserving your life is most important. Even if you're impulsive, you can't risk your life recklessly." Thatcher felt this innkeeper was a decent person but somewhat naive. "Lawrence, thank you for your warning. But rest assured, I know my capabilities well. They may be meanness in your eyes, but they won't stand a chance against me." The innkeeper sighed. He'd seen many young cultivators like Thatcher, full of confidence and eager to accomplish great things in the martial world. But they mostly ended up achieving nothing due to their arrogance and overconfidence. "Well, Nicholas, if you're so confident, I can't persuade you. Let's ask the young lady instead. Waiter, fetch the young lady." The thought of her brought hope to the innkeeper. She was somewhat famous at the inn. In just half a year, she had left behind many legends. Shortly after, the waiter returned with the young lady. Seeing her, Thatcher was momentarily struck by her tsuki, never expecting such elegance in this modest inn. "Where is the young Nina you spoke of?" she asked, glancing around. The moment she laid eyes on Thatcher, surprise flashed across her face. "He seems noble and formidable. Why does he involve himself with violent people?" Though the Shoshana immediately questioned Thatcher, he decided not to dwell on it. "This isn't your concern. Both the innkeeper and the waiter have warned me already. No need for more words." Thatcher brushed her off directly. She laughed in response, unaffected. "You don't seem like a bad person. Why not avoid conflicts with villains and leave here?" Shaking his head, Thatcher replied, "No, I think staying anywhere would be the same. Even if I escaped to the ends of the earth, they wouldn't give up." The Shoshana admitted, "You make a good point, but I want to show you a place. I believe you'll find it intriguing." Surprised by this suggestion, Thatcher realized it must be something extraordinary. With nothing to do anyway, joining her might be interesting, but he then considered if this was just to temporarily lure him away. "No thanks. Staying here sounds more appealing. Spare your breath. If any damage occurs to the inn, I'll cover my part." This response made the Shoshana laugh. She found Thatcher quite amusing. "I'll take my leave now." "Excuse me." Feeling restless in the inn, Thatcher planned to explore outside, hoping for some new discoveries. Just as he stepped out, the Shoshana followed. "What do you want now?" Thatcher frowned, finding her presence unwelcome despite his obvious irritation. She paid no heed to his displeasure. Chapter 266, Temptation. "I just think you're a good person and seem to have a decent temper, so I want to chat more with you." The Shoshana wasn't too concerned about Thatcher's gaze. She could tell that Thatcher didn't dislike her, but she felt her actions were rather abrupt. Thatcher shook his head, finding the Shoshana capable of saying anything. She was as relentless as an old coachman. "All right, let's end this here. You do what you have to do. Don't bother me, or you'll find out I'm not a good person." Saying that, Thatcher planned to leave. He wanted to check if there were any demons or beasts nearby. If there were, he had to clear them out quickly. The news of his appearance must not reach the demons or the beast clan. Otherwise, if demon or beast armies arrived, he truly couldn't resist them. The arrival of a beast army would be manageable. He had no deep enmity with the beasts and had even tamed several great beast kings. But a demon army would be troublesome, especially with the entire demon clan against him. His recent stealth mission into the demon realm almost cost him his life in a fantasy realm. If the demon army attacked again, he doubted he'd have such luck to escape alive. After walking a few steps, Thatcher turned back and saw the Shoshana still following him. What are you trying to do? Didn't I tell you not to follow me? It will lead to trouble. Thatcher deliberately acted stern, hoping she'd understand and leave. But clearly, the Shoshana had no intention of leaving. Why should I leave? What can you do? You're definitely here for a stroll and relaxation, right? I know a fun place. Come with me, guaranteed satisfaction. Hearing this, Thatcher felt a surge of anger. This Shoshana clung like a plaster that wouldn't come off no matter how hard he tried. Seeing Thatcher's speechless look, the Shoshana misunderstood. How about it? Did my words touch your heart? Come with me. I promise you won't regret it. Thatcher sighed. This Shoshana had quite the tongue, and she seemed shameless. He thought for a moment. Indeed, he was bored and going with her might not be bad. Perhaps noticing Thatcher's wavering emotions, the Shoshana walked over and linked her arm with his. Let me tell you, the place I'm taking you has excellent feng shui, where very powerful beings once lived. As a cultivator, you'll definitely benefit from visiting there. Hearing this, Thatcher became genuinely interested. If she wasn't lying, it was worth checking out. A place that produced powerful beings might have treasures or other resources to help him cultivate better. Thatcher's face showed interest. Fine, then lead me there. Make sure you're telling the truth, okay? The Shoshana nodded eagerly. Of course I'm not lying. How could I deceive anyone? People from Dangshan don't lie to each other. Thatcher pointed ahead. All right, lead the way. Just then, Thatcher noticed the Shoshana's arm linked with his and gestured her to let go. But the Shoshana misunderstood and blushed when she felt his arm. Don't touch me. Few people are around, but it looks bad if someone sees us. Thatcher was bewildered. Where was she getting this idea? He quickly pulled his hand back. Are you all right? Just now, you insisted on holding my arm, but now you act reserved. Pointing to the river, whose water level was low and full of weeds, Thatcher said, Is this the fun place you mentioned? There's nothing interesting here. Are you joking? Scratching his head, Thatcher looked puzzled. Not here yet. You're thinking too much. We need to walk for another 15 minutes, the Shoshana laughed. Although hesitant, Thatcher reasoned that since he was already here, what was another 15 minutes? You better be honest. If I find out you're fooling me, you'll be in trouble, Thatcher threatened, scaring the Shoshana enough to shrink her neck. Don't scare me. Trust me, it's all true. The mystery will be revealed soon. Thatcher nodded and followed her along the riverbank. After 15 minutes, Thatcher couldn't hold back and angrily cursed. Indeed, it's hard to deal with women and small people. The prettier they are, the more deceptive. Do you expect me to believe you now? Refusing to walk further, Thatcher sat down. The scenery along the river had been consistently bleak, with weeds growing near the water, only varying slightly in width. The Shoshana stuck out her tongue. You lack patience. We've reached the place I told you about, where a very powerful being was born. Thatcher scoffed. Still tricking me? The Shoshana stamped her foot in frustration. I'm serious. This area used to be rich in spiritual energy, but after the birth of that powerful being, the energy gathering point changed, leading to its current state. Thatcher smirked. What powerful being? I don't see anything special. The Shoshana paused, as if lost in memories. I speak the truth. A massive beast once lived here, with immense power and size. As she spoke, a powerful aura emanated from her, surprising even Thatcher. I don't believe a single word. What giant beast? Just a deception. Consider today a lesson and advise you not to play tricks on others. It's dangerous. With that, Thatcher turned to leave. Seeing this, the Shoshana became anxious. Chapter 267, The Giant Beast. She indeed possessed a giant beast but didn't want to truly bring it out. However, if she didn't reveal the giant beast, this Nicholas would run away immediately. What should she do? Hold it. Jody's face appeared pale. She was wrestling with an incredibly tough decision, to summon or not to summon. Thatcher looked at her with a puzzled expression and said, What exactly do you want? Isn't what I'm saying clear enough? Thatcher's words finally made the Shoshana make up her mind. All right, since you don't believe me, then I will summon the giant beast to prove that I did not lie. Each summoning harms the beast to some extent, even though it has grown much stronger now, making such harm negligible. Yet, I still don't wish to do that. Upon hearing these words, Thatcher couldn't help but roll his eyes and muttered sarcastically, Forget it. From your words, it sounds like it's better to protect this beast rather than summon it. Jody felt infuriated upon hearing this. Fine, this is your doing. I'll summon the giant beast now. With that, Alanis performed a hand sign as if she were engaged in a mysterious prayer ritual. Thatcher glanced at her and commented, What are you up to? Is this even interesting? It looks like you're just wasting your effort. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to tremble, shocking Thatcher. The atmosphere here had changed dramatically, causing Thatcher to instinctively draw back. This must be the sign of a legendary ferocious beast appearing. Could that Shoshana really summon some mighty beast? Honestly, Thatcher didn't really believe it. The Shoshana's behavior before left him feeling unreliable. Legendary ferocious beast, appear. The Shoshana roared, and then Thatcher saw a space in front of him seemingly split open by a lightning bolt, revealing a massive creature. This gigantic creature stood several zhang tall, and its mere presence exuded immense power. Thatcher took a deep breath and sneered, Is this it? Does it deserve to be called a giant beast? Perhaps sensing the mockery in Thatcher's voice, the giant beast suddenly let out a furious roar, showcasing its strength with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy that left Thatcher struggling to endure. How could this be? There's actually such a living legendary ferocious beast in the world? Thatcher's statement confirmed the beast's status as a legendary ferocious creature. Jody smiled and asked, How about now? Do you believe me? Thatcher nodded with a smile. Of course. With this legendary beast appearing, I have no choice but to believe you. This legendary beast was found in such a place, which seems quite unlikely. Thatcher continued, making the Shoshana feel embarrassed and slightly angry. If you still don't believe me, forget it. Consider my invitation as a mistake and waste of your precious time. Hearing this, Thatcher gently patted her shoulder, but she shrugged him off. I'm sorry, I did speak rudely earlier, but I meant no disrespect. How strong is this giant beast? Has it ever fought anyone else? The Shoshana's attention instantly shifted. That hasn't happened. Who would dare fight such a powerful giant beast? But don't think it lacks combat experience. It's a natural-born king. No cultivator can match its power. At this point, the Shoshana's pride was evident, sparking Thatcher's competitive spirit. I don't believe this beast is as powerful as you say. Unless you let it fight me, I won't believe it. The Shoshana pointed at the beast, incredulously asking, What? You want to fight this giant beast? No way. You'll be killed. Even one touch from it might be unbearable. Thatcher chuckled confidently, Don't worry about that. Since I said it, I have the capability. Would I joke with my own life? The Shoshana remained unconvinced. You're powerful, but you're no match for this giant beast. Don't throw yourself into harm's way. Thatcher was unfazed. In his view, encountering such a formidable spiritual beast naturally required testing his strength. Moreover, Thatcher had confidence in himself. As the holy son of the Heavenly Dao Sect, losing to a beast would dishonor his identity and efforts. I don't think I'll lose. Let me try. Maybe I can win. And even if I lose, you wouldn't suffer any losses. Isn't that right? The Shoshana hesitated. She wanted the giant beast to teach Thatcher a lesson but was also worried because she didn't think he was a bad person. If he got seriously injured, it would be regrettable. No, my beast is very powerful. If you fight it, you'll get hurt. The Shoshana moved to make the beast leave, but Thatcher stopped her. He said with a smile, I have a method to tame it effortlessly. If I succeed, let me fight it. What do you think? This intrigued the Shoshana, though she doubted it. To tame an ancient beast? Show me. But I doubt it. No one has ever tamed such beasts. Even if there are methods to tame beasts, they wouldn't work on this level. The Shoshana relied on her experience and judgment. Beasts of this level were rare throughout history. If Thatcher could tame one so easily at his young age, experienced trainers would be out of jobs. Why not let me try? If I succeed, let me fight it. Deal? The Shoshana hesitated, and Thatcher seized the opportunity to take out a bottle of wine from his ring and opened it. Seeing this, the Shoshana didn't stop him but looked puzzled. The giant beast doesn't drink alcohol. Chapter 268, Taming. The Shoshana's words were actually mocking Thatcher. She thought he was being completely unreasonable. Did he really believe that a single pot of wine could tame such an unrivaled fierce beast? It was absurd. Could this wine possibly be 10,000-year vintage? You wait and see. The good show is about to start. Thatcher didn't argue with her, feeling it was better to let facts speak for themselves. Time ticked by slowly, but the fearsome beast showed no change, appearing self-satisfied as ever. Clearly understanding their conversation, it didn't think Thatcher could do much with just a pot of wine. However, before long, it suddenly sensed an extraordinary fragrance emanating from the pot of wine. What is this smell? Why is it so intoxicating? Halumping its head, the beast sniffed the air, feeling itself falling into it. Could it really be the scent from that pot of wine? The beast approached the pot for a closer whiff, and Thatcher's face revealed a smug smile. The Shoshana shook her head. With such a simple trick, he thinks he can tame my beast? Impossible. But Thatcher grinned coldly, pointing at the beast. Do you submit to me? His words made the beast hesitate, baring its teeth, yet it felt its willpower being strangely suppressed, as if the pot of wine held some invisible power, compelling it to submit. How is this possible? I don't believe it. It's just a pot of wine. What haven't I tasted? The beast struggled internally, knowing its behavior was weak, but it couldn't resist the urge. The Shoshana watched her beast, finding its reaction increasingly abnormal. Hey, Xuanhuan, don't listen to him, or I won't feed you any more treats. She managed to keep the beast with her using a special spirit grass it loved. Ever since the ancient beast broke free from its seal, she had been feeding it this spirit grass. Indeed, the bond between humans and spirit beasts often depended on certain fated encounters. Among many witnesses, only she obtained such a chance. Her words ruffled the beast, making it conflicted. When Thatcher waved the pot, releasing more fragrance, the beast froze. A greedy look appeared on its face, and when it looked at Thatcher again, its gaze became obedient. The Shoshana saw this and refused to believe her beast had truly submitted, trying to regain control. This can't be. My beast wouldn't submit to you. Xuanhuan, come back now. Don't disgrace yourself. Hear me. Trying to wake the beast, she found it ignoring her, fixated on Thatcher. What are you doing? Why does my ancient beast follow only your orders? This is too outrageous. Feeling doubly defeated, she wondered why she had brought Thatcher to meet the ancient beast. Could he have such great fortune? Meanwhile, Thatcher completed his final control over the beast. Determined to reclaim the ancient beast, she used all her methods, only to find its strength seemingly upgraded slightly. A minor improvement for an ancient spirit beast, but it took immense effort. In the past 20 years, it had only advanced one small level 2 years ago. She thought it would take another 30 years to advance again. Yet today, meeting Thatcher, the beast had unexpectedly progressed. Fascinated, she looked at the pot of wine in Thatcher's hand. Where did you get this pot of wine? Is Xuanhuan obeying you because of it? Her reaction was natural. Thatcher had only done one thing. Let Xuanhuan smell the wine. That's right, because of this pot of wine. And I don't have much more of it, Thatcher said proudly, initially not valuing it until now. Jody grew interested in the wine. How about giving me that pot? After all, this beast originally belonged to me. Thatcher looked at her like she was crazy. What are you saying? Giving away such valuable wine freely? Who's the fool here? Her cheeks flushed with shame. I was just joking. If you don't agree, forget it. He nodded, satisfied with the beast's submission. By the way, where did you get this wine? Take me there. I want to buy several bottles. I'll keep them sacred. The Shoshana dreamily replied, thinking if Thatcher had the wine, perhaps others did too. If not directly from Thatcher, she could still try sourcing it from its origin. Others might not know its effects, and leveraging this information could secure her more wine. Chapter 269, Take Me. Thatcher shook his head, looking at the Shoshana as if she thought he were foolish. So, what exactly do you want from me to buy this kind of wine? State your terms. You can't just demand an exorbitant price without giving me a chance to negotiate. Thatcher had no intention of dealing with her. It was laughable that she would have this kind of wine to control such a giant beast. How good would that be? Why should he exchange this information with her unless he was out of his mind? Are you going to speak or not? I can give you anything you want. Jody seemed anxious, and it was unclear why she needed this wine. Was it really just to control the giant beast? Seeing Thatcher ignoring her, Alanis grew furious. Man, this is on you. Anger surged through her as she attacked Thatcher, surprising him with her strength. She had never revealed her true power before, yet this attack was extraordinary. Even Thatcher felt a bit overwhelmed. But once he regained his senses and organized a defense and counterattack, Alanis' tactics began to falter. At this moment, Thatcher stopped, not wanting to continue fighting. Only Alanis' aggression pushed him into it. Jody gritted her teeth in frustration. Why was this man so stubborn? All she wanted was to buy his wine. His wine might be worthless elsewhere, but she could offer him an astronomical sum. What more could he want? Suddenly, the giant beast charged towards Thatcher, ferocious in its approach. Even Thatcher was caught off guard, but he immediately sensed the threat and quickly moved using his spiritual energy to dodge the lethal strike. When he realized it was the spirit beast, Thatcher was enraged. The beast had been pretending all along. Had he not controlled it before? He frowned, realizing the ancient beast was indeed unique. No wonder it had gained favor. This ancient beast is remarkable, managing to escape my control. I wonder how it managed, Thatcher mused, looking at the sealed jar of wine. Then it hit him. Of course, this wine must be used continuously to maintain control, right? While evading the beast's attacks, Thatcher opened the jar again, hoping to regain control through its scent. But this time, the ancient beast wasn't affected. Shocked, Thatcher wondered aloud. What's going on? Why did it stop working? Thatcher froze, but the ancient beast gave him no time to ponder. It continued relentless attacks, forcing Thatcher to focus entirely on the fight. Jody, watching from the side, felt a sense of satisfaction as she cheered for the ancient beast. Hearing her voice, Thatcher bristled with anger. Funny, cheering for it, huh? Well, wait until I defeat it, then I'll flay and roast it, Thatcher seethed. His anger stemmed from his unexpected disadvantage. He thought he could overpower the ancient beast, but now he was struggling to find a way to win. This can't be. I refuse to lose, Thatcher muttered as he ramped up his spiritual energy to its peak, along with his magic power. But the power gap was insurmountable, even for Thatcher. Despite unleashing all his abilities, he still fell short. In just a few moments, he found himself losing ground, with no chance of recovery. If he persisted, failure was inevitable. Reluctantly, he decided to consume another inner core. He had consumed several cores earlier, refining only one while keeping the others as backup. After refining another core, a warm current flowed through his body. However, converting this power into strength required time, leaving him vulnerable during this period. Watching Thatcher struggle, Alanis became ecstatic. Hit hard. Keep it up. Her taunts fueled Thatcher's rage, but he refused to give up. He knew what he had to do, improve his combat ability. Finally, as the pressure mounted, Thatcher felt the surge of power from refining the inner core boost his strength. Initially on the defensive due to insufficient spiritual energy and combat prowess, Thatcher felt a renewed confidence. The issue wasn't his techniques but his lack of energy to execute them fully. Now, with newfound strength, he faced the beast with a confident smirk. Enjoyed beating me earlier, didn't you? Now it's my turn. The ancient beast seemed uneasy. What are you saying? Think you can turn things around? Who asked you to provoke my ancient beast earlier? Once I defeat you, it will amuse itself with you. She laughed, unable to believe the sudden shifts in fortune, relieved that she was winning. Thatcher was thoroughly beaten down, but Thatcher's face showed mockery. More refined inner cores provided additional power. Do you think I'm still that helpless, Thatcher? I've changed, he declared, unnerving the ancient beast. Get lost, kid. Just because you dodged a few strikes doesn't make you invincible. Impossible. Indeed, the ancient beast remained fierce. Chapter 270. I'm not afraid. If it were not for Thatcher's strength becoming so powerful that it was completely different from before, the opponent's roar would make him feel a spiritual energy vibration and his blood boil. However, Alanis beside him couldn't take it. After all, her strength had not improved. Previously, she might have been almost as strong as Thatcher, just a bit weaker. If Thatcher could hardly endure it, this woman certainly wouldn't be able to. Both sides erupted into an even more intense battle. This time, the ancient ferocious beast put out all of its strength. It was obviously stronger than before but found itself tragically unable to beat Thatcher. Initially, it hadn't taken Thatcher seriously and hadn't used its full power. Now, it found itself at a disadvantage and knew it had already used all its tricks. Yet Thatcher seemed as if he had taken some elixir, being so formidable. How is this possible? You're quite capable. Why didn't you show your true potential earlier? The ancient ferocious beast felt humiliated, but didn't believe Thatcher could keep it up. At most, within a few breaths, this kid would reveal his true form. But even after a quarter of an hour, Thatcher grew stronger with each strike. Even now, he hadn't exhausted the inner core in his body. Do you really think I've lost? Tell you what, it's impossible. I still have plenty of cards up my sleeve, which I'll use on you one by one. Thatcher's voice resonated like a celestial deity, making the ancient ferocious beast tremble. Although the beast previously appeared fierce and brutal, it wasn't stupid. Against weaker opponents, it always showed its superiority, but when faced with a stronger presence, it would immediately yield to avoid battle. But since Thatcher had once lost to it, it couldn't believe Thatcher could be so strong and decided to go all out. As an ancient ferocious beast, it wouldn't surrender so easily. Die, you little brat. The ancient ferocious beast fiercely cursed Thatcher. In a few short breaths, it gathered almost all its spiritual energy. Even though breaking through the seal hadn't restored its peak strength and it had lost over 80% of its memories, the remaining strength was enough to defeat any enemy. Therefore, it believed it could definitely beat Thatcher. Thatcher remained calm. As the opponent exerted all its strength, he also poured in all his energy. Now, with his inner core fully absorbed, success hinged on this one moment. Jody, watching from the side, was amazed. She realized Thatcher was actually handsome. She summoned this ancient giant beast not to eliminate Thatcher but to simply test him. She never expected that this would push Thatcher to break through to a new level, which was indeed a pleasant surprise. Within moments, the space between Thatcher and the ancient ferocious beast was compressed to near solid state by their spiritual energy. How can this be? Unbelievable. Your strengths are too powerful. Jody realized only now how terrifyingly powerful Thatcher and the ancient ferocious beast were when they went all out. Apparently, they hadn't revealed their full potential earlier, which infuriated her. She secretly resented them, unsure who would win this fight. Actually, she hoped Thatcher would win. But then again, what if he turned against her after winning? After all, Thatcher had shown no particular fondness for her earlier. Well, she'd apologize to him later and explain it was just a joke, hoping he would forgive her. While these thoughts raced through her mind, the battle had reached its conclusion. Facing the ancient ferocious beast's all-out attack, Thatcher managed to suppress it. The ancient ferocious beast, sensing Thatcher's overwhelming power, was completely stunned and finally submitted. You're this strong? Its worldview shattered. A giant beast defeated by a human cultivator. What kind of beast was it then? It ran away helplessly, appearing pitiful. There was a look of despair in its eyes. Thatcher ignored it and looked at Alanis. Now we're even. At first, you tricked me. Later, I fought this ancient ferocious beast and am very satisfied. I'm leaving. With that, Thatcher waved at the Shoshana and prepared to leave. Hold on, can you take me with you? Jody came up behind Thatcher, tapped his shoulder, and asked with flushed cheeks. Hearing this, Thatcher looked up, surprised. What did you say? You want to come with me? Why? Thatcher found her whimsical behavior hard to understand. I have no special reason. I just think you can protect me, and life with you must be incredibly colorful. Thatcher couldn't help but smile bitterly. You make it sound easy, but do you know how much hardship and effort it takes? I risk death every moment. The higher your strength, the more challenges you face, and the greater the danger. Thatcher's words didn't deter the Shoshana. Instead, they made her feel more excited. Great, I've always admired your lifestyle. As for danger, I'm not afraid. Otherwise, I wouldn't have tamed the ancient ferocious beast. As she spoke, she looked where the beast had fled, trying to summon it back, but received no response. Such a pity, such a powerful ancient ferocious beast, scared off by me, Thatcher said apologetically. Jody shook her head. Nothing to regret. If it could escape after being controlled by you, it shows it's very clever and shouldn't stay with me. Thatcher felt that Alanis' words held unexpected wisdom. You make a lot of sense. Are you sure you want to follow me? Thatcher wanted to give her one last chance to reconsider, but clearly, she had no intention of accepting his offer. Of course, I won't regret it. Chapter 271, Margot. Seeing the determined look on the other person's face, Thatcher naturally had no extra thoughts. Alright, since you're so insistent, I don't have anything to fear. What's your name? Jody shook her head. I don't have a name. I forgot my old name, and I'm not sure if I ever had one. Thatcher was momentarily taken aback. He didn't expect that she wouldn't have a name. He frowned, thinking it over. He felt that she must have a name for convenience's sake. Why don't I give you a name? But please don't be disappointed if the name I choose isn't nice. A look of joy appeared on Alanis' face. Of course, I won't be disappointed. Tell me what name you want me to have. I will definitely be happy rather than disappointed. Hearing this, Thatcher nodded and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then, let's call you Margot, like a wise and elegant woman as beautiful as a flower. Jody pondered for a moment, muttering, Margot, a good name. From now on, I'll be called Margot. Thatcher nodded. Margot, we've been walking for quite some time. You must be tired. Let's rest for a bit before leaving. I'll take you to the next destination. Margot smiled and shook her head. No need to rest. Let's go to the next place right away. How does that sound? Thatcher hesitated for a moment before nodding. Since you're so insistent, I'll agree. But if you get tired, just tell me. There's no need to worry that I'll blame you. For Alanis, who joined him midway, Thatcher wanted to protect her. Otherwise, he couldn't forgive himself. The two left the area. To significantly boost his strength in critical moments, Thatcher decided to search for more inner cores. Previously, the 2 inner cores he obtained in the illusion allowed him to successfully evade 2 life-threatening crises. Now, he needed more inner cores. Only then could he truly control his own fate. Where are we going? After they had walked at least 10 miles from the river, this place seemed unfamiliar to Margot. We're searching for inner cores. This is very important. If we find them, we will have better self-protection capabilities. Hearing this, Margot nodded. Although she didn't know what inner cores were, since Thatcher needed to find them, it must be important. No matter the danger, she would help Thatcher. Do these exist in large numbers? Can they be bought with money? Margot asked with a smile. With money? That's impossible. These are treasures that cultivators seek, but rarely find. If someone sells them, they'd fetch a high price. Upon hearing this, Margot stuck out her tongue, feeling silly for asking such a question. Thatcher waved his hand. Don't feel awkward. There's no blame for what you don't know. Next time, you'll understand. Feel free to ask if you don't understand something. Relieved, Margot nodded. I understand. The two continued forward, and as they ascended a slope, the trees and flowers around them increased. The air here felt richer in spiritual energy, a promising location. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Margot couldn't help but say, "The air here feels so good, refreshing." Thatcher chuckled and nodded without saying much. He began looking around. Feeling something unusual about this place suggested that it harbored treasures. Scanning the surroundings, however, he found neither spirit beasts nor powerful beings, not even medicinal herbs. Thatcher was puzzled. Normally, this place should be teeming with resources. Why did it seem ordinary? "Destined, what are you looking for?" Seeing Thatcher's perplexed look, Margot couldn't help but ask. She wanted to assist Thatcher instead of being a burden. "I'm searching for inner cores. To find them, I need to look on spirit beasts or demon clans," Thatcher said, frowning. Margot nodded and began helping him search. Moments later, Thatcher raised an eyebrow upon spotting a spider nest. The spiritual energy here seemed more concentrated, potentially harboring inner cores. Carefully observing, Thatcher noted multiple spiders inside, likely with decent strength. This explained why he hadn't seen other spirit beasts or herbs. They might have been harvested by the spiders. Margot joined him in examining the nest. "Destined, are there inner cores here? It looks pretty ordinary to me." Thatcher smiled and pointed at the spider nest. "There are likely inner cores here, and possibly multiple." Hearing this, Margot beamed. "Really, Destined? Then let's get them out quickly. You need them urgently, right?" Noticing Thatcher wasn't rushing, Margot was confused. Thatcher waved his hand. "No rush. Once we deal with the spiders, we'll get the inner cores. The key is to gather information on these spiders first. Otherwise, we might lose the fight and end up getting killed." Margot nodded, agreeing with Thatcher's logic. "Destined, what should we do next? Just watching won't solve anything." Margot still couldn't discern much about the spider nest. Suddenly, the environment around them changed dramatically. Intense white light blinded both of them. Margot turned pale, scared and unsure of what happened, while Thatcher remained calm. "Destined, what's happening? Why has everything changed? Have we been discovered?" Thatcher patted the slightly pale-faced Margot reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'm here." Hearing this, Margot's expression improved slightly, though she was still uneasy. Though she was capable sometimes, Margot lacked experience and couldn't withstand the unexpected changes. "This is an illusion. We've fallen into a trap." Chapter 272. Back into the village. Thatcher frowned, not expecting to be entangled in an illusion so quickly again. This place looked identical to the previous illusion. It was the same village. But this might not be the same village he had entered before. Previously, they were observing the spider's nest, and this was likely an illusion created by the spiders. "I'm familiar with this place. When I entered the illusion last time, it was also a village like this," Thatcher said with a smile. Perhaps because he had escaped from the illusion before, Thatcher wasn't too afraid of this place. Margot looked around in surprise. This was an illusion? The village in her memory didn't seem much different from here. "So illusions look like this. They aren't that terrifying," Margot commented, which reminded Thatcher of his previous terror when the demons appeared in the illusion. "It doesn't seem scary now, but wait until they stand up one by one to deal with you," Thatcher warned, making Margot take a deep breath. "What's really terrifying? Could you tell me first so I won't get scared suddenly?" Thatcher pointed at the villagers' houses and said, "Each seemingly kind villager is actually a menacing demon. Can you imagine?" Margot shook her head, but the scene Thatcher described did sound frightening. "If it's true, then we are always in danger, right?" Thatcher nodded. "But since we're here, let's explore it. Maybe it's not as dangerous as we think." Thatcher led Margot to a villager's door, and the villager immediately came out, looking at Thatcher with a greedy gaze. Thatcher hadn't expected the villagers to expose their intentions so directly without pretending anymore. Margot retreated behind Thatcher, pointing at the villager. "That person's eyes are so evil, making me angry but unsure what to say. These guys look harmless, but his eyes have exposed him. He's definitely not a good person," Margot said angrily. If Thatcher hadn't told her about the villagers' nature earlier, she might still be unaware of their true faces. Just as Thatcher prepared to leave, the villager suddenly transformed into a black spider, scaring Margot into screaming. She hadn't expected him to transform right in front of them. Though mentally prepared, she was still startled. The black spider was huge, almost as tall as an average human, with a robust body. "This guy looks troublesome. His sudden transformation probably means an attack. Be careful," Thatcher warned Margot while channeling his spiritual energy to prepare for the attacks. The spider lunged at them, spitting out dark gray, sticky fluids. Even from a distance, the two could smell the putrid odor. "Heavens, it stinks. Too awful. I need to beat them up," Margot exclaimed. Thatcher waved his hand. "Don't act rashly. We can't handle them all at once. What if they swarm us like last time?" Margot shook her head. "No, I want to fight and show them my strength." The black spiders approached while spitting toxic fluids. Sensing some waste, they stopped and continued advancing. "Emile, they're coming. How do we respond?" "We can't just stand here," Margot trembled involuntarily. Thatcher didn't mock her. No one would handle this calmly. "Luckily, I have an antidote that works against them. Here, take it." Thatcher handed her a bottle of potion, which made Margot excited. "Really? This antidote is specifically for these spiders?" Confirmed by Thatcher. Margot was elated. "Why do you have everything? Such treasures aren't easily obtained, even with great power. Did you make this potion after entering the illusion before? If so, you're truly a genius." Thatcher laughed and waved his hand. "Enough talk. Show me how you handle them." Margot confidently rushed at the spiders with the potion in hand. The spiders weren't afraid and advanced towards her. Wanting to showcase her true strength, she kept the potion and fought with her own skills, believing she could handle them. Her confidence might seem admirable, but she underestimated the spider's strength. They continuously spat dark gray fluid, and Margot's expression grew grim. Finally, after a few moments, she gave up, wanting to use the potion but hesitating over its value. She restrained herself and continued fighting. However, she became more frustrated. The spiders were fast and cunning, faster than she could follow, nearly spraying her with poison multiple times. Just the scent of the poison made her dizzy. What more being hit? Within a quarter of an hour, Margot couldn't hold on and sought help from Thatcher. Emil, please help. I can't handle these black spiders. Thatcher teased. Weren't you confident earlier? I think you have the ability. You just haven't found the right method. By now, Margot was close to tears, looking pitiful. Hashtag chapter 273, poisoning. Seeing the situation, Thatcher also felt a bit reluctant to tease her. I mean, you can't be serious. It's only been 15 minutes. Are you already surrendering? Thatcher furrowed his brows, somewhat speechless. She had shown such strength earlier. Why was she now retreating? I believe you can definitely defeat the black spiders. You won't be at a disadvantage. Your combat power is almost on par with mine, let alone against a few spiders. Thatcher hadn't grasped the situation yet. He thought Margot was pretending. Margot really couldn't fight anymore. These spiders could shoot poison, and Margot was clearly at a disadvantage. Suddenly, he felt a numbness in his hand and instantly realized something was wrong. He had been hit by the poison. Why is this happening? This is too unlucky. I've been poisoned. Will I die? Thatcher shook his head upon hearing this. Impossible. How could you be poisoned? You must be tricking me, right? Upon hearing these words, Margot burst into tears. She could feel the venom slowly eroding her spiritual energy from the point of impact. She was about to approach Thatcher when the poison gradually took effect, causing her entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Just moments later, Margot couldn't hold on and fell to the ground, shivering violently. Thatcher, who initially didn't fully believe her, now had no choice but to accept the reality. What's wrong with you? Why did you fall? Really poisoned? Thatcher seemed to react slower than usual. Margot weakly raised her hand toward Thatcher, but couldn't speak. Thatcher knelt down to inspect Margot closely and noticed she was trembling. You're really poisoned. Where is the affected area? Margot looked at her left hand, which Thatcher followed and saw it had turned black. Truly poisoned. But what do we do without an antidote? Thatcher grew anxious. Though he hadn't known Margot long, he had a good impression of her and didn't want to see her end like this. He glanced at the spiders, thinking the one who caused the trouble should have the solution. If they could hurt Margot this way, perhaps the antidote was on them. Thatcher prepared to charge at the spiders, but suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Recognizing the person, Thatcher was astonished. It was the Brandan. What are you doing here, Nicholas? Forget it. We'll discuss that later. Leave first while I deal with these spiders and get the antidote. As Thatcher moved to attack, the Franklin gestured for him to stop. Why not? Do you have some connection with these spiders? Thatcher frowned, questioning suspiciously. The Franklin stomped his foot. Saint, how could you say that? I'm stopping you because I have my reasons. Have you assessed their combat strength? If you engage in a battle, you might end up like your friend, poisoned. Understand? Thatcher thought about it and realized there was some truth to his words, but he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Not possible. What you say makes sense, but aside from this, do I have any other options? The Franklin frowned, deep in thought. Seeing this, Thatcher didn't harbor much hope. Even if the Franklin were here, did he really have a solution? Ultimately, his presence here was just a coincidence. Deciding to move Margot to safety first, Thatcher planned to deal with the antidote issue later. Staying in this dangerous place wasn't wise. He expected Margot, being slender, to be light, but found her surprisingly heavy. Being a cultivator, if one isn't moving voluntarily, lifting them isn't easy. Especially since she was now poisoned, she couldn't help herself at all. Thatcher tried using his spiritual energy to lift her, but found she remained immobile. What's going on? So heavy. Confused, Thatcher turned to the Franklin. Help me carry her away. Glancing occasionally at the spiders, he was surprised they weren't taking advantage of this moment to attack. Approaching Thatcher, the Franklin hesitated for a moment. Saint, I have a better plan. Would you be willing to listen? Intrigued, Thatcher asked, what plan? The Franklin pulled out a small, translucent stone from his pocket, seemingly full of vitality. Saint, I don't reveal this stone easily. Perhaps it could be useful now. Handing the stone to Thatcher, his eyes filled with encouragement. Without overthinking, Thatcher reached out to take it but hesitated as his fingers touched the stone. This guy had appeared when he fought demons before but quickly vanished. What were his intentions? If he wanted to help, he would have done so in the temple. Suspicious, Thatcher reconsidered. Forget it, I have my ways. Keep your stone. Hearing this, the Franklin frowned, sensing Thatcher's wariness. Sainthood, you don't know the potential of this stone. It might save someone and even reverse the poison. Don't hesitate. Thatcher was stunned for a moment, looking at the stone. Then tell me its use. Smiling, the Franklin explained. It has benefits. It can help her detoxify, and may even counteract the poisoners. Thatcher's eyes widened. Such a powerful technique. Why didn't you say so earlier? The Franklin laughed awkwardly. Chapter 274, Soaking in Water. Destined, didn't I tell you before? This stone does indeed have benefits, but you didn't believe me at that time. Thatcher couldn't help frowning when he heard this. Thatcher hesitated for a moment. How should I use this small stone? The Brandan smiled and said, of course, the small stone is used to soak in water. Drink the water, and you'll see results soon. Thatcher still had his doubts after some thought. Destined anyway, I've said what I had to say. Whether or not you believe it is up to you. Oh, Destined, sorry, I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave. After saying this, the Brandan turned around and left, vanishing into thin air just as he did previously. Seeing this, Thatcher felt a bit angry. This kid was really infuriating, appearing suddenly and disappearing just as quickly. Who did he think he was? However, this wasn't the time to worry about that. He bent down to check on Colleen's condition, realizing she was in dire straits. Colleen looked like she had heat stroke, her body showing clear signs of dehydration. Thatcher knew that if he didn't act now, Colleen might die here. After a brief hesitation, he finally found the stone from his ring and soaked it in water. There was no other way. This was a gamble he had to take. He was genuinely concerned about Colleen's condition. If he didn't intervene, this Shoshana could really die in his hands. Once the small stone was placed in the water, it started bubbling like boiling water, which Thatcher hadn't expected. He was stunned as the once clear water turned blood red, looking almost like fresh blood. But the small stone remained, releasing something from within during the soaking process. Colleen suddenly cried out, "Give me water, I want a drink." Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but smile. It was perfect timing. Thatcher handed the bowl of bloody water to Colleen, even catching a whiff of bloodiness. "Is this blood?" Colleen suddenly opened her eyes, staring at the liquid in the bowl. She couldn't help asking. Thatcher felt slightly embarrassed. "This is water soaked with a stone given to me by a friend earlier. Drink it. It has remarkable effects." But Colleen rolled her eyes and clamped her nose, trying to vomit. "I get dizzy from the sight of blood. You know that?" Colleen shuddered, seemingly startled by the scene. "What happened? Are you all right?" Thatcher was momentarily baffled. She hadn't drunk anything yet. Why was she reacting like this? Could there be something wrong with the stone soaked in water? After a while, Colleen gradually returned to normal, and Thatcher gritted his teeth in determination. "Whatever happens, this is our only shot. I'll feed you now. If you refuse, I'm sorry." Upon hearing this, Colleen showed reluctance. She truly didn't want to drink it, but her body was extremely weak. There was no room for foolishness. "Don't, oh. Colleen struggled to escape Thatcher's grasp, but eventually gave up. Thatcher forcefully fed her the bowl of blood water, and shoved the small stone into her mouth too. Colleen eventually swallowed the stone, and drank all the water despite initial resistance. Seeing this, Thatcher sighed in relief. "There, nothing can't be solved. Believe me, after drinking this water, you'll feel better soon." Thatcher tried comforting her with words that sounded more convincing than he felt. Even he had his doubts about whether this was the right thing to do. Colleen exhausted herself struggling, thus falling into unconsciousness. Thatcher wasn't too worried, consoling himself that Colleen would be fine. The medication must have taken effect, causing temporary unconsciousness. He assured himself she would recover shortly. His attention then shifted to the spiders. He believed they were the ones who harmed Colleen. "You bunch, if circumstances allowed, I would definitely finish you off." Suddenly, the spiders began fighting each other. Some had emerged from their hiding spots and inexplicably attacked one another. With so many spiders present, the scene was bizarre. Initially, Thatcher thought he was back in the previous illusion, but these spiders were fighting amongst themselves. At least he didn't have to intervene. These spiders self-destructing saved him effort. Although evenly matched, some would inevitably win and others lose. Fortunately, their power disparity wasn't huge. Otherwise, he'd be in trouble. These spiders are up to something. They can't think we'd fall for such tricks, can they? They didn't spray water at each other in combat, as it wouldn't have any effect. Instead, their battles were spectacular. Some techniques surprised Thatcher. He never imagined they could fight like that. These creatures sure have unusual brains. Thatcher grew intrigued by the possibility of learning their tactics. However, watching them for a while made him realize it was wishful thinking to hope he could learn their techniques. Why are they doing this? Do they think they're invincible? Thatcher noticed that these spiders mainly attacked without much defense. In a few short moments, some spiders sustained injuries, and a few severely wounded ones disappeared, leaving only inner cores behind. To his surprise, instead of collecting the inner cores, the spiders continued searching for other fights. Taking advantage of the chaos, Thatcher sneaked closer. Soon, he obtained an inner core, which was of comparable quality to those he previously acquired. Thatcher couldn't help feeling awed by these creatures. Why were they self-destructing? Was it because of the blood-soaked water? Thatcher figured there were no other explanations. Chapter 275, Spectating. Regardless of the reason, as long as they fought, he could obtain their inner cores. Why not take advantage of this? He glanced at Colleen in his arms, and saw that her condition seemed to have stabilized somewhat. It appeared that the stone was indeed useful. Relieved by this thought, Thatcher took a deep breath. "Stay here and wait. I'll go see what tricks they're up to." He arranged for Colleen to be in a relatively safe place where she could still observe the spiders' battle without danger. Meanwhile, he positioned himself close enough to watch them fight. Each time a spider neared its end, Thatcher would linger nearby, waiting for it to transform into an inner core before collecting it. Occasionally, some spiders would challenge him in their final moments, but with his current strength, these weakened spiders posed no threat. Watching Thatcher from afar, Colleen's mind wandered. In reality, her giant beast had been following her all along, never truly fleeing. She had pretended otherwise to keep Thatcher's focus off her. Now, with her strength greatly diminished, she did not want Thatcher to protect her again. So, she attempted to summon the beast. However, this time it did not respond. What was happening? Earlier, when Thatcher was around, she deliberately made it look like she couldn't summon it. Now, she genuinely couldn't call it forth. This realization brought genuine panic. She felt the moisture inside her body growing, hindering her recovery. Colleen hesitated. Perhaps she should gather some herbs? Looking at Thatcher watching the battle nearby, she felt she had troubled him too much and needed to rely on herself more. Struggling to her feet, she walked hesitantly toward a distant area, intending to find herbs to treat her condition. Meanwhile, Thatcher continued to intently watch the spiders' fierce battles. Despite appearing deranged, these spiders were formidable. Their power exceeded his expectations. It was clear that a powerful black spider must be behind the illusions. While he wasn't overly concerned, recalling his experience in the demon illusion, where the opposition merely increased in number, he noted that even if the spiders were self-destructive, they showed no interest in his presence. By the end, Thatcher brazenly collected many inner cores from the dying spiders. As fewer black spiders remained, the battlefield grew quieter. He wished there were more, hoping to significantly enhance his strength through their demise. Still, his current haul was substantial, and he felt satisfied. Putting the inner cores into his ring, Thatcher turned to look for Colleen, but she was nowhere to be found. He froze, puzzled. Where could she have gone? Furrowing his brow, he tried to remain calm. There were no signs of struggle or bloodstains nearby, so Colleen hadn't been injured. Had she discovered something and left to investigate? Uncertain whether Colleen hid voluntarily or was taken, Thatcher began searching. The village wasn't small, but finding someone would take time. Without calling out, he searched systematically. Meanwhile, Colleen wandered, still slightly dazed but conscious. She found herself in a grandiose building that looked like a palace, different from the other village homes. Intrigued, she entered, drawn by some unseen force. Is anyone here? She asked tentatively as she walked in. A maid soon emerged. The king invites you inside. Hearing this, Colleen tensed. A palace with a king? She followed the maid, approaching a man who looked regal and imposing, wearing a spider-like crown, unusual yet fitting, being black gray instead of golden. Where am I, and who are you? Why did that maid call you king? Caught off guard by her rapid-fire questions, the crowned figure chuckled. Too many questions at once. Shall I answer all? Yes, I am the king here. This village is my domain. Startled, Colleen wondered if he were a spider. Having come seeking an antidote, she now faced the Samson. Seeing her hesitation, the Samson seemed intrigued. Don't be afraid. Since you've come here, I'll treat you as a guest. You seem interesting. Why not stay? Colleen shuddered. He sounded like a predatory uncle trying to coax a little Shoshana. Smiling, the Samson added, Don't worry. I respect your choice. Just shake your head if you refuse. Despite her naivety, Colleen found his words hollow. Could she really leave if she wanted to? Chapter 276, a plea for help. After a brief moment of thought, Margot came up with an excuse to delay. Your Majesty, I came here because I have something personal that needs handling. I hope you can help me. If you do, I will be eternally grateful. Upon hearing this, the Samson's expression turned slightly displeased. He could sense that Margot was reluctant to stay. However, he did not push too hard. After all, there was plenty of time ahead, and he believed she would eventually change her mind, especially now that she was within his palace. Did it not mean he could do whatever he wanted? If not for wanting her cooperation willingly, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Well then, tell me what it is you want. Anything you need, we can discuss, the Samson said, waving his large hand expansively. A glimmer of hope rose in Margot's heart. I need an antidote. Not long ago, one of your subordinates poisoned me. I wish to have the poison removed. After finishing her sentence, Margot glanced at him but saw no change in his expression. So that's what it is. I thought it was something more serious. Rest assured, this is not difficult. I can easily help you with that. Hearing this, Margot couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was good that it could be resolved. She had feared it might escalate into a bigger issue. In that case, please remove the poison now. I feel unwell, and I don't want to waste another second. The Samson hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, follow me. I'll take you somewhere. The Samson led Margot out the back door of the palace and along a small path to a water pool. At this point, the Samson clapped his hands, and several spiders soon arrived and stood beside them. Margot was startled, unsure of what the Samson intended to do. Amir, what are you planning? I didn't refuse your offer. I only asked for the antidote first. A flash of panic crossed Margot's eyes. This Samson was too difficult to fool. What was he planning? Was he going to execute her? Hadn't he just said he valued her highly? Why was he now being so treacherous? These spiders and other ferocious beasts clearly lacked integrity. A smirk appeared on the Samson's face as he pointed at her. You think I don't know what you're thinking? You want me to give you the antidote and then leave immediately, don't you? Caught off guard, Margot felt flustered, but she feigned calmness. What are you talking about? How could I possibly do that? It's an honor that you value me so highly. How could I ever consider leaving you? You should have more confidence in yourself. The Samson laughed coldly. Stop feeding me these lies. I know what you're thinking. You'd better agree to serve under me right now, or you'll have to wait until the poison takes full effect. Panicking, Margot looked around for an escape route, but was immediately seen through by the Samson. What? Now that you've been caught, you want to run? That won't happen. In your current state, you can't even defeat my subordinates, let alone me. Just surrender. Margot's heart raced in fear, and she became disoriented. In desperation, she thought of Thatcher. Emile, come and save me. Her voice, intertwined with spiritual energy, spread rapidly in all directions, quickly reaching Thatcher's ears. Thatcher was taken aback. He had been feeling tense for some reason, and now he finally knew why. Meanwhile, upon hearing Margot's plea, the Samson's face contorted in anger. Keep an eye on her. No one is allowed to approach without my permission. He pointed at Margot again. Stay here and reflect on your actions. Let me know when you've changed your mind. With that, the Samson swept his sleeves and left swiftly, leaving Margot trembling with fear. On the other side, Thatcher identified the direction and rushed over. Fortunately, the previous infighting among the spiders had cleared his path. Anxiously following the sound, he arrived at a palace-like structure. This place? Is this the residence of the Samson? Looking around and seeing no spiders, Thatcher breathed a sigh of relief. Gathering his wits, he ventured inside. Margot was still capable despite being poisoned. Although her strength had decreased, she wasn't easy prey for ordinary spiders. She likely encountered a stronger spider entity. Moreover, given her presence here, there must be many powerful spider beasts nearby. Sighing, Thatcher entered directly. Several spiders immediately blocked his way. Richard, where do you come from? What do you want? Do you think you can just barge into our king's palace? Realizing they were high-ranking spiders, Thatcher replied humbly. Of course not. I'm here on important business with your king. Please inform him of my presence. Ensuring no conflict occurred first, Thatcher wanted to confirm Margot's safety. Haha, who do you think you are to see our king? Thatcher smiled and pointed at himself. Tell him a very powerful opponent has come to challenge him. The spider hesitated, unsure if Thatcher was telling the truth. Fine, you little guy. I'll go find our king. We'll see what you have to say then. Thatcher waited, not knowing exactly what the king was like, but decided to meet him first. Moments later, a humanoid figure emerged from within, accompanied by the spider who still seemed puzzled. You're the one looking for me? Speak quickly, I'm busy. Thatcher nodded. Chapter 277, Changing Form. Yes, it's me. I'm looking for a person, and she should be here with you. Thatcher couldn't think of any other excuse at the moment, so he decided to speak frankly to see what attitude the other party would take. Looking for someone? Who are you looking for in my place? Get out quickly. My palace isn't somewhere you can come and go as you please. As he spoke, the Spider King waved his hand, summoning several spiders that looked menacing and definitely not friendly. Caden, if you don't leave now, you might end up explaining yourself right here. One of the spiders approached Thatcher while threatening him verbally. Thatcher was naturally unafraid of them, but he also saw no reason to engage in conflict at this moment. Alright, I'll leave then. But remember, you shouldn't get too cocky. I will come back eventually. Thatcher pretended to issue a threat before immediately leaving. However, he didn't truly leave. Instead, he waited outside the palace gates for a spider to emerge. Meanwhile, the Spider King went to where Margot was located. At this point, Margot had already fallen into unconsciousness. The Spider King looked at the sleeping Margot and smiled. Sleep on. As you continue to slumber for half a day, when you awaken, you will have forgotten everything from your past. Then, you will be able to stay with me forever. As he spoke, a sinister smile appeared on his face, making him appear quite terrifying. Meanwhile, Thatcher also waited until a spider emerged from inside. Once the spider came out, Thatcher walked out from a nearby corner. Who's there? Who are you? The spider immediately became alert, turning to look at Thatcher, its two claws raised high as if ready to spew venom at him. Thatcher hurriedly waved his hands, smiling awkwardly as he said, Don't misunderstand. I mean no harm. I just wanted to ask about our king's recent preferences. I wish to give him a gift, but I don't know what would be appropriate. Upon hearing this, the spider paused, then nodded. So, you want to give our king a gift, huh? I do know, but it depends on your sincerity. The more sincere you are, the more information I can provide. Thatcher laughed. I see what you mean. Here is some token of my sincerity. Please don't disdain it. Saying this, Thatcher placed some food favored by spiders into the spider's hands. While these items were not particularly valuable, they were exactly what these spiders loved. Unless the spider reached the level of the Spider King, it would certainly appreciate such treats. Sure enough, the spider's eyes widened instantly as it nodded towards Thatcher. You're quite sensible, knowing how to proceed. Alright, you're sincere enough. Let me think. The spider stashed the items Thatcher gave into its pocket, glancing around nervously for a moment before continuing. Our king's tastes change frequently. However, lately he seems infatuated with women. A woman barged into our palace today, and instead of having her driven away, the king kept her. Hearing this, Thatcher immediately realized that Alanis the spider was referring to could very likely be Margot. I see. If another woman comes, would it be possible for you to bring her in? The spider hesitated upon hearing this. It won't be easy to bring someone in, the spider replied. Before the spider finished speaking, Thatcher slipped more gifts into its hands. The spider beamed with delight. I never expected you to have so many good things. Bringing someone in, though challenging, isn't impossible. Seeing your sincerity, I guarantee that if you send someone over, they will be allowed to stay. Thatcher thanked the spider with a bow. Thank you very much. I'll be going now. Watch the palace entrance carefully. To avoid suspicion, I'll have Alanis come herself. With this arrangement made, Thatcher left. Other than Margot, he was alone and had no other women. However, he wasn't without solutions. He could find a makeup expert to transform himself into a woman. That way, there wouldn't be any problem, right? Finding such assistance in the spider village wasn't particularly easy, but after searching through the streets for some time, he finally found a spider family. Money talks, and Thatcher possessed many treasures the spiders found interesting, which naturally made them welcoming toward him. 2 hours later, Thatcher emerged, now transformed into an elegant and seductive woman, albeit with a slightly larger build. Looking at himself in the mirror, Thatcher nodded in satisfaction with his new appearance. Heaven, how beautiful. It's hard to believe this transformation from the handsome young Nina to a ravishing Suki, a spider remarked, praising the transformation technique. Even Thatcher was surprised by the drastic change, finding it quite astonishing. Mr. Zhao provided too much, so I naturally exceeded expectations. Otherwise, how could I repay him for all the good things he gave me? Thatcher wore clothing woven from spider silk to minimize any suspicions the Spider King might have. Satisfied with his new form and appearance, Thatcher had one concern. Right, how long will this form last? Will it easily revert? The spider who altered his appearance shook his head with a smile. Rest assured, I've prepared a fixing elixir for you. As long as you spray it on the relevant parts of your body, it will hold for a full day, including your scent and demeanor. Handing Thatcher a bottle of fixing elixir, the spider continued. Taking the elixir, Thatcher headed straight for the Spider King's palace. Preparations done, he wouldn't waste time. Until now, he hadn't seen Margot and was worried about her condition. Being held in the Spider King's palace, even if Margot hadn't been harmed physically, the mental stress must have been substantial. Chapter 278, Passing Unnoticed. Thatcher quickly arrived at the palace gate, but did not enter immediately. Instead, he walked around outside the palace door for a while to ensure that the spider person saw him before sauntering inside. As expected, just as he entered, the spider person stopped him. Hold it. What are you here for? Thatcher had already prepared his reply in his mind. If you don't know who I am, you're really useless. The spider, upon hearing this, felt instantly diminished. You damn woman, can't you speak properly? This spider had some pride and couldn't help but curse. Thatcher pointed at the other side and spoke quite seductively. Quickly follow what your boss arranged and let me in. Otherwise, when our boss finds out and blames your fill, you won't have a good time. Upon hearing this, the spider's heart skipped a beat, sensing trouble ahead. This woman sure had a fiery temper, demanding to see the boss right away. Humph, follow me, the spider said, leading Thatcher inside and bringing him to where the boss was near the pond. Then the spider Thatcher had met earlier came up to him. Are you Alani sent by the nouveau riche? This spider sized up Thatcher, rather curious. Thatcher smiled and nodded. That's right, Anthony Spider, how do I look? The spider Phil nodded. Good. Our king will surely like your type. Arrange her lodging next to Melanie's chamber. Hearing this, Thatcher could not help but feel relieved inside. Melanie was indeed here, and the Samson had lied to him before. Thatcher followed the spiders to his living quarters. Soon after, the spiders left on their own, while Thatcher thought about finding an opportunity to locate Melanie. His arrival did not attract any attention from the Samson, whose focus was entirely on Melanie. Since she woke up, she remembered nothing. But the Samson stayed by her side, feeding her the fabricated memories he had planned. However, Melanie wasn't so naive. Although she had forgotten her past, she instinctively felt a repulsion towards the Samson. Therefore, she didn't completely trust his words and only said that she felt unwell and wanted to rest alone. This request was not unreasonable, so the Samson agreed immediately. With nothing else to do, Melanie tried to recall her past. Occasionally, fragments of memories surfaced, hinting at someone significant in her life. Yet whenever she attempted to remember more, she experienced headaches. Who is this person? Why do they keep appearing in my memories? Melanie felt this place was not where she used to live and wanted to leave. However, every time she ventured into a secluded corner, some of the Samson's subordinates would stop her, warning her of the dangers outside. The presence of these subordinates only made her more suspicious. If the Samson were truly her kin, he wouldn't restrict her movements. Instead, he'd have someone escort her when she wanted to go out. Melanie didn't reveal her thoughts and waited patiently for an opportunity. Due to her frequent desire to move around, the subordinates constantly reported to the Samson, who eventually realized this might arouse Melanie's suspicion. Therefore, the Samson allowed more freedom of movement for Melanie. He occasionally let her leave the palace, but kept many of his subordinates secretly protecting her in the shadows. Over time, the Samson and his subordinates gradually relaxed their watch over Melanie. It was then that Thatcher finally got his chance. Sister, would you be interested in enjoying some flowers with me? Just as Melanie was standing beside a flower bed lost in thought, a sultry voice came from beside her. She was startled but calmed down when she saw the speaker, a strikingly beautiful woman. Relieved, Melanie replied with a smile. Sure, should I call you Bear Sister or Tracy? The sudden appearance of this woman was Thatcher herself. Thatcher said with a laugh, your demeanor is extraordinary. Of course, you're my Bear Sister. I'll be your Tracy. Melanie couldn't help but smile, though she remained somewhat suspicious. Thatcher's immediate friendliness made her wonder if she was one of the Samson's people, but she didn't point it out and carefully examined Thatcher. Even though her memories had been tampered with, her abilities remained intact. From her first glance, she recognized that the Samson's subordinates were not humans, but transformed spiders. Thatcher, however, was clearly human, which added to her trust. So, I'll call you Tracy. How did you end up here? I can tell you're human. Thatcher was surprised that Melanie could discern this. Since you ask, I won't hide it from you. In fact, I was forcibly brought here by the Samson, just like several other sisters. Melanie believed Thatcher instantly, having her own suspicions about the Samson. This external confirmation solidified her doubts. Then why don't you try to escape? Your strength seems decent. If you want to run, it shouldn't be too difficult. Thatcher felt oddly uneasy. Was Melanie really unaware of her identity, or just pretending? Despite the disguise, his facial features hadn't changed much. Thatcher sighed. Wouldn't I love to escape? But the Samson is too powerful. If I try to run, I'll get caught again. It's not that easy. Melanie couldn't help but sigh about her own fate. Unfortunately, she had lost her memories and didn't know the truth anymore. Still, she felt that Thatcher didn't mean her any harm. We're both lost souls. Let's plan together and escape whenever we get the chance. What do you think? Melanie's proposal to escape together pleasantly surprised Thatcher. What did you say? You want to leave with me? Did I hear that right? Melanie's expression suddenly changed. You fell for it. Do you really think I'm that easy to fool? Chapter 279, Keeping a Respectful Distance. Upon hearing Colleen's words, Thatcher was momentarily dumbstruck. He couldn't figure out why their conversation had suddenly taken such a drastic turn. Do you think I don't know? You're just someone the Samson sent to spy on and deceive me. I won't believe you. Hearing this, Thatcher was shocked. He hadn't expected her to be so suspicious. He became anxious. I really came here to save you. Don't you remember me? Colleen's expression grew even more disdainful upon hearing his words. We've never met. Where would I recognize you from? Besides, my past memories are long forgotten. Only then did Thatcher realize that Colleen had been harmed and lost her memory. He couldn't help but exclaim, the Samson is so ruthless. To win your affection, he actually did this to you. Colleen shook her head with a cold laugh. She already had a negative impression of Thatcher and no longer trusted anything he said. Suddenly, a wave of fear swept over her. If she had confided in Thatcher about wanting to secretly leave, would he report it to others, or even to the Samson? If she got too close to Thatcher, the Samson might become suspicious. Moreover, if investigations eventually pointed to Thatcher, this woman might betray her and reveal everything to the Samson. Thinking this, she closed her eyes and said, you should leave quickly. I don't want to see you again. Thatcher was bewildered by her words. Why did he suddenly seem so annoying? Why were we talking nicely just now, and now you're rushing me away? He couldn't recall saying anything offensive. Colleen shook her head. Why are you like this? Do you think I don't know you're deliberately getting close to me, trying to get information from me, and then sell me out to the Samson for personal gain? Her words painted Thatcher as an incorrigible villain. Filled with confusion, Thatcher couldn't understand how she reached these conclusions. However, he didn't take it seriously, believing that Colleen must be overly suspicious at the moment and wary of him. In time, He believed she would understand his true intentions. Since you're so cautious of me, I'll leave first. But please know that everything I've said is true. There's no need to treat me like an enemy. Hearing this, Colleen's body trembled slightly, but she didn't think much of it, turning away from Thatcher. Sighing helplessly, Thatcher returned to his own quarters, anxiously pondering his next move. Colleen was wary of him, yet he didn't want to give up. An hour later, Thatcher once again arrived at Colleen's chambers, avoiding all of the Samson's spies. At this time, there was little danger, as the guards were relatively lax. Seeing Thatcher again, Colleen's expression darkened. Why have you come back? Appearing twice, don't you think it's too much of a performance? Thatcher sighed. I told you before. I'm here to save you. Why don't you believe me? Colleen shook her head with a cold laugh. Why would you come to save me? We've only crossed paths casually. Why would you care? Thatcher felt his heart wrench. Didn't I tell you? We've met before? Though we haven't known each other long, you decided to follow me and wander together. After arriving here, you were poisoned. I was trying to find an antidote when you ran away. By the time I found you, you were already here. Thatcher felt a pang of pain as he spoke. I don't know why your memory was erased, even forgetting me. But I believe it wasn't your choice. It was forced by the Samson. Colleen was slightly moved by this. Although she still rejected his words, feeling either deceived or suspecting hidden motives, something inside her made her believe Thatcher might be telling the truth. She covered her mouth, hiding her shock, but still shook her head. You're definitely lying. I won't fall for it. Leave while the Samson hasn't come. Let's pretend nothing happened. Pointing to the door, Colleen looked coldly at him. Sighing, Thatcher didn't expect her to be so steadfast. With that, he could say no more. All right, since it's come to this, consider me as if I never came. But I won't give up. Colleen sniffed, turning away from Thatcher. After he left, she felt a lingering sense of loss. Is what this guy said true? If he's lying, how will I deal with him the next time he comes? Leaving Colleen's chambers, Thatcher couldn't help but feel resentful. He wanted to challenge the Samson and force him to release everyone. Otherwise, he would burn down his palace and all his followers. But this was merely a thought. Taking such actions would be extremely difficult. Ignoring the Samson's strength, his followers wouldn't be easy to handle. Realizing this, Thatcher gave up on direct confrontation. After all, the Samson held the home advantage, who knew what tricks he had up his sleeve. However, Thatcher refused to quit. He had to confront the Samson today. Arriving at the entrance of the Samson's chambers, Thatcher instructed the guard to announce that Colleen's sister had urgent matters to discuss with the Samson. Initially, the guard paid little attention, but upon hearing Thatcher claim to be Colleen's sister, he immediately sprang into action. My apologies for the oversight, miss. I'll inform our king right away. The guard promptly went inside, and shortly after, returned with the Samson. Seeing this scene, Thatcher almost burst out laughing. The Samson stared at him intensely, and although Thatcher inwardly cursed, he maintained respect. Your Excellency, I am Sue. Chapter 280, Explanation. The Samson nodded in agreement at the words. Great name, it's really a good one. But how come I don't remember meeting you? Where are you from? Thatcher laughed and nodded. Your Majesty naturally wouldn't remember me. One of your generals brought me here, saying that your Majesty likes beautiful women. On hearing this, the Samson could not help but feel a little embarrassed. The way he put it made him sound like a lustful man. Right? Why did you come to find me? Was there someone mistreating you with regard to your provisions in the palace quarters? Thatcher hastily waved his hands. Your Majesty misunderstands. In truth, my coming here only concerns you. Nobody else has influenced me. Hearing this, the Samson nodded. Me? What do I have to do with it? If I'm not mistaken, this is our first meeting. Thatcher smiled. Your Majesty, isn't there a lady named Colleen in one of your quarters? The Samson froze, not expecting Thatcher to know Colleen. What's your relationship with Colleen? How do you know her? He didn't correlate Thatcher with the Colleen he knew before. After all, they seemed totally different. If anything, the only common ground was their appearance. I would consider myself sisters with Colleen. We knew each other before, but now she seems to have lost her memory, forgetting me completely. Upon hearing this, the Samson noticeably sighed in relief. So you're sisters, then we're family. Stay well. Another day, I'll make both of you my queen consorts. Saying this, the Samson couldn't help but reveal an admiring look. Both Colleen and Thatcher were exceptionally beautiful. If he hadn't intended for Colleen to be willing to follow him, he might have taken her into his quarters that very day. As for Thatcher, he also wanted the same outcome. Ideally having both of them become his consorts together as a double happiness. Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. My visit isn't about becoming one of your people, but hoping to take Colleen away. At these words, the Samson's face turned sour, feeling somewhat irked. So, I let you stay in the palace, provide you with food and lodging, and you actually say such things? The Samson felt a bit dejected. One moment it was Colleen, the next Thatcher. Two incredibly beautiful women had no interest in him. I don't care what you came here to do, but once you're here, you must follow my rules. Thatcher couldn't help but be irritated. As the Samson, how can you force others? Is coercion all you're capable of? Just then, a guard approached them. Your Majesty, Lady Colleen is here to see you. The Samson forcibly suppressed his anger, waving his hand and said, Let Lady Colleen in. Moments later, Colleen entered, noticing the unusual expressions on the faces of the Samson and Thatcher. Remembering the purpose of her visit, she frowned. The Samson asked, startled, Colleen, what brings you here? Colleen glanced at Thatcher beside her, hesitated, and then said, Your Majesty, I'd prefer discussing this privately. Thatcher sighed while the Samson laughed heartily. Weren't you two supposedly close sisters? Can't you speak openly in front of me? Colleen showed a slightly awkward expression, looking at Thatcher. Finally, she gritted her teeth and asked, What did you tell His Majesty? Thatcher replied, What else? I just told him I want to take you away. Don't believe me? Ask His Majesty yourself. Colleen looked at the Samson who nodded affirmatively. That's correct. She did say that, but I did not agree. You two should remain in my quarters for at most 3 days, after which I will make both of you my consorts and hold a grand ceremony for you. Only then did Colleen look at Thatcher in surprise, not believing she had actually said those words. Could it be she wasn't one of the Samson's people? At this point, Thatcher addressed the Samson. Your Majesty, you'd best stop bothering us. Neither of us will stay. If you force us, we will only demonstrate our loyalty through death. Upon hearing this, the Samson's face darkened as he clapped his hands. Immediately, a large group of black spiders appeared at the main exits, looking fierce. You want to leave? I'll give you one more chance. With unwavering determination, Thatcher said, we wish to leave and don't want to stay. Immediately, the Samson clapped again, ordering his subordinates to attack. He didn't want them to harm Thatcher or Colleen, but merely to show them who was in charge, so they wouldn't defy him. The black spider minions began spewing sticky, black ray fluid around Thatcher and company, leaving them no room to move. Seeing that Thatcher and Colleen didn't dare to move, the black spiders smiled. Himph, weren't you both bold earlier? Why did you suddenly get scared facing my subordinates? I was waiting for you to impress me. Thatcher remained silent, unwilling to confront the black Samson until absolutely necessary. Colleen also hesitated, unsure whether she could truly escape the Samson's grasp. That's enough. You've caused enough trouble in front of me today. Go back now. I won't punish you for this, but bear in mind the consequences of defying me. From now on, don't bring up this matter again, otherwise, I will not be lenient. Under the watchful eyes of the black spiders, Thatcher and Colleen left, though Thatcher did not return to his own quarters, but followed Colleen to hers. Colleen made no complaints about his actions, clearly allowing Thatcher to accompany her. Once inside the chamber with the door closed, the two breathed a sigh of relief. Why did you follow me? Say what you have to say quickly. Compared to earlier, Colleen's tone had softened significantly, giving Thatcher renewed hope to persuade her. Now you should believe me, right? We are on the same side. We shouldn't be frightened by the black Samson. We need to unite. Colleen neither agreed nor disagreed, seemingly lost in thought. Thatcher moved closer. Don't you trust me yet? Chapter 281, Division of Labor. Margot shook her head. Now, I have a little bit of trust in you, but whether this trust will last depends on your actions. Thatcher laughed heartily. If you still don't believe me, I can explain the events that happened before. Seeing Margot did not object, Thatcher paused for a moment, then continued. We met in a certain village and became friends. I wanted to collect inner cores, and you followed me, wanting to help. Then we came to this illusionary realm. Upon hearing this, the shock was evident on Margot's face. Thatcher didn't bother with her reaction and went on. The most important events happened within this illusionary realm. During your battle with the spider, you were poisoned. My attempts to detoxify you failed, so you left to find an antidote. In the end, you encountered the Samson, who erased your memory and kept you in his palace. As for what happened after, you already know it, so there's no need for me to go into detail. By this point, Margot was thoroughly stunned. The things he described were unknown to her even now, and Thatcher telling her this left her momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Thatcher watched her dazed expression and smiled. If you're lost, why don't I give you an analysis of what we should do next? Margot nodded mechanically. Go ahead, I'm listening. Thatcher began confidently. Both of us must divide our tasks well. The Samson likes you more, so you'll be responsible for keeping him happy and ensuring he doesn't suspect or worry about us. As for me, I'll deal with the spiders outside, each handling our respective duties. Margot nodded in agreement, finding this arrangement quite suitable for them. Since that's the case, we should part ways for now. Each of us should go about our tasks and avoid contact during this time, so the Samson's people don't discover our plan. Oh, and remember, you must always pay attention to your safety, okay? Protect yourself. Only then can you accomplish more. Thatcher nodded, impressed by her thoroughness. He immediately left, while Margot, after some thought, decided to visit the Samson's chamber and play her part. Why are you here, Margot? Aren't you tired? You should rest, the Samson said, surprised yet pleased to see her. Is it not allowed for me to come and see His Majesty? She replied, feigning a slight offense. If so, I'll leave to avoid making you angry. No. The Samson waved off her words, pulling her back. How could I possibly turn you away? You're welcome to stay as long as you like. Hearing this, Margot smiled and turned around, approaching the Samson. Mistaking her intentions, the Samson couldn't contain his excitement and attempted to embrace her. But Margot quickly sidestepped, thwarting his attempt. Seeing this, the Samson felt a bit disappointed, realizing things weren't as he had hoped. However, he wasn't too bothered. So, Margot, what brings you here? The Samson asked, eyeing her curiously. Margot pretended to be upset. His Majesty, does it take a reason for me to come here? It seemed like she was genuinely offended, making the Samson hesitate. No, it's just that you never liked being with me before, and now suddenly you're so kind. It took me by surprise. Inside, Margot sneered. Even now, I don't particularly enjoy being with you, but there's no other way. Of course, she wouldn't say that aloud. I've thought it over. Your Majesty has Ingrid too. If I don't act proactively, I might miss out when you two get together. The Samson finally understood. Margot was worried about Ingrid vying for his affection. You shouldn't worry about that. I won't let any conflict arise between you both. After all, you're good sisters. He tried to hold her hand, but she skillfully evaded him. Don't worry about it, Your Majesty. We both know where this is heading, Margot replied. The Samson grew frustrated. He hadn't gained anything, and now they were starting to compete. However, he couldn't ignore it. Margot, you're far more beautiful than her. From now on, you will be my indisputable queen, and I won't allow her to undermine your position. Trying to reassure Margot, it was clear she didn't want the Samson to think they were close. She needed him to believe she was willing to improve their relationship. As for other matters, Margot wasn't interested. Seeing her lack of enthusiasm, the Samson sighed inwardly. He knew women's issues were nearly impossible to resolve, and the best he could do was maintain balance. Oh right, Margot, Could you fetch some water from the pool? That water is very valuable, he suggested, aiming to divert the conversation. Margot listened attentively. Of course, Your Majesty. I'll bring the water right away. She promptly left the Samson's chambers, intent on finding the pool. Although she had no recollection of it, the Samson had mentioned it. This event must have occurred before she lost her memory. Based on the Samson's tone, it likely happened recently, aligning with Thatcher's account. Realizing this, she became cautious. Though the Samson's request seemed innocent, these waters might have significant value, which she wasn't aware of yet. But Thatcher might know. With a spatial container, she could store some of the water. Perhaps it would provide unexpected benefits. Motivated by this idea, she hurried to find the pool, though she couldn't recall its location. Chapter 282. Testing. After much thought, she finally decided to give up on endless speculation and find someone to ask. Maybe then she would know what was going on. Fortunately, a spider appeared in a nearby corner, revealing itself slightly. Colleen noticed it and hurriedly beckoned to the creature. You come here. I have something to ask you. Upon hearing Colleen's words, the spider appeared somewhat puzzled but obediently approached. What can I do for you, Miss Colleen? Colleen smiled. Do you know where the pond the king mentioned is? Take me there, and I won't tell him that I discovered you were watching me. Relief washed over the spider after hearing this. Earlier, the king had instructed them to monitor Colleen without letting her notice, warning them of punishment if they failed. Unluckily for the spider, Colleen had been more sensitive than expected. It thought it was about to face severe consequences. All right, Miss Colleen, I'll take you there right now. Under the spider's guidance, Colleen arrived at the pond. She could sense something peculiar about the water, a sensation she hadn't experienced before. Yet, it also felt strangely familiar. Considering the spiders were still watching her, Colleen collected some of the water first, intending to study it later when she had the time. A few moments later, Colleen returned to the spider. Let's go. I've collected the water the king wanted. The spider cautiously replied, Miss Colleen, please don't mention to the king that you discovered me. Otherwise, he will surely punish me severely. Colleen waved her hand with a smile. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Another spider had witnessed everything from afar but didn't intervene, ensuring not even its presence was sensed by Colleen to avoid another confrontation. After Colleen delivered the water to the king, she promptly returned to her quarters, awaiting any move from Thatcher. For now, she didn't have the heart to study the extra water until Thatcher came, which would be a better time for research. Surprisingly, soon after, the Samson sent another spider to summon her, claiming the king needed to speak with her. About what? Did the king mention anything specific? Colleen asked directly, recognizing this spider as one of those she had caught spying earlier. I'm not sure, Miss Colleen. It seems another spider reported something about you to the king, but I don't know what specifically. Upon hearing this, Colleen was taken aback. Could it be that they've discovered her plans with Sue to deal with him? If so, he might indeed take action against her. Considering this, Colleen hesitated. Should she still meet him? But she reasoned that going might mean a chance to survive, whereas staying away would likely lead to her demise. So, she decided to take the risk. She immediately followed the spider to the king's chamber. Noticing the king's grim expression, her heart sank. Has he really found out about my intentions? She couldn't help but scold herself for being so impulsive, greedy enough to secretly hoard some pond water. If she needed to study the water, she should have simply asked the king for it whenever she needed. Then again, perhaps it wasn't about this at all, just her overthinking things. Seeing the king's unfriendly expression, Colleen pretended to be oblivious, attacking preemptively. Why does your majesty look so displeased? Is there something troubling your health recently? Hearing this, the Samson became irritated. Nonsense. How can my health be troublesome? Why did you secretly stash away some of the pond water when I asked you to collect it? What are you planning? Meanwhile, Thatcher, who was scouting the defenses of the Samson's palace, accidentally overheard their conversation. Concerned, he approached the entrance of the palace. Caught off guard by the Samson's accusations, Colleen felt flustered. Although she had anticipated it might be about this, she hadn't considered how to respond when confronted. Your Majesty, I only thought the pond water seemed peculiar, and since I didn't have any in my quarters, I wanted to study it. I forgot to inform you. Surely, you wouldn't be angry over a little bit of pond water, would you? Colleen didn't intend to hide her actions. She knew the Samson, despite his apparent concern for her, ultimately trusted his guards more. Since the black spider guards had already informed the king about her behavior, he had no reason to disbelieve them. Her explanation clearly didn't satisfy the Samson, who now appeared quite angry, feeling Colleen should have been more transparent with him. Thatcher, realizing he couldn't let the Samson hold any resentment toward Colleen, stepped forward with a smile, standing between them. Your Majesty, what's troubling you? I heard it involves Sister Colleen and some water she kept for herself? Seeing Thatcher, the Samson felt a bit relieved. While Colleen had concealed something from him, at least Sue was loyal, wasn't she? Recalling how Colleen had previously disliked his closeness with Sue, the Samson felt a playful urge. That's right, Sue, you're here at a good time. Tell me, was her action correct or wrong? You decide, the Samson said with a relaxed demeanor, assuming Sue understood his implication. Women often got jealous of each other after all. However, Thatcher smiled. Your Majesty, I think Sister Colleen's actions were harmless. Perhaps you're overreacting. Thatcher couldn't afford any rift between the Samson and Colleen, knowing it could jeopardize their plans. Nevertheless, the Samson was visibly displeased and narrowed his eyes at Thatcher. Sue, weren't you and Colleen unusually close before? Not like you claimed you met recently. Noticing the Samson's suspicious gaze, Thatcher replied calmly, Your Majesty, I've already explained that Sister Colleen and I feel as if we've known each other for a long time. If that seems unusual to you, then fine, I suppose you're right. The Samson didn't seem convinced by this explanation. Chapter 283, Test. Alright, since you say you don't know each other, it should be fine for me to test that, right? Thatcher felt a bit uneasy. Your Majesty, how do you plan to test? The Samson laughed confidently and said, I will ask you both some questions, and only if your answers match up can I believe you. Thatcher glanced at Margot not far away and nodded at the Samson. Your Majesty, go ahead with your questions. We're all ears. Hearing this, the Samson couldn't help but chuckle. Do you think I'm foolish? Of course, I need to separate you two. Guards, take Lady Margot back to her chamber, and ensure she doesn't leave without my order. Several black spider guards stepped forward and escorted Margot away. Once a guard returned with confirmation, the Samson smiled and asked Thatcher, You said you just met. Well then, tell me when did you first meet? Thatcher sighed in relief, as he had already discussed this with Margot before. He answered the Samson calmly, which made the Samson slightly suspicious but didn't dwell on it. Next, the Samson asked, Where did you meet? Thatcher thought for a moment. In a village. The Samson asked several more questions, which Thatcher answered with ease. The Samson grew puzzled and dismissed Thatcher temporarily while he summoned Margot and repeated the same questions. Margot answered just as calmly, and although her answers differed slightly from Thatcher's, they were largely consistent. The Samson frowned, feeling something was off but unable to pinpoint it. Your Majesty, does this mean we've passed the test? Thatcher looked at the Samson expectantly, wondering what his intention was. You've passed, and you've impressed me somewhat. All right, you two may retire for now. I wrongly suspected you this time. The Samson didn't show any remorse for his accusation, as if he could accuse them but they could not protest. Thank you, Your Majesty. We'll leave now. That night, Thatcher visited Margot's room again to discuss their escape plan. Why are you here again? If that guy sees you, it'll be troublesome. Margot's expression wasn't pleasant. Don't worry, I'll be discreet. As long as those guards don't notice, we're fine. Enough talk. Why are you here? Speak quickly and don't linger. Margot glanced cautiously at the door. I think we shouldn't stay here any longer. We need to leave immediately. Thatcher said anxiously. Surprised, Margot's face lit up with joy. You have a way out? Tell me how. I've wanted to leave this place for a long time. Margot shivered as if covered in goosebumps. Thatcher furrowed his brow. First, you must leave. I'll distract the Samson. Whether you use the back door or dig a tunnel, it's up to you. But what about you? After I leave, will the Samson blame you? Margot looked worried. While escaping was the best option, she didn't want Thatcher to suffer because of her choice. Thatcher shook his head with a smile. Don't worry. I have plans to deal with him. Once you're gone, I'll take the inner pearl to boost my strength without hindrance. Margot was skeptical. Will you be stronger than the Samson after that? Thatcher didn't respond, but his determined expression showed he hadn't given up hope. Regardless, your departure is a good thing for me. Trust me, I won't put myself in danger. I'm not that noble. Relieved, Margot nodded and agreed. She found an opportunity that night to escape. Leaving at night would be safer when the spiders were less vigilant. Moreover, in darkness, anyone who saw her might not even notice her presence. Sure enough, as Thatcher predicted, the spiders didn't detect Margot's departure, sleeping like dead pigs. Thatcher smiled as he watched Margot leave, then returned to his room to prepare to consume the inner pearl. He had initially planned to take the inner pearl immediately to enhance his power and do as he pleased. However, after consuming one, he realized his strength only increased slightly. Doubting the results, Thatcher tried another. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Why is this happening? Although confused, Thatcher wasn't too concerned. Absorbing more energy seemed crucial, and rushing breakthroughs might not help. Fortunately, he had a plan to stay at the Samson's palace for a while, observe his reactions, and make further decisions. He figured the Samson would be shaken by Margot's departure, leading to unpredictable outcomes. Staying to stabilize the Samson's mood was essential before making his move. The next afternoon, the Samson summoned Thatcher, confirming his suspicion. Facing the Samson, Thatcher took a deep breath, realizing how angry the Samson was. A smirk crossed Thatcher's face. Ultimately, the Samson was responsible for keeping Margot despite her objections, and now things had come full circle. Did you know Margot left? The Samson asked with forced patience. Chapter 284, Doubt. He scrutinized Thatcher from head to toe, his suspicion evident. To him, Thatcher seemed suspicious. After all, Thatcher was the only person Colleen knew in this Samson's palace. Apart from him potentially aiding Colleen's escape, everyone else were his own subordinates who, under normal circumstances, would not assist Colleen. Thatcher remained calm and responded composedly, I know. Your Majesty's subordinate informed me just now. When I heard this news, I was also a bit panicked. I didn't expect Colleen to actually do such a thing. The Samson's expression softened slightly. Then who do you think helped her escape? Where is Colleen now? Upon hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but display a hint of embarrassed smile on his face. Your Majesty, are you jesting? How would I know where Sister Colleen is now? Besides, I'm not very familiar with her either. Didn't I tell you before? Thatcher acted respectfully, and as if he knew nothing, leaving even the Samson helpless. All right, since you say so, you may return first. He didn't expect to learn anything new from Thatcher, yet it left him somewhat unsatisfied. Thatcher walked out slowly when suddenly one of the servants entered the hall to report to the Samson. Your Majesty, we have discovered her trail. We are currently following her. Would you like to go check it out yourself? Thatcher was taken aback, surprised that Colleen was so careless as to be noticed and discovered so easily. Good, let's go. Quickly take me there. The Samson departed with his men towards the location where Colleen was found. Anger bubbled within him. He wanted to ask Colleen why she wanted to leave him. He felt that he had treated Colleen well and did not deserve this treatment. Meanwhile, Thatcher was filled with anxiety. He didn't want the Samson to catch up with Colleen, but he also did not want to expose himself. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He returned to Colleen's bedroom, transformed back to his original appearance, and covered his face with a veil before escaping through the tunnel that Colleen had previously dug. Thus, he managed to avoid the eyes of the Samson's men, ensuring no one noticed Thatcher's movements. Exiting the Samson's palace, Thatcher rushed towards the direction Colleen had fled earlier. Although his combat strength wasn't comparable to the Samson's at the moment, his speed definitely surpassed his opponent. Arriving before the Samson, Thatcher swiftly eliminated the Samson's followers stationed at their positions. Thus, the Samson could not obtain any specific information about Colleen's whereabouts and was forced to halt the search. Let's return. After 2 hours of searching, the Samson came back empty-handed. Thatcher, however, returned to his quarters half an hour earlier, restoring his appearance and attire to resemble Sue. After a brief pause, he went to see the Samson, who was clearly furious. Your Majesty, what happened? Who made you this angry? Let me help you teach them a lesson, Thatcher asked solicitously. Hearing Thatcher's words, the Samson couldn't help but smile. At least you care. Unlike Colleen, who dared to escape. Moreover, I suspect someone within our palace assisted her. The Samson was visibly upset. Thatcher shook his head. Your Majesty shouldn't think so. Sister Colleen must have some reason for going out. She did not intend to escape. Hearing this, the Samson became even angrier. Do you think I would lie to you? Thatcher quickly denied. Of course not, Your Majesty. Why would you say that? I merely feel Sister Colleen wouldn't leave Your Majesty, considering how powerful you are. The Samson's mood improved slightly, but remained somewhat irate. Order an investigation immediately. Absolutely do not allow traitors in our palace. Execute anyone found involved. Don't let me find out who did such a stupid thing. His words made the subordinates tremble with fear. Although they hadn't helped Colleen escape, they feared being accused or falsely implicated. Seeing the Samson looking weary, Thatcher had a sudden thought. Your Majesty, since the investigation has been delegated, you should rest well. Let me serve you by undressing you. The Samson was pleased at the prospect of some pleasant company. However, after helping him remove his coat, Thatcher bowed respectfully and backed away. Your Majesty, I'll leave now. Rest well. The Samson felt disappointed, but wasn't too surprised. Sue, when will you belong to me? Looking at Thatcher expectantly, the Samson inquired. Thatcher thought for a moment and replied with a smile. Once Sister Colleen is brought back and agrees to stay with you, then I will agree to. The Samson's expression faltered. Who knows when they can catch her? The pursuers all went missing for some reason. There must be internal sabotage. With anger rising again, the Samson vowed, I must root out these bad elements. Thereafter, he ignored Thatcher and ordered more intense investigations. However, Thatcher knew that this investigation would yield no results and would only lead to the innocent being punished. While accompanying the Samson, Thatcher kept an ear out for news. Sure enough, Colleen was not caught, but several of the Samson's subordinates were arrested. They were executed on the spot, causing a bloody scene. Fear spread across the entire palace and village. People dared not step out, fearing involvement. Even those spiders killed never admitted betrayal, infuriating the Samson further. Though wanting a stricter investigation, almost all subordinates advised him to let it go for the palace's stability. Despite his frustration, the Samson could not understand what truly happened. Even if he investigated for a year, he likely wouldn't uncover the truth because he never suspected Thatcher. 2 days passed. Thatcher believed Colleen had reached absolute safety. Chapter 285. Farewell. It was time to say goodbye to the Samson. Thatcher came to the Samson's palace and asked for an audience. The Samson hurried from his bedroom to the hall. Upon seeing Thatcher, his face lit up with anticipation. Sue, why have you come to see me this time? Have you changed your mind? Even if Sue isn't found, will you now become mine? Upon hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but laugh. He found the Samson rather amusing. Why would he stay here? Wouldn't that be inviting trouble? Your Majesty, I want to leave. I want to find Sister Colleen. If I can find her, I'll try my best to persuade her to return. How does that sound? Hearing this, the Samson's face turned pale. Sue, now that Colleen has left me, are you also going to leave? Of course, the Samson didn't quite believe Sue's words. He had a growing suspicion that Thatcher wanted to leave, just not wanting to say it outright. Your Majesty, it's not like that. I really do intend to help you bring Colleen back. I think she might have left due to some urgent matters. Perhaps if I find her, she'll come back on her own. The Samson, however, didn't believe him at all. How is that possible? I know her well. Once she sets her mind on something, she sticks to it. Just like you. Sue, she's already gone, but I don't care. I only hope you can stay with me for a while, until I pull myself out of this emotional quagmire. Then I will let you go. What do you think? Thatcher was speechless. Emotional quagmire? Were they joking? If it weren't for causing Colleen to lose her memory initially, she wouldn't even be here, right? Thatcher hesitated, unsure what to say. Nearby, one of the Samson's subordinates became unhappy. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Should I speak or not? The Samson looked at him and recognized one of his jiqilongzhong, a rank in ancient military hierarchy. He smiled and said, Speak. What's on your mind? The soldier stepped forward, looking displeased. Your Majesty, I don't think it's a good idea to keep Lady Sue here. The Samson's expression darkened slightly. What do you mean by not keeping Sue? Give me your reasons. The jiqilongzhong sneered. We have plenty of important matters at hand. Keeping Lady Sue here would only add unnecessary complications. Upon hearing this, Thatcher's face brightened. Yes, that's right. If I stay, I'll be a burden. Forget it. The Samson's face darkened immediately. Nonsense. How could you be a burden? Sue, please stay. I cannot live without you. Thatcher seemed determined to leave, which made the Samson very sad. Why must you leave me? Don't you know that I've already decided to make you my queen? The Samson boldly declared this, having recently discussed the same with Colleen, assuring her she would be made queen. Thatcher naturally couldn't agree. Your Majesty, I'm determined to leave. Please don't force me. If you become my queen, you'll be showered with love and affection, and everything in the palace will be yours, the Samson offered. The guards and subordinates nearby murmured their dissatisfaction but dared not protest openly, fearing the Samson's usual authority. Thatcher remained firm. Your Majesty, stop thinking like that. I've made up my mind and won't stay. The Samson's expression soured. He didn't understand Thatcher's determination, but refused to give up. I have many treasures in my vaults. I will give them all to you. Don't leave me. I've realized I love you. Thatcher remained unmoved, insisting on leaving. Your Majesty, we met by fate, but now our fates have parted ways. Please don't force me anymore. Meanwhile, Colleen was staying at an inn, a place she and Thatcher had agreed upon should they need to meet again. If Thatcher searched in this direction, he would stay at the second inn he found. Colleen felt anxious. Why hasn't Thatcher shown up yet? What happened to him? She debated whether to return to check on him, just in case he was in trouble and needed help. Though they agreed she shouldn't go back once she left, she couldn't help herself. After eating a hearty meal at the inn, Colleen paid for her food and lodging and set off to return. Along the way, she disposed of a man who intended to harm her. To avoid drawing attention, Colleen disguised herself as an ugly woman and hurried back to the Samsons' palace. Stopping about 30 paces away from the palace, where there were no guards and it was hidden, she chose a deserted residence originally belonging to black spiders but abandoned long ago. Using this as her temporary base, Colleen began digging a tunnel. The secret passage she used before was now guarded, so she had to dig a new one. Fortunately, with experience, this task was easier. No matter what, I need answers. You cannot kill him, Samson. Otherwise, we're through. With gritted teeth, Colleen started digging. For 2 hours, she continuously dug without encountering any wandering spiders, ensuring safety. Additionally, she set up barriers around the tunnel entrance to prevent discovery. After 2 hours, Colleen completed the tunnel leading to the Samsons' rear garden. It was risky, but the Samsons' people seldom ventured here. The king himself was too busy to come often. Still, better safe than sorry. She cast an illusion around the exit to hide her tracks. Once done, Colleen rushed to the water pool, eager to collect and take the remaining water. Chapter 286, Last Chance. This was the last chance. Once he and Sue left, they would likely never return here again. Although she did not know the exact use of this water, it always felt strangely powerful. Moreover, this was what Thatcher had asked her to do, and she trusted that Thatcher must have had his reasons. After a few breaths, a figure appeared at the exit of the tunnel, crushing the illusion spell into pieces as it walked over. Who dug this tunnel and for what purpose? This figure quickly left and reported the incident to the Samson in the palace. You say there's a tunnel? Is it newly dug, or has it been here for a long time? If it had been here for a long time, it was likely dug by Colleen when she escaped earlier. But if it was recent, it could mean the enemies were responsible. Thatcher, disguised as Sue, couldn't help but be startled. Instinctively, he felt this tunnel was probably dug by Colleen. If so, it meant she might have returned, putting her in grave danger. Thinking about this, Thatcher cursed her foolishness. Why would she come back after escaping? Wasn't this throwing herself into the lion's den? The Samson, however, was extremely excited. Hurry, send people to guard every area so no one can escape. At the same time, send some through the tunnel to see where it leads. The black spiders, receiving the order, immediately secured both ends of the tunnel. Now, even if Colleen grew wings, she wouldn't be able to fly away. Meanwhile, Colleen had already taken the water from the pool. The sudden drop in water level caught the attention of the black spiders guarding the palace's rear garden. They promptly reported the incident. The Samson and his crew were already busy dealing with the tunnel. Now, someone had stolen water. What is going on? How did this person know our palace's rear garden contains precious water? Could they have broken into the palace before? What are you guards doing? The Samson's anger made his subordinates tremble in fear. None dared make a move, afraid of being beheaded by their king for any slight mistake. You should answer. Any clues about who stole the water? Where are they now? Did you catch them? Can't I do everything myself? Hearing this, all black spiders except Thatcher knelt down, trembling. Usually, the Samson would sacrifice his errant subordinates to the heavens. Fortunately for them, Thatcher was around, and the Samson didn't want him to feel afraid. All right, get up. No need for such dramatics. It sounds like everyone should be executed. Thatcher's words calmed the scene somewhat. The Samson pointed at the black spiders and said, under normal circumstances, I'd eliminate these fools and find new hands. You speak? Can we find the thief within an hour? The black spider selected shuddered, mumbling incomprehensibly. He could hardly propose any method. These black spiders were good at fighting, not strategizing. You, tell me, he's useless. You should be able to give me a satisfactory answer. The Samson looked expectantly at another subordinate, but received only silence. At this moment, maintaining a low profile was wise. Thatcher watched as the Samson scolded the black spiders and secretly planned his escape. He couldn't stay here, especially with Colleen still unaccounted for. He needed to find her quickly. Thinking the Samson and his men were too preoccupied with the water theft to notice him, Thatcher suddenly felt a gaze on him. Sue, where are you going? Startled, Thatcher kept his composure. Great king, I just wanted to walk around and find the water thief to assist in capturing them. A black spider had an idea. Great king, why not investigate Lady Sue? Even if she didn't steal the water, it would prove her innocence. The Samson frowned, realizing he hadn't considered investigating Sue. With this reminder, he began to suspect something serious. Thatcher sensed the shift in atmosphere. Great king, trust me, I have never betrayed you. They are lying. The Samson hesitated, finding it difficult to act against Thatcher. Yet, he saw this as a chance to contain Sue just in case. Sue, you understand the recent events. Please stay put until everything is clear. After that, you can go wherever you wish. Agree? Thatcher knew the Samson now doubted him. He needed to lower his posture. Great king, please rest assured. Sister Colleen has left, and with all these recent events, I've decided to stay and support you during this time. The Samson was deeply moved. Feeling ashamed for doubting Thatcher, he instructed the black spiders to escort Sue back to the palace. The black spiders treated Thatcher with newfound respect as they left. Smiling, Thatcher knew his plan worked. Now he just had to wait for Colleen. Suddenly, Thatcher remembered the mention of the tunnel. He turned to the black spiders. I heard there's a new tunnel in the Great King's rear garden. Shall we take a look? The black spiders hesitated. Thatcher laughed. Afraid the Great King will blame you? Do you think wandering inside his palace counts as running around? Surely the Great King wouldn't mind me exploring even the rear garden. Chapter 287. Surprise. The black spiders heaved a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. Since Miss Su has spoken, then fine, we'll escort Miss Su to take a look. It's not a problem, one of the black spiders said. Hearing this, the other black spiders naturally could not object, and so they accompanied Thatcher to the cave entrance guarded by the group of spiders. On the surface, Thatcher showed no emotion, but inside, his heart was in turmoil. He hadn't expected Colleen to be so bold as to actually dig the tunnel all the way to the Spider King's back garden. If not for the black spiders' fortuitous discovery, their future comings and goings within the Spider King's palace would have been like walking into an unoccupied place. Who exactly had the audacity to enter His Majesty's back garden from here? Have you uncovered anything yet? Thatcher looked at the black spiders, and his gaze was so intense that it made them shiver involuntarily. They were puzzled. They didn't know why, but even though Miss Su clearly had no strength, she could still make them feel on edge. Miss Su, we are investigating rigorously, but we found nothing. A black spider ventured to say. Upon hearing this, Thatcher gave a mocking snort. You are truly useless. The king assigned you with such an important task, and you failed. Expect the king's punishment. As he spoke, Thatcher turned and left. On the surface, he was scolding the black spiders, but secretly he cheered them on. Of course, he did not hope that these subordinates of the Spider King would really get any leverage against Colleen or himself. No result was the best result. I wonder where Colleen is now. Did she leave immediately after digging this tunnel, or is she still inside the palace? Before he realized it, Thatcher began to miss Colleen. After all, they had endured hardship together. It felt like he was living in a dream. Colleen had left him, and he did not know where to find her. Although Thatcher wanted to search for her within the Spider King's palace, it was clear that conditions did not allow it at the moment. With no choice, Thatcher returned to his room. But when he arrived at his chamber, he saw a beautiful figure standing there, smiling at him. Thatcher was taken aback. It's you, Colleen. How did you end up here? This place is too dangerous. Thatcher quickly closed the door to prevent anyone from seeing Colleen. You didn't leave? I thought you'd depart right away after finding those potions. Thatcher was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Colleen to have the courage to show up here. Considering how the entire Spider Palace was in turmoil over Colleen, it was audacious of her to appear here brazenly. I can't possibly leave. You're still here. If I left, wouldn't I be putting you in danger? Colleen smiled. She hadn't expected Thatcher to act so decisively on her behalf without considering his own safety. The entire Spider King's palace is tense now, and everyone is searching for the person who dug the tunnel. Quickly, hide yourself and don't let them find you. With a conflicted expression, Thatcher approached Colleen, pulling her toward the deeper parts of his chambers. Colleen chuckled, shaking off his hand. Since I've come here, I've already prepared my escape route. Do you really think I came here to die? Colleen's confidence stunned Thatcher for a moment, but then he understood. Colleen wasn't stupid. There was only one conclusion. Colleen had her own plan. So, tell me, what's your plan? Thatcher couldn't help but be skeptical. After all, escaping the Spider King's palace was no easy feat. I've extended the tunnel right to your chamber. Who would guess I'd come out here in their dreams? They wouldn't dare to check your chamber. Thatcher was speechless, never expecting Colleen to be so daring. You dug a tunnel under my chamber? Where? And I didn't notice. Thatcher felt like he was hearing something unbelievable. He hadn't left his chamber except to visit the Spider King's palace. I'll show you. Colleen pulled Thatcher into his room. Underneath his wardrobe, there was a large pit. It's right here. Unbelievable, isn't it? Thatcher couldn't hide his astonishment. So, are we leaving next? At the mention of leaving, Thatcher felt somewhat reluctant. Yes, it's time to go. Are we staying here instead? Saying that, Colleen leaped into the pit first. After a moment's hesitation, Thatcher followed. He had expected the bottom to be chaotic, but it was surprisingly smooth. Colleen had leveled the ground before digging. Once Thatcher joined her, Colleen covered the entrance with a flat panel which seamlessly fit back into the wardrobe. Anyone coming here would never suspect the secret beneath. Colleen pulled Thatcher, and they fled quickly. In less than 15 minutes, they reached the outskirts of the spider village. Outside the village, Thatcher felt dazed. Did we just escape so easily? Thatcher's face changed. He hadn't expected Colleen's skills to be so formidable. Was it intentional that she allowed the initial tunnel to be discovered? Colleen nodded, smiling. Yes, we did. What do you think? Thatcher sighed. What else can I say? It feels like we dodged death, but I'd love to know how you managed this. Can you teach me? Colleen nodded seriously. Teach you? Sure, but it's very tedious work. I fear you might lack patience. Thatcher laughed. All right, but thank you. Without you, I doubt I could have escaped the Spider King's palace. Colleen rolled her eyes, clearly not fully believing Thatcher's words. You could have helped me escape before. Why can't you do the same now? Don't lie. Hashtag chapter 288, encounter. Thatcher didn't expect the other party to speak like that. At the time, he could help the other person leave purely by chance. If not for the perfect combination of circumstances, he wouldn't have been able to help Colleen escape no matter how much he wanted to. Let's not argue here about who helped whom. We should quickly leave. Although we're already out of the Samson's village, it might still be dangerous. We can't let our guard down. Both nodded in unison and immediately headed off into the distance. What is going on? You've been searching for so long and still can't find her. What are you good for? The Samson felt an overwhelming rage. His subordinates were nothing but useless fools. Despite treating them well, they couldn't accomplish anything important when it mattered most. Your Majesty, please calm down. We will definitely find out who is behind this. The Samson didn't believe a word of it. They had said similar things many times before, yet none of it ever came true. I'm not dealing with you, waste. I'll go see Miss Sue. The image of Sue flashed in his mind, and he immediately stood up from his throne to visit her palace. This was the first time he was actively seeking a woman who wasn't his queen. Although Colleen had left him, the Samson trusted that Sue would always stay by his side. He eagerly arrived at Sue's palace to share some good news with her. However, after searching the entire palace, he found no trace of Sue. What is this? A living person just vanished? The Samson's face turned mad. After Colleen ran away, now Sue was also missing. What were they planning? Do these women enjoy running away so much? I refuse to believe I can't bring you back. The Samson sneered, ordering his subordinates to search the entire palace upside down. He also summoned the black spiders guarding Sue's palace. None of them reported seeing Sue leave. Are you sure you didn't see her leave? The Samson's expression turned dark. He didn't know what to say. He never imagined Sue, whom he treated wholeheartedly, would choose the same path as Colleen. Find her. I don't believe she could fly away. After 15 minutes, the black spiders finally found a clue. They lifted the wooden floorboard beneath the wardrobe, revealing a secret tunnel leading downwards. There's another underground passage. How infuriating. The Samson was visibly angry, but quickly calmed down. Fine, I'll see where you've run off to. He ordered others to continue searching while he jumped into the tunnel and disappeared. Meanwhile, Thatcher and Colleen kept moving forward after leaving the village. They didn't want to waste any time. Even a single second's delay could lead to endless troubles. We've come so far, shouldn't we be safe? Why don't we rest for a moment? Colleen pointed to a nearby inn and asked Thatcher. Thatcher shook his head. No, we mustn't. Even though we've escaped far, we know the Samson's strength. We can't let our guard down. Just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly interrupted them. I didn't expect you to think so highly of me. What an honor. Thatcher and Colleen were startled. The voice unmistakably belonged to the Samson. Samson, you've actually caught up with us. Thatcher and Colleen were clearly surprised. Their previous guess had turned into reality. Yes, indeed I have. It's quite tragic and laughable that my beloved Sue turns out to be a handsome Nicholas. The Samson said regretfully. He thought Sue, like Colleen, had grown tired of life in the Samson's palace. Now, it seemed different. Sorry, this is my true form. Before becoming Sue, I even met you in my original appearance. Do you remember? Upon hearing this, the Samson felt humiliated. Of course, how could I forget? You turned into a woman because I rejected you. Quite a feat, I must say. The Samson continued insulting Thatcher, but then shifted his gaze to Colleen. I treated you well. Why did you leave me? Since you're here, give me a reason. The Samson stared intently at Colleen, as if trying to read her thoughts. There's nothing to say. Once I chose to leave, we became strangers. I don't want to talk to you. Hearing this, the Samson grew enraged. He didn't expect Colleen to be so bold, openly mocking him, especially in front of Thatcher. The Samson remembered that Thatcher had specifically sought him out to find Colleen. In his mind, Thatcher was already his rival. You kid. You took my Colleen away. Prepare to pay. The Samson viciously attacked Thatcher. Within a few breaths, their battle was intense, pushing Colleen aside with the shockwaves of their clash. You're really amusing. She doesn't want to be with you. Why force her? Thatcher was fearless, knowing he was right. With the inner Dan he had absorbed, he believed he was stronger than the Samson. If the Samson tried to play dirty, Thatcher was ready to retaliate. The Samson ignored Thatcher's words, intent on overpowering him with brute force. Yet, he found himself struggling to match Thatcher's combat ability. How can you be so strong? If you have this power, why resort to such underhanded tactics? The Samson, though angered, knew his physical strength wasn't enough. He still had his trump card, the poison he believed Thatcher couldn't handle, forcing him to submit in the end. Hashtag chapter 289, becoming stronger. You think you're so tough, don't you? Let's see if you can withstand my poison now. The Samson angrily attacked Thatcher, spraying powerful venom all over him. However, Thatcher had already dodged the attack and wasn't hurt at all. Don't dodge if you have the guts. My venom will surely defeat you. The Samson roared in anger, feeling a twinge of pain as his precious venom was wasted so easily. But to kill Thatcher, it was worth wasting the venom. Do you take me for a fool? Your venom is extremely potent. Even a drop would likely be enough to incapacitate me. Thatcher's words infuriated the Samson. All right then, I don't believe I can't hit you. I'll make you suffer. Within a mere breath's time, the Samson's rate of spraying venom doubled, astonishing Thatcher. Good heavens, why has your speed increased so much? Stop right there. Don't make me exhaust all your venom. Thatcher felt a slight panic, but he didn't want to show any fear. He knew that at this moment, the Samson was desperate, and it was essential to remain calm or risk real danger. Melanie, Colleen, watched from the side and felt anxious. Samson, you are truly despicable. Big Ferguson Zhao, I have some medicinal water here for you, she said, handing it over to Thatcher, which finally set his mind at ease. Seeing this, the Samson flew into a rage. What are you doing? Why did you give him my medicinal water, and how did you get it in the first place? The Samson was nearly driven mad with fury. His medicinal water had been stolen by this woman. How had she managed it? He had always kept it heavily guarded. I will not rest until I've avenged myself, he snarled furiously, launching another frenzied assault. But Thatcher was unfazed. Suddenly, an idea struck the Samson. A smirk appeared on his face as he turned to Melanie. You're not afraid, huh? Watch what happens when I have my subordinates surround her, and see if you're still unafraid. With that, the Samson ordered his minions to rush towards Melanie. However, she was unbothered. Her combat prowess had significantly improved, earning Thatcher's praise. Come on, let's see if I'm afraid of you. Melanie sneered. In her eyes, these underlings were insignificant. While they might have once been intimidating, after everything she had experienced, fearing these lowly creatures would be absurd. The spiders swarmed towards her, but Melanie beat them back effortlessly. You useless scum. All this time spent raising you was for nothing. The Samson raged, feeling both enraged and frustrated. These followers were proving inept despite their intended role as insurance. Although he said this, the Samson eyed Melanie more seriously. Why did you steal my medicinal water? What do you plan to do with it? He couldn't fathom Thatcher and Melanie's intentions. Could they be planning something significant? As the Samson, he had no understanding of human cultivators' thoughts, and neither Thatcher nor Melanie intended to explain themselves. Just scram. Are we supposed to tell you everything? If you wish to fight further, we wouldn't mind. Thatcher launched a furious counterattack, pushing the Samson back. He knew he could no longer gain any advantage here. You two work together well, the Samson growled angrily, feeling utterly humiliated. What else could he do? Unable to defeat them physically and seeing that they weren't affected by his poison, he had no choice but to retreat. Furious, the Samson led his minions away, while Thatcher and Melanie exchanged smirks. Big Ferguson Zhao, I have plenty of medicinal water here. We can make a big move, Melanie suggested. Thatcher hesitated for a moment. Since we have so much medicinal water, perhaps we should leave the illusion realm and return to reality. He remembered that simply examining the spider nest had brought them into this powerful illusion realm, one not to be underestimated. Big Ferguson Zhao, since we're here, let's stay a while and turn this spider den upside down. What do you think? Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but feel excited. It was indeed a great idea. Sure, if you want to stay, I'll stay too, Thatcher agreed, knowing full well that their combined strength was formidable against any beast. The black spiders were already strong, but Thatcher and Melanie believed there were other powerful entities in this area beyond just the black spiders. To Thatcher, it was all indifferent. How powerful could those beings be? Could they be stronger than the Xuanhuan and demonic gods? He had faced them before, but Melanie hadn't fought them directly. Battling these demonic beasts here could benefit her. Since we've dealt with the Samson, let's keep going down this path to see if there are any more powerful entities. What do you think? Thatcher's suggestion pleased Melanie greatly. Thank you for supporting me, Big Ferguson Zhao. Let's go. They continued along the path, encountering occasional black spiders, likely the Samson's outer minions, who failed to recognize them. Ignoring these small fry, they proceeded without interruption. Gradually, the number of common entities around them diminished. Chapter 290, Giant Beasts. Big Ferguson Zhao, why does it feel so strange here? It seems very desolate, but there's a hidden danger, Margot frowned. Since she lost her memory, her intuition had become sharper, sometimes even helping him evade powerful crises. Is that so? I don't feel anything. Thatcher shook his head. He looked around, but only felt there were no living things present. To say it was full of threats seemed exaggerated. Big Ferguson Zhao, you just haven't paid close attention. Look at that direction. Perhaps there's a powerful presence. Want to bet on this? Thatcher laughed and replied, sure. What shall we bet? A cunning glint appeared in Margot's eyes. How about wishing for something? Confused, Thatcher asked, wish for what? Margot smiled. If someone wins, the loser has to help the winner fulfill one wish. Realizing Margot wanted him to do something, Thatcher nodded understandingly. All right, you are indeed scheming against me, but I accept your idea. That way, Big Ferguson Zhao, let's go check out. If there's really a powerful creature, consider it my win and you owe me a wish. Otherwise, I lose to you, deal? Thatcher glanced again at the direction Margot pointed to but saw nothing. Disbelieving, he agreed hesitantly. Okay, let's have this bet. If there's really something there, I owe you a wish. They slapped palms to seal the bet and moved towards the indicated direction. Initially expecting a long journey, they found a barrier within just a few hundred feet. The transparent shield rebounded Margot not due to carelessness but its invisibility. Had it not been for this reason, they wouldn't have suffered. Seeing this, Thatcher rushed to support Margot. Margot, are you okay? Did you get tired? Let's rest here. There's a tree stump. However, Margot pushed him away. Big Ferguson Zhao, there's a barrier. Be careful. A powerful creature must be nearby. It set up such a strong barrier. Thatcher became cautious. Looking where Margot pointed, he saw nothing. Margot, are you teasing me? There's nothing there. Please believe me. Try probing carefully, or you might get hurt. Intrigued, Thatcher tentatively probed and found a real transparent barrier. Astonished, he watched as it vanished abruptly, revealing several giant beasts beyond it. Both were shocked. Not only did powerful creatures exist behind the barrier, but also realizing the beasts could have surrounded them undetected, causing fear. Smiling bitterly, Thatcher said, what do you think of their combat ability? They seem quite formidable. Margot chuckled sarcastically, looks deceiving. No clue why they needed a weird barrier. These humans, why are they here? Doesn't matter, let's feast on them. Feeling uneasy from the beast's aggressive stares, Thatcher responded to Margot. Seems you won our bet. Who should face them? Laughing heartily, Thatcher answered, bad intentions mean beating these thoughts out of them. Let them know who they're messing with. The beasts jeered, kid talks big. Let's see if you've got the skills. Pointing at Thatcher, one beast scoffed. Margot stepped forward confidently. Big Ferguson Zhao, leave this to me. Nodding respectfully, Thatcher warned, be careful. Surprised by Margot's initiative, the beasts retorted, Halamtal Shoshana. Overestimating yourself? You're no match for us. Looking disdainfully at Thatcher, another added, he lets a Shoshana fight instead, utterly disgraceful. Yet another sneered at Margot, don't be deceived by him. We'll start with the kid. Margot's expression darkened, you talk nonsense. Don't look down on me. Prepare to meet your maker. The beast hadn't expected her defiance. Very well, since you want to die, we'll oblige. Disregarding Margot, they sent their weakest member. 6th Dorian, show some competence. The 6th Dorian sneered in contempt. Translation continues based on your instructions, keeping tone, style, and structure intact while ensuring natural English readability. Chapter 291, Exceeding Halamets. If I can't even defeat a little Shoshana, then all my abilities have been wasted. The massive beast sneered coldly and lunged at Colleen. What are you going to do? Colleen asked with a cold smile. In fact, it was obvious that the other side had already decided to attack her. But what she needed to do now was to let the opponent believe that she was extremely afraid at this moment. This way, the huge beast would certainly lower its guard and fall into Colleen's trap. Sure enough, the giant beast directly fell for the trick, mocking softly as it pounced towards Colleen. At first, Colleen fought normally without revealing her trump card. However, these beasts were truly formidable. Even this one, considered the weakest among them, left her barely able to cope. Halamtal Shoshana, did you realize our prowess this time? Surrender quickly. Perhaps we might punish you lightly. Otherwise, don't beg for mercy from us later on. It will be of no use. Upon hearing this, Colleen showed no concern. She indeed didn't take these giant beasts seriously. Do you think you're very powerful and can easily defeat us? Thatcher looked at these creatures in amazement, surprised by their arrogance. The giant beasts nodded indeed. Yes, that's exactly how we think, and reality has proven our thoughts correct. Isn't that so? Upon hearing this, both Thatcher and Colleen couldn't help but burst into laughter. If you really believe that, I feel sorry for you. You can't truly gauge your enemy's strength, Thatcher said to Colleen. You're strong enough to handle them. Don't hesitate. I'll back you up completely. Colleen nodded, touched inside but not showing any weakness outwardly. Do I need your help? I can deal with him easily. These words thoroughly infuriated the opponents. Fine, if you can handle us, I'd like to see what means you have. Colleen took out a bottle of medicine. Perhaps nothing else would work against those beasts, but this potion would surely have an extraordinary effect. Upon seeing the medicine in Colleen's hand, the giant beast suddenly felt a bit uneasy. What's happening? What is she holding? The creature called Frederick revealed a puzzled look, quickly turning into fear. Could it be a potion specifically designed to counteract us? This innocent-looking Shoshana is surprisingly devious. Though he still didn't know what potion Colleen had used, he sensed a threat from it. Don't care what potion it is. Can't you handle it? What a wimp! Another giant beast mocked, completely ignoring the potion in Colleen's hand. It was just a trick, not effective enough to cause significant harm. That only confirmed Colleen's unease. Otherwise, why would she resort to such means? Young brother, even if she uses such tricks, you'll still overpower her. Hearing this, Frederick became confident. Good, you little brat, do you think you can scare me with some potion? How ridiculous. Saying this, Frederick rushed forward, exhausting all his energy. However, his bravery didn't last long as Colleen's potion quickly overwhelmed him. He didn't understand how a small vial could exert such power. Within moments, Frederick was defeated cleanly, as if all his energy had been drained. How could this happen? Frederick actually lost, and so disgracefully. Another giant beast felt quite puzzled, refusing to believe that Colleen possessed such formidable strength. Yet, they had to acknowledge that Colleen's combat capabilities were far different from their expectations. How many of you are left? If anyone doubts me, step forward, and I'll defeat each of you one by one. This remark was undoubtedly a massive provocation to the usually domineering giants. Ferguson's, don't act rashly. Her potion is extremely powerful, even I wasn't her match. You won't fare any better. However, the rest of the giants sneered. Don't think we're all as useless as you because you can't beat her. Another giant stepped forward, looking down upon Colleen. Girl, maybe your potion scared Frederick, but it won't scare me. With that, he lunged at Colleen. Among the giants, he was also one of the strongest. Naturally, he wouldn't fear a mere potion. Alright, show me what you've got. Colleen didn't retreat, but sprinkled the potion around herself. The giant hadn't taken Colleen's potion seriously until it made contact, realizing his mistake. Why is this happening? How could this potion be so powerful? The giant felt shocked. These potions were unexpectedly potent. Where did you get these potions, Shoshana? The giant angrily demanded. Colleen sneered but ignored him, finding his ignorance amusing. Do you think you deserve to speak to me like that? I can exterminate you pests anytime with these potions. Though Colleen spoke little, each word drove the giants mad. They, as mighty giants, being called pests, was unbearable. Truly exceeding limits. Ferguson, let's rush at her together. We'll overwhelm her. Hashtag chapter 292, the exit. The two gigantic beasts who had been struck twice earlier immediately spoke up to stop the others. Nonsense, be careful. Her potions aren't toys. Though the other giants were somewhat skeptical, they had no reason not to believe them if these two insisted. The eldest brother and sixth brother, are you serious? That little Shoshana doesn't seem very strong, one giant remarked, unable to hide his disbelief. What's there to argue about? Don't say we didn't warn you if things go badly for you, replied one of the previously attacked giants. Hearing this, the others dared not utter another word, their gazes toward Margot and Thatcher reverting back to respect. So, you two are truly immortals. What brings you here? One giant immediately changed his tone, which left Margot somewhat unprepared. Why should you care? However, I am curious about your combat abilities, said the giant who had fought Margot with a laugh. Immortal, you've already felt our combat abilities before. They're quite ordinary. This giant didn't want any unexpected twists and turns. He didn't understand why Margot needed to know their combat strength, but knew one thing clearly. If she found out, they'd have no secrets left. Though Margot's potions were formidable, they could still try escaping. I think your combat skills are pretty good. How about a little sparring match so I can get a feel for it? Margot's words instantly infuriated the giants. Clearly mocking and provoking them, even with her potent potions, they couldn't allow such disrespect. They immediately launched an attack on Margot and Thatcher. To them, overwhelming force would leave no room for Margot to win. However, the battle turned out surprisingly one-sided. Through the effects of their potions, Thatcher and Margot completely overpowered the giants. How is this possible? Your combat power has at least doubled compared to before, exclaimed the giants, shocked. They thought victory was within reach, but ended up in this situation instead. Now, you can show us your true combat prowess, right? We shouldn't be too demanding? Margot smiled, causing the giants to feel chills down their spines. Alright, great lords, watch as brothers 5 and 6 spar. The Phil hurriedly assigned 2 of them to spar, hoping not to incur Thatcher and Margot's wrath. Otherwise, these ruthless killers might harm them. But Margot shook her head, unsatisfied with this arrangement. What are you doing? I said all of you should fight without holding back. Her words sent shivers through the giants, but they soon realized that not fighting would result in worse consequences. Without hesitation, several giants began fighting fiercely among themselves. Margot watched with interest, occasionally giving advice to one or two of the giants. However, Thatcher lost interest quickly, finding their combat levels inadequate. Having fought them multiple times already, he knew they weren't much of a challenge. These battles offered no benefit in enhancing his own skills. Thatcher grew bored, watching a bit more before getting an idea. Perhaps these giants knew how to leave this illusory realm. When the giants took a break, Thatcher approached one. Esteemed sir, if you have any instructions, just speak. If it's within my power, I will not refuse. Hearing this, Thatcher became slightly interested. You're quite capable, better than I imagined. Thatcher patted the giant's waist, unable to reach his shoulder due to the giant's height. I want to know, where is the exit from this illusory realm? The giant trembled, surprised by the direct question. Initially intending to comply, a cunning idea crossed his mind. Immortal, I'm not sure about what you're asking, but there is indeed a cave entrance around here. Why don't you check it out? Thatcher's face lit up with hope, not expecting such a helpful response. Where exactly? Take me there now. He eagerly tapped the giant again, almost unable to wait for the answer. If this was true, they could leave immediately, though staying here wasn't unpleasant. Many matters in reality required attention. Just up the mountain, near the peak. You should find it there. The giant's words brought immense joy to Thatcher. Margot, we found the exit. Let's go. The giant's words gave Thatcher renewed courage to take a risk. Margot, however, hadn't seen enough. These sparring matches were fascinating to her. Though Thatcher wanted to verify the exit immediately, he waited for Margot to ensure safety. Besides, the giant's combat potential wasn't fully explored yet. If they had any hidden tactics, it could pose trouble. So, Thatcher and Margot stayed until the sparring ended and the giants were exhausted before leaving. During this time, Thatcher focused on restoring his strength and consuming a few internal organs, feeling his power significantly enhanced. Translation note: asterisk names like Margot and Thatcher are kept in pinyin to maintain the original style and character names accurately. Chapter 293, Poisoning. The two of them continued to climb the mountain at a brisk pace, and Colleen found herself lagging behind Thatcher. What are you up to? Why are we climbing so fast? Can't you slow down and wait for me? Colleen said with a slight grudge. Thatcher shook his head. We don't have time. We need to find the exit quickly. It's better to leave this place and do more things outside. Inside this illusionary realm, what good does it do except finding some inner cores to enhance our strength, which doesn't help much in solving problems? Despite her complaint, Colleen followed Thatcher and sped up. Finally, they reached the top of the mountain, where indeed there was a cave entrance. However, it looked dark inside, confusing them. Let's go in now. This must be the way out of the illusionary realm. I have a feeling about it. Colleen furrowed her brow, looking at the black hole, feeling puzzled. I don't think anything good is here. Let's not go in yet. Perhaps we should let those giant beasts test the waters first to ensure safety before entering. Hearing this, Thatcher glanced at Colleen in surprise, not expecting her concern at this moment. You're right. If we rush in recklessly, there might be danger. But I doubt those giant beasts would think of that. And it wouldn't benefit them either. However, Colleen remained vigilant. The black hole made her feel uncomfortable, and she detected a peculiar smell. This smell made her uneasy, and it felt exactly like the one from the black spiders. If not for knowing they had long avoided the black spiders, she would have thought they were there. Don't rush in. I still feel something strange about this place, though I haven't figured out what it is yet. Thatcher felt somewhat frustrated by Colleen's caution. Alright, since you're so afraid of the danger inside, I'll go in myself while you stay outside. If there's any danger, leave immediately. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Colleen rolled her eyes. Why would there be danger? Even if there is real danger, I will definitely save you. How can I run away alone? Colleen said, slightly displeased. Thatcher laughed heartily, feeling very relieved. I knew you wouldn't run away secretly. What I just said was just to tease you. After speaking, Thatcher walked toward the dark cave entrance quite leisurely. Before he got close to the cave entrance, he felt a chilling presence surrounding him, but he didn't know what it was. Nevertheless, his confidence was high, and even knowing there was something strange, he wasn't worried. He strode directly into the dark cave, wanting to see what was inside. He watched his step carefully, preventing traps or mechanisms. Fortunately, there were no spikes, nor any ambushes. Slightly relieved, Thatcher continued walking forward. Suddenly, he felt breathing difficulties and an inexplicable panic, which he had never experienced before. What's happening? Who is causing this? Thatcher roared angrily. Come out. If you have real courage, fight fair. Hiding in the shadows and attacking sneakily. What kind of skill is that? Thatcher knew well that if there was a real enemy, they wouldn't come out just because of his shouting. Attack then, you cowards. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Thatcher started striking randomly in the dark cave, unsure where the enemies were, but he felt someone could appear from any direction. Ferguson Zhao, what are you doing? There are no enemies here. Colleen said in surprise. Now, Thatcher seemed like a deranged existence to her, although he still appeared calm on the surface. Instinctively, she felt an inexplicable fear, as if she suddenly lost her courage. At this point, Thatcher couldn't hear any word from Colleen. All he wanted was to attack the enemy fiercely. Wherever he sensed that cold and icy aura, he launched fierce attacks. Soon, he consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. Suddenly, Thatcher stopped and fell heavily backward. But Colleen acted quickly, pulling the cloth belt she used to tether him, dragging Thatcher out of the cave. Earlier, Colleen had insisted that if Thatcher wanted to enter the cave, he must allow her to use these belts as a safeguard. In case of an emergency inside the cave, Colleen could rescue Thatcher at any time. Though initially just for precaution, Colleen hadn't expected it to actually come in handy. When she pulled Thatcher out, he had already fallen into a deep coma, but his spiritual energy was still surging. His spiritual energy was at its peak, and his combat power was fully unleashed. Without being poisoned, he wouldn't have collapsed so easily. Colleen took out her medicinal liquids. While they were useless to her, they became life-saving elixirs once poisoned. She poured the medicinal liquids into Thatcher's mouth and helped him swallow. However, since Thatcher was severely poisoned, he couldn't drink the liquids on his own. Therefore, Colleen gently pressed his swallowing pressure points, helping him successfully swallow. After a while, Thatcher opened his eyes, realizing he was lying in Colleen's arms, blushing profusely. "Colleen, what happened to me? Why am I in your arms?" Thatcher's words made Colleen blush and quickly pull him out of her embrace. Thatcher regretted mentioning this, making Colleen shy, but since he was pushed out, even with thicker skin, he couldn't bring himself to crawl back in. "You were poisoned earlier. I had to detoxify you, but since you couldn't swallow the medicine yourself, I stimulated your swallowing pressure points. Thankfully, it worked." Chapter 294, The Trap. Thatcher couldn't help but feel relieved that he had asked Margot to stay outside. Otherwise, both of them would have been poisoned at the same time. However, he was also puzzled about how Margot knew there was poison inside. Of course, he didn't suspect Margot of setting the trap himself. That would be presumptuous. After all, Margot had specifically warned him about the toxic air in the cave when he entered. "In fact, it's quite normal. I could smell the unusual and obviously poisonous air here." Thatcher nodded, understanding the truth but still feeling amazed. "I never thought your sense of smell was so sharp, saving both our lives." At this point, Thatcher's gaze turned icy. "Those giant beasts truly don't change their ways. They led me here after promising to tell me the exit's location. It's unclear what they're really after." Margot nodded. "You should rest for a while. Once you've recovered, we'll head down the mountain together and demand an explanation from them. What do you think?" After pondering Margot's suggestion, Thatcher agreed. "You're right. I need to rest and see if the poison affected my combat abilities. Hopefully, there are no serious consequences." If his combat abilities were impacted, Thatcher would make those so-called giant beasts pay dearly for their actions. He wasn't one to let such grave harm go unpunished. Fortunately, upon thorough examination, the poisoning hadn't damaged him significantly, only contaminating some of his spiritual energy. A short recovery period would suffice. About an hour later, Thatcher and Margot descended the mountain with a fierce resolve, determined to confront the giant beasts. They didn't expect the giant beasts to simply wait around for punishment. Having set up this trap, they likely had backup plans ready. Although Thatcher and Margot lacked solid evidence, they were certain these events were linked to the giant beasts in some intricate way. Upon seeing the prepared giant beasts waiting below, Thatcher and Margot couldn't help but sneer. "Move out. Since you planned this, you should know I won't let it slide easily." The giant beasts responded with wild laughter. "Caden, do you still think you're as strong as before? We're not sure why you weren't fully affected by our poison, but you must be weakened. You can't possibly match your former strength. If you fight us, you won't stand a chance. Isn't that true?" Thatcher's face twisted into a mocking smile. "Do you seriously think your so-called trap is impressive? It's not worth mentioning." Thatcher's words left the giant beasts feeling humiliated. "Caden, you dare mock our trap so openly? Truly arrogant. Let's take him down together, without fear." In moments, the giant beasts surrounded Thatcher quickly, clearly well prepared for this ambush. They were also wary of Margot, but strangely, she didn't act. "Why don't you let that Shoshana fight? You can't defeat us on your own," one giant beast sneered. They were uncertain why things had turned out this way and felt compelled to ask. Though Margot's intervention would increase their pressure, they hesitated, unsure of her capabilities. "What for? I alone can put you in disarray. Bringing her in would be too unfair." This response infuriated the giant beasts. "Do you really think you can match us? Fine, then let's teach you a lesson." Instantly, the giant beasts launched a frenzied attack on Thatcher. Despite his increased strength, Thatcher felt significant pressure due to their exceptional skills. However, during the battle, Thatcher identified their weaknesses. With a few moves, he left the giant beasts pleading for mercy. "Great Immortal, we were wrong. We shouldn't have provoked you. Please spare us." One giant beast begged Thatcher for forgiveness. Yet, Thatcher noticed something odd about its demeanor. Though he had indeed triumphed, it wasn't entirely decisive. Why was this creature so terrified? "Do you think I'm a madman?" Thatcher was perplexed, unable to grasp the source of its fear. Despite sensing its strangeness, Thatcher trusted that if it possessed any tricks, he would detect them. Meanwhile, Margot detected the real anomaly, the familiar scent of poison. She quickly pulled Thatcher away to a safe distance. Unprepared for their target to retreat, the giant beast readied another attempt to poison them. "What are you doing? Trying to poison us again? Let me tell you, with me around, your plan won't work." The giant beast gnashed its teeth in frustration, powerless against Margot's interference. Although Margot's timely intervention dampened their hopes, the giant beast dared not challenge her. Seeing the defeated giant beast, Thatcher felt triumphant. "Caden, aren't you angry? Why not attack us?" Indeed, Margot had been his savior twice. The giant beast ignored Thatcher and focused on Margot, calculating his next move. He assessed whether engaging Margot would lead to victory or defeat. Regardless of the outcome, he felt unconfident facing her. "Caden, fight. Losing gracefully is better than this cowardice." Margot joined in, urging Thatcher to act. With guaranteed victory, why not play along? Chapter 295, Return to the Royal Palace. The giant beast, upon hearing Thatcher and Margot's words, felt extremely displeased. Were these two guys too full of themselves? Did they really think he was a fool? To fight them would be more unbearable than death. After all, it was obvious that he might lose, and they would defeat him in an insulting manner. Besides, now they had no advantages at all. Initially, even if they couldn't defeat Margot, they could at least beat Thatcher, right? But now, it turned out that not even Thatcher himself was a match for these beasts. This overwhelming existence made any further fighting meaningless. However, Thatcher and Margot clearly had no intention of letting them off. You're truly trash, aren't you? So many of you. Yet you dare not fight us too, Margot commented. These beasts outnumbered them 3-1. Under normal circumstances, if they opted for a group fight, they might stand a chance. However, who would end up being targeted by his potion? Obviously, the giant beasts were unwilling to take the risk. Are all of you cowards who've never dared to challenge yourselves? Individually, you might not be our match, but if you all unite, you could certainly defeat us. Seeing their hesitation and low morale, Margot wanted to stir things up. Provoked incessantly, the giant beasts felt they'd rather be beaten to death than endure this mockery. Ferguson, let's give it a shot. We outnumber them 2-1. Can't we afford to risk it? One of the beasts looked at the one with the most authority, his eyes filled with yearning. Finally, the beast Phil nodded at his subordinates. All right, let's give it another go. No holds barred. Let's show our spirit. With those words, it seemed like he was regaining his former regal demeanor. Recalling their past strength as 6 brothers, he felt bitter. How did they fall to such a state? The onset of battle gave him a sense of tragedy. Thatcher didn't plan on joining the fray. Margot with his potions was enough. With his agility and combat skills, defeating the 6 beasts within half an hour wasn't a problem. However, Thatcher also carried some potions for defense. Margot had used some in previous battles, leaving only a limited supply. Thatcher hesitated. Should he return to the Samson's palace to gather more potions? Going back wouldn't be difficult since they had already defeated the Samson. He wouldn't pose any threat now, but getting back there wouldn't be easy. The Samson might still have plans against them. Regardless, they had to return. He observed Margot battling the beasts and smiled. I didn't expect Margot's combat skills to improve so rapidly, even surpassing mine. Though surprised, Thatcher wasn't overly concerned. After all, Margot was exceptionally talented and skilled. With potions, it was natural for him to quickly overpower the beasts. Despite their numbers and prowess, the giants feared Margot's potions. Their fear hindered their combat potential, causing them to merely dodge the potions. However, Margot's agility was far superior, making it impossible for them to avoid the potions. Over time, their flaws became fatal weaknesses. One by one, they fell to Margot, thoroughly demoralized, and within half an hour, they were completely defeated. At this moment, Margot returned like a triumphant king. The beasts stood no chance against him and were utterly crushed. Even Margot and Thatcher choosing not to kill them, these beasts would likely avoid them in the future. Thatcher had broken their morale, making them afraid to face them again. After the victory, Margot looked at Thatcher. Where do we go now? Continue searching for the exit? Thatcher shook his head, pointing back towards the direction they came from, smiling. We should return to the Samson's palace. Surprised, Margot asked, why return now? We're already here. This isn't retracing our steps. We're just retrieving more potions. Thatcher remained relaxed. Previously, they had bowed and scraped before the Samson. Now, they could face him openly. Fine, if you want to go back, I'll accompany you. Together, they headed back. They could now return openly without fear of attacks from the Samson's minions. However, dealing with various toxins wouldn't be easy. If they had plenty of potions, handling them would be easier. For safety, better not act rashly. Let's use the underground passage. It's quicker and leads directly to your bedroom, Margot suggested. Thatcher shook his head. We can't use my bedroom anymore. The Samson has probably discovered it. Margot frowned. Then we'll need to dig a new tunnel, which will take longer. Thatcher tensed. How long would that take? About 3 hours, Margot answered after a moment's thought. That's too long. We must return as quickly as possible. Let's try the old tunnel first. Chapter 296, Blockade. Thatcher still harbored a hope that the Samson had not discovered and blocked their escape tunnel. However, this was clearly unlikely. The Samson would undoubtedly use every possible means against them. They had to avoid all risks. Their previous tunnels had turned the Samson's territory into a sieve, leaving no sense of security at all. Even to eliminate these security hazards, the Samson would probably search his territory thoroughly. When they returned through the tunnel, they indeed found it blocked. I told you, our tunnel must have been sealed off, yet you didn't believe me, Thatcher said with a proud look on his face, while Margot looked somewhat troubled. What's there to be happy about? Now how do we get back? Fly back, perhaps? Margot glanced at Thatcher and rolled her eyes. Thatcher had only been focused on being pleased and hadn't thought about this issue. True, the path is blocked. How do we return? Shall we really use the front gate? Just as Thatcher spoke, both felt a jolt, realizing using the front gate might not be so bad after all. Why don't we try the front gate? Margot also agreed with Thatcher's idea. Although entering through the front gate would alert the Samson, giving him time to prepare or set traps, it would also serve as a way to pressure the Samson, showing him they weren't worried even by going through the front entrance. Deciding quickly, the two began digging upwards from nearby, reaching the surface and determined their direction before rushing towards the Samson's palace. Just as they approached the village, they were spotted by some patrolling soldiers of the Samson. Great, it's you two again. You dare to come here? Quite bold of you. The black spider sneered, pointing his long spear at Margot and Thatcher. Thatcher and Margot remained unfazed, coldly laughing. You'd better go report this to your king first, then decide if you want to deal with us. Perhaps your king wants to humble himself before us. Upon hearing this, the black spider shuddered, feeling an overwhelming pressure from the two in front of him. He barely dared to raise his head to look at them. Seeing the black spider's awkwardness, Thatcher couldn't help but shake his head, quickly easing the tension. The black spider fled back to the palace to report. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the black Samson was taken aback, surprised that these two would dare come to his palace. Did they think they could wreak havoc with just their own strength? Are you sure they didn't bring reinforcements? The black Samson asked one of his ordinary subordinates. They're alone, my lord. Should we fortify our defenses to ensure they never leave? The black spider wore a smug expression, considering his suggestion brilliant, requiring minimal effort for great results. With the entire palace fortified and full of experts, capturing these two should be easy. However, the black Samson shook his head, his expression grim. No preparations are necessary. Since they dared to come, they must have confidence. Tell your men to avoid conflict if they encounter them. This response took his subordinate by surprise, but he obeyed without question. After circling the village, Thatcher and Margot reached the palace and entered without hindrance. Seeing Thatcher and Margot standing before him, the black Samson appeared puzzled. You actually came to intimidate me? I don't think you're that bored. This remark made Thatcher laugh out loud. Do you think you're someone important? Why would we need to intimidate you? We came for the potion, not you. Laughable. At this moment, Thatcher's fierce expression left the Samson uncertain. He was unsure whether Thatcher's words were true or false, especially given Thatcher's past ability to disguise himself convincingly. He doubted more than half of Thatcher's words. Currently, Thatcher looked extremely intimidating, leaving the Samson uneasy. This guy is truly disgusting, always hanging around like a ghost. The Samson was unsure how to respond. Refusing Thatcher and Margot might lead to immediate violence, especially after losing so badly last time. Could this end poorly once more if he allowed them closer? Thinking of losing face before his subordinates, and possibly his throne, the Samson shuddered. Thatcher and Margot were curious what was bothering him, and Thatcher couldn't help but ask, Samson, what's wrong with you? After calming down, the Samson asked, you really came for the potion, nothing else? Thatcher nodded, coldly smiling. Of course, nothing else. Bring the potion now, I'll check it, then we'll leave. Satisfied, the Samson nodded and instructed his men. Bring a large quantity of potion, fill up as much as possible. The subordinate hesitated. But those potions are valuable to us. Why give them away? Furious, the Samson pointed at him. What are you trying to do? Phyantony? Get it now. Don't delay. The subordinate hurriedly complied, bringing back a large batch of potion. Chapter 297, Joining Forces. The Samson gestured for his subordinates to hand the potions over to Thatcher and Margot. Once they were satisfied with their haul, they prepared to leave. Seeing that the two seemed eager to depart, the Samson became restless. What are you doing? Are you planning to hold us back? Thatcher asked, puzzled by the sudden obstruction in front of him. No, that's not what I meant. I just feel that since you both have come all this way, I should properly entertain you, the Samson stammered awkwardly. Thatcher laughed and waved it off. Samson, it's fate we met. Though there was some tension earlier, we've made amends. Rest assured, we won't be a threat to you in the future. The Samson breathed a slight sigh of relief, but knew this wasn't the only reason he wanted them to stay. Ferguson, may I ask your esteemed name? He rubbed his hands nervously, which greatly surprised Thatcher. Thatcher scratched his head and replied, my surname is Zhao. Is there anything else? The Samson nodded happily. That's good, Ferguson Zhao. You're so powerful. Can I join you? Thatcher and Margot exchanged glances, astonished by this unexpected turn of events. What did you say? Join us? Have you lost your mind? After speaking, Thatcher realized his words might have been too harsh. Sorry, that's not what I meant. I'm just thinking our strength levels aren't far apart. Would joining me really benefit you? The Samson immediately sensed that Thatcher wasn't entirely opposed to the idea. Of course, Ferguson Zhao. Even though our powers are comparable, you are much younger. Your future is boundless. If I could have the chance to follow you, it would be an honor. Thatcher was taken aback. Why would he let the Samson follow him? It felt odd, especially given their nomadic lifestyle. An additional person would only add complications. After deliberation, Thatcher firmly refused. Let's not. We move unpredictably, and bringing you along would cause inconvenience. I think it's best if you don't follow us. The black Samson looked dejected at Thatcher's words, but didn't protest further. Well then, Ferguson Zhao, we are friends now. Please visit whenever you can. Maybe offer me some opportunities to grow stronger. The Samson clung to Thatcher's sleeve, displaying an uncharacteristic reluctance to part ways, causing Thatcher to break out in a cold sweat. Margot watched the scene from the side, feeling a pang of jealousy. Ferguson Zhao, what are you two doing? If I didn't know better, I'd think something was going on between you two. Embarrassed, the Samson released Thatcher's sleeve, but remained excited. Ferguson Zhao, do you agree? Thatcher smiled. Sure, I'll give you some opportunities to grow. When I visit next time, I'll help boost your strength. His promise delighted the Samson, leaving even Margot somewhat envious. He wished he had been promised such things before. When will you visit again, Ferguson Zhao? Thatcher hesitated, confused by the Samson's behavior. Wanting to avoid any further entanglements, he replied, let's make it a month from now. Disappointed, the Samson countered. How about 2 weeks? I'll prepare the best wine and food for you. And if you need more potions, I'll provide extra. Raising an eyebrow, Thatcher still found the Samson's eagerness peculiar. Fine, I'll come back in 2 weeks. Pleased, the Samson shook Thatcher's hand and bid them farewell. Leaving the Samson's palace, Margot looked bewildered. What was that about? Did you really intend to take him in as a friend? Confused, she remembered how Thatcher once disliked the Samson. Thatcher laughed and shook his head. No, I just agreed to leave faster. Didn't you see how flattering he was, acting like I'm truly his bear brother? Realizing this, Margot understood. The Samson's behavior indeed seemed odd. Should we investigate why his demeanor changed so drastically? I remember he was afraid of us, but never so submissive. Thatcher nodded. Good point. We should investigate thoroughly, but not in a hurry. Let's stay at the spider village for a while and observe. Investigating the Samson wouldn't be easy due to his many loyal underlings. Understood, Ferguson Zhao. I'll be cautious. The black Samson surely has eyes and ears everywhere. Impressed by her keen observation, Thatcher nodded again. They decided to stay in the village, observing the surroundings closely. Both sought out opportunities near the Samson's palace to uncover the truth. Finding insiders who could shed light on the matter wasn't impossible. However, these insiders seldom strayed far from the Samson. Nonetheless, Thatcher and Margot believed money could talk, giving them the opportunity to gather information through the lower ranks. If needed, they'd start with ordinary black spiders. Chapter 298 Fake. However, the duo eventually didn't have to go through such trouble. The subordinates of the Black Samson were quickly convinced by their gold and silver powers. Margot encountered a high-ranking subordinate of the Black Spiders who divulged information that shocked him profoundly. He promptly shared this news with Thatcher, successfully earning Thatcher's astonishment. "You're saying there's no mistake in the news that the Black Samson is fake?" Thatcher felt this piece of information was rather explosive. If spread within the Black Samson's palace, it could potentially deal a devastating blow to the entire Black Samsondom. Those who might have intended to cause trouble would surely be more active at this time. Yet, Thatcher did not want to act rashly before thoroughly investigating. Otherwise, it might result in counterproductive consequences. Thatcher and Margot conducted another investigation. This time, they spent a relatively longer period, both displaying considerable patience. After all, meticulous verification was necessary to ensure accuracy. For though these black spiders spoke freely, it was uncertain whether they were telling the truth. Regardless, they've given us an answer. I think we can confirm it. After investigating for half a day, Margot and Thatcher met back at the inn. Margot expressed his thoughts, but Thatcher shook his head. Such critical matters must be investigated multiple times. Do you really believe the Samson could be swapped? Thatcher stared into Margot's eyes as the latter only shook his head. Big Ferguson Zhao, although the idea of the Samson being swapped sounds absurd, all evidence points to this conclusion. Is there any room for argument? Thatcher shook his head again. Although the evidence seems concrete, what if the Samson intentionally spread this misinformation? He may just be trying to make us believe this so he can secretly strike us when we're unaware. Margot found this somewhat unbelievable. From his previous behavior, I don't think he was faking it. Besides, he seemed to fear you greatly, aware of your strength. I don't see why he would need to trick us. Thatcher sighed. Let's investigate further. We'll meet again in half a day. Margot nodded, and the two left the inn to survey different directions, questioning nearly 1/10 of the Black Samson's followers. When they reconvened at the inn, both appeared calmer. Big Ferguson Zhao, according to my findings, the Black Spiders don't follow this Samson much, Margot began. Thatcher nodded in agreement. That's right. I also discovered this. Do you know why? Margot shook his head. They wouldn't tell me. There were too many black spiders around, making it hard to intimidate them. Thatcher glanced out the window as a group of black spiders passed by. These black spiders are tough to threaten. They can signal others instantly. But I did get some information. Earlier, the Black Samson went missing, replaced by someone else. One of the black spiders saw a flaw in this impersonator but hasn't noticed any since. Thatcher's words excited Margot. Big Ferguson Zhao, does this mean he's an imposter? Where's that person? I want to meet him. Thatcher looked at her curiously, surprised by her interest. All right, if you wish to go, I'll take you. He agreed to meet me in 15 minutes. They walked out of the inn and soon entered another. Arriving at a private room, the black spider had been waiting. Emile Zhao has arrived. And this lady is? The black spider previously oversaw the defense outside the palace and wasn't familiar with Margot. He had returned only after Thatcher and Margot left the palace, witnessing the disguised Samson. Thatcher introduced Margot, causing the black spider to visibly hesitate upon learning her identity. Turns out the king's constant preoccupation was with you. I didn't expect you two to investigate matters about him. The black spider sighed, remarking on the unpredictability of life. The trio engaged in pleasant conversation while Margot, feeling stuffy, opened the window. She caught sight of a familiar figure. It was the Samson. Attracted by the open window, the Samson turned to look at them, locking eyes with Thatcher and Margot. Seeing the black spider seated with Thatcher, the Samson grew nervous. What's going on? Why are they sitting together? Have they uncovered my true identity? The new Samson felt uneasy. He didn't want his reign to be exposed so quickly. Big Ferguson Zhao, what a surprise meeting you here. Thatcher couldn't help but smile. Yes, indeed a surprise. Why are you here? The Samson looked slightly embarrassed but pretended otherwise. Well, I found the palace quite stuffy, so I decided to come out. Moreover, I had a hunch that I'd meet Big Ferguson Zhao again, so I tried my luck, and it really worked out. This revision ensures that the sentence reads more naturally in English while preserving the original meaning. The term mun is accurately translated as stuffy, and the phrase meishang dal haijundus shanla is rendered as it really worked out for better fluency. The Samson congratulated himself on cleverly defusing the awkward situation. Thatcher rubbed his nose, not expecting such flattery from idle chatter. Since you're here, join us. I've been talking quite pleasantly with one of your subordinates. By the way, do you remember his name? The Samson leaped in through the window, stumbling slightly as he landed. Regaining balance, he turned to face the subordinate, shaking his head. Where are you stationed? I don't recognize you. The Samson's face fell. Your Majesty, I oversee your rear garden, appointed by you a few days ago. Could you have forgotten? Upon hearing this, the Samson blushed, scratching his head as he feigned forgetfulness. Oh, it's you. I've been busy lately and forgot. Chapter 299. Poor memory. A sneer flashed across Thatcher's face, but he didn't say much more. As expected, this guy is a bit strange, but there's no need to expose him yet. After all, he still doesn't know enough about the situation. He can't be sure if the other party is pretending to be like this or has genuinely forgotten many things. Considering Colleen's precedent, it's possible that if this Samson was harmed by someone and lost his memory, the Samson, feeling scrutinized by Thatcher, became somewhat flustered. Ferguson Zhao, let's not stay here. Come back to the palace with me for old time's sake. As he spoke, the Samson glanced at the nearby black spider, wary of what might happen if Thatcher stayed with it any longer. Seeing the Samson's gaze, Thatcher couldn't help but smile. Why go back? It's fine here. We have wine to drink. Hearing this, the Samson clearly felt uncomfortable. The longer they stayed here with the black spider, the greater the danger. After some thought, his eyes lit up, and he said, "The palace has fine wine and delicious food. Whatever you want, it's better than staying here." Thatcher chuckled. "Your Majesty might have misunderstood me. I'm only staying here temporarily. I'll be leaving soon. So I probably won't be visiting the palace anytime soon." Hearing this, the Samson couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. "Oh, is that so? What a pity." The Samson was almost numb with confusion. What exactly did this guy want? Was he really going to make him, the king, beg? Meanwhile, Thatcher was racking his brain, trying to figure out how to make this guy slip up. There wasn't much evidence to prove that this wasn't the real Samson, but a direct hit was crucial. Clearly, this guy had disguised himself as the Samson for a reason. Suddenly, an idea came to Thatcher. He thought about the potions he had collected from the Samson's palace. This imposter likely didn't know their effects. Why not ask him about the potions? That would surely leave him speechless. Thatcher smiled and said, "Samson, are the potions you gave me still effective as before, or have they been improved?" The Samson's expression changed immediately. How could he possibly know? He didn't even know what those potions looked like, smelled like, or what they were used for. At the time, he only knew Thatcher wanted those potions, so he had his subordinates get them. Why is this kid asking about this? What does he want? Still, since Thatcher asked, he had to answer. He turned to one of his subordinates with a forced smile. What do our potions do? Have they remained the same?" The subordinate was also taken aback. Is His Majesty giving up on dignity now? Why is he pushing this onto me? Stuttering, the subordinate replied, "Your Majesty, I've only been assigned to the rear garden for security duties for a few days. How could I know?" The Samson's face fell. This subordinate truly lacked tact. Didn't he see that he needed someone to take the blame? By now, Thatcher was completely convinced that this Samson was an imposter. He was stunned. What happened in the Samson's palace? Why was their king replaced? Who is this guy, and what does he want by replacing the Samson? Though these questions baffled him, the current Samson posed no immediate threat, so Thatcher didn't dwell on it. After hesitating for a moment, the Samson awkwardly responded, "In truth, I don't personally oversee the potions. I assign my subordinates to handle such tasks. After all, I can't do everything myself, or I'd exhaust myself." Thatcher nodded in agreement, though inwardly he scoffed at the man's deceit. Just then, Colleen entered the room after gathering information from other black spiders. They hadn't been together the whole time. Startled to see the Samson inside Thatcher's chamber, Colleen nearly jumped. Surprised by the new arrival, the Samson asked Thatcher, "Ferguson Zhao, who is this? She looks unfamiliar." His expression darkened as he sternly asked Colleen, "Who are you? State your name." Realizing something was off, Colleen responded, "Samson, I've been to the palace before. Did you forget?" The Samson visibly blanched. He never imagined he'd encounter this. "You've been here?" Doubt lingered on the Samson's face. "Do you recognize her, Your Majesty?" "Try to remember," urged Thatcher. The Samson realized Colleen might have indeed visited the palace, but he couldn't recall anything. "How could I remember her? I have no recollection of her at all." "Did you really visit the Samson's palace? When was it?" The Samson frowned, looking puzzled. Colleen felt embarrassed. "Your Majesty, I was indeed here, and stayed for some time. How could you not remember?" Recalling what Thatcher had told her, Colleen confirmed this guy was an imposter. But how did he manage it? The palace was heavily guarded. Even she and Thatcher couldn't have done it. This guy must be powerful, likely stronger than them in certain ways. Best not to provoke him. Shocked, the Samson turned to Thatcher and the subordinate. "Did she really visit our palace before?" They both nodded, making the Samson feel quite embarrassed. It seems my memory is failing me. I've been forgetting things lately, but rest assured, I'd never forget Ferguson Zhao." Thatcher rubbed his nose. ##### Chapter 300, Coveting the Inner Dantian. What was this Samson really up to? The way he spoke was a bit too obvious. It seemed like he was making it seem as though Thatcher was the most important person in her heart. Thatcher naturally knew that these words were just pleasantries and shouldn't be taken seriously. If he believed them, he'd be doomed. Thatcher smiled and said, "If that's the case, then Your Majesty, let's meet again next time. I have something urgent today, so I must leave." Thatcher didn't want too much involvement with this imposter Samson and needed to discuss the next steps with Colleen. To deal with the Samson, they would need to unite as many forces as possible for any chance of success. Furthermore, their information wasn't fully synchronized yet. Who knew if Colleen had discovered more new developments? However, the Samson clearly did not intend to let them go so easily. "Ferguson Zhao, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Do you have some reservations?" The Samson obviously sensed that Thatcher's emotions were somewhat off. Thatcher hurriedly waved his hand. "How could I have reservations? I really do have other matters to attend to." Thatcher couldn't possibly tell the Samson that he wanted to investigate her, nor could he share what he needed to discuss with Colleen. "The Samson, we really need to go. If you're reluctant to part with Ferguson Zhao, he can visit again next time." Colleen spoke up for Thatcher, thinking things were settled until she realized the Samson was surprisingly quick-witted. "What will happen next time? You haven't eaten anything yet. It would be rude to leave. Stay for dinner, and besides, don't you still need my potions? Are you not afraid that I might get angry if you leave now?" The Samson's words hit the nail on the head for Thatcher and Colleen. The potions were indeed crucial for them. Thatcher couldn't help but laugh wryly. "Since the Samson insists on us staying for drinks, all right, we'll stay. It's not a difficult thing." With that, Thatcher sat down with Colleen, ordering dishes and wine. As for the black spider subordinate, the Samson dismissed him with an excuse. Once the food and drinks arrived, the Samson and Thatcher immediately started drinking joyfully. "Ferguson Zhao, rest assured, I mentioned the potions not to threaten you, but because I truly enjoy drinking with you. You won't hold it against me, right?" The Samson looked at Thatcher with a somewhat nervous gaze. "Of course not. How could I be upset? I know you wouldn't harm me." Thatcher gave Colleen a meaningful look, realizing only then why he agreed to stay. She had planned to discuss something important about the Samson with him, but decided to wait now. "Ferguson Zhao, Don't you have a large stash of inner dantions? While they toasted, after another cup of wine, the Samson suddenly asked. Thatcher froze, nodded, and chuckled. Indeed, I do. Your Majesty, do you want those inner dantions? Golden light flashed in the Samson's eyes, and she smiled. If Fergus and Zhao can give them to me, that would be splendid. I fear, however, you may need them. In that case, I wouldn't dare take away your treasures. Thatcher's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Samson had been courting him all along to obtain these inner dantions? It made sense. Normally, getting these inner dantions wouldn't be easy unless one killed the black spiders one by one. But doing so would cause a significant stir, which others wouldn't overlook. Thus, it was reasonable for her to seek them from him. Yet, these inner dantions were hard-won and came at great risk. Why should this creature simply get them? Thatcher turned his thoughts and replied, Actually, I did have them, but when I left the Samson's palace, they were stolen by some giant beasts. I'm quite upset about it. The Samson's expression changed upon hearing this. She felt a pang of regret. If Thatcher hadn't lost them, they would be hers. That's too bad. Next time you come across such a bounty, remember me first, the Samson said expectantly, seemingly believing Thatcher. Thatcher nodded earnestly. Certainly. Wouldn't I think of a brother first before anyone else? By the way, why do you need those inner dantions? Thatcher was puzzled. Since she impersonated the Samson, wouldn't all the riches of the palace belong to her? Why would she lack cultivation resources, or need to go through such lengths to ask for them? Even if she urgently needed them to break through, the palace's resources should suffice. The Samson laughed lightly. Actually, this concerns our entire spider clan. Though my subordinates are very loyal, their strength is relatively low compared to mine. Thatcher and Colleen listened quietly, though in their minds, they still thought, deceiver. The Samson continued, if I could get a large quantity of inner dantions and let my subordinates consume them, thus increasing their strength, we could have the confidence to contend with those giant beasts for dominance. Thatcher nodded in realization. So these inner dantions are crucial. Too bad I've already lost them. How about this? I'll lead you to retrieve them from the giant beasts. The Samson's face paled slightly. She knew the strength of those giant beasts. Even she wouldn't dare provoke them. Ferguson, let's not engage those guys. They are too powerful. Although I want these treasures, it's not wise to fight them now. ####Chapter 301, Transfer. Thatcher nodded. If that's the case, then when I have another internal elixir next time, I will definitely give it to you. Hearing this, Samson immediately looked very excited. Ferguson Zhao, being able to make a friend like you makes me so happy. Amethyst, standing nearby, couldn't help but smirk at Thatcher's behavior. She could tell he was up to something, though she couldn't guess what. After several rounds of drinks and various dishes, Samson seemed particularly exuberant. Ferguson Zhao, you cannot leave today no matter what. Both Thatcher and Amethyst were taken aback by this statement, but kept their reactions neutral. After all, Samson didn't seem to have any malicious intent, and overreacting might give him unnecessary leverage. Why, Your Majesty, do you want us to stay? Samson nodded. His words slurred. Yes, brother, I really want you to stay. We can enjoy wine and good times together in the palace. How does that sound? Thatcher almost laughed out loud. Was Samson joking? Meanwhile, Amethyst gave him a subtle twist on his waist. Not too hard, but enough for Thatcher to get the hint. Your Majesty, if you really want me to go with you to the palace, I should follow your command without hesitation, Thatcher replied. Samson's expression brightened upon hearing this. Come, let's drink this cup and continue. They clinked glasses again, seemingly enjoying each other's company even more. After a while, Thatcher chuckled as he walked out of the private room, leaving Samson sprawled on the table. Amethyst had already waited outside, smiling as Thatcher approached her. They both walked to a secluded spot. Why did you pinch me? Is there something wrong? Thatcher asked, puzzled. He had intended to refuse initially, but changed his mind due to Amethyst's actions. Though he didn't understand her reasons, he knew she must have a deeper intention. I acted that way because I believe Samson has ulterior motives. He's not just trying to befriend you out of kindness, Amethyst explained. Her words startled Thatcher, making him realize Samson's behavior was indeed peculiar. But going to the palace with him could delay us indefinitely and put us at a disadvantage. If anything happens, it might be difficult to resolve, Thatcher sighed, acknowledging that although Samson himself was fake, his palace and the entire spider village were real. We've been there once before, so we shouldn't worry about going back a second time, right? Amethyst said. Thatcher pondered for a moment, sighing again. All right, if you insist. Let's go, but I still feel this guy must have a trick up his sleeve. We need to be careful. Amethyst patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. If he has any tricks, can't we handle one person between the two of us? Recalling their previous collaboration, Thatcher nodded, feeling less concerned. By the way, it's better for my internal elixirs to stay with you. Don't worry, this guy is always after my elixirs, so they mustn't be compromised. Amethyst accepted the elixirs, nodding appreciatively. She felt warmth in her heart at Thatcher's trust, silently vowing to protect his elixirs to honor that trust. They returned to the private room where Samson hadn't yet woken up. Whether genuinely or feigning sleep remained unknown. Thatcher patted Samson's shoulders several times until he finally stirred awake. Ferguson Zhao, since we're done eating and drinking, let's head back to the palace. Thatcher readily agreed, and the three of them left. Some black spiders were surprised, recalling how Thatcher and Amethyst had snuck away from the palace previously. Now, they returned openly, seemingly on good terms with their king. Samson arranged for his subordinates to provide Thatcher and Amethyst with the best accommodations, ensuring they were well fed and rested. Over the next few days, Samson held lavish banquets, and everyone enjoyed themselves immensely. Of course, Thatcher and Amethyst remained vigilant, knowing these weren't ordinary gatherings. If Samson intended harm, there would certainly be more to come. One day, Amethyst stayed in bed, feeling unwell, and sent away the black spider who came to invite her to the banquet. However, Thatcher attended as usual. During the feast, Samson kept toasting with Thatcher, leading to both getting thoroughly drunk. Perhaps lulled into complacency after days of calm, Thatcher let his guard down. His drink seemed laced with something, and by the 80th cup, he felt dizzy and lost consciousness. Samson pushed Thatcher, confirming he was truly unconscious, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Finally, this guy got drunk. His alcohol tolerance wasn't too bad after all. All the planning paid off. He finally let his guard down. Laughing, Samson hoisted Thatcher onto his shoulders, muttering, "This guy is quite heavy." Carrying Thatcher to his own room, he laid him on the bed. Meanwhile, Amethyst slipped out of her room, assuming Thatcher might be at the banquet hall. Upon reaching the hall, she found only leftover food, with no sign of Thatcher or Samson. Panic surged within her. Had he already been taken back? Rushing to Thatcher's room, she knocked several times with no response. She then forced the door open, only to find it empty and unused for some time. Amethyst's heart sank. What happened to Thatcher? Where could he have gone? Just for a drink? #### Chapter 302. Saving someone. Margot walked out of Thatcher's room, her heart pounding with anxiety. What was going on with that Ahmed Thatcher? Where had he gone? Margot first rushed to the Samson's palace to confront him, though she couldn't speak so bluntly. "Great King, Ferguson Zhao is missing. Do you know where he is?" The Samson's face turned pale with surprise as he shook his head. "I don't know. Isn't Ferguson Zhao in his own room?" Margot shook her head. "I already checked his room. There's no sign of him. Didn't you drink together earlier?" The Samson shook his head again, a bit embarrassed. "Ferguson Zhao said he wasn't feeling well. I thought since you didn't want to drink anymore, we should call it a day." Upon hearing this, Margot found herself doubting the Samson, though she didn't say it outright. If he wanted to hide something, he must have his reasons. But they still needed to find him. "Great King, since you don't know where he is, let's quickly send people to search. We might still find him if we start now." The Samson knew that Thatcher was actually in his bed, but of course, he couldn't admit it. If Margot found out, who knew what chaos would ensue? After all, he had heard from his subordinates that Margot was quite formidable. Once exposed, everything would be over. "All right, I'll help you search. I'll immediately send some of my subordinates to assist you." The Black Samson then dispatched a group of subordinates to help Margot look for Thatcher. Strength in numbers, but only when the enemy isn't too powerful. Even with this group of black spiders, they were starting off in the wrong direction and naturally wouldn't find anything. These black spiders, numerous though they appeared, couldn't really do much, especially since they couldn't investigate inside the Samson's palace. As Margot led these subordinates further away from the Samson's palace, even beyond the village outskirts. "Miss Margot, perhaps we won't find anything here, right?" One of the black spiders wore a somewhat playful expression, unsure of his intentions. "I don't think so. Let's keep searching. Talking about this doesn't help. Finding him will resolve everything." Margot didn't want to give up. Thatcher meant too much to her. Despite her considerable strength, without him, she felt uneasy. "All right, Miss Margot, rest assured, we'll support you until the end," one of the black spiders responded. Led by Margot, the black spiders didn't dare say more as they searched everywhere, yet failed to find any trace of Thatcher. "Miss Margot, are we looking in the wrong direction? Is there even anyone here?" The black spider's spirits dimmed. They felt their efforts were futile. Even Margot began to doubt herself, torn between her inner resolve and growing exhaustion. "All right, let's make one final effort. If we still can't find him after searching this area, we'll return. How does that sound?" Looking at the place Margot pointed to, it wasn't large. At their fastest pace, it wouldn't take long, no more than half an hour. The black spiders wouldn't refuse this request. "All right, we'll search now. Miss Margot, rest assured, we won't slack off. But if we still can't find him after this, please allow us to return." The black spider spoke solemnly. Margot sighed. She didn't join them but instead looked around, trying to see through everything, hoping to locate Thatcher. Her gaze fell on a particular direction, sensing an inexplicable pull. What could be there? Margot instinctively moved toward that direction. Suddenly, she encountered an invisible barrier blocking her path. Realizing it was a boundary seal, she immediately channeled her spirit energy and attacked the seal aggressively. Though the seal was formidable, Margot quickly broke through a small section. As she struck again, a voice came from inside. "Who's outside?" Margot's memories were jolted awake. She recognized the voice of the Black Samson. "Are you the Black Samson?" Surprise flashed across her face. She hadn't expected to find him here. Although she couldn't see him, his voice was unforgettable. "Miss Margot, how did you get here? Please save me." Margot furrowed her brow. "Black Samson, can't you free yourself? While this seal is hard for me to break, your strength should be enough. You might expend most of your spirit energy, but it's better than being trapped here." Inside, the Black Samson replied awkwardly, "I know, but inside this seal, I can't launch any attacks. All my attempts are useless." Margot's face showed confusion, but upon reflection, it made sense. If the imposter wanted to trap the real Samson, he would use extraordinary means. Otherwise, how could he control the Samson? Once the Samson regained his senses and mobilized his spirit energy, he would surely fight back. The imposter, despite having some strength, wasn't a match for the real Samson. "Fine, I understand. I'll help you out." Margot immediately acted. An idea crossed her mind. If this guy fought the fake Samson, who would win? Though Thatcher was still missing, having the real Samson out would certainly help. At least he could restrain the fake one. Chapter 303, Die. Although the real Samson had been at odds with him before, Margot was fully aware of his true capabilities. Thatcher and Margot were completely confident in his strength. Margot attacked the barrier frantically, but despite her considerable power, moving this so-called barrier wasn't an easy task. Fortunately, she could still shake it, albeit slowly. After continuous attacks for a quarter of an hour, the barrier finally cracked slightly. At this moment, the Samson's subordinates arrived, surprised to see their king trapped inside the barrier. "Your Majesty, how did you end up here? Who trapped you?" The subordinates didn't notice any difference between the real and the fake Samson, assuming they were one and the same. "I can't explain everything now, quickly help Miss Margot break this barrier. Hearing this, the black spiders dared not object and immediately began attacking. They didn't question why the Samson himself didn't act, as they always obeyed his commands without hesitation. The black spiders' attack on the barrier allowed Margot some time to rest. Although numerous, their combat power was relatively weak, and after a whole hour of attacks, they only managed to widen the crack a little. An hour might not seem long, but it was enough for Margot to regain her strength. Alright, you may step back and rest now. Let me handle it. The black spiders complied obediently, knowing well Margot's importance to their king. No one would dare oppose her. Re-attacking with experience from earlier, Margot moved more skillfully and powerfully. Within half an hour, the two cracks widened considerably. Though much of the barrier remained intact, the gaps were now large enough for the Samson to escape. Finally, after great effort, Margot pulled the Samson out. Miss Margot, we're even now. You helped me, and I treated you well in the palace before. Consider this debt repaid, alright? Margot smiled and waved her hand. Let bygones be bygones, but there is something urgent you need to handle. The Samson paused, confused. What do you mean? Margot pointed towards the palace. Of course, it's about dealing with the one who caused this mess. The Samson froze, then his face flushed green. You mean him? Ever since he caused this, I've wanted nothing but his destruction. But there was no chance until now. Let's go. Margot nodded, and together they marched toward the palace with their subordinates, a formidable force. Unaware of what was coming, the false Samson was planning his next move against Thatcher when a subordinate reported that someone wished to see him. Do you know the rules? Reporting every visitor is mandatory. The Samson's face darkened, feeling these subordinates were becoming too lax. The subordinate hesitated. Your Majesty, it's someone who looks exactly like you. He wondered if this visitor was truly their king. He sensed a stark difference in personality compared to before. Meanwhile, the man outside indeed resembled their former king. Initially, the subordinates wanted to kneel, but the visitor stopped them. Why kneel now? I'm waiting for the imposter to appear, understand? If he doesn't come out soon, I'll kill you all. Upon hearing this, the false Samson froze. He knew he was the imposter and that the Real King was bound by his strong barrier. Despite the latter's immense strength, breaking the barrier from within was impossible without external force. He had assumed no one else here could possess such power. How did the Real King escape? Disbelieving such a scenario, he left the palace and saw the king standing confidently outside. Caden, you actually made it out. Impressive, but so what? You're still going to lose to me. Who do you think you are? You won by treachery. Do you think I fear you? The false Samson turned red with anger and lunged at him. Caden, since you're so defiant, let's see how far your defiance takes you. Immediately, both erupted into battle, using all their might, neither willing to allow the other an advantage. Not bad. Your strength has improved significantly. Did you use the treasures in my palace? The real Samson looked grim. Those treasures meant for a later opportunity, not squandered on an imposter. Yes, they've greatly increased my power. Would you like me to share how I use them? The imposter laughed maniacally, infuriating the real king further. You're a smart one, hitting where it hurts. But that's also why you'll die. Make me die? You don't have the ability. Back off or suffer the consequences. Within moments, their battle intensified, neither willing to retreat, knowing the consequences would be unbearable if either faltered. Die. Chapter 304, Departure. The true Samson, enraged, unleashed the fiercest attack with his powerful spider venom, spraying it towards his opponent. Clearly, the imposter was terrified by this move and didn't dare to resist. It's impossible. I can't just sit here and wait for my doom. You can't kill me. The fake Samson fiercely released all his energy, knowing that this battle would determine his fate. He couldn't afford to be easily defeated. Kamehameha defense. He used his ultimate defense, successfully blocking the attack, but the shell on his body cracked. Didn't expect that, did you? The forceful attack you launched was effortlessly blocked by me and caused no threat at all. The face of the imposter Samson displayed various mocking expressions. He believed the opponent had probably exhausted his spiritual energy by now. You've got no more spiritual energy left, right? If you have, show me. Otherwise, surrender to me directly, and perhaps considering your treasures, I might spare you. Hearing these words, great brightness, Baron, King could barely contain his anger. Good kid, I intended to forgive you, but your arrogance forces my hand. Do you think I've depleted all my energy? Tell you what, that was only the beginning. Here comes another attack. The Samson launched another fierce attack, much faster than before. The imposter tried to defend again, sensing a lethal threat that seemed to touch his soul. How is this possible? Didn't this kid already exhaust his spiritual energy? Where did he get extra energy from? Reluctant to accept this, if the opponent indeed had leftover energy, it meant certain death for him. I don't believe you have any remaining energy. This must be an act. The imposter boldly stood there, waiting for the attack, convinced the other side had no more energy. However, in the next second, the Samson delivered a blow that created a large round hole in his body, blasting through him with intense spiritual energy. How could this be? You still have energy? Finding it inconceivable, everything seemed bizarre. You didn't expect I had a treasure to rapidly boost my spiritual energy. It wasn't kept in the palace but carried with me, just in case of such situations. The true Samson approached the imposter, grabbed his head, and pushed him to the ground. Margot came over, bowing and saying, "Congratulations on avenging your great wrongs, but we should quickly find Thatcher. He's missing." Samson nodded, "Rest assured, you've done me a great favor this time. I won't forget your kindness. Safety will be secured." Samson took control of the entire spider kingdom and issued orders for his subordinates to search for Thatcher. They scoured the whole spider village, even neighboring villages, but found no trace of Thatcher. Even the tunnels they previously dug were searched, but Thatcher seemed to have vanished without a trace. Samson and Margot gathered to discuss. "Well, we've searched for a considerable time today. You should rest now. We'll continue tomorrow." Samson, we must keep searching now. If too much time passes, something unforeseen might happen. Margot's words made Samson frown. You make sense. I'll let my subordinates continue searching, but you should rest well. Tomorrow we'll go out again. You need to conserve energy and await news. Margot nodded, returning to her room, but soon a spider came to her. Margot, His Majesty asks you to come urgently. Margot frowned. Why was Samson calling her at this late hour? Did he have ulterior motives? Before, she and Thatcher might have been an effective deterrent, so he treated them respectfully and gratefully. Knowing Thatcher was missing, did he have new ideas? Though puzzled, she wasn't overly worried, confident her combat strength could handle Samson. Unsure what his plan was, she followed the black spider to the Samson's chamber and saw a familiar figure. Ferguson Zhao, why are you here? Margot's expression changed, rushing over and falling into Thatcher's arms. I was trapped here by the imposter earlier, unable to escape. I don't know how he managed to capture me. Thatcher looked somewhat embarrassed, making the Samson feel balanced, as both he and Thatcher had suffered losses. You two have truly helped me immensely. Please stay, and I'll treat you generously. Thatcher and Margot smiled. All right, let's not refuse. For the next 3 days, they enjoyed food, drinks, and games. Finally, the day of departure arrived. Samson watched Thatcher and Margot, somewhat reluctant. Now you're leaving, and I can hardly adjust. How did the parting come so quickly? Thatcher laughed. It's not a big deal. We met by chance. There's no need for strong emotions. Treat it like we never came. Margot nodded. Yes, we just passed through. You need to continue being king. We won't disturb you. Samson shook his head. No, you brought unique experiences here and saved my life. Oh, and there are many treasures in my palace untouched by that villain. Let me fetch them for you. Samson ordered his subordinates to bring treasures from the vault for them to choose from. This is too much. Won't you need them? Thatcher smiled. Take as much as you want. I can always have more collected. Samson assured them. Chapter 305. The Black Hole. Thatcher and Margot sighed inwardly, but their actions were decisive as they picked up their pace without hesitation. Well, we'll meet again in the future. Thatcher and Margot left hand in hand. Ferguson, where should we go now? Leaving the Samson's palace, I'm all lost. Previously, they had conflicts with the Samson, which kept them busy. However, now that they left the Samson's palace, no one could tell which direction to take. With no direction, how can this work? We still need to find a way out, remember? Margot looked at Thatcher, surprised that she almost forgot they had come from outside. That's right, Ferguson Zhao. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have nearly forgotten. We need to hurry out. But where do we start looking for an exit? Margot was now utterly confused. Even Thatcher himself didn't know where to search. What about heading in that direction? What do you think? Thatcher pointed towards a certain direction where energy seemed abundant, hinting at potential discoveries. No, that direction feels off. There's nothing good there. My intuition is very sharp, Ferguson Zhao, trust me. Thatcher nodded. Since you say so, I definitely trust you. How about this direction then? Margot glanced at the new direction Thatcher indicated and agreed with a nod. All right, let's go this way. I have a feeling there might be something valuable. Even if it's not the exit, we might find some treasures. They headed in that direction. Although Margot had said there must be something good there, Thatcher didn't hold much hope. Finding the exit wouldn't be easy after spending so much time here. Thatcher managed to escape the previous illusion by sheer luck. Escaping here would likely be just as difficult, especially given their current lack of preparation. About an hour later, both felt exhausted. Can we find it? Is our chosen direction even correct? Your premonition seems not very accurate, Margot. Thatcher voiced his frustration. Honestly, Ferguson Zhao, I can't be blamed for this. I don't really know if there's anything valuable here either. It's just a hunch. Don't treat me like a fortune teller, Margot sighed, unsure herself whether they'd find answers. She never claimed her hunches always hit the target. If that's the case, let's walk another half hour in this direction. If we still can't find the exit or any clues, we'll change directions. We can't keep bashing our heads into a dead end. That's too foolish, Thatcher suggested. They continued walking forward without mentioning the disagreement, yet both harbored unease. Expecting another fruitless half hour, they soon arrived at a pitch-black opening, its darkness unpenetrable despite the bright light outside. What's inside here? Why is it so dark, so different from outside? Should we explore? Thatcher asked Margot excitedly, but Margot felt uneasy and shook her head firmly in refusal. Ferguson, there might be monsters or dangerous things inside. Let's not go in. Margot, playing safe, advised against it. No, we must go in. This could be the exit. We cannot miss any unusual place, or we might lose a great opportunity. Thatcher insisted, believing risks were necessary to uncover unknowns. If I hadn't taken the risk in the previous illusion, I wouldn't have gotten here. Fine, Ferguson Zhao, maybe you're right, but I won't go in, and you can't force me. Margot resisted passively, agreeing Thatcher could enter, but she wouldn't. I can't do it alone. If there's danger inside, I'll need help. Thatcher felt a headache. He knew the risk, but 2 people could handle it better than 1. No, I mean it. If you push me, I'll leave directly. Do you believe me? Margot, angry, insisted on making her own decisions. Thatcher understood she wouldn't budge. His only option was to proceed cautiously. All right, I'll go in first. You wait outside, but if I'm in danger, you must rush in immediately, just like last time. Margot nodded, agreeing to stay as backup outside. With Margot's assurance, Thatcher entered the black hole determined to see what lay within. Free of worry, he focused intensely. Despite confidence, this was his first visit, and dangers remained unpredictable. The entrance felt like a barrier. Thatcher mobilized his internal spirit energy and fortified himself with demonic energy for double protection. Now, even demons won't harm me, he thought, confident that few demons could injure him now. His inner strength had improved, significantly transforming his abilities. The consumed essence had fueled his power. Sensing the Samsons might surpass even demons, Thatcher knew he could overcome such beings. Suddenly, a radiant glow caught his eye, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chapter 306, Absence. Thatcher suddenly felt nervous. What was this glowing object? Could it really be someone trying to ambush him, lurking in the dark? He gazed towards the source of the light and immediately widened his eyes in shock. There was actually a pile of gold and silver treasures here. Who had placed them here? Had someone been here before? Thatcher wanted to collect the treasure, but realized his ring didn't seem to function properly. He pondered for a moment. Could the space here be different from the outside world? He considered calling Margot to assess the situation and provide some insights, but as he stepped outside, he couldn't find Margot anywhere. It was as if he had vanished. What's going on? Margot, where are you? Thatcher's expression changed. Why did Margot suddenly run off? Could someone else have come here? If Margot encountered danger, he would definitely shout for help instead of disappearing like this. There were only two possibilities. Either Margot wasn't in danger and had simply gotten distracted by something interesting, or he had tried to protect himself but failed. From this, Thatcher deduced that the opponent might be extremely powerful enough that even Margot couldn't last more than 10 moves. After all, if Margot had fought with the person for 10 moves, he would surely have sensed their strength and called Thatcher out. It now seemed likely that Margot was in danger. Thatcher hurriedly searched elsewhere, shouting angrily, "Margot, where are you? Come back immediately. I'm angry." His voice echoed around, but there was no sign of Margot. Feeling that this was indeed strange, Thatcher looked around and followed a particular direction, guided by footprints he saw on the ground. The prints appeared quite large and not like Margot's, suggesting they belonged to someone Margot had encountered earlier. These footprints hadn't been visible before, leading Thatcher to believe he might find answers this way. Before long, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Thatcher. "Where are you headed, kid? Screaming like that just now. What are you trying to do? Scary much?" The figure showed no emotion, appearing very calm, though it certainly surprised Thatcher. "Did you take Margot?" Thatcher sized up the strange creature that had suddenly appeared. He found it peculiar because he couldn't sense any spiritual energy or other forms of energy from it. This creature clearly had unusual abilities, possibly responsible for Margot's disappearance. Facing him was a creature with 4 arms, exuding a formidable presence that made even Thatcher alert. "You're pretty tough, stronger than I imagined. But why did you take Margot? What do you want?" The creature didn't bother with small talk and moved to attack directly. Seeing this, Thatcher raised his guard. He knew this creature would attack him, but he didn't expect the assault to come so swiftly. "Don't think having 4 arms makes you invincible. I'll break each one of them soon." Hearing this, the 4-armed creature laughed. "If you can defeat me next time, then sure, I'd let you break my arms. But if not, don't boast." They quickly engaged, and Thatcher was taken aback by the creature's profound strength. "Kid, who was that xuanhuan you're so worried about?" The creature grinned, clearly enjoying the battle with Thatcher. "Why should I tell you? Release her now, or it doesn't matter. I'll break your 4 arms and legs, torturing you slowly. Do you think I won't talk? Believe me, you can't make me." Thatcher's words angered the creature. "Okay, you've got guts, but you'll need to back it up. Come at me. I'm not afraid of your strength. Just fear your all talk." With that, the 4-armed creature intensified its attacks and defeated Thatcher within 15 minutes. The creature bound Thatcher with thin ropes that adjusted to his movements, inflicting pain like sharp blades. After struggling futilely, Thatcher gave up. "Where are you taking me? To see Margot?" Thatcher's face brightened. "Yes, I took that xuanhuan from the cave entrance. If you want to see her, behave yourself, or I'll kill you before you meet her." Thatcher remained silent, allowing himself to be carried by the creature. Soon, he faced Margot, who was now badly injured. "Margot, what happened? Were you beaten by him?" "Don't worry, I'll get revenge." Thatcher glared at the 4-armed creature, his eyes filled with fury. "Your glare means nothing. I did injure him, but can you do anything about it? You can't even protect yourself." Infuriated, Thatcher asked, "Why are you doing this to us? Make your demands clear." The 4-armed creature pointed nearby and said, "I just want you to help me familiarize myself with this place. That's all." Thatcher shook his head. "No interest. We refuse. How dare you threaten us like this?" The creature seemed disappointed, but didn't get angry. "What about you? Are you willing?" Looking at Margot, the creature received another refusal. "Fine, since you're unwilling, you may go," the creature said indifferently. Chapter 307, Reappearance. Thatcher and his companion did not expect that this guy would release them so easily. The two were momentarily stunned, but soon realized the Yisroel had vanished without a trace. Thatcher checked all around. Finding no sign of the creature, he breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, where did this guy run off to? I was just about ready to fight him. With the situation being so dire earlier, I thought for sure he wouldn't let us off," Thatcher remarked with some frustration. Margot nodded in agreement. "It's fine, since everything has passed. It's actually better we didn't come to blows." Recalling the treasures, Thatcher smiled and said, "Let's go back. There were some good things inside that black hole. I'll take you to get them out." This piqued Margot's interest. She couldn't imagine what kind of treasures could excite Thatcher, who was knowledgeable and experienced. Together they retraced their steps, fortunately without encountering the 4-armed monster again. Remaining vigilant, Thatcher mused, "Big Ferguson Zhao. What is it in that black hole that has you so thrilled?" Unable to fathom how many treasures were hidden inside, Margot responded, "I won't tell you until we go inside. Seeing it with your own eyes will be more exciting than me describing it," Thatcher chuckled. Margot laughed and nodded, following Thatcher into the black hole. Soon, they were astounded by the gleaming piles of gold and jewels. "This place has so much treasure. Who could have put all this here?" "Big Ferguson Zhao, why don't you use your ring to store them?" "I remember you mentioned having a ring capable of holding anything," Margot asked, puzzled. "I don't know who put them here either, and my ring doesn't work in this place. It seems to reject storage spaces," Thatcher replied. Nodding in agreement, Margot added, "Let's hurry and move these things outside." Maybe we can use storage rings once we're out of the black hole. Thatcher agreed. Good idea, let's start. Just as they prepared to carry the treasures out, a powerful force immobilized their arms, startling both of them. They looked around but saw no enemy. Both channeled their spiritual energy, realizing the enemy must be lurking in the shadows, observing them but unwilling to show themselves. Big Ferguson Zhao, who is it? We shouldn't have been detected here, Margot voiced her concern. Their unseen opponent could track them undetected and even ambush them, implying a formidable strength. It might be the four-armed monster. Though he fled earlier, he might have been following us all along, ready to strike at any moment, Thatcher speculated, frowning at the thought of the creature's formidable power. Why don't you show yourself? Think we're scared of you? We have 2 people, you only have 1. Even if we exhaust ourselves, we can wear you down, Thatcher laughed, trying to provoke the monster. You think I'll come out just because you say so? No way, came a sharp reply from a distance. Though far away and barely audible, the sound stung their ears sharply. Let's test him out. If we can't beat him, we need to escape immediately. Our lives are more important, Thatcher whispered to Margot, who nodded, entering a state of heightened alert. You don't need to be on edge. I only want to ask for your help. I have no malicious intent, the four-armed monster spoke again, but Thatcher and Margot doubted his sincerity. What kind of help do you need? Margot asked, despite Thatcher signaling her not to. The monster seemed pleased, mistaking Margot's willingness to talk as cooperation. If you can cure me, or take me to the Samson, I'll give you all these treasures. Covering Margot's mouth to stop her, Thatcher interjected. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Don't waste our time with lies. We can't cure you, nor will we take you anywhere. These treasures aren't worth risking our lives for. Goodbye. With that, Thatcher pulled Margot towards the exit, only to find the previously bright light outside had vanished, replaced by a black curtain blocking their view. This isn't good. Something has changed. Let's get out quickly. Thatcher's expression turned grim. Could this four-armed creature really trap them here? He smirked coldly and rushed toward the black barrier, channeling spiritual energy into his hands. Clearly, there was a reason the door had turned black, and Thatcher wasn't about to be foolish. But the black barrier held firm, stopping him abruptly. A loud collision shook him, but he didn't give up. Exchanging glances with Margot, they launched another attack on the black door. Don't waste your effort. This will get you nowhere, a voice warned. ##### Chapter 308, Threat. The four-armed outsider sneered and spoke menacingly to the two. Thatcher and his companion did not give up. They continued their attack for a full 15 minutes without letting up. However, this black door seemed to be thoroughly locked with no sign of opening. What's going on? Could this guy be so powerful that we can't break through no matter how much we attack? Thatcher and his companion were exasperated. They really didn't want to have anything to do with this man, but it seemed like they had no choice but to confront him. So, what do you want us to do? Thatcher was genuinely angry. He wanted nothing more than to beat this strange creature into submission, but he couldn't defeat him now. His questions weren't meant to genuinely help the creature. It was merely to buy time. The four-armed monster's face lit up. You're willing to help me? Don't worry, if you help me, I have plenty of gold and silver treasures. You can have as much as you want. The four-armed monster gesticulated wildly, looking as excited as a child. Beside him, Colleen tugged at Thatcher's arm. Are you planning to help him? Think carefully, this guy might not have good intentions. Helping him could mean aiding a tyrant. Her short remark instantly changed the four-armed monster's expression. Halanthal Shoshana, what are you saying? You can help me, and it shouldn't be too difficult for you. Isn't helping others a good deed? Hearing this, Thatcher nearly burst out laughing but managed to suppress it. I just want you to help me get familiar with the surroundings. I want revenge, but that's further off. We can put it aside for now, the four-armed monster said seriously. That's enough. I know you have plans, but I can't possibly help you. After all, we don't want to cause trouble. If we help you, we'll end up in conflict with others. Thatcher refused, shaking his head. Colleen breathed a slight sigh of relief at these words. I knew you wouldn't agree to it. At least your judgment is sound. The four-armed monster naturally turned furious upon hearing their conversation. Think carefully. If you don't help me, you won't be able to fight me when the time comes. You know my strength. The four-armed monster stepped closer to Thatcher and Colleen, clearly intending to intimidate them. Are you threatening us? Don't think just because you're strong, we'll be scared of you. Thatcher sneered, clearly not intimidated despite being trapped here. His demeanor remained calm, which baffled the four-armed monster. After all, from the creature's perspective, Thatcher and Colleen should be terrified given their inferior combat strength. Why were they so defiant? Even Colleen didn't seem overly afraid. Alright, let's see how tough you two are when we actually fight. With that, the four-armed monster charged towards them, intending to collide physically. As he neared Thatcher, the four-armed monster's face twisted into a cruel smile. But then he recoiled abruptly, as if hitting a sharp blade or venomous flame. What do you have in your hand? The four-armed monster stared at the vial of liquid in Thatcher's hand, his face filled with shock. Thatcher chuckled coldly. Weren't you so powerful earlier? Come over if you dare. My combat strength isn't enough to match yours, even together we aren't enough. The four-armed monster wasn't fooled. Where did you get that potion? Tell me quickly, or I'll make you both useless. Thatcher smiled and nodded, signaling Colleen to bring out more potions. Come on, we each have a vial. Let's see what you can do against us. Crossing his arms, Thatcher watched the creature calmly while Colleen poked his side and asked, Big Ferguson Zhao, how did you know this thing would fear the potion? Thatcher sighed and shook his head. I was just testing. I didn't expect him to actually be afraid of it. But we need to be cautious. Maybe he's just playing tricks. Don't fall for it, Thatcher warned, causing Colleen to become tense again as they both circulated their internal spirit energy to stay alert. Seeing the vials in their hands, the four-armed monster was momentarily stunned. Hey, please give me those potions. They're important to me. Slowly approaching Thatcher and Colleen, the two immediately became wary. Hold it right there. Don't come any closer, or we'll use the potion on you. The four-armed monster halted immediately, raising his hands in surrender. Don't misunderstand, I'm not afraid of the potion. It's just very useful to me. Thatcher and Colleen exchanged glances, then looked at the four-armed monster mockingly. You think we're idiots? If the potion can't harm you, why are you so scared? The four-armed monster shook his head helplessly. The potion can cure my illness. Do you believe me? Looking at Thatcher and Colleen sincerely, the creature left them uncertain. Where did you get these potions? Can you tell me? I can go get them myself? Seeing the genuine look on the four-armed monster's face, Thatcher firmly shook his head. No way. That information is confidential. We can't share it with outsiders. The refusal caused a flicker of anger in the four-armed monster's eyes, but thinking of the easy access to the potion, he held back. I beg you, please give me the potion. It's useless in your hands, but it can cure my illness. Please help me. Colleen hesitated upon hearing this, but Thatcher remained firm with a shake of his head. Chapter 309, Appeasement. There's no way. You are still threatening us. How could we possibly help you? Are we supposed to leave a threat for ourselves? Upon hearing this, the four-armed monster's expression visibly changed, almost looking as if he were about to cry. I have been searching for these potions for a very long time. Can you please give them to me out of pity? The four-armed creature seemed on the verge of kneeling and begging Thatcher. Despite its pitiful appearance, Thatcher remained unmoved. It's out of the question. I said I won't give it to you, so that means I definitely won't. Thatcher waved his hand at the other side without any intention of negotiating, immediately dampening the four-armed monster's spirits. A moment later, Thatcher lifted his chin at him. Halamtal Ahmed, what do you intend to do now? Anyway, I will not give you the potion. Either you fight to the death with me now or get lost. Don't be in our sight. Upon hearing this, the four-armed monster hesitated for a moment, then quickly changed his demeanor to one that was very flattering. Big Ferguson, from now on, I'll follow you. Is it all right if you give me this key? These words made Thatcher feel nauseous. How can you be so sycophantic? It surprises me greatly. Hallamston, well, even if you try to flatter me, I won't give you the potion. The four-armed monster, however, remained unmoved and continued to appease Thatcher, praising him as if he were a god. Seeing that praising Thatcher was useless, the four-armed monster turned his gaze to Margot. Miss, could you persuade this big brother for me? At worst, I will hand over all the gold and treasures I have to exchange for the potion to cure my illness. Miss, you look like a celestial Suki and are also very kind. Please help me. I know you must be a good person. My previous actions might have caused misunderstandings, but I will make up for it with all my abilities. Don't judge by my scary appearance. These are just illusions. In reality, I am quite amiable. Margot felt unable to cope with these words and didn't know what to do. She looked urgently at Thatcher for help. Thatcher shrugged helplessly, seeing that this four-armed monster was indeed very stubborn. He couldn't help but kick him. You really have no shame. For the sake of the potion, you act so shamelessly. But since you have worked so hard, I'll give you some. However, I want all your gold and treasures, and there must be no concealment because I can use soul searching. If I find out you've kept back any gold or treasures, I won't give you the potion. This statement immediately made the four-armed monster shudder, hurriedly shaking his head. Big Ferguson, rest assured, I will not hide anything. These things aren't that appealing to me now. My greatest wish is to cure my illness. Hearing this, Thatcher nodded, acknowledging the honesty. The gold and treasures cannot be stored in storage space, correct? Remove the restriction. Thatcher spoke, and the other party immediately complied. Big Ferguson, it's done. Is there anything else you want to say? I will handle it immediately. Satisfied, Thatcher nodded again. Take out all your gold and treasures for inspection before I give you the potion. Of course, the opposite party dared not delay, immediately taking out all his gold and treasures. Thatcher naturally couldn't fully trust him and used soul searching. The opposite party hesitated but ultimately did not resist, knowing this might be his only chance to obtain the potion. If he messed up, he might have to exert more effort. After a moment, Thatcher had already learned everything in the opponent's mind. The guy was indeed honest and gave him all the potions. Very well, you did not hide anything from me, so I'll give you the potion. Thatcher nodded, put away the gold and treasures, and promptly handed him some potions. Holding the potions, the four-armed monster was beyond happy. Big Ferguson, thank you so much, but can you give me more potions? This quantity isn't very effective, it's too little. Standing in front of Thatcher, the four-armed monster looked somewhat unreasonable. Thatcher had no intention of indulging him. Let me tell you, giving you those potions is already very generous. Don't push your luck, otherwise, I'll take them back. Believe me? Hearing this, the four-armed monster was startled, quickly covering the potions in his hands to prevent Thatcher from taking them back. Thatcher turned to Margot beside him, nodding and praising her. You did well, getting all the gold and treasures from this Ahmed. I hadn't thought this through initially, the opponent might hide something. Margot pouted. Actually, your soul-searching technique is formidable. Without such means, even if I had thought of it, it might not have been feasible. Hearing this, the four-armed monster couldn't help feeling a pang. He should have kept some gold and treasures. Perhaps Anton was lying earlier and didn't have such skills. He was now very conflicted about whether to attack Thatcher and Margot. That tiny amount of potion was insufficient for him. But if he attacked, Thatcher and Margot would destroy the potion, leaving him empty-handed. Thatcher and Margot left together. This time, he gained a lot, enough gold and treasures to last him a long while. Naturally, these things weren't very useful to him since he had plenty of collections already. We're leaving now. Stay here and don't follow us, understand? Thatcher pointed at the four-armed monster with a smirk. The four-armed monster shook his head repeatedly. Don't worry, Big Ferguson Zhao, I won't follow you. But can you give me more potions? I'm truly short of it now. If you can, I'll be extremely grateful. Ignoring this plea, Thatcher walked away. After watching them leave, The four-armed monster agonized internally, but ultimately couldn't resist following them from afar, careful not to let Thatcher discover him. Chapter 3:10 Request. Thatcher and his companion did not initially notice the figure following them. However, after walking for some time, they naturally discovered the presence of the strange man. Ferguson Zhao, that guy behind us seems to be following us. Should we try to lose him? Margot saw the silhouette of the four-armed creature and jokingly asked Thatcher. Upon hearing this, Thatcher looked back with a puzzled expression and indeed spotted the figure. This guy still hasn't given up. He actually dared to chase after us. Let's run quickly. Don't let him catch up. I believe your agility can handle it. Thatcher smiled at Margot. Margot nodded. He knew his agility was more than enough, but he felt pity for the four-armed creature, thinking they should empathize with him. Moreover, there hadn't been any real conflict between them, so strictly speaking, the creature wasn't their enemy. Ferguson Zhao, I feel it's not right to treat him like this. It's just some potions. Maybe we should give them to him. Hearing this, Thatcher looked at her in surprise. Margot, you pity him, but do you realize we know nothing about him? What if giving him those potions ends up harming us? Margot couldn't help but laugh bitterly. She hadn't considered that, but in her view, there shouldn't be much danger since their combat abilities were superior. Ferguson Zhao, I think we still have an advantage over him. Margot didn't want to give up and continued persuading him. Forget it. Let's shake him off quickly. We cannot let him get too close. Besides, we have our own matters to attend to and can't waste time on him. Margot sighed but didn't persist further. This creature wasn't a relative or friend, and she didn't need to offend Thatcher over it. The two sped up, looking for places to hide to lose the follower. Ferguson, look at how persistent that guy is. It seems he won't stop until he gets what he wants, Margot said with a conflicted expression. Then let him keep chasing. We absolutely cannot show weakness. Thatcher coldly smirked as they continued moving, increasing their speed significantly. He was confident this pace would outdistance the creature. Frustrating. Why are these two running so fast? But I won't fall behind. My speed is my forte. The four-armed creature showed a confident look. His agility had improved after his illness, turning his misfortune into a blessing. However, he disliked his current state, which was why he wanted the potions. Seeing Thatcher and Margot speed up, the creature realized he'd been noticed but remained undeterred, even getting closer. Since he'd already been discovered, he might as well follow closely to avoid losing them. After a while, Thatcher and Margot also noticed this and became frustrated. Alright, this guy's speed isn't bad. I didn't expect that. Thatcher coldly snorted but didn't stop, continuing to play cat and mouse. Behind them, Margot observed the four-armed creature while slowing down, an idea forming in her mind. Ferguson Zhao, I can't keep up with this speed. I need to slow down. As soon as she spoke, Margot slowed by about 20%. Thatcher slowed down too, showing a puzzled look. Margot, weren't you quite fast before? Why are you slowing down now? Are you planning to let him catch up? Recalling her earlier words, Thatcher felt somewhat helpless. What are you doing? Do you know that guy isn't good for us? What if we end up being harmed because of him? Thatcher's words almost made Margot blush. Still, she insisted on her idea. Ferguson Zhao, we shouldn't make such assumptions. Though we can't be sure he's good, we should approach him with an open mind. I think we should talk to him. Saying this, Margot stopped and waited for the four-armed creature to catch up. After a moment, he reached Margot's side. Thatcher shook his head, stopping beside Margot, eyeing the creature warily. Apologies for meeting again. The four-armed creature scratched his head, looking awkward yet amusing. Margot smiled and patted his shoulder. Why do you need these potions? Tell me the truth. Maybe we can give them to you. Thatcher frowned at this. Margot, what are you saying? How can you make promises on my behalf? Margot stuck out her tongue but didn't worry, continuing to focus on the creature. I really just want to cure myself. You have to believe me. I've told you this many times, but why won't you believe me? The creature looked helpless, feeling wronged. Margot shook her head. Even though she was relatively innocent compared to Thatcher, she didn't fully trust the creature's words. They sounded too suspicious. Looking at Thatcher, the creature gritted his teeth and recounted the story. My condition is due to Samson. Otherwise, who could have 4 arms? Hearing this, Thatcher and Margot exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. Clearly, they didn't believe him. Proving his innocence against Samson was too convenient since they couldn't confront him immediately. Seeing their reaction, the creature became frantic. Ferguson, sister, please believe me. I'm telling the truth. If you give me more potions after taking them, changes will occur, and you'll believe me. Thatcher stared at the extra arms, deep in thought. Ferguson Zhao, let's agree to it. I think we can try. It doesn't pose any risk to us. Halimsoning to Margot, the creature eagerly thanked her. Thatcher thought for a moment, and finally nodded. Give him the potions, let's see what happens. Hashtag chapter 311, improvement. With Thatcher's approval, Margot immediately handed over a portion of the medicinal liquid to the Ridge. The Ridge was very excited. Although he had received some medicinal liquid before, it had only been a drop in the bucket for him. Now, this batch would genuinely benefit him. Thank you so much. Your kindness will never be forgotten. Upon hearing these words, Thatcher frowned but did not respond. Margot smiled and encouraged him. You should focus on treating yourself. I want to see if this medicinal liquid will work. The Ridge nodded and began consuming the liquid. Although the amount might not completely restore him to his original state, it was sufficient to alleviate some of his illness. With enough medicinal liquid, his bizarre condition could recover well. After ingesting the liquid, the Ridge waited quietly. Initially, he felt nothing. However, he wasn't worried, confident that the medicinal liquid would certainly help with his condition. About 15 minutes later, the Ridge let out an odd sound, as if he were experiencing great relief. When Margot and Thatcher heard it, they exchanged puzzled looks. Why is he making such strange noises? This is embarrassing. Though puzzled, they were relieved that the Ridge's strange cries didn't last long. Soon, he stopped. Then, his body began to tremble, especially his extra arms, which twitched as if stimulated. Thatcher chuckled. It seems like it's working. This medicinal liquid must be effective. The Ridge's expression changed to a pale green. His 2 extra arms started itching and hurting, causing him some distress. But he persevered, knowing this was a crucial moment for recovery. Finally, after another 15 minutes, the pain subsided, and his complexion improved significantly. How are you feeling now? Have you recovered a little? Margot approached the Ridge and examined his prominent arms, noticing some changes. Yes, there has been some improvement, but it's far from complete. The quantity of this medicinal liquid is limited. More would be needed for full recovery. The Ridge sighed, glancing at Thatcher, wanting to ask if he had more but afraid of seeming greedy. Do you need more medicinal liquid? Perhaps we can help you find some? Margot asked. Hearing this, the Ridge's face lit up. You mean it? Of course, why would I lie about something like this? The more, the better. This liquid can fully restore me and repair internal injuries. The Ridge was extremely excited, as if he already had the medicine. Don't get too excited. We still need to see if we can obtain the medicinal liquid. Everything depends on Ferguson Zhao's decision, but I'll do my best to help you. Margot said. The Ridge nodded gratefully. I understand that getting this liquid isn't easy. If I can get more, I will take as much as possible. Margot then went to discuss with Thatcher. Ferguson Zhao, what do you think about helping him find more medicinal liquid? It might benefit us too. He's practically desperate for it. Thatcher shook his head. I know what you're thinking, but we have our limits. We don't have this liquid, and neither does the Samson. Where would we even start looking? Margot's eyes dimmed momentarily, but then brightened again. I know where to find it. We can go to the Samson's palace. They might have the formula or even methods to prepare this medicinal liquid. Thatcher nodded, intrigued by the suggestion. That's true. Since this all started with the Samson's palace, perhaps it should end there. So, let's head to the Samson's palace to see if we can find a formula. Even if we don't succeed, at least we've tried. But we shouldn't tell him we're going there. We should leave him here waiting. Thatcher's words left Margot puzzled. Why, Ferguson Zhao? Shouldn't we be transparent to avoid misunderstandings? It's because this guy has a grudge against the Samson. If we tell him we're going there, he might insist on following us, Thatcher explained. Margot thought about it, and realized Thatcher was right. All right, Ferguson Zhao, let's do it your way. They informed the Ridge of their plan to find a secret formula. Really? You two are so kind. I feel indebted, but I also want to go with you. Despite the Ridge's insistence, Margot shook her head. We have one request. You must stay here and let us go alone. The Ridge was taken aback. Why can't I go? Wouldn't it be better if I could use the medicinal liquid immediately after it's made? Margot laughed bitterly. What you say makes sense, but we have our secrets. The places we visit cannot be disclosed. Understanding dawned on the Ridge's face. Oh, I see. I misunderstood. Sorry for that. I respect your privacy and promise not to follow. I'll wait nearby. The Ridge seemed indifferent. Time waits for no one. Let's depart now. Chapter 312, Crossing Over. After forming the idea, Thatcher and Colleen immediately set out to find the formula. They recalled the path they had taken earlier, but as some time had passed and with the influence of the four-armed creature, their memories had grown somewhat vague. Still, Thatcher and Colleen managed to find their way back as quickly as possible. The familiar village and palace seemed like they were from yesterday. When the black spiders guarding the gate saw Thatcher and Colleen appear, they immediately bowed. Where is your king? I need to see him urgently. Take me to him now. The black spider nodded in response. Please follow me. Since Thatcher and Colleen had saved the black Samson before, he had instructed his subordinates that if they came to the palace, they should be brought in without needing to report first. This time, they received this preferential treatment upon arrival. His Majesty, Chris Zhao and Lady Colleen have arrived. At that moment, the black Samson was enjoying himself. The recent events had changed his disposition. He no longer obsessed over increasing his strength but leaned towards indulgence. Hearing the report from his subordinate, he stood up from his seat immediately. Emile, Lady Colleen, what brings you here? Please, sit down. No time for sitting. We have something to ask you. Once we get an answer, we must leave. Thatcher got straight to the point. They were in a hurry to find the potion's formula and didn't have time for leisurely enjoyment like the black Samson. What is it? Ask anything. If I or my subordinates know, we will tell you everything. Seeing Colleen and Thatcher look so serious, the Samson knew this matter was probably significant. We want to ask if you still have any of that potion. If you do, please bring it out. We need it urgently. Upon hearing this, the Samson's face changed. He smiled bitterly. I apologize, but I don't have any potion left. The last time, I gave it all to you in excitement. Thatcher and Colleen exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. It seemed he was telling the truth. Since there was no potion left, they would have to settle for the formula. Well, then surely you have the formula. Give it to us so we can work on it. Hearing this, the Samson breathed a sigh of relief. Glad they weren't demanding more potion. Ferguson Zhao, we do have the formula. I'll have my subordinates bring it to you, though it will take some time. Meanwhile, let's feast and wait together. What do you think? Colleen, who was anxious at the moment, couldn't help but ask, it's just a formula. Why does it take so long to retrieve it? Will it really take as long as a meal? The Samson laughed ruefully and shook his head. I apologize, Lady Colleen. Though it's just a formula, due to its age, I'm not sure where it's kept. My subordinates are searching for it, but rest assured, we will find it. Colleen sighed and nodded. All right. The Samson immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare the banquet while others went off to locate the formula. Soon the feast was ready, and since Thatcher and Colleen hadn't eaten, they joined the feast. Ferguson Zhao, may I ask what you plan to do with the potion, and why you need the formula? It puzzles me, the Samson asked, puzzled. Thatcher smiled. That's none of your concern. We need the formula for our own reasons, and it poses no threat to you. Relieved, the Samson waved his hand. Of course, I know you two wouldn't harm me. I was just curious. Eat and drink. As the feast progressed, Thatcher and the Samson drank until they were both tipsy. Colleen, however, waited anxiously for news from the Samson subordinates. When both men slumped onto the table, a subordinate hurried in, holding a rolled-up paper. What's this? Is it the formula? Colleen rushed forward to check. After receiving the paper, the subordinate immediately left. Carefully reading through it, Colleen was startled. What's this? To make the potion, we need to travel back to the past to find it? This sounds far too complicated. Colleen frowned, feeling the situation was surreal. I need to wake Thatcher and discuss this crossing over issue. Otherwise, this problem might be hard to solve. Hurriedly waking Thatcher, she wanted to discuss the idea of traveling back in time. Half awake, Thatcher was confused and unable to focus on discussing the matter. Colleen, we have the formula, but getting the potion won't be easy. Perplexed, Thatcher asked, what's difficult? Isn't it just within reach? Colleen shrugged helplessly, grabbed a cup of wine, and splashed it on Thatcher's face, bringing him slightly to his senses. Show me the formula. Thatcher took the formula, read it carefully, and was stunned. So it's true. This is strange indeed. But since this is the case, we can't stay here waiting. Let's go back and discuss this with the four-armed creature. We should hurry back and talk to him about crossing over. Otherwise, it could be problematic if we go back only to find him waiting. Thatcher immediately stood up, determined to return. Colleen agreed but hesitated when she saw the unconscious Samson. But what about the Samson? Shouldn't we wait for him to wake up? Thatcher thought for a moment, then poured water over the Samson, mimicking what Colleen had done. Startled awake, the Samson shook his head, looking at Thatcher and Colleen. Ferguson Zhao, what's happening? Why pour water on me? Thatcher sighed. We need to go back immediately. Waking you is the only way. We must leave now. You rest. With that, they left, rushing back to where the four-armed creature awaited them. The four-armed creature was already growing impatient. Hashtag chapter 313. Heightened sense of smell. Seeing Margot and Thatcher suddenly appear, the Pedro was overjoyed. Emile, Margot, how did you arrive so quickly? Did you find the secret formula? Do you have ready-made elixir for me to try? It was clear that he was indeed anxious now. However, both Thatcher and Margot shook their heads. I'm sorry, we don't have any ready-made elixirs. But we've obtained the formula and need to gather the necessary ingredients for you. Hearing the first part of the sentence, the Ridge's expression dropped. But when he heard the latter part, his spirits immediately lifted. That's great. Tell me what materials are needed. I can help search for them. Can you show me the formula? The Ridge rubbed his hands together anxiously. He was genuinely curious about what this potion was made from. I'm afraid we cannot give you the formula because the ingredients aren't available here. We need to return to the other side. But that means you'll have to wait longer. This statement left the Ridge silent. He desperately needed the potion, almost to a point of obsession. But since they didn't have it on hand, he had no choice. Alright, I agree. Patience is key. As long as you can prepare the potion for me, I have no objections. At this point, the Ridge had compromised significantly, leaving nothing more for Thatcher to say. Fine, rest assured, we will fulfill your wish. We'll bring back these potions as soon as possible. With no lingering concerns, Thatcher and Margot immediately set off to travel back. In an instant, they returned to a flat area and, after identifying their direction, headed up the mountain. The reason these ingredients were only found on the mountain was that they had better efficacy there. In contrast, the ingredients grown on the plains had relatively better growth conditions, which made their medicinal properties weaker, a fact that couldn't be changed. As Thatcher and Margot climbed the mountain together, they expected to encounter spiritual beasts or other powerful entities, preparing to fight all the way up. However, they encountered no danger along the way, and everything seemed calm and natural. Once they reached the mountain, they prepared to gather the materials. Before even reaching the top, Margot had already felt something. She thought she smelled the ingredients on the mountain. Of course, she dismissed it as an illusion, considering the distance. It was impossible to smell anything from so far away. She wasn't a dog with super-sensitive nostrils. Even a dog might not be able to detect it. But as they ascended the mountain, she realized she might have acquired some new ability she hadn't previously noticed. Could her sense of smell have become more sensitive? The closer they got to the mountain's peak, the more clearly she could sense the smell of the materials. In some places, various material scents mixed together, making her feel refreshed and invigorated. Looking at Margot's appearance, Thatcher asked, puzzled, "What's wrong? Shouldn't you be picking the ingredients?" Margot smiled and shook her head. "I can smell where the materials are. Do you believe me?" Seeing Margot's confident expression, Thatcher still shook his head. "I don't believe you. Show me where." Unsurprised by his disbelief, Margot replied, "How about a competition? Within 1 hour, let's meet back here, and whoever collects the most materials wins." Thatcher thought for a moment and nodded. "Fine, let's see who wins. I don't believe you can outdo me with such a keen nose." The two separated to search for the materials. While Thatcher searched aimlessly around the mountain, Margot moved much faster and called him back to their agreed location in less than half an hour. "Did you find all you need, Ferguson Zhao? I'm done. Come back here." To Thatcher, her words sounded like a challenge, but he swallowed his pride and quickly returned to their meeting spot, asking sternly, "Show me the materials you collected." Without fear, Margot took out the materials and placed them before Thatcher. "Look, this is what I gathered." How do they look? The amount of materials Margot had collected surprised Thatcher. "Wow, you really found that many? Is your sense of smell truly that sharp?" Though surprised, Thatcher couldn't quite believe it. After all, this was in the mountains. "I don't know either, but I managed to find these materials. Actually, this isn't important right now. We need to make the potion as per the formula for the ridge." Thatcher nodded, understanding the urgency. They could discuss Margot's heightened sense of smell later. Right now, they needed to focus on creating the potion. Thatcher studied the formula carefully. Besides listing the ingredients, it also detailed quantities and the preparation process. They had already prepared the necessary tools, and now the critical part was to try multiple times. Even with the formula and correct ingredient proportions, multiple attempts were essential for success. Thatcher decided to err on the side of caution and said to Margot, "Continue gathering materials. Although we have plenty, we won't know how many attempts we'll need if something goes wrong." Margot nodded and resumed, searching for more materials, while Thatcher started trying to concoct the potion. During the first attempt, which took about 15 minutes, about a dozen ingredients were successfully combined. However, adding a specific ingredient caused the mixture to explode with a loud bang, startling Thatcher. While the explosion wasn't powerful, it was quite startling when he was concentrating. Not far away, Margot was drawn over by the noise. Chapter 314, A Mistake. At this moment, Thatcher was somewhat disheveled. That explosion hadn't injured him, but had certainly left him in a sorry state. Margot burst out laughing, pointing at Thatcher and said, "Ferguson, did you try to eat all those ingredients secretly? Don't worry. I've collected more materials, so you don't need to be so eager." Upon hearing these words, Thatcher was speechless. "You're mocking me. Do you know how much effort I've put into this? It's practically life-threatening." Thatcher's words made Margot stop laughing. "All right, big brother, don't worry. I'm not mocking you. I just found it amusing. Continue with your work. The materials we've gathered should be enough for dozens of attempts. However, as you said, for safety, I will continue collecting more." With that, Margot turned and left. After another few hours of collecting, Thatcher had attempted 5 times already. Though he had gathered a lot of materials, he still wasn't sure if they would suffice. Therefore, he was very cautious, only attempting after thoroughly researching and being confident of success. But the results were still far from satisfactory, and he couldn't get it right. Thatcher called back Margot, his face full of disappointment. "What's wrong, big brother? You look very helpless. Is the progress not smooth? Don't lose heart. That's not like you," Margot asked. Thatcher shook his head and replied, "We've collected enough materials. Let's return to the four-armed oddity and report back. Then we can think of a way together." Margot nodded without objection, following Thatcher's lead as usual. Together, they returned to the world of the four-armed oddity. He was still patiently waiting and greeted them with a smile upon seeing them appear. "Ferguson, Zhao, and Miss Hua, you're back. How did the trip go? Did you find the materials? If not, it's okay. After all, finding them is quite a rare feat." It seemed that the four-armed oddity was slightly disappointed, having spent so long searching for these materials, even collecting them himself, but never achieving any significant progress. "We have collected the materials," Margot said flatly. This caused an expression of surprise on the four-armed oddity's face. "What? You collected the materials already? So smoothly? Have you managed to prepare it successfully?" A glimmer of hope appeared on the four-armed oddity's face. In his mind, Thatcher and Margot were both extraordinary individuals who should easily achieve their goals after acquiring the formula. However, Thatcher shook his head awkwardly. "I'm truly sorry. We didn't manage to create it. This is all my fault. I'm foolish and incompetent." Thatcher's self-reproach made the four-armed oddity feel awkward. "Don't say such things. Even though you didn't succeed, it doesn't mean you're unintelligent. I believe your abilities will eventually get it done." The four-armed oddity quickly comforted Thatcher. After a pause, he added, "If it's really that difficult, perhaps we should let it go. Of course, I still want to thank you. Without your help, I might not have seen these materials at all." Upon hearing this, Thatcher and Margot exchanged looks. "You're trying to pull that on us? Not going to work. Do you think we would give up easily? Impossible. We will keep trying until we succeed." The four-armed oddity felt deeply moved and nodded. "Rest assured, I will provide whatever assistance you need, so you have no worries." Thatcher had nothing to worry about and continued attempting the preparation. They kept discussing while working, and Thatcher would ask questions whenever he had doubts, both to Margot and the four-armed oddity. Although Thatcher had extensive experience in crafting, Margot and the four-armed oddity could offer unexpected insights and ideas. These were very important to Thatcher. As attempts continued, Thatcher remained clear-headed, always feeling something was missing. But what's missing? Thatcher scratched his head in frustration, unwilling to give up. He had addressed every conceivable key point, but still hadn't succeeded. For him, it felt like a disgrace. Again, the four-armed oddity came to discourage him from continuing, seeing Thatcher fail again and again for his sake. He could not bear to watch any longer. "Don't stop me. This is something I want to do. What does it have to do with you? Move aside." The four-armed oddity sighed. "Ferguson, Zhao, let me study on my own. I've delayed you for too long. I truly feel bad about it." Thatcher threw him a small portion of materials. "If you want to study, here are some. There isn't much, but be warned. You'll likely waste all of them." The four-armed oddity replied helplessly, "All right, Ferguson, Zhao, please continue. I believe in you. But this time, we've been delayed too long." Thatcher nodded and did not attempt recklessly. Instead, he retraced his steps, recalling the entire preparation process. After reviewing everything, he glanced at the formula once more. After pondering for about an hour, Thatcher suddenly jumped up, enlightened. "Oh, now I understand. It was a mistake on my part. One crucial detail was off." Thatcher looked delighted. The error was critical. Fixing it would likely lead to success. Seeing Thatcher's excitement, Margot and the four-armed oddity were stunned. "What happened, Ferguson, Zhao?" Thatcher grinned at Margot excitedly. "We don't have enough materials. Quickly gather more. I'm certain this time we will succeed." Upon hearing this, the four-armed oddity smiled. "Since that's the case, Ferguson, Zhao, you've worked long enough. Rest for a bit. I'll go with Miss Hua to collect more materials." Margot shook her head. "Both of you stay. I'll go myself. I know the way well enough." With that, she left immediately, familiar with the route from previous experiences. Chapter 315 The Trap. Thatcher and the Gus continued to seek opportunities. They now could only rely on past experiences for a possible breakthrough. After all, they no longer had sufficient materials to conduct another trial. Various hypotheses could only be tested theoretically. As for Colleen, she had smoothly arrived at the mountain where they had previously collected materials. What puzzled her was that this time, she did not smell the scent of those raw materials. She thought it might be because they had picked some raw materials last time, reducing the detectable scent from below, but they hadn't collected that many, either. How much raw material could there be on this entire mountain? The amount they collected last time must have been insignificant. However, since she was already here, Colleen certainly wouldn't retreat. If she couldn't smell them, then she would rely on intuition. Her ability to smell the materials was an advantage, but without it, she still needed to continue collecting. Using the route from memory, she walked up the path, bypassing areas that had already been harvested. Even if the raw materials grew quickly, they couldn't have grown back in such a short time. Besides, these materials were extremely difficult to cultivate, each plant requiring a long growth period before reaching usability. Colleen realized just how troublesome collecting these raw materials could be. No matter what, I must collect enough materials for Fergus and Zhao to have another chance, she encouraged herself, trying to recall the locations of the materials she had previously detected. Although her sense of smell was temporarily less sensitive, she still had her memories of the numerous raw materials she hadn't managed to gather last time. Now was the perfect opportunity to make use of those recollections. Excited by this thought, Colleen wished she could immediately collect all the materials before she forgot. Faster, quicker. If I don't collect them and forget where they are, it will be difficult to find them again later, she muttered as she hurried forward. Suddenly, she let out a startled cry, losing her footing and falling uncontrollably. An intense pain shot through her leg. It seemed she had twisted her ankle. Even drinking water causes trouble today. This is just too unlucky, Colleen said, gritting her teeth and sitting up while shouting upward. Is anyone up there? Please help me. Her voice, though soft and pitiful, could be heard hundreds of meters away. However, hardly anyone ventured to this mountain. After several shouts, she stopped. She needed to conserve her energy. Injuries didn't heal quickly, and even if someone came, she needed to hold out until then. Fergus and Zhao, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you this time. Colleen winced in pain as she tried to treat her injury. Thankfully, she knew some methods to treat sprains and bruises. She took immediate action to minimize her suffering, although it would take a few days to fully recover. Thinking of Thatcher and the fact that they were waiting for her made her determination stronger. Once I can move, I must return immediately and not linger here any longer. If she waited here, Thatcher might come looking for her, but there was no telling what else could go wrong. This thought left her restless. Meanwhile, Thatcher and the Gus waited anxiously, never expecting Colleen to encounter danger on this trip. They knew about her formidable strength. Ordinary means couldn't harm her. Even if she faced danger, she could surely escape. But this unexpected event was something none of them could imagine. For ordinary cultivators, the dangers on that mountain were life-threatening. Only due to their powerful abilities were Thatcher and Colleen able to avoid such threats. Both parties were focused on their respective tasks, with time ticking away. By midnight, Thatcher had woken up and noticed Colleen's absence. Where's Colleen? Thatcher asked groggily to the Gus, who replied uncertainly, Fergus and Zhao, didn't Colleen go to look for the materials? She hasn't returned yet. Hearing this, Thatcher rubbed his head. Yes, Colleen had gone to look for materials. Why was he asking such a silly question? That's not right. She should have returned by now. Why hasn't she shown up? Realizing this, Thatcher's gaze turned stern as he looked at the Gus, his expression darkening. Fergus and Zhao, you can't blame me for this. I don't know what happened. Did Miss Colleen run into some danger? He hastily covered his mouth after saying this. Fergus and Zhao, it's my fault for saying the wrong thing. How could Miss Colleen possibly be in danger? The Gus slapped himself for speaking out of turn. To him, Miss Colleen held a higher status than even Thatcher, especially considering that without her advocacy, Thatcher and Colleen might have already left. How about we both go out and search for her? If anything happened, we need to handle it promptly. If we get separated, things will become more complicated, suggested the Gus. Do you think she might be in danger? Thatcher asked coldly. The Gus hesitated before replying, Fergus and Zhao, I don't understand what's going on either. I hope she's safe, but since we're not there, we can't be sure. In that case, let's split up and search. No matter what, we must regroup here. Thatcher pointed at the ground beneath them, smiling at the Gus. The latter nodded quickly. All right, Fergus and Zhao, let's not waste any time. We should set off as quickly as possible. If there's any danger, speed might help us avoid it. Thatcher headed towards the mountain where they had last seen Colleen, while the Gus parted ways at the foot of the mountain, searching from a different direction. Arriving at the familiar location on the mountain, Thatcher found no sign of Colleen or any traces of a struggle. What on earth happened? Where did you go, Colleen? Chapter 316, The Dax. After falling into the trap, a considerable amount of time had passed. Colleen shouted again, hoping someone would notice him. However, he was uncertain if this would be effective, especially since night had fallen, and who knew who might come up the mountain at such a late hour. But to save his life, Colleen couldn't help but call out loudly, seizing that tiny bit of hope. Is anyone there? Please come and save me. My situation is very dangerous. If someone can save me, I will repay you handsomely. Colleen's calls for help echoed through the valley multiple times. If anyone was in the mountains, they should have been able to hear him. However, unknown to him, while people could indeed hear the sound, the echo made it impossible to pinpoint where it came from exactly. And because Thatcher and the four-armed monster had set off later, by the time they arrived, anyone here would likely have already gone. Of course, this was something for later. At the moment, Colleen continued shouting aloud, hoping someone would come to rescue him. Is anyone outside? Come quickly and save me. I'm telling the truth, and I also have treasures that can be used as gratitude. He naturally didn't possess any so-called treasures, but to attract help, he felt he had no choice but to resort to such tactics. Even if someone rescued him and then demanded payment for which he had no means, he would just have to accept it. It was better than starving to death in the trap. He did not wish to die here, trapped and miserable. Time ticked on, and Colleen gradually lost patience. Initially, he planned to shout 3 times every half hour to let any passers-by know of his presence. However, now, he couldn't wait. He needed to make sure those people were aware of him. Come quickly and save me. Is anyone there? I'll give you treasures. Despair clouded Colleen's face. Suddenly, he thought he heard a noise nearby, giving him a glimmer of hope. Who's there? Is someone there? Come out quickly, I need to speak with you. Whoever you are, if you save me, I will definitely repay you generously. Colleen's voice was hoarse with exhaustion when suddenly a sound came from above. He looked up. Are you alright down there, little Shoshana? I'm lowering a rope to pull you up. Don't worry. A voice from above brought a spark of joy to Colleen. The speaker sounded relatively young. A man? Hello sir, please save me. Thank you so much. I promise to repay you well, with many treasures to ensure you never worry about food or clothes again. The words seemed not to affect the Nicholas above. I don't expect any repayment. The trap was my doing. I was hunting and didn't expect you to fall in. Sorry about that. Hearing this, Colleen was momentarily irritated, but realized the man hadn't done anything wrong. She had intruded on his hunting grounds. Well fine, just get me out, and we'll consider this even. I'll still give you a generous reward. To survive, Colleen employed all her methods. The Averil chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. It's my duty to save you. Why would I ask for money? This is simply to correct my mistake. But I don't have a rope on hand. Give me an hour, and I'll return. With that, the Averil turned around and left, moving so swiftly Colleen couldn't call him back. Night had fallen, and she was alone and injured, feeling utterly despondent. Ferguson Zhao, where are you? I miss you. Do you know? I don't want to die here, trapped in darkness with no food. Why must I endure this? She was on the verge of breaking as each passing second increased her despair. Has that Averil fled? Does he not want to save me? Colleen sighed. Seeking help from others seemed futile and humiliating. One cannot rely on others. One must take action. Colleen took 2 daggers from her person and lit a fire stick. Observing the walls, narrower at the top and wider below, she pondered how cleverly the Averil had designed the trap to prevent escape. But she was determined not to stay here. She attempted to climb up, wedging the daggers into the wall and using them to ascend. Step by step, she climbed higher. However, after reaching about 10 feet, she slipped and fell, worsening her injuries and causing excruciating pain. Colleen quickly sat down to recover, careful to land on her other foot to prevent aggravating her wounds further, though her injuries were undoubtedly worse now. Are you still there, Shoshana? I've dropped down the rope. Grab it and climb up. The Averil's voice brought a smile to Colleen's face, despite her recent misfortune. I'll rest for a moment and then climb up. Please wait. A few moments later, Colleen found the rope, nearly as thick as an arm. She called out to confirm and started climbing. Finally, reaching the top, Colleen panted, looking at the simple-looking Averil beside her. Miss, I truly apologize for harming you. Come back with me and rest for a night. Once your injuries heal, you can leave. Seeing the sincerity in the Averil's expression, Colleen couldn't say more. Besides, she needed treatment for her injuries. Otherwise, returning to Thatcher was impossible, especially with her injured foot. 15 minutes later, Colleen left with the Averil. Soon after they departed, Thatcher and his companions arrived on the mountain, searching everywhere. Predictably, they found nothing. Thatcher sat down, frowning deeply. Chapter 317, Trace. He had already searched twice, but found nothing, not even the markers left by Colleen. There were only 2 possible explanations. Either Colleen encountered an incredibly dangerous presence, so powerful that she was defeated without any resistance, or she had already left this place due to some urgent matter. Whichever it was, her situation was very critical. I wonder what's happening on the Taj's side. Has he found anything? Thatcher sighed, then suddenly noticed a light in the distance. Previously, they had agreed that if there was any discovery, a fire torch would be used as a signal. At night, the torch would be most conspicuous and wouldn't attract the attention of those uninvolved. If one shouted loudly, it might summon enemies, which could create unnecessary obstacles for the rescue mission. After a few breaths, Thatcher arrived next to the torch where the Taj stood, staring at the ground. What did you find? I told you not to light the torch if there's no discovery. Thatcher felt a bit disappointed when he didn't see any trace of Colleen. Ferguson Zhao, although Miss Colleen isn't here now, I really did find clues. Look at these tracks on the ground. They aren't ours. They should belong to Miss Colleen. Do you think we can follow these tracks to find Miss Colleen? Upon hearing this, Thatcher hurriedly approached to inspect. Indeed, there were tracks on the ground, and it looked like they truly belonged to Colleen. Great, you spotted this. Your senses are very keen. Keep it up and hopefully, we can find her soon. Thatcher was glad they found a clue. It seemed they would find her shortly, though following these tracks would take some time. Ferguson Zhao, this track leads to a trap. Since Colleen had previously fallen into a trap, the cover had not been replenished, thus Thatcher and his companion avoided a pitfall. Thatcher froze for a moment, rushed over, and immediately shouted down the trap, Colleen, this is Thatcher. Are you down there? After calling 3 times, there was still no response from Colleen, leaving the two very puzzled. What's going on? Where has Colleen gone? Thatcher frowned, sensing something was not right. Although Colleen did not respond, it did not mean she wasn't there. She might have fainted, or be in another condition. In any case, the clues pointed downward, and they couldn't ignore investigating. I'll go down to check. You wait here above. Thatcher sternly instructed the Taj. Hearing this, the Taj shook his head. Ferguson Zhao, look at my 4 arms. It will be more convenient for me to go down. If she really fainted, it would be easier for me to bring her up. Thatcher considered it, and found his point reasonable. All right, let you go then. Be cautious. There might be dangers below. Ace nodded and jumped down. A moment later, shouts came from below. Ferguson Zhao, there's no one down here. Nothing at all. Hearing this, Thatcher's heart sank. He immediately leaped down too, and indeed found nothing but the Taj. There's nobody. Looks like we need to climb up and search for more clues. Thatcher's face was grim. With the trail broken, they had no choice but to look elsewhere. Meanwhile, Colleen, after parting with the Averil and moving with difficulty, finally reached the Averil's home after about an hour. The Averil lived here with children, which was normal given his settlement in the mountains. Thinking about appearing at someone's home in the middle of the night made Colleen feel awkward. I won't go in. I'll stay outside. It's inconvenient for your family. Colleen also worried that if Thatcher and the others found her living in the Averal's house, it might cause misunderstandings. However, the Averil firmly disagreed. You can't stay outside. It's dangerous. What if you encounter danger again? Come inside quickly. Don't assume you're safe at Averal's doorstep. Wild animals don't care about that when they're desperate. Convinced, Colleen nodded and entered the dimly lit hut, where only a candle provided light. She suddenly noticed a familiar smell in the room and saw many materials hanging on the walls. These materials were used to concoct medicinal potions, and their presence intrigued her. Why do you keep these materials? Colleen pointed at the materials and asked the Averil, who smiled after glancing at them. They're for treating illness. My child is sick. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here as a Averil. Colleen nodded, understanding that he wasn't solely a Averil but collecting materials to treat his child's illness. But how much could he gather as a Averil? Probably not much unless he combed the entire mountain. Colleen thought about giving him some materials once they successfully concocted the potion to help cure his child. Do you need these materials now? If not, can I use them? I'll repay you double. Colleen wanted to test the Averil's willingness. It wasn't easy for her to gather these materials right now, and since they were available here, it would save her a lot of trouble. You want to use these materials? Fine, take them. I'll gather more during the day. The Averil waved dismissively, knowing it wasn't easy to gather, but plenty could be found in the mountains. Given that Colleen needed them, helping her was nothing much, especially since he felt partly responsible for her current state. Of course, Colleen didn't feel this way internally. With permission granted, Colleen quickly retrieved the materials. They were timely as she planned to experiment with Thatcher's idea. Chapter 318, Success. Thatcher's approach in her mind was incredibly ingenious. Although he initially took a detour, he quickly corrected his course. Thatcher's repeated failures were simply due to his unfamiliarity with this method. He could only try again and again. Now that she had the latest idea, she couldn't afford to waste any more time or give up. I hope it succeeds on the first try. I don't want to waste the materials. Otherwise, I would feel like a sinner, she thought, remembering that these materials were meant for treating the Averil's child. Using them felt like delaying the child's chance of recovery. Margot started emulating Thatcher's steps. Although she hadn't practiced much herself, she was still a novice. Fortunately, she had been closely observing Thatcher's techniques, so she wasn't too nervous and managed to avoid many critical mistakes. Her movements were quick and efficient as she bypassed common errors, but each subsequent step became increasingly difficult. The pressure mounted since she only had one set of materials, but she soon realized it didn't matter if she failed again. Thatcher had failed countless times, and she was no genius. Why should she expect easy success? If she managed to succeed, it would be wonderful. Even if she didn't, there was no need to be overly disheartened. After about an hour, Margot completed the final step and closed her eyes in anticipation. I hope it works, she thought, bracing herself for whatever might happen. When she opened her eyes, she immediately noticed signs of success. Fantastic. It actually worked on the first try. I must be very lucky. Everything turned out better than expected. A proud smile spread across Margot's face as she savored the joy of her success. Creating this potion, something Thatcher had failed multiple times at, succeeded on her first attempt. Maybe I do have some talent, though it seems a bit unconventional, Margot mused, then turned her attention to the Averil, who stood there looking confused. Let me give you this potion, she said, smiling warmly. The Averil fidgeted nervously. What is this potion for? Don't waste it on me. Margot almost laughed at his response. You're asking what it's for? This potion specifically treats your child's illness. I previously met someone with similar symptoms, so it will work for your child. Earlier, Margot hadn't mentioned the child's condition, but she had noticed the child was different from ordinary children, emitting a peculiar odor reminiscent of the four-armed strange beings. However, the child lacked their physical manifestations, suggesting a milder form of the same ailment, allowing him to retain his human appearance. Alright, I get it now. You're probably a fraud, intentionally falling into the trap to lure me, the Averil concluded, nodding vigorously while looking at Margot suspiciously. Confused by his reaction, Margot felt helpless. Trust me. I came here to find these materials for making this potion. This is my first successful attempt, and it can help your child. Just take your potion away. I won't let my child use it. Forget about it. I was wrong to save you, a fraudster. Take your potion and leave. Don't come back. The Averil grabbed his child and moved away from Margot, wary of coming closer. Stay here overnight and leave at dawn. If anything happens, don't come blaming me. Margot felt exasperated. He seemed scared she might be harmful yet concerned for her well-being. This really can cure your child's illness. All the ingredients are from here. Why would I lie? And I'm not asking for payment. What could I possibly deceive you for? The Averil's expression changed to one of apparent realization. Now I understand. You're holding a grudge because I injured you earlier, creating this potion to harm my child. How sinister. Margot sighed. Doing good deeds was harder than she imagined. Even when trying to help, others wouldn't believe her. Fine, just go outside. If there's danger, call me, but don't stay inside my home. I fear you'll trick my child, the Averil insisted, waving her off. Margot reluctantly left the room, seeking a way to prove herself. She observed the child, and an idea struck her. If the Averil wouldn't listen, perhaps the child could. Certain that the potion would work, she planned to demonstrate its efficacy on the child. When the Hurley woke early the next morning, he approached Margot curiously. Honey, are you not afraid of me? Your father called me a fraud. The Ahmed shook his head. No, you're beautiful and can't be bad. Axel misunderstood you. Margot was delighted by Anton's kindness and intelligence. Since you trust me, let's try this potion. Apply it to your face to see if it alleviates your symptoms. Would you like that? Margot smiled as she offered the potion to Anton, who nodded eagerly. Sure, let's try it. Chapter 319, Teaching. The child immediately began applying the medicine to his face. Though he was unsure if it would work, deep down he believed Margot had only his best interests at heart. The patterns on his face visibly diminished once the medicine was applied. However, he couldn't see the changes himself. He only felt an itching sensation on his face. Big sister, my face is really itchy. Does that mean it's working? Anton asked curiously. Margot quickly checked his face and indeed saw that the previously patterned areas were much improved. Yes, it has improved significantly, but we need to continue applying the medicine. I'll leave these vials for you, and have your father apply them regularly until you're fully recovered, she said reassuringly. Hearing this, Anton nodded seriously. What are you doing? You snake-hearted woman, sneaking medicine onto my child while I'm away. The Avril burst into the room, aiming to knock the vial out of Anton's hand. Margot hurriedly stopped him as Anton excitedly pointed at his face. Axel, look! Isn't my face much better now? The Avril, initially furious, looked at his son's face in confusion. He realized that while the strange marks hadn't completely disappeared, they had become much fainter, barely noticeable unless examined closely. What's going on? Did Axel's medicine start working? The Avril asked, puzzled. Margot shook her head. You know well whether your concoctions have worked. The improvement is because of the medicine I gave. The realization brought a flush of shame to the Avril's face. Margot was right. His remedies had little effect. It wasn't the ingredients but the formula that was wrong. Why else would the medicine I made work so effectively? She continued. Margot, I'm truly sorry. I misunderstood you before, thinking you were a fraud. Will you not hold it against me? The Avril asked, ashamed. Margot shook her head indifferently. It's fine. What matters is that your child receives treatment. Don't let my efforts be in vain. In truth, Margot didn't care much about the Avril's attitude, but the child was innocent. Looking at Anton, she smiled and said, I'll make more of the medicine for you to use. Keep using it, and you'll recover. The Avril felt somewhat embarrassed. Thank you, but it would be less of a bother if you could teach me how to make the medicine. That way, I can learn and save your time. Margot sized up the man, impressed by his thoughtfulness. He was right. She couldn't stay too long here, especially since Thatcher and the others might need her. Very well. First, gather more materials, and I will give you the recipe, she instructed. The Avril agreed and immediately went to gather the needed items. Due to her injuries, Margot couldn't go outside, so she stayed behind. Big sister, will I run out of medicine after using these? Anton asked innocently. Margot chuckled and ruffled his hair. Don't worry. I'll make more for you. These are just temporary. Relieved, Anton began applying the medicine. 2 hours passed swiftly. The Avril returned from the mountain with the gathered materials, which Margot had him lay out before her. Good. With these, I can teach you. First, memorize the formula and the steps. Otherwise, when I demonstrate, you won't understand. The Avril nodded humbly, knowing it might take time for him to learn, but grateful Margot was willing to teach. Half an hour later, he learned the necessary materials and process and watched Margot mix the remedy. She performed each step meticulously, ensuring he understood. However, learning the formula was one thing, putting it into practice was another. Despite her meticulous demonstration, the Avril struggled. Margot succeeded again, but this time with a smaller batch to help the Avril clearly observe the process. Got it? Probably not. That's okay. Think about it, and I'll do another batch for you to observe. The Avril nodded uncertainly, trying to understand Margot's pointers. All right, next time you'll try. Let's see how much you've understood. Margot encouraged him, though unsure of his comprehension. Margot, I fear making mistakes and wasting materials. Maybe I shouldn't try. The Avril seemed very humble, doubting himself constantly. Don't worry. Mistakes are normal. Even my companion wasted many materials before he eventually succeeded. As long as you practice diligently with this proven method, you will succeed. And there's plenty of material here. What's there to fear? Margot's words reassured the Avril. Knowing his failures wouldn't cause serious harm, he relaxed. Great job, keep trying. As the Avril started his first attempt, looking nervous, Margot comforted him. Gradually, he became more confident. Just now, you used too much of the ingredients. That won't do. Margot corrected him, but his progress was slow. After 3 attempts, he still failed. Margot patted his shoulder. Don't worry. Keep practicing. You'll get it. Chapter 320 Misunderstanding. At the same time, Thatcher and the Pedro continued to search for Colleen's whereabouts. They had been searching for a long time, only stopping briefly to eat or drink water, but not letting their guard down otherwise. They were unsure of Colleen's current situation and worried that if she was in danger, they might still save her if found in time. However, as time passed, this hope grew dimmer. The longer the search dragged on, the less hopeful it seemed that they would find any sign of Colleen. At least earlier, they had found some clues. Now, even those faint hints had vanished, and Colleen seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Ferguson Zhao, look, there seems to be a small hut ahead. Maybe we can find some clues there, said one of them after expanding their search area. Instead of Colleen, they stumbled upon a modest-sized hut. Hope flickered in Thatcher's eyes, though he didn't take it too seriously. It looked like an ordinary hut. How could Colleen possibly be there? But to avoid missing any potential clues, they naturally wouldn't overlook this place. Ferguson, I sense movement inside, the Ridge cautiously informed Thatcher. Upon hearing this, Thatcher quickly told him to keep quiet and approach the hut as swiftly as possible. Bursting through the door, they indeed saw Colleen along with an adult and a child. Colleen, you're actually here. You've given us quite a scare, Thatcher muttered unhappily. After all, Colleen had gone out to collect materials and then simply vanished. Anyone in their shoes would have been very worried. I'm truly sorry, Ferguson Zhao. I hurt my foot when I left and couldn't make it back. But I do have good news. The formula you asked me to prepare was successful. Before Colleen could finish speaking, she noticed something odd about Thatcher's expression. What's wrong, Ferguson Zhao? Why the strange look? Colleen watched Thatcher in confusion, feeling that his demeanor was a bit off. Thatcher's gaze, however, was focused on the Averil, with a hint of menace in his eyes. The Averil, who was used to killing game, carried a certain murderous aura and could withstand Thatcher's glare. However, the child next to him couldn't take it and began to cry. "Don't be scared, kid. Your father is here." Thatcher waved at the Ridge. "Tie this guy up." The Ridge obeyed Thatcher unconditionally. "Yes, Ferguson Zhao." Following Thatcher's order, he bound the Averil with the rope that had previously been used to rescue Colleen. Despite his skills, the Averil was no match for the Ridge. In an instant, he was subdued. "What are you doing? Why tie me up? This is outrageous." The Ridge felt confused, unsure what mistake he had made. "Why are you treating me like this? I protest." The Averil, visibly angry, felt that these two must know Colleen, so why bind him? By now, the child was bawling uncontrollably. "Axel, why did they tie you up? I'm so scared." Seeing his child's distress, the Averil also became tearful. He had intended to protect his child and provide a good life, but ended up frightening the child instead. "Good child, don't worry. I will protect you. No harm will come to you from these bad men." Hearing this, Thatcher sneered. The Averil seemed to be putting on a convincing act. Checking the Averil's strength, he was surprised to find none. Thatcher deduced that either the Averil's strength far exceeded his own, or he was entirely unskilled. "Who are you? Why are you here? What's your purpose? Speak now." Thatcher tensed, sensing malice from the Averil. Colleen was taken aback by the sudden tension. She had imagined a warm reunion, not this confrontation. "It's not as you think, Ferguson Zhao. He hasn't harmed me. It's a misunderstanding." Ignoring her explanation, Thatcher shook his head. "Don't defend him, Colleen. I know you must have been coerced. Rest assured, he won't dare touch you with me around." Listening to this, Colleen nearly rolled her eyes. "Ferguson Zhao, let me explain. I fell into a trap and injured myself, unable to leave. He found me, and together we came to his hut. Later, I rested while he went up the mountain to gather herbs. I succeeded in preparing the medicine here and decided to teach him the process to help others. Please don't misunderstand a kind person. We are friends." Thatcher froze, processing her words. Moments later, he burst out laughing. "Oh, so that's it. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Since this is the case, we're friends. Isn't that right?" The Ridge stood there, utterly bewildered. Chapter 321, Flying into a Rage. He had no idea things would develop into this situation. Everything was filled with irony. "Ferguson Zhao, I'll go out for a while. The air here is a bit stuffy." The Ridge felt extremely awkward. Just now, they treated the others so badly, and now the situation had completely reversed. Anyone in his place would likely feel embarrassed to stay. Margot frowned. "No, you can't leave. Stay here first." Hearing this, the Ridge could only remain, feeling utterly uncomfortable even for a minute. "Miss Margot, what do you want me to stay here for? I can't help it all, and I just keep causing trouble." The Ridge rubbed his hands together, dumbfounded. "Apologize. You were so rude just now. Don't you think an apology is necessary? You should sincerely apologize for what you did. Otherwise, how can they forgive you? Can this matter be easily passed over?" Margot's expression was cold, clearly serious. "All right, I'll apologize. But please don't be angry. It's all my fault. No matter what, blame me entirely. Please don't get angry because of me." The Ridge apologized sincerely, but then glanced at Thatcher beside him. After all, Thatcher had given him orders. If not for Thatcher, he would never have done such a thing. Thatcher sighed, never expecting something like this to happen. This Averil seemed genuinely weak. "I apologize for my rashness earlier, but I meant well. Can you forgive me?" At this point, the Averil looked furious. These two had just arrived and did such a thing. What did they intend? "You two, get out. You're not allowed to step into our home again. You've hurt my child so badly. Do you expect me to forgive you?" The Averil was trembling, seething with anger. He looked at his child who was standing there blankly, seemingly dazed. "What's wrong with you, child? Don't scare your father. Wake up." The Averil was stunned. He never expected his child to be frightened into shock. "My child, what happened to you?" He was on the verge of losing his mind, never imagining that going hunting and saving someone would lead to his child suffering such a misfortune. "Get out now. We don't welcome you here." The Averil was in a terrible state, trying to comfort his child to wake up. However, the child remained unresponsive, as if really shocked. Margot sighed. It wasn't entirely the Averil's fault. If not for Thatcher's impetuous actions, the Averil wouldn't be in this state. But ultimately, the issue arose from her presence, leading Thatcher and the others to act so impulsively. She couldn't blame Thatcher either. To resolve this issue, she needed to take responsibility. Seeing the Averil's frenzy and the child's condition, Margot thought of a solution. "Anthony, how about I stay here and help treat your child? I won't leave until the child recovers. What do you say?" Margot's eyes revealed a close relationship with the child, which would likely make the child listen to her. "This time, indeed, we are at fault and must take responsibility. They were acting under my orders, leading to your child's fright, for which I am responsible. I will stay here to help treat your child. You may temporarily forgive them. If the child doesn't recover, I'll help you hold them accountable." The Averil's mood slightly improved. He knew Thatcher and the others had a reason, but involving his child made him lose control. "Fine, for your sake, I can temporarily forgive them, but I hope they never come to my home again. We might as well avoid each other forever." The Averil's words made the two very awkward, but they had no choice, having made the mistake. Why walk away when they caused it? The two immediately left the room. Seeing Margot's genuine concern for the child, the Averil was moved. "In truth, I know this isn't your fault. Why take the blame?" The Averil was puzzled. Anyone else would hesitate to do this, finding it too troublesome. "I know. Mainly, I'm not to blame, but since it started with me, if I don't take responsibility now, it would be shirking duty. Besides, don't worry. Although the child is frightened, I believe it won't take long for recovery. And we have our methods. Making the child healthy shouldn't be difficult. Margot's words eased the Averil's concerns. All right, I believe you. The Averil nodded, knowing they had spent some time together and trusted Margot. Leaving the Averil's house, Thatcher and the Ridge felt more and more frustrated. Ferguson, walking away like this feels a bit too humiliating. Shouldn't we plan better to prevent this from happening again? The Ridge was livid. He hadn't endured such treatment before. If not for their mistake, he might have killed them outright. We can't just leave, though they kicked us out. We can build a house nearby and stay there. If they need anything, we can assist, even running errands. At least we'll do our part. The Ridge's eyes widened. You're right, Ferguson. We shouldn't leave like this. But where do we find materials? Building a house isn't easy. Thatcher smiled and waved his hand. We're in the mountains. Finding materials shouldn't be hard. The Ridge agreed with Thatcher. Let's look around. If we lack materials, we can expand our search. Chapter 322, The Magic Elixirs. Immediately, the two reached an agreement, and Thatcher dispatched the Yisrael to search for materials. The Yisrael had some grievances about this matter, but did not dare to defy Thatcher's orders. After all, Thatcher had provided him with elixirs which could be considered a form of kindness. To not repay such kindness would make him seem ungrateful. After walking for a few breaths, he sensed that the surrounding conditions were quite conducive for cultivation. It was abundant in spiritual energy. What exactly is happening here? Why is there so much spiritual energy? This is no ordinary place. One might even say it's a treasure land. He frowned as he felt the abundance of surrounding spiritual energy. Surprisingly, these energies didn't distribute evenly as he imagined, instead converging toward a specific direction. Following that direction, he wanted to find where the most concentrated spiritual energy was. Unexpectedly, he found elixirs there. Although he couldn't understand what these elixirs were doing there, he could confidently confirm they were indeed elixirs. How can elixirs grow here? This is too magical. Did someone place them here? He pondered over it, still feeling amazed. For what purpose would someone put these elixirs there? Their placement was particularly high and steep, making it almost impossible or requiring great effort to retrieve. There's no way. No matter how powerful those elixirs are, I should be able to get them. My strength must be greater than whoever placed them. Seeing the elixirs, the Yisrael felt increasingly envious. He memorized their positions and finally managed to grab the easiest one to reach. Since you're the easiest to take down, let's start with you. Looking at the elixir, excitement almost bubbled up on his face. Got one. In just a few moments, the Yisrael had successfully obtained an elixir. He then went after the rest confidently, assuming they would be just as easy. However, since they were too high up, he couldn't touch them at all, which enraged him. Even if it meant risking his life, he would get those elixirs. Desperately jumping towards the second closest elixir, expecting success, he ended up empty-handed. This can't be. How is this possible? Despite trying multiple times for a few more moments, he still returned without any elixirs. They were placed too high up. If I can't get this one, can I try for another? There's no way every single one will be impossible to reach. His confidence faltered as he tried again and again, but all attempts failed. In the end, he only had one elixir in hand. Even though he hadn't checked the efficacy and strength of these elixirs carefully, he believed they were not ordinary quality. Each was top grade. Otherwise, why would the person hide them so high, making it almost impossible for anyone to obtain? Even the one he got emitted continuous power into his hand. If not for wanting to preserve its efficacy, he would have absorbed the elixir immediately. Alright, you guys really know how to hide. Just wait. There's no way I can't get a single elixir. If I can't do it myself, I'll call my bear brother. Leaving these words, he quickly departed, believing Thatcher surely had a solution. About a quarter later, he returned to where he agreed to meet Thatcher. Seeing the Yisrael empty-handed, Thatcher was momentarily baffled. What happened? Weren't you looking for hut-building materials? Why didn't you bring anything back? Thatcher's question stunned the Yisrael for a moment, but he wasn't concerned. Dorian Ferguson, look at this elixir. The quality is excellent, top grade. As the Yisrael handed over the elixir, Thatcher was shocked. This elixir is truly remarkable. Just touching it provides immense energy. It must be top grade. Thatcher nodded joyfully and asked, where did you get this elixir? The Yisrael pointed behind him and laughed. I found this when searching for materials. Its quality is very good, so I brought it back. There are many more. Hearing this, Thatcher nearly gasped. You mean there are more? Just this one is amazing. How many more are there? The Yisrael laughed again, saying, there are many. I haven't counted, but getting those elixirs requires skill. Thatcher shook his head unconcernedly. How hard can it be? I won't believe I can't get those elixirs. With a continuously changing expression, Thatcher gestured. Lead me there. We'll go together. The Yisrael grinned and nodded. Dorian Ferguson, I wanted you to come with me. No matter what happens, this elixir is yours. Surprised, Thatcher exclaimed, really? That's so generous of you. This elixir is top-notch. You're willing to give it to me like that? The Yisrael laughed loudly. Of course. They belong to you anyway. When you go to find those elixirs, retrieving them won't be easy. Nodding, Thatcher thought it through. Even the Yisrael considered this a challenging task. Alright, when we get the elixirs, we'll split it 70-30. Thatcher was generous, making the promise up front. The Yisrael was delighted. By giving away just one elixir and leading Thatcher, he could get a share. Hashtag chapter 323, disappearance. The Arwen immediately got excited. He couldn't wait to reach the location of the mystical pills as soon as possible. Ferguson Zhao, let's hurry. It won't be good if we arrive too late and someone else sees it. Seeing the Arwen's excitement, Thatcher looked puzzled. Alright, why are you so worked up? The pills aren't going anywhere, and it's not that far, right? The Arwen showed an awkward smile and said, Ferguson Zhao, I'm just in a hurry. Together, they arrived at the spot where the Arwen had previously found the mystical pills. They both froze in shock. What happened here? This is the place where you told me you found the pills. Where are they? Thatcher was speechless. Was this guy reliable at all? What did he want to do? Was he playing a prank? The Arwen scratched his head. He was also a little flustered, unsure of what was going on. He clearly saw the pills and remembered the exact location. Why were they gone now? Ferguson Zhao, you have to believe me. I really saw the pills. Something must have happened for them to suddenly disappear. The Arwen felt helpless. He wanted to show off and gain Thatcher's approval, but now he only made things worse and felt more embarrassed. Thatcher pointed at the ground and said, "If you want me to believe you, then find those pills." As he spoke, he sat down nearby, took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger. He really couldn't figure out how this guy thought, never considering things clearly before acting. "Why don't we wait here for a bit, Ferguson Zhao? Maybe the pills will reappear," the Arwen suggested, scratching his head. Thatcher almost couldn't resist swearing at him. Waiting some more, what an idea. All right, I think waiting here won't get us any results. Let's go back. Thatcher shook his head, losing interest in waiting any longer. Just as he turned to leave, a surge of energy from the foot of the mountain caught his attention. What's happening? Where did that energy come from? Did you feel that? The Arwen nodded. Both of them felt it. It wasn't a hallucination. However, when they tried to pinpoint the source again, they couldn't feel it. This attracted Thatcher's attention. Let's check carefully. There might be something interesting, and the pills may still be around. Thatcher resumed searching for the pills. The energy pulses were sporadic, without providing a clear direction. I didn't expect these mystical pills would play hide and seek. Thatcher chuckled bitterly. They searched relentlessly but found no trace of the pills. Just as they were about to give up, another powerful energy wave emitted from a specific location. Unlike before, this one didn't stop. Is the supposed mystical pill appearing again? Both Thatcher and the Arwen watched nervously, reacting intensely every time the energy fluctuated. Just wait a bit longer. We shouldn't be hasty. Even if the mystical pill doesn't appear, there's no need to worry. Thatcher's expression grew resolute. He understood that everything here was strange and unpredictable. Anything could happen. Suddenly, the energy stabilized, not as strong as before but consistently present. Thatcher and the Arwen were quite excited. Go ahead and try digging. See what you can find. Thatcher patted the Arwen on the shoulder, urging him forward. A decisive action like this was indeed helpful when hesitation often hindered progress. Ferguson Zhao, are you sure we should proceed? There might be something strange inside. Although the Arwen had been looking forward to it earlier, now that the moment came, he hesitated. Of course we should. What's there to fear? Being indecisive won't accomplish anything. Thatcher urged him on again, growing impatient with his inaction. He immediately started digging himself. The Arwen joined in quickly. Ordinary people might dig half a day without much result, but within 15 minutes, they had dug a large hole. Sweat dripped from their foreheads, but they weren't entirely without reward. The energy below grew stronger, as if the rocks and soil above were blocking it. Encouraged, they dug harder. I wonder what strange thing is hidden down here. We've been digging for a while now, but nothing has appeared yet. That's odd. Thatcher stabbed his long sword into the ground, his expression turning grim. Ferguson, it's fine. We've only been digging for 15 minutes. If we keep going for half a day, finding even one mystical pill would be worth it. Hearing the Arwen's words, Thatcher nodded, finding wisdom in his reasoning. Fine, you've convinced me. I do feel more confident now. Thatcher nodded and continued digging deeper. Each scoop required more effort than before, but they didn't give up because they knew they were getting closer to the answer. Suddenly, the Arwen let out a surprised yell, startling Thatcher. You brat, are you trying to die? Thatcher smacked the Arwen on the head. Was this kid asking for punishment? Why are you yelling? It's as if something strange is down there. Ferguson Zhao, I didn't mean to yell, but there's something unusual. Look at that glowing light. The Arwen pointed down, and Thatcher followed his gaze, eyes widening. My God, what is that? Where's the light coming from? Thatcher paused for a moment, then became excited. Are those the mystical pills? Chapter 324, Possession. The Ridge shook his head. Big Ferguson, I'm not sure about this. However, these pills are genuinely powerful. If there's hope, we should bring them out. Thatcher nodded. If that's the case, let's continue excavating. Just as the two were about to proceed, Thatcher felt an unusual sensation on his hand, as if something was rubbing against it ticklishly. Startled, Thatcher looked down and breathed a sigh of relief. Halamtal Ahmed, what are you doing here? Go home quickly, it's dangerous outside. Your father shouldn't have allowed you to come out. Thatcher clenched his teeth, somewhat annoyed. Uncle, my father wants you to come home. He has something to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Thatcher hesitated for a moment before deciding to return. All right, I'll go back with you now. Turning around, Thatcher instructed the Ridge. You stay here and keep watch. Don't let anyone take our findings, understand? The Ridge slapped his chest confidently. Don't worry, Big Ferguson. I won't let anyone take advantage of us. You can go back with peace of mind. Satisfied, Thatcher nodded and followed the Hurley back. Since the distance wasn't far, he didn't use any swift movement techniques, considering he had to bring a child along. However, the further they walked, the more anxious Thatcher felt. He couldn't pinpoint what was wrong but knew something was off. Still, he didn't overthink it, believing he could react promptly no matter what happened. His anxiety grew increasingly obvious, as if something important to him was in danger. Daring not to be negligent, Thatcher turned back towards where the Ridge was. It was as if his anxiety had a direction. Despite the hesitation, he couldn't gamble with such a feeling. Meanwhile, the Ridge suddenly collapsed on the ground, looking disoriented. No one else knew what was happening except Thatcher, who felt an almost telepathic connection. He immediately turned back, ready to check on the situation. Even if it was just his imagination, he couldn't afford to ignore it, lest something terrible happen to the Ridge. Since the distance was short, Thatcher sped back in a flash, while the Hurley struggled to keep up, panting. Arriving at the place where the Ridge had been digging, Thatcher found no trace of him. Only a deep pit remained where light had once shone, now dark and empty. Frowning, Thatcher realized things were getting stranger. Herschel, where did you go? Come out now, I need to talk to you. He shouted in all directions, unconcerned about attracting wild beasts. No response came from anywhere, indicating the ridge wasn't there. What did that guy do? Thatcher's face darkened. He wasn't sure if the man was in danger or had left deliberately. The latter possibility was alarming since someone staying with them for so long leaving without notice suggested a sinister motive. Could he have taken the treasure and medicines below, unwilling to share? Thatcher frowned. While possible, it seemed unlikely, given that he'd already agreed to split the spoils when the ridge mentioned the medicinal pills. Uncle, did that strange man disappear? The child asked suddenly. Thatcher nodded. Yes, he seems to have left for some reason. But that's not the main concern right now. Let's get back quickly. The child clapped and jumped with glee. That's great. That monster must have been eaten by a beast. What goes around comes around. Hearing this, Thatcher froze, looking at the child. Something felt odd about the kid. Why would he say that? Did he deeply hate the ridge? Though the man had frightened the child earlier, they had apologized. Moreover, Margot had promised to leave once the child recovered. Given the circumstances, Thatcher saw no reason for the child to harbor such resentment. One, even though he scared you, he is still a good friend. Don't say things like that. The child paid no attention to Thatcher's words. He's not a friend. He's a bad person. Bad people deserve punishment. Seeing the child's vehement expression, Thatcher felt uneasy. He detected a slight fluctuation from the child, sensing something abnormal. Is he possessed? Thatcher paused, realizing this might very well be the case. How else could his behavior change so drastically? He remembered the child being quite well behaved earlier, without such mature thoughts. Deciding to examine the child closely, Thatcher noticed something different about him indeed. Well then, it is possession, Thatcher thought. But the situation is mild now. With proper handling, perhaps it won't affect the child permanently. With this in mind, Thatcher took the child back to the Averils' house, hoping they could find a solution quickly. Upon arriving, Thatcher saw Margot and the Averil. The Averil, noticing his son with Thatcher, immediately became angry. What are you trying to do? Scare my child? Forget it. The Averil pulled the child inside, leaving Thatcher to chuckle wryly. He planned to explain everything to the Averil but decided Margot should handle it. Chapter 325 Driving Away. Ferguson Zhao, why did you come? Didn't you notice this kid and the four-armed freak both seem to dislike you? Margot was clearly not referring to Thatcher's appearance, but his involvement with Anton. Thatcher shook his head and pointed towards a distant spot. Let's go over there and talk. Finishing his sentence, Thatcher walked ahead. Despite being puzzled by his actions, Margot didn't overthink it. Following Thatcher to the location he had indicated, she asked with a smile, Ferguson Zhao, what brings you here? Oh, and where's the four-armed freak? Margot glanced around, not spotting the four-armed freak, wondering if he'd left. With a serious look on his face, Thatcher said, the four-armed freak has vanished. No one knows where he's gone. This issue can't be resolved for now, but what I'm worried about is Anton. He's been possessed by a ghost. Shocked, Margot covered her mouth. What? Ferguson Zhao, are you sure? It seems unlikely. Who could dare challenge the four-armed freak, given his power? By the way, are you certain about Anton? Thatcher nodded definitively. I'm absolutely sure. I just wanted you to discuss with the Averil how to handle it. Don't be careless. Nodding, Margot acknowledged Thatcher's concern. If he was taking it this seriously, it must be true. All right, Ferguson Zhao, rest assured. I'll take this matter to heart and ensure a satisfactory response. Thatcher nodded without further comment, warning her to protect herself before leaving. Upon returning to the Averil's room, Margot wasn't surprised when the Averil proactively asked, what did he say to you? Smiling, Margot replied, he said the four-armed freak disappeared. Nobody knows where. The rarest of smiles appeared on the Averil's face upon hearing this. Well then, that's excellent news. My child won't have to live in fear anymore. Feeling helpless, Margot understood the sentiment, but felt the need to convey more critical information. Oh, and another thing. Margot prepared to tell him about Anton being possessed when suddenly Anton ran out of the house. Margot rushed after him and brought him back. Why did you drag my child back like that? All he wants is to play outside. Did he offend you? The Averil pulled Anton behind himself, eyeing Margot unfriendly. After some hesitation, Margot shared what Thatcher told her. Sorry, I debated whether to tell you this, but your child is likely possessed. Please help him get rid of this. Also, until this is completely resolved, don't let him go out. This remark infuriated the Averil. You're making nonsense. You're the one possessed. How dare you curse my child? What a despicable act. Margot felt helpless, trying to explain she wanted to help his child, yet he wouldn't listen. I'm telling the truth. Ferguson Zhao would never lie about something so serious. You should be cautious. With a conflicted expression, Margot tried again. If you keep saying things like this, leave us alone. The Averil looked enraged, almost irrational. Don't you think you sound superstitious? For someone who thinks they're sensible. I thought you were nice before, but you're just an empty shell now. Saying that, the Averil dragged Anton back into the room. As they passed Margot, Anton broke free from his father and lunged at her. Before the Averil could react, it was too late. The Ahmed displayed strength far beyond his age, akin to an adult, with a frightening expression on his face. Chilled, Margot remembered Thatcher's words. It might be true. Realizing this, she couldn't react quickly enough as Anton moved incredibly fast. Just as Margot thought she couldn't avoid getting hurt, a punch grabbed Anton's arm. It was Thatcher, who had been watching closely, fearing Anton might suddenly attack. He anticipated this correctly. Stop, let me go, you're hurting me. Glancing at the Averil beside him, Anton started crying loudly. Indeed, seeing this, the Averil grew restless. What are you doing? Let go of my child. The Averil came over, grabbing Anton's other arm and aiming to grab Thatcher's hand. Thatcher released his grip, knowing Anton couldn't do much harm right now. I want to take him somewhere safe to remove this trouble. While saying this, Thatcher scanned Anton critically. No way, why should I let you take my child? And I remember all the previous incidents you caused. Won't this scare him even more? The Avril firmly refused, worried about potential harm to his child. He won't attack others if he stays with me. That's safer, period. Explaining helplessly to the Avril, Thatcher sought assistance. But the Avril obviously held a negative impression of Thatcher and ignored his explanations. That's enough, I won't listen. Simply put, I won't let you take my child. Seeing Margot nearby, Thatcher hoped she could mediate. Margot looked at the Avril, Dak's brother. Maybe let Ferguson Zhao take the child. I believe Ferguson Zhao won't harm anyone. Looking into Margot's innocent eyes, the Avril hesitated. Chapter 326, chilling to the bone. Should he let that kid take the child out? Although what the kid said might be right, and he did speak up to apologize when the strange man scared the child before, but he still had a lingering shadow in his heart from the previous incident, unable to let it go. Just as he was hesitating, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Thatcher opened the door with confusion, only to be stunned. The person standing there was the Taj. Where were you earlier? Why couldn't we find you? Thatcher's face was filled with anger. This guy's sudden disappearance had caused them considerable trouble. If not for the Avril being present, he would have given the kid a slap. I'm sorry, I had something urgent to attend to and didn't get a chance to inform you. Ace explained to Thatcher, who nodded, ready to forgive him. But suddenly, he widened his eyes. This guy's way of speaking seemed very different from before, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was off, it just felt odd. Right, before this guy always called him Ferguson Zhao. He didn't call him this time. Could this guy be an imposter? Or like the Hurley? After pondering for a moment, he shook his head, thinking it unlikely. The Hurley had low combat strength and was easily manipulated, but this guy was a Taj with formidable fighting prowess. How could he be so easily controlled by others? Thatcher gave a cold laugh. He felt that this guy was definitely up to something. Don't think you can fool me like you do others. Tell me the truth. Where are you from? What do you want? What's your motive? Speak honestly, and maybe I'll spare you. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. His words made it clear where he stood. Meanwhile, Margot and the Avril looked puzzled, unsure what he was up to. Ace also appeared confused. Ferguson, what are you talking about? Don't joke with me. Let's go inside. I have something important to discuss with you. After saying this, the Taj tried to enter the house but was stopped by Thatcher at the door. What are you trying to do? We haven't let you in yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Thatcher's words made the Taj slightly angry. He frowned. Then tell me, what do I need to do to get into this house? The Avril wanted to say he wouldn't let him in no matter what, but Margot held him back. I want to ask you, where did we last meet? Thatcher sized up the other party, smiling as he spoke. Hearing this, the Taj laughed heartily. Our last meeting was here, right? We're still talking now. Ace smiled, trying to bluff his way through. However, Thatcher knew clearly that this guy had disappeared at the place they were looking for the miraculous medicine. If he couldn't even remember this, unless he lost his memory, how could this happen? Fine, since you don't know, let me ask you another question. Thatcher's voice grew colder. Ask away, I'm listening. I want to know, under what circumstances did we first meet? Margot also knew this event, but naturally wouldn't remind the Taj. Since Thatcher was asking these questions, there must be a deeper meaning behind it. Ace appeared visibly anxious, and Margot was equally baffled. Could this guy not be the real one? Yet he looked exactly like the Taj they knew. Margot shook his head, unable to figure it out. Ace scratched his head, his eyes clouded with confusion, then finally sighed. Ferguson, I forgot. We've known each other for some time now. Why would I remember such details? Upon hearing this, Thatcher's face changed subtly, and Margot widened his eyes. He had witnessed this event firsthand and knew this guy had blocked their path at the entrance of a cave, and it had happened not long ago. How could he forget? Why would you say you forgot? This wasn't long ago. Margot wore a look of bewilderment. This guy seemed more and more unfamiliar. Ace's expression turned increasingly serious. He originally thought he could easily handle these two kids, but they had discovered him surprisingly quickly. What are you doing? Why gang up on me like this? I'm obviously the real deal. What's there to question? I'm a bit tired. Let me in so I can rest. As he spoke, the Taj attempted to force his way in, but the Avril stepped forward with a pitchfork, blocking him. You can't come in. I won't let you pass. The Avril glared at him, eyes brimming with anger. Why can't I come in? You're all inside. Let me rest my feet for a moment. Ace seemed on edge, showing signs of nervousness, though it was unclear why. Looking at Thatcher, he said, since he won't let me in, Ferguson, come out with me. Turning around, he moved ahead, seemingly urging Thatcher to come out immediately. But Thatcher shook his head and refused. I won't come out. I'm going to rest here for a while. Go on your own. Standing guard at the door, Thatcher looked like a guardian deity. What are you up to? Come out quickly. I need to talk to you. It's crucial. Ace stared at Thatcher with wide eyes. Thatcher gave a cold laugh, ignoring him. Don't pretend. Do you really think I don't know what you're planning? You just want to trick me out, right? You really think I'd fall for it? Furrowing his brows, Thatcher realized this guy harbored ill intentions, but he didn't know what his exact plans were. He took out the prepared medicine he had collected. These medicines were newly mixed and might come in handy. Except if the child needed it, he would have to bear the discomfort later. Suddenly, he sprayed the medicine towards the Taj, who was caught off guard and got doused. In an instant, a sizzling sound came from the Taj's body, which was both alarming and chilling to hear. Chapter 327, Disappearance. However, the four-armed strange figure suddenly vanished as if by magic. His appearance was quite comical, evoking barely suppressed laughter. He actually ran away. What a bore. Thatcher shook his head, looking at the vial in his hand with a hint of regret. He had intended for Anton to come and not return, but didn't expect the opponent to escape so quickly. Although his potion had indeed inflicted damage, it was clear that the fellow managed to evade effectively. The potion's effect is really impressive. Who would have thought it could work against these kinds of creatures? The Averil behind them couldn't help but admire. Thatcher nodded. This potion is very commonly used in such situations. It's just that these fellows are all elusive. Even with the potion, slower reflexes make it useless. Beside him, Margot pulled Thatcher's arm as they walked out of the room. Why did you drag me out? I was trying to improve relations with the Averils in the cabin. Thatcher looked confused, puzzled by Margot's actions. I know where this thing hides. Want to come along? Margot said seriously. Upon hearing this, Thatcher perked up. Oh, then let's go. Where is it? Lead the way quickly. Margot couldn't help but laugh at Thatcher's eagerness. You're in too much of a hurry, but it's best to settle this soon. Let's go. Saying this, Margot led Thatcher forward at a quicker pace, both eager to locate and eliminate the lair of these entities. As they walked, Thatcher sensed something amiss and turned back. He saw the Hurley following them. Halantal kid, why are you following us? Is there something you need to tell us? Thatcher paused, looking oddly at the child. Suddenly, he realized this Ahmed was likely possessed, and thus might not act normally, raising a bit of alarm. You must leave here immediately. We don't welcome you. The Ahmed suddenly spoke, his voice like a lion's roar, extremely unpleasant to listen to. Thatcher felt a buzzing in his head upon hearing his words, unsure what to think. That little brat needs a beating. In front of his father, I refrained from hitting him, but do you think I'm a pacifist now? Thatcher channeled his spiritual energy, preparing to give Anton a lesson, but clearly, this entity wasn't aware of its impending doom. Then, Margot sprayed potion at Anton with such speed that even Thatcher was surprised. Sizzle. Another round of intense corrosion followed. The Ahmed, hit by the potion, disappeared instantly. Due to his quick reflexes, some potion missed him entirely, splashing onto the ground and corroding nearby plants. Seeing this, Margot exclaimed in surprise. That small thing disappeared quite quickly. Seems his power is higher than the last guy. With a worried look, she continued, Ferguson Zhao, since we've encountered them, we mustn't retreat. Let's resolve this once and for all. In just a few words, her tone was filled with determination. All right, let's talk things through with them. Let's hurry. Margot pulled Thatcher forward. If Anton appeared to stop them, it was likely premeditated, which only strengthened Margot's resolve to bring Thatcher there. Here we are. Margot pointed to a towering cliff before them, smiling at Thatcher. Thatcher froze. He knew this place well. It was where they discovered the miraculous elixir. And it was here that the four-armed creature vanished, replaced by something strange that confronted them outside the Averil's home. Why do you look familiar with this place? Have you been here before? Margot asked curiously. Thatcher nodded with a smile. Yes, definitely been here. The miraculous elixir was found here, and so was the four-armed creature who guarded it and then vanished. Thatcher's words made Margot widen her eyes. What? Such a thing happened here? He disappeared here, so there must be a secret. Let's dig deeper right away. We'll find clues. Excited, Margot urged him on. Thatcher nodded. Together, they began digging, moving swiftly. They were perplexed by recent events and wished to resolve matters promptly. Yet sometimes, haste brings more harm than good. Desperation can lead to mistakes. Thatcher almost injured Margot while digging, but she reacted quickly, sensing the danger and dodging it. Ferguson Zhao, you're too impatient. You should calm down. Don't overthink this. Such matters require patience. Margot tried to soothe Thatcher, urging him to relax. She knew urgency could only complicate matters, or even lead to errors. All right, you're right. I was too hasty. Thatcher sighed, deliberately slowing his pace. Though still fast, he avoided making mistakes. Seeing Thatcher calm down, Margot breathed a sigh of relief. Continuing to dig, they noticed the soil seemed different. Ferguson Zhao, haven't you noticed the soil is changing color, turning red? Margot frowned, puzzled. Thatcher nodded. Yes, it's red. What does it mean? Clearly, Margot had an inkling of what this signified. Red soil signifies misfortune. We must be cautious, Ferguson Zhao. Margot sighed. Thatcher's heart tightened, though he feigned nonchalance. I see. No worries, we'll just be extra careful. With our current strength, who could possibly be our match? While saying this, Thatcher remained tense, keeping a watchful eye, wary of another encounter with the four-armed creature or Anton. Just as he thought, his fears materialized. Be careful, they're coming. Chapter 328, Searching for Elixirs. Thatcher couldn't help but be startled upon hearing these words. He looked around and indeed found the Hurley and the Pedro by their side. However, it seemed like they didn't recognize Thatcher and Colleen. The two of them appeared rather lethargic, and it was unclear what they were thinking. But they kept observing Thatcher and Colleen. What's up with them? Should we say a few words to them? Colleen asked, puzzled by their behavior. Don't bother them. They are probably in an unconscious state. Perhaps we can get away with this, replied Thatcher. The two pretended not to know them and continued digging the large hole in front of them. However, it wasn't easy for this disguise to fool the two men who had deliberately come to confront them. Caden, take this. Before he finished speaking, the Pedro lunged towards Thatcher to attack him. For some reason, his strength seemed much greater than before, and Thatcher felt the increase in his power. Big Ferguson Zhao, be careful. Colleen quickly moved in front of Thatcher to strike the attacker. Colleen's speed was much faster since he saw them first, and thus attacked first. When the palms of both sides touched, they immediately pulled apart. That Taj refused to give up and continued attacking Thatcher. Soon after, Colleen got into a fight with him. Meanwhile, the Hurley did not join in. Instead, he watched them fight as if it were a show, which looked quite amusing. Thatcher sensed that Anton did not have much strength, so he paid little attention to him and continued digging. To them, discovering the truth and excavating elixirs were equally important matters. Big Ferguson Zhao, this guy seems determined to beat you down. What should we do now? Colleen frowned, realizing that he was always at a disadvantage when fighting the Pedro. After all, the other side was stronger, and there was no telling whether the Hurley would attack. If he did intervene, their combat efficiency would certainly plummet. Although Anton hadn't shown any fighting power previously, no one could be sure if he was still the same Ahmed they had encountered. What if he was an imposter and suddenly launched an assault? They would surely suffer a great loss. Luckily, Anton didn't attack, looking like he was absorbed in watching the fight between the two men. Big Ferguson Zhao, hurry up with your digging. Try to excavate valuable treasures from inside. Only then might we stand a chance. Hearing Colleen's words, Thatcher realized what he should do. He dug at the fastest speed possible, even at the risk of injuring himself. He knew that once he unearthed the miraculous elixir, it might change something. At that time, even if the Hurley had certain strength, they could ensure a victory. Perhaps Thatcher's luck was strengthened. Suddenly, another light spot appeared in the large pit underfoot. This light spot was not very clear, just a hazy outline. Thatcher had a vivid memory of such light spots appearing before. He became excited and continued digging. The light point gradually became clearer, and soon the treasure inside emerged. It was indeed a miraculous elixir. While this elixir might not be more potent than the previous one, it was very precious to Thatcher and his companion. Because this was the first elixir they excavated after the second dig, its significance was extraordinary. He glanced at the Pedro and the Hurley, guessing that they came here to find the elixirs. At this moment, Colleen spoke again. Big Ferguson Zhao, did you find the elixir? Thatcher nodded. In that case, keep digging and unearth all the remaining elixirs. Give them one each to eat, and everything will be fine. Upon hearing this, Thatcher showed a resolute expression and began digging frantically. His speed was much faster than before, and soon another hazy light point appeared. This time he didn't hesitate and dug furiously, twice as fast as before. Sure enough, 2 elixirs appeared in Thatcher's hand. He approached the Pedro and casually placed an elixir in his mouth. Then he went to the Hurley and put another elixir in his mouth. Though the Hurley was confused, he instinctively felt that the elixir would benefit him, and he also felt that Thatcher was a good person. Therefore, he didn't guard against Thatcher and happily ate the elixir. Immediately afterward, the Hurley sat on the ground, which looked interesting. He emitted light from head to toe, similar to the light emitted by the elixir. Seeing this, Colleen sighed in relief. After consuming the elixir, the Pedro stopped attacking and rested. Meanwhile, Colleen's combat ability seemed to have reached its peak. How powerful! It's really amazing. Big Ferguson Zhao, giving them the elixir has worked wonders, Colleen said excitedly, clapping his hands. Thatcher cast a glance at Colleen and continued digging. The 2 elixirs had been wasted on them, yet he himself had yet to consume one. Watching their transformations, Thatcher couldn't help but feel envious. Continuing to dig, he lacked the motivation to save people, so his speed decreased. After about 15 minutes, Thatcher obtained the 3rd elixir. He didn't stop his hand, for this kind of digging did not consume spirit energy but only required physical strength. For super cultivators, physical strength was almost negligible. Therefore, while the 2 men were regaining their strength, Thatcher continued digging to produce more elixirs. This was out of necessity. Although the 2 had changed, no one knew if 1 elixir would suffice. Preparing more elixirs might prove useful later. Besides, considering they had met by chance, it would be a pity not to take all the elixirs with them when they eventually left. Thus, for several hours, Thatcher and Colleen dug for elixirs non-stop. Even if they were exhausted, they couldn't leave behind any regrets. As for the Pedro and the Hurley, they sat there calmly throughout. Even after so long, they hadn't recovered. Chapter 329, Mockery. Thatcher watched the 2 of them and, seeing they hadn't returned to normal, couldn't help but want to give them some elixirs. Big Ferguson Zhao, what are you doing? You're going to give them elixirs? Margot looked at him in surprise, not expecting Thatcher would go this far. Just let them take it. I've already dug up quite a few elixirs anyway. Giving them a couple more won't hurt. Thatcher showed the elixirs in his hand, looking quite excited. This time, he had indeed reaped a good harvest. Although there were quite a few twists and turns along the way, at least the result was favorable. I think you're getting too carried away. Don't get too overconfident. Suddenly, the 2 noticed something unusual beside them and turned to see the Hurley standing up, eyes open. Sister Hua, Big Ferguson Zhao, what are you doing? The Hurley came up to them, looking confused. Margot and Thatcher exchanged glances. Thatcher continued digging while Margot smiled and said, you can recognize us now. The Hurley scratched his head, looking puzzled. Sister Hua, what do you mean? When have I ever failed to recognize you? Margot playfully ruffled his hair. Just these past 2 days, haven't you forgotten? You looked like you didn't remember anything and wouldn't speak. The Hurley froze, finding her words unbelievable. Sister Hua, are you hallucinating? What you're saying sounds impossible. The Hurley's sarcastic look left Margot speechless. This kid actually dared to mock her? You're pretty brave, huh? But if you don't remember, let's just say it never happened. This left the Hurley scratching his head. Tell me, Sister Hua, what exactly happened so I can understand. The more Margot refused to tell him, the more curious the Hurley became. Ignoring him, Margot went to check on the ridge to see how he was doing. The Hurley had woken up. Why hadn't this guy awakened yet? What was he doing? Ow! Suddenly, the ridge let out a strange cry, then opened his eyes. Seeing Margot staring at him, he jumped in fright. Why are you looking at me like that? It's creepy. The ridge looked at her dumbfounded. I just wanted to see when you'd wake up. Didn't expect you to be right on schedule. Margot shook her head, examining him closely but found no abnormality. Do you remember me? As she spoke, Margot also circulated her spirit energy to prevent this guy from attacking her unexpectedly. She had suffered enough from this guy's combat strength before, which ordinary people couldn't withstand. Of course I remember you, Miss Hua. How could I forget you? You're imagining things. The ridge's words left Margot speechless once again. This guy really knew how to give nicknames and stuck with them. Don't call me that. By the way, do you remember what happened the last 2 days? Margot stared into the ridge's eyes, trying to detect any lies. What happened the last 2 days? I only remember going with Big Ferguson Zhao to get those magical elixirs, then I appeared here. Hearing this, Margot nodded. Now she understood completely. These 2 had no memory of anything, pushing all responsibility aside. Seeing Thatcher still digging for magical elixirs, Margot reported her findings to him. As expected, I never thought they'd admit to knowing anything. They must have been under some kind of influence. That's it, let's leave it at that. Let's not tell them to avoid unnecessary complications. Thatcher sighed and led everyone back. The magical elixirs had been thoroughly dug up, leaving no reason to stay. Returning to the Averal's house, the Averal was surprised to see them all come back together. Then he saw the Hurley and quickly pulled him to his side. Where did you run off to? Disappearing without a word. You've nearly driven me crazy. If you do this again, I'll beat you until you call me mommy. This statement made the Hurley jump in shock, his face turning pale. Dad, please don't do that. I'm scared. All right, brother. Forget about the child for now. Let's talk elsewhere. I have something to ask you. Thatcher told the Averil. Looking at the lively child by his side, the Averil seemed to have changed character and agreed with Thatcher. He changed his clothes and went out with Thatcher. Ferguson Zhao, what do you want to talk about? As he spoke, the Averil kept glancing at his room, seemingly worried about the Hurley. Thatcher thought for a moment and said, Ferguson, I want to ask what this place used to be. Hearing this, the Averil thought for a moment and laughed. Used to be? It was once a competition arena, but later fell into disuse. Thatcher finally understood. It seemed the arena falling into disuse wasn't coincidental. Thatcher glanced at Margot and smiled at the Averil. Since it's like this, we'll take our leave. Sorry for disturbing you these few days. The Averil waved his hands. No need to apologize. Your presence and the child's kept me company and less lonely. Seeming happier due to their imminent departure, the Averil added, Why don't you stay a couple more days? Rest well here. It's a great place. Thatcher and Margot exchanged glances and shook their heads. No thanks. We should head back. We've already delayed too long and have important matters to attend to. Hearing this, the Averil realized they were truly leaving and didn't force them. Fine. Since you insist on leaving, I won't stop you. Here, take some game I hunted as provisions for the road and a memento. The Averil packed some of his prepared game with a smile. The Ridge looked at Thatcher hesitantly. Do you have something to say? Speak your mind. Don't hide it. Thatcher looked puzzled, not knowing what the Ridge was up to. Could he not want to leave? Chapter 330. Staying behind. Big Ferguson Zhao, I still need those medicinal liquids very much. Can you leave some for me? Thatcher nodded with a smile. Sure, I have a small bottle of medicinal liquid here. You can take it first. As he spoke, he reached for the medicinal liquid. Then the Ridge added, Big Ferguson Zhao, how about giving me the recipe directly? That way, if I need more medicinal liquid in the future, I won't trouble you again. Hearing this, Thatcher withdrew his hand. You want the recipe? I'm afraid that's not possible. The recipe is extremely important to us and cannot be handed over lightly. Thatcher was quite frank, and there was no other choice. These bees were very precious, and the materials needed were scarce. There were only a few on this mountain, which they discovered after knowing the recipe. If not for the recipe, they might spend their entire lives without finding this place. Big Ferguson Zhao, could you have a little pity on me? I don't want to endure the agony of waiting for the medicinal liquid anymore. It's too painful for me. Upon hearing this, Thatcher looked hesitant, but showed no intention of relenting. He knew that he must stand firm sometimes. No, I said no means no. At this moment, Thatcher appeared resolute. Colleen observed this situation and hesitated, choosing not to speak. She was also concerned about giving the medicinal liquid to the Ridge. Seeing that neither would give him the medicinal liquid, the Ridge felt disheartened. All right, since both of you say so, then I won't ask for it. And with my appearance, leaving here might scare people. Perhaps it's best if I stay here. He then looked at the Averil. Ferguson Dax, what do you think if I stay with you all? Of course, I will provide gold and treasures, making sure you're not shortchanged. The Averil felt tempted by this. The guy's treasures were indeed invaluable, as he had seen before. He couldn't believe this kid would offer them just to stay. However, this fellow was too strange, and the extra arms made one feel uneasy. He especially worried that his child might be scared. If you want to stay, that's not impossible, but you must get my child's agreement. The Averil glanced at Anton, who was engrossed in play, oblivious to their conversation. Colleen thought it might not be a good idea for the Ridge to stay. I think it's better if you don't stay. It's not good if children get scared. I believe you wouldn't want to see that happen, right? Hearing this, the Ridge felt perplexed, unsure of what to do. He was denied staying, not given the recipe, and even lacked the medicinal liquid. Where could he go? Even if he left, he might frighten others and face danger himself. Seeing his puzzled look, Colleen suggested with a smile, how about this? I'll give you some medicinal liquid, and you can take it and leave. What do you think? The Ridge shook his head. How much medicinal liquid will you give me? Will it save my life? If it's too little, it's better not to bother. After all, I'm not a beggar. Watching his dejected expression, Colleen felt helpless. This decision wasn't hers to make. Giving him the recipe ultimately rested with Thatcher. Trying to decide might anger him. Thatcher nodded to Colleen. If you want to give him more medicinal liquid, that's fine, but you need to prepare quickly. We leave tomorrow, so you should work through the night and rest afterward. Colleen finally smiled. Okay, Big Ferguson Zhao, I understand. The Ridge let out a sigh of relief. Now, let's find the materials together. Although we still have some remaining, it's not enough to make sufficient medicinal liquid for you. Colleen replied with concern. Hearing this, the Ridge perked up. Great, let's go now. I can't wait anymore. His face lit up with excitement. He hadn't expected Colleen to be more proactive than he was. They went up the mountain together to gather materials. Thanks to previous experience, they traveled quickly, returning with a full load after a few hours. Night had fallen when Colleen lit a candle and began making the medicinal liquid overnight. Luckily, she had the knack for it, making fewer mistakes due to familiarity. By morning, the Ridge received nearly 10 vials, almost too many to carry. Colleen yawned and addressed the pleased Ridge beside her. Hold on to these. But remember, don't waste them, or I won't forgive you. He immediately shook his head. Don't worry, I won't waste your medicinal liquid. I'm not ungrateful. Colleen nodded, saying nothing further, heading to her makeshift bed for some rest. The Ridge hurriedly used the medicine. Knowing how valuable they were, he used them sparingly for maximum effect. 3 hours later, Thatcher and Colleen prepared to leave. Before they departed, the Ridge expressed heartfelt gratitude, clearly reluctant to part. Thatcher left promptly, unable to bear farewells, though they'd spent little time together, forming an unusual bond. Staying too long might tempt him to bring the Ridge along, which would truly be troublesome. An hour later, Thatcher and Colleen set off. Colleen's face showed a hint of confusion, as the recent events seemed too bizarre to fully grasp as real. What's wrong? Do you regret leaving? If you do, we can always come back, Thatcher joked. Chapter 331. Disappearance. Margot shook her head, adamantly refusing. We won't go back. Even if things get better here, we should still leave. Having come here, they had experienced several setbacks in a row, leaving even Margot feeling helpless. All right, let's go then. Thatcher and Sherry didn't say much more. The two left the place and returned to the town. The journey was uneventful this time. After all, they had no intention of stirring up trouble. They needed rest and recuperation after enduring continuous upheavals. However, shortly after returning to the town, Thatcher sensed something amiss. Margot, look closely at the houses we passed by, Thatcher said mysteriously. Hearing this, Margot's expression froze as she followed his gaze. These are just ordinary houses. What's so special about them? Margot was puzzled, unsure what Thatcher meant. Look, none of their doors are closed, Thatcher replied seriously. Yes, but why? Why would they make such a mistake? Margot asked, looking perplexed. Ferguson Zhao, shall we go in and check? I feel like something is off, suggested Thatcher, who nodded after a moment of thought, agreeing with the suggestion. As they looked around, they noticed every household had its doors and windows wide open, without a single one closed. Yet, there wasn't a soul in sight. Thatcher felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that some powerful entity had slaughtered everyone here? But why was there not even a trace of blood or violence? These people seemed to have vanished without any warning. Otherwise, the doors wouldn't be uniformly left open. There were no signs of struggle outside the houses either. Ferguson Zhao, let's go inside together. But be careful, Margot said as they both stepped forward cautiously, despite their decision to investigate. What if someone is lying in wait for us inside and attacks us anytime? Margot chuckled, trying to ease the tension. Thatcher only shook his head, saying nothing. Both were now in an extremely tense state. He could sense something was wrong but couldn't pinpoint exactly what. What's going on? Should we really go in? Margot was growing increasingly nervous due to Thatcher's demeanor but didn't want to miss this opportunity to investigate. Moments later, Thatcher decided to proceed. They couldn't stay outside forever. Be cautious, pay attention to every detail as we go in. They approached the nearest open door carefully. Despite being alert, they knew unforeseen events could happen. Hey, why are there so many ants? Margot paused and turned to Thatcher. Thatcher joined her, staring at the ants on the ground. An uneasy feeling gnawed at him. Be careful, this situation usually spells trouble. They had encountered similar scenarios before where the presence of many strange creatures often indicated danger, either poison or formidable strength. Ferguson Zhao, should we use our potions on these ants to see if it works? Thatcher considered this and decided against it. No, let's save our limited potions. Let's move forward and keep an eye out. As they continued deeper, Margot became increasingly uncomfortable. There are more ants. Maybe we shouldn't go further? She felt torn between retreating and worrying about upsetting Thatcher. You go back, I'll go in alone. These ants can't be that tough. Hearing this, Margot was stunned. Though she wanted to retreat, she wouldn't abandon Thatcher. Ferguson Zhao, rest assured, I won't leave you. No matter the danger, I will stand by your side, Margot stated firmly. Thatcher sighed, touched but also frustrated by her insistence. All right, let's go in together. With renewed determination, they ventured further into the house, focusing on clearing away the ants. These creatures felt off, posing potential risks. Margot, let's exterminate these ants together. He began stomping vigorously on the ants, taking extra care to crush the larger ones multiple times. Hopefully, this will work. Thatcher showed a fierce expression, but surprisingly, the ants seemed resilient. Suddenly, Margot screamed. What happened? Thatcher rushed to her side anxiously. I think I got bitten by an ant, she whimpered. Thatcher froze. What? Ants bit you? Seeing Margot in pain, Thatcher grew angry. What was happening? Why were these ants acting so aggressively? Ferguson Zhao, it hurts. These ants are poisonous. Thatcher realized the severity and checked her legs. He saw bite marks and dead ants, evidence of Margot's defensive action. Why is this happening? He muttered, concerned. Wait here. I'll use the potion to neutralize the toxins. Thatcher pulled out the potion and prepared to treat Margot's wounds. Hashtag chapter 332, the Dorian. What was once precious medicinal water was now being used on Colleen's wounds, as if it were worthless. However, the result was that these potions were completely ineffective and even caused harm. Why would this happen? Ferguson Zhao, it hurts too much. I can't take it anymore. Why don't you just kill me? It might be better this way. As she spoke, Colleen tried to manipulate her spirit energy to harm herself. Thatcher quickly stopped Colleen and then struck her, knocking her unconscious. Finally, Colleen was quiet, but Thatcher remained deeply worried. After all, Colleen hadn't been saved yet. If he couldn't detoxify her, her condition would only worsen. At this moment, the door suddenly closed, startling Thatcher. Who's there? Thatcher turned around in surprise and saw a figure standing there, looking mysterious. Who are you? Who I am isn't important. What's important is that your little Shoshana is in very bad shape and needs an antidote, and I have that antidote. This statement made Thatcher's eyes light up instantly, but then he realized how foolish his decision had been. What do you want with the antidote? In his view, the person wouldn't hand over the antidote so easily. There must be some ulterior motive. Would he have to agree if the demands were too outrageous? After thinking for a while, Thatcher shook his head firmly. Are you threatening me? I think you've got the wrong person. Even though Colleen's condition was dire, she would never agree to become a bargaining chip for others. I won't threaten you, but it would be best for you to stay. Her injuries are severe. Without timely help, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hearing this, Thatcher sneered. No matter what the consequences, we'll bear them alone and won't seek you out. Thatcher glared at the cultivator. You're not needed here. Please leave. Thatcher remained wary of this unexpected visitor. Although he claimed to be able to save Colleen, who knew his true intentions, acting rashly could lead to trouble. Fine, since you don't trust me, I won't force you. I live on Zizhu Mountain nearby. If you change your mind, you can find me there. Oh, by the way, let me answer your first question. Who am I? I am in Bear. As for which sect or school, it's not necessary to mention. With that, the bear drifted away gracefully. Just then, Colleen's complexion darkened. Ferguson Zhao, I feel like I can't hold on. Why does my body feel so light, as if I'm walking on cotton? Hearing this, Thatcher's face changed immediately. Nonsense. No talking about feeling light. You're fine, and I won't let anything happen to you. Looking at Colleen's current state, Thatcher could see she was struggling as if her soul had been drained. She seemed to be hanging on by a thread, wanting to live but powerless against fate. The supposedly life-saving potions were proving ineffective. What could they do? I won't let you die, Thatcher thought, recalling the bear. Would that man really help? Though suspicious, under desperate circumstances, they had no other choice but to turn to him. You rest for another quarter of an hour, and then we'll go find that bear. Thatcher's expression was resolute. Colleen looked worried. But isn't that guy suspicious? Isn't it a bad idea to approach him? Thatcher smiled wryly. Even if it's risky, we have no other options. We can't just let you continue like this. Colleen coughed painfully. Maybe it's better if you leave me here and escape on your own. Let me be on my own. This made Thatcher angry. Don't talk nonsense. Can't I save your life? He lifted Colleen into his arms. I won't allow you to say such things. I'm taking you up the mountain, but we won't ask him for the antidote. We'll steal it. Colleen clung to Thatcher's hand. No, Big Ferguson. I think that guy is strong. We may not be his match. Colleen hesitated. Letting Thatcher take such risks could be dangerous. She didn't want him to endanger himself further. Ferguson Zhao, why don't we just stay here together? Don't go to him. I can't let you die. Halmston to me. You're already in this condition. Why be so stubborn? Thatcher gave a cold snort, determined not to be swayed. Seeing Thatcher's resolve, Colleen didn't argue further. All right, Ferguson Zhao. If you insist, I won't oppose you. But please be careful. Thatcher laughed heartily. I know. I won't put myself at risk. Do you think I'd be that stupid? Carrying Colleen, Thatcher headed for Zizhu Mountain. After several inquiries, they finally found the place. Ferguson Zhao, put me down at the foot of the mountain. Carrying me up will only burden you more. Thatcher chuckled. So what? I'll carry you up and see what he can do. Although Thatcher downplayed the bear's strength, he was cautious as they ascended the mountain, avoiding main paths. Choosing a steeper, less traveled path increased their difficulty, but Thatcher's strength made the ascent easy. They quickly reached the temple gates atop the mountain. Perhaps because of its remote location, there were only 2 guards at the gate. Thatcher hurriedly hid Colleen behind a large tree. Chapter 333, severe injury. After settling Colleen, Thatcher walked towards the group of people, his gaze intimidating. Stop right there. Who are you? Step back and don't come any closer, or we won't be lenient with you. One of the guards at the gate spoke coldly to Thatcher. Upon hearing this, Thatcher's expression turned humble. Excuse me, sirs. I'm a villager from down the mountain. I've come here because I admire your esteemed sect and wish to join as a Ephraim. Please recommend me. Thatcher spoke respectfully while slowly moving closer to the entrance. Hearing this, the 2 guards relaxed slightly but looked at him with disdain. You, Hurley, think you can just join our sect like that? It's a daydream. Don't get any funny ideas. Understand? With your qualifications, joining our sect is impossible. Stop dreaming. Considering your respect for our sect, we'll overlook your unauthorized ascent this time. The guard waved his hand, impatiently indicating for Thatcher to leave. Despite this, the humility on Thatcher's face did not waver. Suddenly, he lunged forward, reaching the guard in a blink and striking him unconscious with a single slap. As he was about to attack the other guard, a sharp whistle echoed through the sky. The remaining guard, eyes wide with fear, began to retreat. However, Thatcher struck swiftly again, knocking out the second guard. But his actions were now futile. The first guard had clearly sent a signal warning the sect. At this moment, someone from the sect would likely be coming out. His attempt to infiltrate the sect secretly had failed. How could this happen? All for nothing. Furious, Thatcher wanted to kill the guard but heard the sound of an approaching cultivator. He quickly hid himself. Moments later, a figure appeared next to the 2 guards. Thatcher recognized him immediately. It was the bear. Indeed, it's him. Seeing the guards lying on the ground, the bear became enraged. So, you dared to knock out my guards? Unbelievable. After sensing briefly, his face showed surprise. Well, so you injured my guards but didn't flee? Thatcher widened his eyes, startled. How could the bear detect him so easily? Was the bear bluffing, trying to lure him out? Thatcher remained hidden, convinced it was a bluff. However, the bear walked directly to Thatcher, his face mocking. Do you really think I didn't notice you? Pathetic. Upon recognizing Thatcher, the bear seemed surprised. It's you. You refused my offer to treat the Shoshana and now you're storming my sect. Do you expect mercy? Saying this, the bear channeled his spiritual energy, attacking Thatcher. Thatcher was taken aback by the pressure even before the attack landed. He was astonished. The bear's strength was overwhelming. The kid isn't bad, but resisting me isn't easy. Suddenly, the bear's power surged, creating a mountainous pressure despite his calm demeanor. How is this possible? Your strength is astonishing. Thatcher realized there were always greater powers beyond what he knew. A mere bear from Purple Bamboo Mountain could crush him so easily. Pfft. Thatcher spat blood, overwhelmed by the bear's oppressive energy. This is punishment for your arrogance and injuring my guards. Next time, I'll throw you off the mountain, the bear warned grimly. Thatcher replied defiantly, I don't think I was arrogant, and I acted only when necessary. These people disrespected me. Why should I show them respect? Even facing such power, Thatcher refused to bow. Bold kid, you dare to talk tough even at death's door. Very well, let me teach you a lesson. The bear brought down a hammer-like strike with clear intent to kill. Regardless of Thatcher's lack of malice, the bear aimed to end his life. No. Colleen sensed Thatcher's danger. Though severely injured and on her last breath, she wouldn't let him be harmed. Your life ends here. The bear's right hand descended like a hammer, locking Thatcher under its power. Struggling against the bindings, Thatcher refused to yield. I won't submit to you. Just because you're stronger doesn't mean you can subdue me. In an instant, he unleashed 5 moves, each one a skilled technique. Expecting victory, Thatcher was shocked to find these techniques meaningless against the bear. How is this possible? How can you have such defense? The bear's icy gaze intensified. Seeking death? I can grant it. The bear slammed down forcefully, completely overwhelming Thatcher. The powerful spiritual energy immobilized Thatcher, rendering him helpless. How can you be this strong? Thatcher marveled at the bear's strength, unaware of the peril he was in. In your next life, lament. Why did you provoke someone you shouldn't? The bear mocked, with no intention of sparing Thatcher. Stop, please stop. Hashtag end of translation. Note. This maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Hashtag chapter 334. Stay behind. Riley suddenly appeared in front of Thatcher, just as the bear's hammer came crashing down. A heavy thud rang out as Riley was struck forcefully, spitting blood and collapsing into Thatcher's arms. Thatcher, now free from the bear's spiritual restraint, quickly regained his composure. He lifted Riley's body, his face turning pale. Riley, what happened to you? Don't scare me. I know you're very strong, right? Thatcher's face was filled with regret. He knew all too well what he was feeling inside. But how could it be possible for Riley to die like this? Yet, he couldn't deceive himself. She had already been poisoned and was critically ill. How could she survive another blow from the Thunder God hammer? Riley, how are you? Say something. Seeing Riley on the brink of death, Thatcher felt an intense pain in his heart. Dorian Ferguson, Zhao, don't worry. I'm fine, really. I just feel sad seeing you like this. Could you hold me? Hearing Riley's words, Thatcher felt as if his heart was being hammered. He deeply regretted why he had been so foolish. But it was too late. He believed there was no chance of saving her, even if they found the most skilled healer. You damn scoundrel, I'll kill you. Anger filled Thatcher's face. If not for this man, Riley wouldn't have ended up like this. Give her life back. Those few words were laced with intense resentment. Riley was a cherished friend in his life. He had hoped to travel through the world with her, but now they would be separated too soon. The Ahmed regrets it now. When I asked you to hand her over earlier, why didn't you agree? The bear wore a mocking smile, clearly not taking Thatcher seriously. You insolent fool. Even now, you still wear that smug look. As he spoke, Thatcher moved to attack the bear, who did not seem to care. You must think carefully before attacking me. She still has a chance of survival. If you act rashly, she will surely die. Hearing this, Thatcher caught on to the key point. What do you mean? Is there still hope for her? The bear smirked. If you want to save her, bring her inside. I will help her. With that, the bear turned and walked into the room, making Thatcher grit his teeth in frustration. Fine, I'll trust you once more, said Thatcher as he lifted Riley and carried her toward the room. At this moment, Riley's body felt icy cold, and even holding her made Thatcher shiver uncontrollably. Big Ferguson, Zhao, I'm so cold. Am I dying? Riley shivered as she spoke. Thatcher shook his head vigorously. No, you won't die. Trust me, I won't let anything happen to you. Thatcher ran frantically toward the room, driven by sheer madness. They soon reached a room where Thatcher placed Riley on the bed. All right, leave us. I need to treat her. I'll call you back when she is better. Though reluctant, Thatcher understood the gravity of the situation and left without argument. For an entire hour, Thatcher sensed energy fluctuations within the room. Despite appearing sophisticated, he feared any bad news. Just succeed, please don't mess up. He anxiously awaited news, knowing how severe Riley's injuries were. Even if he tried to delude himself, it seemed impossible. How could the bear turn things around like that unless he was a living miracle worker? After half an hour, the bear emerged from the room, looking grave. Seeing this, Thatcher felt a heavy blow to his heart. What's wrong? Why that expression? Could it be? A sense of dread washed over him, but he couldn't bear to finish the thought. Caden, I was only teasing you. Everything went smoothly. You can go see her now. Relief flooded Thatcher as the bear's playful nature surprised him. Riley, are you okay? Thatcher approached the bed where Riley lay, her eyes closed. He felt uneasy. What if the bear lied? What if Riley didn't survive? But soon, Riley opened her eyes, dispelling his fears. I'm okay, but I still feel cold. Can you hold me, Big Ferguson, Zhao? Riley gave Thatcher a faint smile, making his body tremble. Sure, I'll hold you. But tell me, do you have any wishes? I'll fulfill them for you. Riley looked at him with a confused expression. Wishes? None. If I must have one, it's that you live well. Touched by her words, Thatcher felt tears welling up in his eyes. Despite her condition, she was still thinking of him. That's enough. You should go. She needs rest here. The bear appeared coldly beside Thatcher. Hearing this, Thatcher shuddered slightly. Esteemed Dorian, can I stay with her a while longer? She might not adjust well if I leave now. The bear rolled his eyes. You're not welcome here. Leave her behind. Rest assured, she will be fine. Thatcher hesitated. I'll go, But thank you, esteemed Dorian. Without you, Riley wouldn't be here. The bear waved his hand dismissively. Enough talk. Go now. Thatcher glanced at Riley. Rest well. Once you recover, send a signal, and I'll come for you. The bear shook his head. You're overthinking. By the time you see her next, she might choose to stay here willingly. Shocked by these words, Thatcher felt powerless. Big Ferguson Zhao, you can go. Take care. Seeing Riley's smile, Thatcher nodded and left. Chapter 335, Coercion. Although he was forced to leave, he didn't go far but found a random inn at the foot of the mountain to stay. He couldn't help but worry about Margot's situation. Thus, while staying at the inn, he worked on his recovery from the intense battle which had left him exhausted, both physically and mentally. Yet amidst the despair, he could feel himself growing stronger with each passing moment, a sensation that gave him solace beyond all else. But I hope Margot can endure this, for what she has suffered this time is truly too painful. Thatcher did not dare to climb the mountain to see Margot, given her condition. If she really would die, there would be nothing he could do. In reality, after Thatcher left, Margot was promptly healed by the bear. The bear happened to have an antidote for the poison, and the severe blow Margot received, though it looked serious, could be cured with a single dose of a bruise-healing pill. Within 2 hours, all the toxins were purged from Margot's body, and her injuries were fully healed. However, she remained weak, which was something medical treatment couldn't address. It needed time for natural recovery. Despite this, the bear treated her well, providing ample nourishment. Margot believed that if she continued eating like this every day, she would gain weight in less than half a month, replenishing what she lost from the poisoning and injuries over these few days. This time, Dorian Zhang sent some subordinates with delicious food for Margot. Just as she was halfway through eating, the bear came to her side. How is your recovery going? Your complexion looks quite good, the bear said, glancing at her with surprise and nodding approvingly. Thank you for your concern, Dorian. I am feeling much better. My body is recovering well, Margot responded gratefully. She was thankful to the bear who had saved her life. But thinking about how the bear had beaten Thatcher severely filled her with anger, which she concealed well. Since you are recovering nicely, come find me after finishing your meal. I need your help with something, the bear said before turning to leave. Margot put down her food and wanted to chase after him, but then thought he might have arranged for someone to assist her and sat back down. Margot did not want to be manipulated by the bear just because of the favor of saving her life. If she had a choice, she'd rather die than do things against her will. Nevertheless, she decided to see what task the bear wanted first, and if it wasn't too unreasonable, she would agree. Half an hour later, Margot found the servants and had them lead her to the bear. Arriving at the bear's side, she felt somewhat restrained. Dorian, what task do you have for me? Margot asked with a smile. Do you see these inner cores? I entrust them to you. Study them carefully, the bear instructed. Hearing this, Margot hesitated. Looking at the sudden appearance of inner cores made her uncomfortable. She loathed such research, preferring combat and martial arts training to increase her strength. Making her focus on studying such items was almost unbearable. I see this may be difficult for you. If it is too much, then forget it, the bear remarked with a smirk, raising an eyebrow. Margot waved her hand. Dorian, you jest. How could I refuse? It's just that I'm not skilled in research and fear I might disappoint you. The bear snorted coldly. I don't care what excuse you give. Since I've entrusted you with studying these inner cores, don't make excuses. These words made Margot very uneasy. She originally intended to refuse, expecting the bear to understand, but unexpectedly he was so domineering. Considering his power, Margot knew better than to openly defy him. Dorian, I understand, Margot said with her head lowered. Although she did not openly reject the task, she hadn't accepted it either, only acknowledging the instruction. She hoped to meet Thatcher soon to escape this place. Yet, considering the bear's strength, she worried. The bear had defeated Thatcher previously, and now who knew how much stronger he was? If they clashed again, Thatcher might be at a disadvantage. Thus, any departure had to be covert, without alerting the bear. So, she waited a day on the mountain, hoping the bear would relax his guard. After a day, she signaled Thatcher to come up the mountain. Perhaps the bear remained vigilant, for when Thatcher arrived, he saw him. You little fellow, what are you doing here this time? The bear demanded seriously. Just checking on Margot, Thatcher replied hesitantly. Don't think of taking her away. Otherwise, neither of you will have a good end, the bear sneered before turning and leaving, making Thatcher grit his teeth in frustration. He's only slightly stronger than me. Does he really think he can dominate me? Once I check on Margot and confirm she's healed, we'll settle this, Thatcher muttered under his breath, continuing forward into the sect. Margot came out of her room, smiling warmly. Big Ferguson Zhao, you've come, let's talk inside. Margot pointed to her room and entered, with Thatcher following closely behind. Closing the door, Thatcher examined her and nodded approvingly. You're recovering well. It seems the bear did put in a lot of effort, Thatcher commented, satisfied that despite the bear's intentions, he had indeed saved her. Yes, I'm much better now, but I still need a day or two to fully recuperate. There's something I want to tell you, Margot sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. At first, I was grateful to the bear for saving my life, but he insists I study the inner cores. I hate this kind of research and plan to refuse. That's understandable. Why wouldn't he agree? Thatcher frowned, surprised by the bear's lack of reason. Margot nodded. Yes, I thought so too. I guess the bear is just hard to reason with. Chapter 336, Provocation. Yes, Ferguson Zhao, he insisted that I agree, and he didn't seem to be joking around. I know you definitely don't want me to be at a disadvantage, but this matter isn't simple. Perhaps we should just endure it for now, Margot said with a conflicted expression. What do you mean by endure? How can we just endure such matters? If you don't resist, they'll think you're easy to bully. Thatcher frowned as he spoke. So what should we do, Ferguson Zhao? I'll follow your advice. What should we do? It's very simple. We just leave right away, Thatcher said without much thought, acting as if it was self-evident. That won't work. This bear is already so formidable. There might be other powerful experts within the sect. I think the best plan is for us to coordinate and deceive the bear. Once I've left, you can leave afterward, Margot suggested, causing Thatcher to look somewhat puzzled. What do you mean by your idea? I'm thinking that when the time comes, you can provoke them at the front gate to draw the attention of the entire sect, while I escape through the back gate or some hidden passage. We can meet up at an inn down the mountain later, Margot explained with a smile. Thatcher nodded, finding her method somewhat feasible. All right, your plan sounds good. I agree. So I'll go back first. You rest well. When you start provoking them tomorrow morning, immediately escape, understood? Don't worry, Ferguson Zhao. I'll definitely follow your instructions and won't act recklessly, Margot agreed hastily. In an instant, they had made all their plans. After Thatcher left, Margot felt extremely excited. Initially, she had been feeling depressed after being threatened by the bear. But now, she felt relaxed again. Although she dared not show this emotion in front of the bear for fear of arousing suspicion. Therefore, she returned to her room and indulged herself in eating the food provided. Do you really think I wouldn't dare touch you delicious treats? Before, I simply wasn't in the mood. Now, I'm going to eat my fill, bite by bite. She hadn't noticed how delicious the food was until her mood improved. Satisfied, Margot nodded. The food indeed suited her taste. Moreover, the food contained potent energy, making her feel better after eating. I wonder what the scene will be like when Ferguson Zhao arrives tomorrow. I hope they don't fight too fiercely. Otherwise, it would be hard for me to handle. Margot pondered, suddenly feeling apprehensive. Well, let's take things as they come. Even if it doesn't work out, it's all right. She consoled herself, knowing that if this plan failed, she probably wouldn't have another chance. The bear would undoubtedly watch her closely, not even letting a fly out. The next morning, Thatcher arrived at the main gate of the sect and started challenging. As before, he knocked out the 2 guards at the gate. This time, unlike last time, he allowed the guards to report the situation rather than stopping them. His goal was to draw the bear's attention and ensure more forces were dispatched to the front gate. Sure enough, Thatcher's actions quickly alerted the bear. Is this Ahmed crazy? To dare challenge me? The bear coldly snorted and prepared to confront him. Didn't the lesson I gave him last time teach him enough? Does he need another one? As he walked out, his mind raced with thoughts. Last time, he forgave Anton because he brought Margot to him willingly. However, this time, he wasn't so lenient. And besides, he had injured Anton previously, which logically justified sparing him then. But this time, since Anton dared to intrude again, he had no intention of showing any mercy. Caden, let's see how many heads you have to play with. Saying this, the bear reached the entrance and saw Thatcher looking quite arrogant, which annoyed him. Caden, you are too arrogant. Are you not thinking clearly, wanting to get beaten? Fine, I can fulfill your wish. Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but laugh out loud. You want to hit me? Think about whether you're even worthy. The bear, instead of getting angry, laughed mockingly. Wasn't I clear last time when I beat you? Since your strength is inferior to mine, if I weren't worthy, wouldn't you be even less so? Considering that you brought Margot here, I forgave you. Now leave quickly before I get angry. The bear waved his hand dismissively, intending for Thatcher to leave. However, Thatcher was determined not to. Why should I leave just because you tell me to? Hand over Margot. I'm taking her with me. Looking towards the sect behind the bear, Thatcher smirked coldly. Hearing this, the bear burst into laughter. If I release her just because you say so, wouldn't that make me lose face? Here's what I'll do. If you can defeat me, I'll release her. If you lose, don't bring this up again. The bear raised his eyebrows provocatively. So, do you dare to accept the challenge? I doubt you would, given your intentions. Thatcher felt anger rising within him. Why wouldn't I? Let's go. You said it. Release her if I win. This time, Thatcher was genuinely motivated. He had lost to this opponent last time and wanted revenge. Now was his chance to test his improved strength. Exactly, I did say that. Fine, let me give you 3 moves. Even if you win within these 3 moves, it counts. Thatcher sneered at the bear's boastfulness. All right, you said you'd let me have 3 moves. I won't hold back then. With a cold laugh, Thatcher launched his attack at full speed. If he hesitated, the bear might retract his words, and Thatcher would be the one suffering. He had studied the bear's tactics and knew this opponent was indeed stronger. However, this didn't mean he had no weaknesses. His strength lay in immovable stability, but this also became his flaw. He couldn't move quickly, giving Thatcher a slight edge in speed. However, from the bear's perspective, this wasn't a significant issue. Hashtag chapter 337, diversionary tactic. Thatcher moved with the greatest speed, quickly putting the bear at a disadvantage. Great, you do have some skills. I must say, you've impressed me, the bear nodded, surprised by Thatcher's prowess. Why should I be surprised? Aren't you quite formidable? You allowed me 3 moves. Come on, let's see what you can do. Each of Thatcher's subsequent attacks was incredibly fierce, putting his opponent in a defensive position. However, as time went on, he realized that he was being led by the bear. Richard, how do you feel now? The brief question sent chills down Thatcher's spine. His pride and speed seemed meaningless before this bear. How is this possible? Why has your speed increased so rapidly? I don't believe it. You must be cheating. You must have used some secret technique to boost your speed. Am I right? Thatcher's eyes were filled with disdain, but the bear merely chuckled and shook his head. You overthink it. It's just that I wasn't fully exerting myself earlier. Now, I respect you more, so naturally, my speed has increased. What? You're not going to give up because I value you more, are you? Upon hearing this, Thatcher's face twisted into a mocking grin. Nonsense. Who do you think you are? Even if you attack in full force, I can still defeat you. And remember, you promised to let me have 3 moves. Don't go back on your word. The bear laughed heartily and nodded. Of course not. Continue attacking. Have I even made a move yet? Thatcher harumphed. Indeed, the bear had not attacked, leaving him on the offensive. Yet, despite this, the bear was applying considerable pressure. If Thatcher hadn't initiated first, the pressure would have been even greater. Hurry up and attack. Don't make me wait. Just 3 moves, after which will be your end. The cultivator's eyes gleamed with determination. He regretted allowing those 3 moves, but couldn't go back on his word. After the 3rd move, he was confident he could defeat Thatcher in 1 strike. Richard, overestimating yourself will lead to consequences. But for someone your age to achieve this level, it's already impressive. Saying this, the bear calmly fended off Thatcher's attacks, which grew more rapid and lightning fast. Thatcher knew Riley, Colleen, must be trying to escape now. He needed to draw attention away from her. Looking at the bear, Thatcher became increasingly arrogant. Do you regret fighting me now? If you're afraid of losing face, just say it. I might give you a chance. If you kneel and beg for mercy, I'll spare you this time. This comment infuriated the bear. You really think you can defeat me? Your strength alone can never triumph over me. This is your last chance. Fail to beat me now, and you won't stand a chance. The bear's face darkened, his speed increasing sharply. Knowing this was his last concession, he couldn't afford to falter. Fine, I'll finish you in 1 move. Thatcher launched a furious assault, powerful spiritual energy nearly tearing apart the surrounding space before crashing toward the bear. However, in an instant, each wave of spiritual energy was neutralized by the bear. This isn't possible. My concentrated attack isn't enough to beat you. I don't believe it. You must be cheating. How shameful, using foul play against a younger opponent. The bear, enraged by Thatcher's accusations, retorted furiously. Don't talk nonsense. When did I ever cheat? Those 3 moves are over. Now, I'll finish you in 1. His eyes blazed with lethal intent. He had tolerated Thatcher for long enough. Thatcher sensed the real danger. The bear was truly about to attack. All right, you really want to fight to the death. I'm game. Bring it on. On the surface, Thatcher prepared for a tough battle. In reality, he relied on his agility to evade and minimize damage while exhausting the bear's spiritual energy and giving Colleen more time to escape. Where had Colleen gone? Had she managed to escape? If she hadn't, then all his efforts were for nothing. I trust Colleen won't cause trouble. Let's see what this old guy has in store. If I can withstand it, I will. Otherwise, I'll retreat quickly. With this thought, Thatcher closely watched the bear, searching for any vulnerability in his offense. Though challenging, persistence could lead to success. The bear's first move came swiftly, like a long sword slicing down. Caden, this move is called Soaring Eagle. Let's see if you can handle it. The bear's strike was incredibly fast. I didn't expect this Otis to be so shameless. But since he's pushing, I can't hold back either. Thatcher activated the black hole technique to absorb the bear's spiritual energy, preventing serious injury. However, the bear's energy was too robust, barely affecting him, almost injuring Thatcher instead. Thankfully, the bear didn't capitalize on this moment. Well, Ahmed, what do you think of my move? Feeling arrogant still? Thatcher replied with a sneer. So what? Your move wasn't very strong. Didn't hurt me at all. Seems your attacks are just words. Hearing this, the bear erupted in anger. Fine, you dare to mock and slander me like this. Prepare to die. The bear's expression turned icy, his spiritual energy multiplying several times. Hashtag chapter 338, escape. Even Thatcher, who was standing beside him, was startled at this moment. How is this possible? Didn't you already use up all your spiritual energy before? Why do you still have such a powerful amount of it now? Are you some kind of spiritual energy tank? Thatcher looked at the bear as if he had seen a ghost, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The bear burst into laughter upon hearing this. You think you're smart, don't you? You're just too weak. Does that mean no one can be stronger than you? Enough talk. I've given you plenty of chances. This time, either surrender or die. As the Otis prepared to harness his spiritual energy and attack Thatcher, the latter suddenly raised his hands. I surrender. This move completely baffled the bear, leaving him unsure of what Thatcher's true intentions were. What are you talking about? Messing with my head? You told me to surrender, right? So why can't I surrender? Thatcher looked puzzled, wondering if the bear had been fooled by him. If you surrender, then kneel on the ground and bow 3 times to me. Then, I'll whip you 100 times before letting you go. The bear frowned, feeling that Thatcher was unreliable and might be trying to outsmart him. Deciding to strike first, he smiled slyly. Thatcher was taken aback by the bear's response, realizing he had miscalculated. All right, you win. But why must I kneel and bow to you? That's an insult to my dignity. The bear sneered. What do you mean, insult? Do you even have dignity? Stop wasting time. Do you want to be whipped? Seeing there was no way out, Thatcher decided to seize the opportunity and run. He managed to escape about 50 feet when the bear appeared in front of him, clearly having anticipated this move. You little brat, you really think you can run from me? The bear's face showed pure arrogance. Do you think you can capture me? If you can catch me within 15 minutes, fine. Otherwise, let me go. Thatcher laughed coldly. I don't think so, and you probably won't last 15 minutes. Suddenly, the bear seemed to multiply, surrounding Thatcher, trapping him from all sides. Didn't expect you to have this trick up your sleeve. Guess I underestimated you. But do you think you've won yet? Thatcher smirked as his figure began to fade away. The bear froze in surprise as Thatcher's voice echoed from a distance. Sorry, gotta go. Your skills are too weak. Try again next life. The bear's expression darkened, realizing he had been outsmarted. He had only captured Thatcher's clone. Did Thatcher foresee this from the beginning and plan accordingly? The thought sent chills down the bear's spine, hoping it wasn't true, but if it was, this would be a major setback for him. While the bear was lost in thought, Thatcher had already made his escape. He rushed down the mountain and found a secluded space beside a road, where he quickly hid. Although they had agreed to meet Margot at an inn at the foot of the mountain, he needed to ensure the bear wouldn't find him first. Digging a tunnel through the ground seemed like the safest bet. It took Thatcher about 2 hours to dig his way out. Before surfacing, he ensured no one was walking above, avoiding busy streets. After confirming everything was clear, he cautiously emerged. Surprisingly, he found himself in the back garden of an inn. No one was around, so Thatcher walked straight out of the inn. As he was about to leave, he heard a call behind him. "Ferguson Zhao, come back?" Thatcher turned sharply, recognizing Margot's voice. He felt a jolt of relief, seeing her indeed. "Great, you're here. I barely escaped that bear." His power was overwhelming. Margot nodded with a smile. "All right, Ferguson Zhao, let's stay at the inn, clean up, and make our next move." Thatcher leaned in closer. "Is this place safe? We can't have any spies from Mount Zizhu watching us." Margot shook her head, smiling. "Don't worry, Ferguson Zhao. We're far enough from the base of the mountain, and we can wear straw hats to avoid being recognized." Thatcher nodded, finally relaxing a bit. Following Margot, they booked a room for one night, knowing they couldn't stay long. The most dangerous place can also be the safest. The bear would never expect them to stay close to Mount Zizhu. After a peaceful night at the inn, Thatcher and Margot left early the next morning. They had arranged a boat the previous evening and bought it outright to avoid complications, paying with silver rings from their treasures. They also bought ample food supplies, storing them in their storage spaces. With everything set, they boarded the boat and sailed away, enjoying the smooth journey downstream. Chapter 339. The Black-Clothed Man. The two of them had indeed seen many beautiful sights along the way, each with their own thoughts, but now they were finally free and safe. Getting to this point smoothly had not been easy for them, but fortunately, everything was behind them. "Ferguson Zhao, look at that row of trees up ahead." Margot pointed towards the trees lining the shore not far away, her face breaking into a smile. The trees were covered in blossoms, as if welcoming them. Even Thatcher couldn't help but be amazed. In such a desolate place, there was a perfectly maintained row of identical trees. It was hard not to suspect that someone had carefully planted and tended to them. This place was definitely more than it seemed on the surface. "Margot, look at that big tree hollow over there." Thatcher pointed to a tree with a large hollow, curiosity lighting up his face. Margot immediately saw what he was pointing at and nodded. "Yes, this big tree is indeed surprising. Why can this tree still be alive despite having such a large hollow?" Margot felt puzzled and took a closer look, only to be even more astonished. "Ferguson Zhao, why are there two doors inside that hollow?" Margot's eyes widened as she confirmed that she was indeed seeing doors. "Yeah, this is indeed very strange." Thatcher scratched his head, feeling like this situation was beyond his comprehension. "Should we go check it out? There might be something interesting inside that hollow." Margot exchanged a glance with Thatcher, and they quickly made a decision. They might find some opportunity or fortune inside. It was hard to believe such things before seeing them firsthand. "Ferguson Zhao, be careful. If the creatures inside are powerful, it could become a problem for us." Margot thought about their past experiences and felt a bit scared. Thatcher patted her hand with a smile. "Don't worry. With me around, you don't need to fear anything. Even if there's something powerful, our combined strength should be enough to handle it." Listening to Thatcher's words, Margot felt somewhat relieved but still uneasy. "Ferguson Zhao, maybe we shouldn't go. Curiosity killed the cat. If we alert some powerful entity by going in, we won't be able to escape." Margot still felt uneasy, looking at the door, fearing what might be behind it. "Don't worry, I'll protect you. Let's do this. You stay further away from the door, while I get closer. That way, if there's something terrifying, it will come after me first," Thatcher said reassuringly. This suggestion sparked a rebellious streak in Margot. "Why should I stay far away? I want to be just as close as you. So what if we get caught?" The two approached the door, looked at each other, then each grabbed one side of the door and opened it simultaneously. As soon as they opened the door, both felt a cold breath rush out from behind it. Thatcher was startled, sensing that something dangerous might be lurking behind. Margot's eyes widened as she saw a black-clothed figure sneaking up on them from the back of the room. "Ferguson Zhao, look. That guy seems up to no good. We should retreat quickly." Just as Margot spoke, the black-clothed figure engaged Thatcher. Thatcher had initially thought they could handle this easily, but he was surprised to find the black-clothed man was incredibly strong. Even when facing these men, they seemed helpless. "Ferguson Zhao, watch out. Another black-clothed man is behind you." Margot warned him hastily, but Thatcher wasn't paying attention and was struck by the mysterious black-clothed man. "Ferguson Zhao, are you okay?" From afar, Margot saw Thatcher stagger, then he was held down by the two black-clothed men. He tried to say something but couldn't. "This kid came just in time. We have a test subject," one of the black-clothed men said gleefully, eyeing Thatcher with delight. The other black-clothed man urged, "Get this kid inside quickly. We need to speed up the experiments and not waste any time." The two black-clothed men carried Thatcher inside, much to Margot's anger. "You can't just take him in without my permission." She attacked them, but they didn't engage her and continued dragging Thatcher inside. "We can't waste any time. Don't bother with this woman. If we miss the opportunity, we'll all be punished." They walked deeper in, and Margot followed them. Indeed, these two were quite strong. Even while carrying Thatcher, their speed did not slow, leading them into the hidden world behind the tree hollow. By the time Margot realized the danger, she was already deep within this place, in a difficult position. Seeing that the black-clothed men weren't trying to attack her, she cautiously slowed her pace and hid behind a row of artificial hills. Looking around, she found no other black-clothed figures and breathed a sigh of relief. "That woman didn't follow, too bad. We should have captured her for the experiments," one black-clothed man grumbled. Another shook his head indifferently. "We already have one. That's enough. No need to think too much about it. Give this kid an injection of anesthesia quickly. We'll start the experiment tonight." One gave instructions, and the other injected Thatcher with a sedative. Thatcher struggled but was no match for them, only left to be manipulated. A few breaths later, the sedative took effect, and Thatcher fell into a deep sleep. The two black-clothed men finally relaxed and placed him on a large medical bed. "All right, leave him here. Let's prepare first, eat dinner, and then come back to inject him again. The two black-clothed men quickly left, and Margot hurried forward. Chapter 340 Capture. Ferguson Zhao, are you alright? How do you feel now? Margot gently patted Thatcher's face, but Thatcher showed no response at all. That's right, those people injected Ferguson Zhao with anesthetic earlier. Is he going to be unconscious like this forever? Thinking of this, Margot's expression immediately turned conflicted. This won't do. If Ferguson Zhao is asleep, it would be impossible for her to openly carry him out even if she stayed here. After thinking back and forth, the first thing to do was still to wake Thatcher up, but she had nothing on hand. How could she wake Thatcher up? Looking around, Margot suddenly noticed a large basin of water placed beside a sickbed nearby, steaming slightly. It seemed to be lukewarm. Surely this water isn't scalding hot. After being kept here for some time, it shouldn't be too hot. Margot approached and tested the water, finding that its temperature wasn't very high. Margot hesitated for a moment before pouring the water onto Thatcher's face. Ferguson Zhao, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to mess with you. I have no other choice. Please forgive me. Before Margot finished speaking, Thatcher shivered and then woke up. What's going on? Was it you who poured a basin of water on me, Margot? Thatcher wiped the water off his body, eyes wide open in confusion. Margot nodded and pointed around her, saying, Do you remember? We were entangled by those two men in black. They captured you and gave you an anesthetic injection. Hearing this, Thatcher recalled and instantly felt a headache. How troublesome. Why did I get subdued by those guys earlier? If I hadn't been defeated by them, there wouldn't have been such danger. After pondering for a while, he finally remembered and apologized to Margot. Sorry, I misunderstood you earlier. Alright, let's quickly leave this place. Margot nodded and went to support Thatcher. Just as they were about to leave together, Thatcher swayed. Margot couldn't help but ask anxiously, What's wrong, Ferguson Zhao? Are you feeling unwell? Thatcher shook his head. No, I'm feeling okay now. It's just that I seem to lack strength. Upon hearing this, Margot's face turned concerned. Could it be the effects of the anesthesia from before? What should we do, Ferguson Zhao? If you don't have strength, how am I supposed to take you out? I probably can't manage that. Concerned, Margot continued. Thatcher smiled. Don't worry, Margot. It'll be fine. You should leave first, and I'll make plans when I recover. At these words, Margot shook her head hurriedly. No way, Ferguson Zhao. Those people are ruthless and vicious. How can I leave you alone here? Curiously, Thatcher asked, How do you know they're ruthless killers? Did you see them kill someone? Margot shook her head but said firmly, Ferguson Zhao, although I didn't see them kill anyone, their killing aura and vicious expressions were clear to me. Don't worry, a woman's intuition never fails. After listening, Thatcher thought for a while and eventually nodded in agreement. Alright, if that's the case, you should go first. Staying alone here will give me more room to maneuver and make it easier to escape. If you stay here, it might be harder for us to leave. Margot immediately became anxious. Ferguson lay. Those people are so fierce, aren't you afraid? Please come with me. Even if I have to exhaust myself, I won't abandon you. Hearing this, Thatcher laughed heartily. What use would not abandoning me be? In the end, both of us will die at their hands. It's better if you escape first and think of a plan. Don't worry, I won't throw my life away. I definitely have a plan in mind. Hearing this, Margot nodded and said, Alright, Ferguson Zhao, since you insist, I'll leave first. Just as Margot was about to leave, a figure in black appeared beside her. Who's this? Isn't this the Xuanhuan who chased us in earlier? I thought you ran away, but didn't expect you to have the guts to come here. The man in black grinned. Since you came, you should stay. We're short of test subjects anyway, and you fit our criteria perfectly. As he spoke, the man in black reached out to grab Margot, but she wasn't one to be taken lightly. Try your luck if you dare. Do you really think I'm scared of you? Margot engaged the mysterious man in black. Within a few breaths, they exchanged over 100 moves. Although Margot's combat power was relatively weaker, her forte was agility, allowing her to quickly evade. Moreover, when facing a weaker opponent, her agility helped her defeat them successfully. However, this man in black was clearly not ordinary. He swiftly restrained Margot. Truly regrettable. I thought at least one person could escape, but none did. Thatcher shook his head. Helpless. The man in black looked Margot up and down, surprised by her Suki. This Shoshana looks quite good. I think I'll keep you today. The man's gaze grew impure as he said, Very well, little Shoshana. Since you're here, submit to me. Seeing this, Thatcher couldn't hold back any longer. How despicable. I'll make you pay for this. With full fury, Thatcher attacked. Although the effects of the anesthetic hadn't fully worn off, his rage diluted the drug completely. Enhanced by anger, his fighting power exceeded his usual level by about 30%. The commotion immediately drew the attention of other men in black. They quickly arrived, joining forces against Thatcher. While Thatcher might have been stronger individually, this was their territory, giving them an inherent advantage. Additionally, they outnumbered him and cooperated effectively in battle. Thus, Thatcher was not a match for them. At the beginning, Thatcher managed to hold on by relying on his courageous attacks. Chapter 341. Extremely Toxic Needles. As time went on, these people's advantages began to show. Even though their combat strength might also drop, there were more of them. So when the decline was divided among all of them, it wasn't as noticeable. However, Thatcher was alone. If these black-clothed mysterious individuals got tired or injured, they could still recuperate and take a pill to recover. But Thatcher didn't have this chance. He had to keep fighting these guys, mobilizing all his spiritual energy. This kid really has courage, said one of the black-clothed men, shaking his head in surprise. Yes, this kid's combat power is indeed formidable. If it weren't for our numbers and the unusual weapons that can restrain him, we might have lost by now, added another black-clothed man. The rest nodded in agreement. Despite having subdued Thatcher, they felt admiration for Thatcher and Margot. Big brother, why tie me up? You can trust me, I won't run away even if you untie me. The fill of the black-clothed men felt somewhat tickled by this. You mean it? You won't run? The Phil pondered, then asked. Of course not, you're so strong. I also need protection. Staying by your side would be very fitting. Upon hearing this, the black-clothed Phil nodded but remained vigilant. No, even if you say you want to stay with us, you're still an unstable factor. How can we easily agree? How about this, Big Ferguson? From today onwards, I'll attend to your daily needs. What do you think? These words sent ripples through the Phil's heart. He was tempted. From the start, he hadn't seen Margot as an enemy but wanted her to submit to him. Since Margot herself had this intention, why not go along? Hello, Xuanhuan. You're quite my type. How about serving me today? He said, smiling at Margot. Sure, but first, can I understand this place better? What exactly happens here? The black-clothed Phil smiled and explained. This is like an experimental base used to develop a highly toxic needle. Hearing this, both Margot and Thatcher were taken aback. They hadn't expected this place to be so secretive. If these people were researching such a potent toxin, they likely had some stockpiled. If they used this toxin on them, Big Ferguson, since you're conducting experiments, why don't you use me as the subject? If you use him as the subject, wouldn't he give you false results and feelings, leading to wrong conclusions? Margot countered. Hearing this, the black-clothed men were surprised. It made sense. All right, then you will be the test subject. But be prepared for some pain. The Phil nodded, acknowledging Margot's position. All right, release the Xuanhuan quickly. Since she's going to be our test subject, how could she betray us? The Phil waved, and everyone hurriedly freed Margot. Margot glanced at Thatcher, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. He did very well. Thatcher gave her a meaningful look, but dared not act too openly with so many black-clothed men around. Right, since you've chosen me as the subject, why not release him? I'll stay here. She pointed at Thatcher on the bed and smiled at the Phil. Hearing this, the Phil shook his head. No can do. How can we just let him go after capturing him? And you have to serve me as a subject anyway. But what reason do you have to hold this kid? He cannot be released and must be guarded. One underling insisted firmly. The Phil smiled mysteriously. All right, no release then. Let's not make things tense. In celebration of finding a test subject and me getting someone to attend to me, let's throw a feast. Everyone cheered, and the Phil beamed. I'll organize it right away, one subordinate offered, promptly starting preparations. Now that you're here, we're family, the Phil said warmly. Let me show you around, so you can familiarize yourself. Oh yes, there are many skilled individuals here. You should recognize them, lest you upset them and get hurt because they don't know you. The Phil looked pleased, more so to show off than genuinely protect Margot. Then Margot accompanied the Phil around. She worried about Thatcher's safety all the while. Thatcher was still under the influence of anesthesia. If it didn't wear off soon, it posed great risk. Any black-clothed subordinate could harm him at any moment. Thus, she sneaked over to check on him. Even if she couldn't save him, at least she wanted to loosen his bindings. Seeing Margot approach, Thatcher was surprised. Margot, what are you doing? Why come here? Shouldn't you be with the Phil? Coming here rashly will arouse suspicion. Although Margot had previously said she'd follow and attend to the Phil, Thatcher didn't believe it. He knew Margot was deceiving them, aiming to find an opportunity to save him. Chapter 342, Turning Defeat into Victory. Ferguson Zhao, I took a chance to save you. I'll have to go back shortly. Margot hurriedly untied Thatcher's bindings after arriving behind him. However, Thatcher reminded her, it's fine to untie me, but don't let me completely free myself. It would raise their suspicion. After hearing this, Margot pondered and eventually handed the loose ends of the ropes to Thatcher. Ferguson Zhao, if you hold these two ropes, those fellows won't discover anything. Thatcher nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Now hurry up and attend to that black-clothed mysterious man. Be sure to eliminate any of their doubts and then lead him near me. I will seize the opportunity to deal with them. After this mishap, Thatcher had devised a way to confront them, but he must ambush them for any possibility of success. For this, Margot was the perfect candidate. Don't worry, Ferguson Zhao. I'll lure him over now. You need to prepare so we don't lose what we've worked hard for. Now they trust me a lot. You have one chance. If they become suspicious and lose trust in me, trying this again will be impossible. Thatcher nodded at Margot, who then quickly left. Along the way, she avoided drawing attention to herself to prevent complications as she reached the Phil of the black-clothed mysterious men. Where did you go, Margot? I searched for you. The Phil of the black-clothed men felt he could barely do without Margot, despite having only met half a day before. Yet, Margot's care was impeccable. Aside from catering to his needs at night, she also took good care of everything else, except when he tried to take advantage, she always dodged. Margot's reason, that she wanted to keep the best of herself for tonight, not only didn't annoy him but increased his anticipation. By the way, brother, I want to see my companion. If I go alone, you all might be unhappy. Why don't you come with me? This way, no one can talk nonsense, said Margot. Her words made the Phil nod satisfactorily. You're right. If you go alone, everyone will be suspicious. Let's go together and return soon. Also, give him 2 dishes during tonight's celebration to cheer him up, added the Phil, who noticed the probable non-trivial relationship between Thatcher and Margot. Though it wasn't worth exposing since Margot was now his, the past was unimportant. A group of subordinates trailed behind the duo. Even though Margot was now the Phil's woman and Thatcher was bound, they were still wary. Upon reaching where Thatcher lay on the sickbed, Margot smiled. How are you, Ferguson Zhao? There will be a big banquet tonight, and I'll get you some dishes to try, she chuckled as she came closer. Thatcher looked conflicted. Why are you here? You're now someone else's woman. Don't show yourself to me anymore. Saying this, pain flashed across Thatcher's face, stirring sympathy. You can't say that. Half a day ago, you two had a great relationship. How can you forget so fast? The Phil seemed to boast to Thatcher while pulling Margot towards him, surprised that she did not dodge. See that, kid? That's the benefit of strength. With strength, you command. Without, you are nothing. The Phil laughed maniacally. Suddenly, a sense of danger made him shrink. Was that just an illusion? Where did it come from? Looking around, he couldn't imagine that the man on the sickbed posed any threat. Meanwhile, Thatcher moved. He timed it perfectly, striking while the other was distracted. Though confident enough to beat the Phil head-on, to avoid more trouble, he chose this method. As expected, his strike hit home. The Phil, taken by surprise, was hit in the abdomen. Although his protective aura prevented serious injury, the strike caused immense pain. This brat is cheating. Everyone, protect the Phil. All the black-clothed men reacted quickly, rushing forward with poisonous silver needles. But, fearful of harming their Phil, their aim was off. However, the Phil struck mercilessly with the needles. Though he risked injuring his own subordinates, he aimed to take down Thatcher. Due to panic, he missed often, and injured several subordinates instead. The lethal poison instantly killed them. So ruthless. No matter how vicious, you are destined to lose to me. Thatcher's expression turned manic as he subdued the Phil within 10 moves. The black-clothed men intended to use Margot as leverage against Thatcher, but she immediately hid beside him. Margot, you were siding with this kid? You never truly intended to be with me from the start, the Phil said dejectedly. Initially thinking himself the victor, he now realized he was the fool. Yes, I will stand by Ferguson Zhao. Lay down your weapons and stop resisting. Margot was relieved, finally turning the tide. Ferguson Zhao, are you okay? I was so worried. Thankfully, we've regained control. Chapter 343, Destruction. Margot and the others were in good spirits, but the black-clothed figures were sinking into despair. What do you want to do? I must warn you, this place is filled with poison. It's not somewhere you can just wreak havoc. The mysterious black-clothed figure's face turned ashen. They never imagined things would turn out this way. A sneer appeared on Thatcher's face. What do you think I want to do? Naturally, I want to kill all of you. The group of black-clothed figures were instantly dumbstruck. You can't kill us. There are so many of us. Killing us will surely bring divine retribution. Seeing these people shivering, Thatcher couldn't help but laugh out loud. You guys are truly ridiculous. Whether you live or die means nothing to me. However, if you hand over your current research results, maybe I'll spare you. Hearing this, the expressions on the black-clothed figures' faces turned conflicted. After all, handing over their potions wasn't a joke. If they gave so many potions to Thatcher, their research would no longer be a secret, and they would suffer immensely. Ferguson, why don't we give him the potion? Though it's indeed a loss for us, it's fine. Don't worry about it. That's right, Ferguson. Although the potion is important, preserving our lives is more critical. We can't lose our lives under any circumstances. His subordinates all tried to persuade the Phil of the black-clothed figures not to be too stubborn. The Phil of the black-clothed figures wasn't actually that insistent either. He was just afraid that after giving up the potion formula, they still wouldn't be spared, which would mean wasting the potions for nothing. However, upon reflection, if he refused, they could easily be killed, and the other party could obtain the formula effortlessly. So, he might as well take the initiative to offer it, perhaps leaving a better impression. Margot approached a black-clothed figure and examined a small notebook in his pocket. After looking at it, she was startled. Wow, Dorian Ferguson Zhao, look what I found. It's actually their sinister plan. Upon hearing this, Thatcher looked surprised. He took the notebook from Margot, glanced at it, and his expression changed subtly. Damn, such a sinister and vicious plan. What are they trying to do? The notebook clearly outlined the plans for the base, where all the drugs developed were intended to target the world. Though unclear about their motive, the harmful effects on the world were evident. Dorian Ferguson Zhao, these guys are really something, Margot said in surprise. She felt like she had discovered a new world through the contents of the notebook. What's there to marvel at? They're just a bunch of evil villains who wish to destroy humanity. Do you think we can't handle them? Thatcher showed disdain. This evil base must be destroyed, otherwise it will cause infinite harm in the future. Thatcher coldly snorted. If any of you behave improperly, I will eliminate you. Hearing this, everyone present was frightened. They originally thought Thatcher was reasonable, not expecting him to be so irascible. Ferguson, please spare our lives. If you want to destroy the base, go ahead, but please leave us a way to survive. They now realized that those potions were useless compared to saving their lives. Fine, since you understand the situation, I'll let you go. I don't care if you live or die, Thatcher said, but you must reform and refrain from wrongdoing. Otherwise, even 10 lives won't save you from my wrath. Everyone trembled upon hearing this. Of course, they knew they only had one life. Dorian Ferguson Zhao, rest assured, we will keep our promise. Can you release us now? Thatcher glanced at Margot, both nodding in agreement before releasing them. These people didn't dare resist, especially since the potions were now in Thatcher's hands. Any resistance could lead to dire consequences. At this moment, they couldn't help but admire Thatcher's tactics. Margot inspected the previously acquired potions, noticing some were changing color, some even turning black. Thatcher was puzzled. Why is this happening? It's quite unbelievable. Thatcher was full of doubts. Danny, it's actually quite simple, a young black-clothed figure explained. The ingredients in these potions are very valuable. One of them is prone to discoloration, but it doesn't affect usage. This black-clothed Evan flattered himself as he spoke. Hearing this explanation, Thatcher understood somewhat. I see. Thank you for clarifying. Although the other party seemed genuine, Thatcher did not believe it. This thing couldn't possibly contain anything valuable. It must be a lie. But Thatcher didn't want to expose him yet, noticing the Evan's suspicion. Do you not believe me? If you don't, I can take you to the origin of these materials, you'll see. Thatcher was curious. All right, we have time. Let's go see. Thatcher followed the black-clothed Evan away from the tree hollow and onto a boat. They sailed upstream while Thatcher noted the route, ensuring he could return anytime without relying on others. Of course, Margot and the other black-clothed figures followed in another boat, eager to serve Thatcher lest he change his mind and eliminate them. As for Margot, she wanted to stay close in case Thatcher faced danger, leaving her alone otherwise. However, Margot overthought it. Thatcher now held boundless power in these people's eyes, and they would only fawn over him. Chapter 344, Entering the Water. Ferguson Zhao, we have arrived. It's right here underwater, but I wonder if you dare to go in? The Nicholas in black smiled mysteriously as he spoke. Hearing this, Thatcher hesitated slightly. This guy didn't seem like he was trying to harm him, but was there really something beneath the water? That's enough out of you. Quit being cryptic. What's so good about what's down there? The Nicholas in black shook his head with a smile. Ferguson Zhao, I can't be sure exactly what's there, but I can only say there are treasures under the water, just not certain what kind. Ferguson Zhao, you shouldn't go. If it's dangerous, wouldn't that be bad? Let them go instead. It'll be more secure. Margot naturally couldn't easily let Thatcher enter the water. Otherwise, who would bear the risk? Yeah, big brother. Why don't you let this kid go in? He swims well. The fill of the mysterious men in black patted the earlier Nicholas and suggested to Thatcher. Thatcher thought for a moment and said, how about this? All of you should go in and try your best to find useful things. Hearing this, the group of mysterious men in black exchanged looks. Although they conducted experiments by the riverbank tree holes, their swimming skills varied greatly. Some of them were skilled swimmers with no objections, ready to act immediately. However, others weren't so proficient and might be in danger if they went in. But they knew if they refused, Thatcher wouldn't be convinced. After some hesitation, several of them took the plunge. Ferguson Zhao, will these people find anything? Margot came over to Thatcher, both looking into the water. Since they listened to me and went down, they'll definitely find something. Otherwise, if they were tricking us, they'd likely attack us directly. Margot felt relieved after Thatcher's words. I'm quite curious too. What kind of good things could be down there? They waited on the water surface. After about 15 minutes, some of the black-clad men returned to the boat to report. Ferguson Zhao, we found a small black hole. It doesn't look very large, but it seems to contain very wondrous things. The Nicholas in black looked excitedly at Thatcher. Thatcher's eyes lit up. Very wondrous things? How wondrous can they be? More black-clad men jumped onto the boat, their faces glowing with happiness. Ferguson Zhao, we found a small black hole, and there should be good things inside. It might even be a 1,000-year-old ginseng or 10,000-year-old lotus. The Phil's eyes almost caught fire. If not for Ferguson Zhao, all those treasures would be theirs. Unfortunately, with Thatcher around, they had little chance. Very well, since that's the case, I'll go down and check it out. All of you wait up here. Hearing this, Margot quickly tried to dissuade Thatcher, urging him to think twice. But Thatcher ignored her. Margot, caution is fine normally, but when boldness is needed, we can't hesitate. Seeing Thatcher's confident demeanor, Margot reluctantly let go of his hand. Thatcher dove straight into the water, exploring. Soon, he saw the small black hole the others mentioned. It seemed to have a magical pull, continuously absorbing water as if it would never fill. Thatcher plunged into the black hole and looked around. First, he smelled a mixed floral fragrance. It wasn't just one type, but many kinds blended together, making one feel enchanted. Even Thatcher himself felt affected, as if the aroma could mesmerize anyone. Startled, he realized how strong the impact was despite his usual strong willpower. However, this also gave him a new perspective on himself. I should tell them about this. Maybe they can judge better than guessing, Thatcher thought with a pleased smile and came back up to narrate his findings. The black-clad men were unsurprised, given their experience. They already understood the nature of such phenomena. Margot, however, was very excited upon learning there were flowers in the black hole and insisted on seeing them. Ferguson Zhao, where are those flowers? Are they beautiful? Can you take me to see them? Thatcher hesitated, while the Nicholas in black warned, these flowers are best left untouched. Why? Are they dangerous? Asked Thatcher. Yes, they're called man-eating flowers. Just from the name, you know they're not easy to deal with. This made Thatcher hesitant, especially since he was already unsure about investigating. Meanwhile, Margot remained adamant, believing a scary name alone shouldn't deter them, similar to Dachira, which, despite its toxic nature, has medicinal uses. So, as long as we're careful, we shouldn't worry, she concluded. Thatcher knew Margot wouldn't give up. All right, if you insist, we'll go down, but just to look. Absolutely no touching the flowers, okay? Fearing any mishaps, Thatcher insisted Margot not touch anything. Let's hurry, return quickly, and then plan our next move, Thatcher said before diving again. Margot followed, and soon they reached the black hole. Ferguson Zhao, look, there are so many flowers here. I thought you were kidding. Margot was almost jumping in excitement, but quickly calmed herself to admire the flowers closely. Hashtag chapter 345, injury. She knew that the time she could spend observing was limited, which made her particularly cherish this opportunity. Ferguson Zhao, can I get a little closer? From this distance, it's really hard to see clearly. It's like not seeing at all, Margot pouted at Thatcher. Thatcher couldn't resist such a request and quickly gave in. All right, you can come closer, but make it quick. If anything goes wrong, it could get complicated. Margot nodded eagerly, and the two moved forward together, approaching the flowers. When she saw the full view of the flowers, she was captivated by their silky and vibrant colors. Wow, these flowers are truly beautiful, making one want to touch them. A look of longing appeared on Margot's face as she approached the flowers, seemingly entranced. Thatcher hesitated for a moment before quickly pulling her back. Margot, didn't we just talk about this? Don't touch them, or it'll be over for us. He felt a slight emotional fluctuation but managed to mask it well. He hadn't expected Margot to succumb so easily to temptation. As he spoke, he felt a strong wave of spiritual energy from Margot. Instinctively, he retaliated, resulting in their palms clashing with tremendous force, sending them flying apart. Meanwhile, Margot reached out toward the flowers. Seeing this, Thatcher was stunned. What was happening? He had fallen for Margot's trick. It was clear that Margot had planned this all along. She had anticipated this outcome from the moment she acted. By then, Thatcher couldn't stop her. Margot's face wore a smile, her eyes filled with the flowers as she extended her hand toward them. So beautiful, so fragrant. I wonder what it feels like to touch. It must be very soothing, right? Her expression conveyed her longing, but the pleasant thoughts were short-lived. She soon felt a sharp pain in her hand. What's going on? Startled, Margot came to her senses, feeling intense pain in her fingers, nearly fainting from it. Fortunately, though she wasn't strong in resisting temptation, she had decent endurance. Heavens, Ferguson Zhao, these flowers actually bite, and it hurts a lot. Margot retracted her hand, looking astonished, blood dripping from her fingers. Fortunately, while the bite looked alarming, the wounds weren't deep, only numerous small cuts. You got bitten? Let me see. Thatcher rushed to Margot's side, feeling a pang of sympathy upon seeing her injuries. I told you, didn't I? I warned you not to come closer, but you insisted. Thatcher shook his head, appearing reproachful but inwardly deeply concerned. Danny, these flowers are carnivorous. We're lucky it wasn't worse this time. If they went berserk, they'd really eat us. Margot shuddered at the thought. That terrifying? I didn't intend to touch those carnivorous flowers. Something just clouded my mind. Thatcher gently ruffled Margot's hair. All right, since you touched them, don't blame yourself. Just don't do it again next time. If these carnivorous flowers are so dangerous, why don't I just contain them? Thatcher was taken aback by Margot's suggestion. Contain them? What would you use to contain them? How can these carnivorous flowers stay in any ordinary container? Thatcher shook his head, finding her idea unlikely. I have a bottle here. Could it work? Margot looked proud and tried to cover the carnivorous flower with her bottle. However, within moments, the carnivorous flower transformed into a child, no older than 3. Ordinarily, such an age is when children start being troublesome, but this child looked endearing. He seemed hungry, patting his stomach and looking at the group of people in dark robes. The sight made everyone chuckle, finding it rather cute. Who would have thought this kid could be so amusing? But remember, he's a carnivorous flower transformation. Everyone needs to stay alert and not fall for his tricks, Margot warned. No problem, I have 9 ways to soothe him, exactly 9, said one of the black-robed figures with a smile. Margot couldn't help but laugh. You can't be serious. This is a child created by a carnivorous flower. Do you think it's just an ordinary child? The black-robed figure shook his head. I didn't say that, but watch. He began speaking to the child, using common phrases to soothe him. The child seemed to respond positively, becoming calm and well-behaved in no time. Seeing the child pacified, Thatcher and Margot approached curiously. Is he normal now? Can we talk to him? Margot asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Sure, if you want to talk to him, go ahead. Maybe he'll chat with you for a bit. After consuming your blood, he might retain some of your memories, said the black-robed figure, stepping aside to let them speak with the child. They both felt nervous. Thatcher smiled at Margot. You should talk to him. I'll protect you. Nervously, Margot stepped forward. Halamtal Ahmed, do you have a name? The Ahmed shook his head but then suddenly smiled at Thatcher. You're Thatcher, Ferguson Zhao? Both were surprised. How did this child know Thatcher's name? Did he have some foresight? How do you know my name? We've never met before. Thatcher asked, intrigued by how interesting this child was. I may not have seen you before, but I remember you. Chapter 346, Highly Toxic. Upon hearing this, Thatcher fell silent. By his side, Margot instantly felt indignant. Ferguson Zhao, why is this kid so biased? He can recognize you at a glance. Are you better than me in some way? Margot pouted, clearly unsatisfied. Seeing her expression, Thatcher couldn't help but smile. Do you know why he recognized me? Thatcher asked Margot seriously. However, Margot was clueless. I don't know, Ferguson Zhao. What could be the reason? Margot scratched her head, feeling that everything was truly amazing. Both she and Thatcher were here for the first time. How did the child recognize them? Thatcher's expression changed. This kid must have gotten nourishment from the man-eating flower, and since he drank your blood, he might have obtained your memories. This also suggests that the man-eating flower might be highly toxic. Hearing this, Margot's face changed with fear. Ferguson Zhao, what should I do? I can't just let it be. Am I poisoned now? That's terrifying. Why did this happen? Thatcher shook his head. I currently have no good solution, but don't worry. I'll keep it in mind. Margot sighed, looking at the innocent child and finding him quite adorable. How can such a small child be so toxic? I can't believe it. Margot said incredulously. She pulled the child and suggested to Thatcher, let me stay with him for a while. Maybe I can get some useful information out of him. Even if not, at least I can learn something. Thatcher glanced at the black-clad mystery figure beside him, nodded, and said to Margot, since you want to be alone with him, I won't stop you. Just be careful. Margot took the Hurley aside. Aren't you bored staying underwater all by yourself? Would you like me to show you around? Margot's smile could make one feel pleasant. Even Thatcher was surprised by how beautiful Margot looked when she smiled. Sure, big sister, please take me around. But I don't want to see these people. They scare me, Anton said, glancing at Thatcher and the black-clothed men around them, looking frightened. All right, I'll take him around. Let's part ways for a bit, Margot said to Thatcher. After considering, Thatcher nodded. This was practically the only request the child made after meeting them, and they had to agree. Once they left, Thatcher was somewhat uneasy and signaled the fill of the black-clad men. They stealthily followed Margot and Anton. Margot led the Hurley to a quiet spot on the ship and pointed to the scenery, saying with a smile, look, isn't the view nice here? The Hurley nodded happily, satisfied. Yeah, I haven't seen such scenery in a long time. The big sun over there shining on the water looks really beautiful. Seeing the innocence in Anton's eyes, Margot felt delighted and patted his head. What do you like to eat? Tell big sister, maybe I can find it for you. Upon hearing this, Anton looked at Margot with a gaze filled with longing. Come on, you wouldn't really want to eat people, would you? We were just talking, and I've been pretty nice to you. Margot was taken aback. Looking into Anton's eyes, she felt a bit scared. Instinctively, She stepped back, step by step. Honestly, his behavior put considerable pressure on her. At this moment, the black-clad man and Thatcher appeared simultaneously. They naturally wouldn't let Margot be in danger at the hands of this Ahmed, and moved forward to help. I didn't expect this kid to be so fierce. This is the sister who's been kindest to you, and you still want to eat her, Thatcher sighed, unable to understand the mindset of this strange being. Ferguson Zhao, it's not entirely his fault. His nature is to eat women. We've known this pattern before, the black-clad Phil said with a wry smile. Thatcher was taken aback. Such a thing exists? This is ridiculous. Thatcher shook his head and reassured Margot. Don't worry, we won't let him hurt you. Margot then realized that Thatcher and the others had been following her all along. Earlier, she had even told them to leave. Reflecting on it, she found her actions too risky. Why did she trust Anton so easily? Could he have cast a spell on her? Remembering how she had been injured by Anton's mother earlier, it felt incredibly foolish to trust him so readily. Thinking of this, Margot suddenly felt the underwater environment terrifying. What kind of place was this? Had everything become enchanted? Scared, Margot wanted to leave. Suddenly, she fell off the ship, sinking deeper into the water. Seeing this, Thatcher and the black-clad man quickly dived in and instructed the other black-clad men to watch over Anton. Margot kept sinking until she reached the bottom. Trying to surface, she found her foot entangled in seaweed. At this moment, Thatcher and the black-clad man arrived and helped free her. Are you okay, Margot? Didn't you get scared? Seeing the concern in Thatcher's eyes, Margot felt deeply touched. Ferguson Zhao, I'm fine. Just slightly startled, nothing serious. Relieved, Thatcher nodded. Let's go up then. As Thatcher and Margot were about to surface, the piece of seaweed he had grabbed caught his attention. He pulled it out, and its color turned dark green, startling him. He almost threw it away, thinking it was peculiar. What's going on here? Thatcher looked at the black-clad man, his expression grave. This was the first time he had shown such a look, leaving the black-clad man unsure of Thatcher's thoughts. Ferguson Zhao, this grass actually has a special feature. Chapter 347. Hint. These aquatic plants can be used in medicine. They are far from as simple as they look on the surface. Moreover, we cannot determine the quantity of these aquatic plants right now. If there are too few, recklessly damaging them might cause significant issues. Hearing this, Thatcher was instantly taken aback. He hadn't expected that these oddly looking aquatic plants were so important. Thatcher was very clear about what he was doing at present. Alright, since this thing is so important, let's leave it alone for now and let it thrive or perish on its own. Thatcher's expression changed slightly, feeling like something was missing. I know. Since that's the case, I'll gather more of this stuff. It might come in handy in the future. Although he didn't necessarily need to prepare this potion, these black-clothed individuals did. Preparing some for them wouldn't be a bad idea. Seeing this, the black-clothed people were delighted instantly. They originally hadn't expected Thatcher would help them, but not only did he assist them, he did it thoroughly. Anyone present probably couldn't find any fault with his work. In just half an hour, everyone had nearly sorted out the components of the aquatic plant's medicinal potion nearby. Well, we've made significant progress here. However, this is just the beginning. I want to get more spirit grass for you. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the black-clothed individuals were stunned and unsure whether Thatcher was serious or joking. Ferguson Zhao, are you really telling the truth? Please don't joke with us. We really can't handle it. This gift is truly too precious for us to accept. Many of the black-clothed people were deeply moved, always feeling like they owed Thatcher something. Thatcher shook his head. You don't have to feel like you owe me anything. As long as what you do next benefits more people, I will definitely support you. Hearing this, everyone present was startled. There could actually be such a thing. Ferguson Zhao, what do you want us to do? Just tell us. Even if it means going through fire and water, we will do it without hesitation. Everyone became excited. Since Thatcher said so, he surely wouldn't kill them, meaning their ultimate fate would be favorable. I will choose a new base for you. You manufacture these potions or other things there. Under no circumstances should you casually produce toxic substances, or I will be very strict with you. As he said this, Thatcher's face showed a look of anger. Previously, when they encountered these black-clothed individuals manufacturing those potions, he was extremely angry, and they almost got harmed by it. Fortunately, they were powerful enough. Otherwise, they wouldn't be standing here now lecturing these people. Rest assured, Ferguson Zhao, we won't make that kind of stuff again. You must believe us. Saying this, they all showed a determined expression on their faces. Seeing this scene, Thatcher nodded and smiled, believing them. Alright, let's hurry up and leave now to find a new base. Let those few stay waiting in that tree hollow. Thatcher smiled and said to Colleen. The black-clothed individuals also wanted to follow along after hearing this, but Thatcher shook his head and didn't agree. Fine, stay here and guard. If we can't find a new base, you can continue staying here. Thatcher shook his head at everyone and immediately left. Colleen gradually relaxed only after leaving the base inside the tree hollow. Ferguson Zhao, it's fortunate to have you. Otherwise, we would really be ruined this time. Colleen looked at Thatcher, eyes filled with admiration. Without a doubt, in many aspects, Thatcher had significant advantages over him. There was simply no comparison. Right, Ferguson Zhao, maybe we shouldn't look for a base anymore. I don't think it's necessary for us to have much contact with them. Those guys don't look like good people. Thinking of those highly toxic injections they previously manufactured, Colleen shivered slightly. Don't worry. Once we provide them with a new production base, they will give us the potions they make as weapons. They, of course, cannot use such potions themselves, as it would pose a huge threat to us. At that time, they can produce harmless potions. If they comply, fine. If not, removing them won't matter either. But I think they won't dare. Thatcher smiled mysteriously. He had basically seen through these people. Colleen felt helpless, never imagining how Thatcher viewed these people. But this was normal, considering Thatcher defeated them once before. It was understandable he'd view them lightly. Right, Ferguson, where should we select the base? Have you figured it out yet? Where are we heading now? Colleen asked curiously. Thatcher shook his head and replied, not decided yet, but no rush. Anyway, they have somewhere to stay. As long as they don't cause trouble. This large base should have all the living essentials. Alright, let's stay outside for a bit longer. Otherwise, returning directly would drive me crazy. With black-clothed people, man-eating flowers, and venomous snakes, it doesn't even give people a chance to breathe. Let's go. It looks quite open ahead. Maybe we can set up a base there. Looking at the open area ahead, Thatcher's face showed delight. Ferguson Zhao, I feel a bit unwell, not sure why. Colleen frowned, supporting his forehead, feeling uncomfortable all over. What's wrong? Did you get scared earlier? Don't panic, you'll be fine. Where does it hurt? Thatcher approached Colleen and comforted him. After careful observation, Colleen suddenly realized it wasn't due to his physical condition. Ferguson Zhao, I feel like there's something powerful nearby, making me uncomfortable. Colleen's words immediately made Thatcher understand. So that's what it is. I understand. Thatcher quickly looked around, trying to find any powerful presence nearby. Chapter 348, The Helantal Caden. Initially, it was thought that Colleen was overly anxious, hence leading to baseless worries. However, a figure indeed appeared before them. But this person seemed unwilling to reveal himself, remaining hidden. Thatcher found the situation somewhat amusing. Did this Hurley really think he could be deceived so easily? On second thought, it might be possible. Given Anton's form, perhaps from the beginning, there were no ill intentions. Maybe his appearance here was purely coincidental. Of course, Thatcher wouldn't let down his guard against Anton just because of this idea. Doing so would make him appear foolish. Good lad, I know what you're thinking, but why are you following us? We won't give you food, nor are we your relatives. Upon hearing this, the Hurley emerged from the corner and looked at Thatcher and Colleen with a smile. As long as I don't harm you, it's okay for me to follow you, right? Thatcher and Colleen exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. It's fine for you to follow us, but to avoid unnecessary trouble, I must absorb the spiritual energy from your body. Otherwise, if you endanger our safety, it will be problematic. Colleen felt rather surprised by Thatcher's request. Why did he suggest such a thing? It was as if binding Anton's hands and feet, making him completely at their mercy, unless Anton was really naive enough to agree to such terms. The Ahmed replied nonchalantly, alright, whatever. Absorb away. Those things aren't much use to me anyway. Thatcher was stunned by his response and took some time to react. Alright, this is what you wanted. Don't deny it later and say I bullied a child. Thatcher approached Anton and absorbed all his spiritual energy. It took only a short while for the absorption to be complete. Naturally, he left Anton with some residual energy for self-defense, but not enough to threaten them. They absorbed his spiritual energy for safety, not to harm him. Alright, now it's done. Let's go together. Only then did Thatcher slightly relax his vigilance. Although Anton had agreed to have his spiritual energy absorbed, Thatcher remained on guard throughout. Seeing Anton's innocent expression, Colleen patted his shoulder with a smile. Helantal one, don't be scared. We'll protect you. Once we reach your destination, we'll return your spiritual energy. How does that sound? The Ahmed nodded. Okay, big sister. I'll listen to you. The three set off again. The area was covered in thickets, yet they didn't slow down. They had to find a suitable place quickly. Otherwise, the black-clothed men might cause trouble. Even Thatcher didn't feel confident enough to overpower these people. Therefore, once a new base was found, they needed to return immediately. Though Anton lost most of his spiritual energy, he kept pace with Thatcher and Colleen, who cleared the way ahead, allowing their progress to remain relatively quick. Colleen said, looking at Anton's face, Big Ferguson Zhao, there seems to be an old shack up ahead. Perhaps we should rest there for a bit. I'm worried Anton can't keep up. Thatcher thought for a moment and responded, sure, let's stop there for a while. But after stopping, I'll continue exploring. I'll come back when I'm done. Colleen nodded in agreement. With a clear goal in mind, the trio seemed more determined. Approaching the old shack, something seemed off inside. Thatcher blocked Colleen and Anton from entering. Stay outside. I'll go in alone. Thatcher entered the shack alone, leaving Colleen and Anton waiting outside. The Ahmed played around Colleen, who kept her eyes fixed on the shack, feeling a bit bored. She worried about Thatcher, but soon reassured herself due to his strength. Suddenly, she noticed purple light emanating from Anton's back, forming a turtle-like shape before becoming blurry. Huh, where did that come from? She wondered aloud, rubbing her eyes. Helantal one, what's with the purple light on your back? The Ahmed didn't answer Colleen but pointed towards the shack. That brother might be in danger in there. Hearing this, Colleen turned towards the shack, her expression changing slightly. Don't worry, Big Ferguson Zhao is very strong, she consoled herself, tapping Anton's forehead. You're probably joking, right? A small shack can't hide anything powerful inside. The Ahmed's serious face contradicted her dismissal. Sister, why would I joke about this? It's real. There might not be life-threatening danger, but it's certainly not easy to get through. Colleen began to doubt. She didn't want to believe Thatcher was in trouble, but the situation compelled her to check. Alright, since you're so sure, I'll go take a look. She stood up, instructing Anton, wait here. Don't run around. It's dangerous. The Ahmed waved without a word. Sighing, Colleen headed towards the shack. Inside, she discovered a small courtyard with another door. Not hearing Thatcher's voice, she grew tense. Big Ferguson Zhao, where are you? No response. Her anxiety intensified. Big Ferguson Zhao, are you alright? Please answer. Silence persisted. Chapter 349, Snake Entanglement. Melanie felt even more anxious. She hurriedly walked into the room, finding it utterly empty, with not a soul in sight. The floor was heavily covered with dust, revealing 2 clear rows of footprints, undoubtedly left by Thatcher. Melanie quickly followed the footprints upstairs. She kept calling out anxiously as she walked. However, there was no response whatsoever. At this point, even Melanie couldn't help but worry. What on earth happened to Ferguson Zhao? There's no way he wouldn't make any sound if something really went wrong. Now, Melanie was almost at her wit's end. With each step, she made it to the second floor, her heart racing with anxiety. Meanwhile, she gathered her spiritual energy within her body, continuously channeling it into her palms. Every bit of spiritual energy she had would be directed to her hands to ensure she was prepared for a strong enemy. After all, the enemy was extremely powerful. How could one who subdued Ferguson Zhao be weak? When she reached the second floor and saw that familiar figure, Melanie let out a slight sigh of relief. Melanie, what are you doing here? Why did you come up? And why didn't you keep an eye on that Hurley? Thatcher looked puzzled at Melanie's presence. Though Anton was harmless after they absorbed his spiritual energy, leaving him alone outside could result in unexpected troubles for which they would be responsible. Ferguson Zhao, I'm sorry. I was foolish. That Hurley said you were in danger, so I came up to check. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Upon hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but laugh wryly. I can't believe you fell for a Hurley's trick. But now you see, I'm fine. Go find him quickly. If he runs away, it'll cause us much trouble. Thatcher shook his head and continued exploring the second floor. Melanie, on the other hand, was furious. Originally filled with anxiety, Melanie was now overwhelmed with anger. That little rascal dared to lie to her. It was truly despicable. He made her worry needlessly. She'd have to teach that Hurley a lesson for this. Melanie rushed downstairs to find Anton. Even if she didn't punish him physically, she wanted to scold him severely, emphasizing that such behavior was unacceptable. What if he played a similar prank during an actual emergency? It could be fatal. However, when she exited the small broken house, Anton was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, Thatcher called out from upstairs. At this moment, a green snake was coiling around Thatcher's legs. Despite his agility, Thatcher found the snake too quick and nimble as it wrapped itself tightly around his leg, with its head behind him. Thatcher was taken aback. This was the first time he faced such a situation. He tried to pry the snake off with his hands, but it was entangled too tightly, making his efforts futile. Ferguson Zhao, what's happening? You just said you were fine. What's going on now? Melanie nearly lost her mind over Thatcher's actions. Nevertheless, she put Anton aside temporarily to tend to Thatcher first. Quickly rushing upstairs, she saw the green snake entangling Thatcher, while the Hurley had appeared mysteriously. Hello, friend. How did you get up here? When did you come? How did I not notice you? Melanie scratched her head in bewilderment, no longer concerned about Thatcher, but rather intrigued by Anton's sudden appearance. Earlier, she had been preoccupied with finding Anton, only for him to sneak upstairs unnoticed. Ferguson Zhao, let me help you, Anton said, moving behind Thatcher and producing a small yellow object, which he then threw at the snake's head. Thatcher didn't dwell on Anton's reappearance, watching helplessly as Anton acted. Moments later, Anton suddenly yelled, causing the snake to release Thatcher's leg as if terrified. Both Thatcher and Anton were startled by this sudden outburst. Thatcher intended to attack the snake, but was stopped by Anton. Ferguson Zhao, let it go, Anton pleaded. Thatcher hesitated, recalling Anton's earlier assistance. Refusing him seemed unreasonable. Thus, Thatcher eventually abandoned the pursuit of the snake, which disappeared without a trace shortly after. Melanie approached, surprised. Hello, friend. When did you come up? Why didn't I notice you? The Ahmed smiled and shook his head. It's nothing special. I just managed to avoid your attention. Thatcher frowned, not dwelling on Anton's actions. This place isn't safe. We should leave. Despite Thatcher's intention to depart, Anton dissuaded him. Ferguson Zhao, this place has potential. If you explore further, you might find something valuable. Hearing this, Thatcher and Melanie exchanged glances. Due to Anton's previous prophetic abilities, Melanie held great respect for him and nodded at Thatcher. Thatcher, remembering Anton's rescue, also agreed to investigate further. Alright, since you insist, I'll take a look around. Thatcher grew interested in the place. Leading the way, Anton guided them to the rooftop. Contrary to Thatcher's expectations, instead of being barren, the roof was overgrown with wild grass. But the grass was peculiar. Its color wasn't ordinary green but a deep, almost unnatural shade. It resembled the underwater plants previously seen, which could be used for poison concoction. But what purpose did this grass serve here? Or was it entirely useless? Thatcher furrowed his brow. This matter was unclear, yet the grass seemed oddly familiar to him, though he couldn't immediately place it. This feeling was incredibly unsettling. Chapter 350, Attack. As Thatcher was deep in thought, the Hurley suddenly dashed towards the wild grass. Both Thatcher and Colleen were baffled and about to ask what happened when they saw the wild grass stretch out and wrap around Anton. However, the Hurley wasn't one to be underestimated. He immediately transformed into the man-eating flower from before and started devouring the wild grass. Despite their formidable appearance, the wild grass was quickly consumed once it entered Anton's mouth. Great job, Hurley. I believe you can do this. Colleen hurriedly cheered for the Hurley. If not for him, the two of them might have ventured forward blindly and been attacked by the wild grass, possibly suffering misfortune if they weren't careful. Though it seemed humiliating, it was indeed the reality. These wild grass could extend or retract, attacking from various angles. The slightest carelessness would lead to them falling victim to the wild grass. Seeing that the Hurley seemed to have the upper hand, Colleen stopped worrying about his safety and asked, Hello, friend. Why are you attacking them? They don't seem too powerful. Hearing this, Thatcher looked at Colleen with doubt, as if questioning why he couldn't see something so obvious. The Hurley shook his head at Colleen. I'm not attacking because these wild grasses are powerful, but because they are valuable. Thatcher, who had been listening, slapped his thigh suddenly. Right, how could I have missed that? These wild grasses are treasures and can be sold for money. Colleen was taken aback, pointing at the wild grass and saying to Thatcher, Big Ferguson Zhao, you must be joking. These wild grasses look pretty ordinary. Thatcher shook his head and gave a dismissive look. What do you mean, ordinary? These are incredibly precious wild grasses. If you can't tell, don't just make assumptions. Saying this, Thatcher walked over to examine the grass closely to confirm his suspicion. Colleen, did you see clearly? Are these really good stuff? Even now, Colleen found it hard to believe. After all, these wild grasses looked rather unappealing. Before Thatcher could answer, the Hurley smiled and said, "Yes, sister, these are indeed valuable things. At least, they're worth more than me." Hearing this, Colleen's eyes widened. He realized that these wild grasses were indeed very valuable. In his mind, the man-eating flower was already quite valuable, yet these wild grasses surpassed it. "Alright, that makes sense. Since you say so, I trust you." Colleen nodded, though clearly still skeptical, waiting for Thatcher's confirmation. A moment later, Thatcher became excited, turning to Colleen and pointing at the wild grass. "Colleen, these wild grasses are really excellent, perfect for selling at the market. We'll definitely get a good price." Meanwhile, the Hurley continued his assault on the wild grass, subduing them thoroughly. However, he left a few alive to maintain their vitality for sale purposes. Thatcher followed closely behind the Hurley, gathering the wild grass. Colleen also joined in, packing up the grass. "Big Ferguson Zhao, I'll help you. You really plan to sell these wild grasses at the market? They're actually very expensive. How can they look like ordinary grass to me?" Colleen still couldn't believe it, thinking such grass could fetch a high price. "These are really valuable goods. Let's sell them at the market together. Wealthy families will surely love them. Think about it, they won't care much about the price. We'll make a fortune," Thatcher explained. Colleen felt excited by this and gathered the grass more energetically. "I never imagined this Hurley could help us so much, but I'm puzzled. How does he know these wild grasses are valuable?" In Colleen's mind, Anton was just an ordinary child. "You don't understand. Though he looks young, growing up here means he's familiar with these wild grasses, like old acquaintances," Thatcher clarified. Colleen initially found this amusing but soon realized it was probably true. He had overcomplicated things. Together, they quickly gathered the wild grass, storing plenty in Thatcher's ring. They didn't stop at the small rooftop but collected from nearby areas as well. The Hurley processed and gathered a large batch of wild grass from surrounding areas. They set off again, continuing downstream on their boat. When they reached populated areas, they docked, leaving Anton to watch the boat while Thatcher and Colleen searched for a market nearby. "Big Ferguson Zhao, will there really be a market around here? It seems doubtful with not many people." Colleen, wide-eyed, couldn't understand where Thatcher's confidence came from. Thatcher laughed. "We'll know soon. No need to rush to conclusions." "Fine, since you're so sure, let's see what happens if we don't find a market." Thatcher rolled his eyes. "Are you hoping to see me embarrassed? Just wait." As Thatcher searched, Colleen trailed behind. He wasn't searching blindly but asking people they encountered. After talking to about 10 people, Thatcher confirmed the direction and led Colleen forward. Colleen kept track of where they landed the boat. Even if they didn't find a market, they wouldn't lose Anton. Chapter 351, Purchase. "Colleen, I think the market should be ahead. There are quite a lot of people, but I wonder how many will buy our wild herbs. If there aren't many buyers, this trip would have been a huge loss." Colleen shook her head. She had never really believed these so-called wild herbs could help much from the start. "Big Ferguson Zhao, it would be a miracle if someone even wanted these wild herbs. Although I believe that Hurley has some skills, they shouldn't be used this way. Perhaps he was just making things up about these wild herbs." Upon hearing this, Thatcher shook his head. "I don't think that kid is bluffing. What if what he said is true? Besides, in my memory, this kind of herb does have its uses. The key is whether the person using it understands them." On hearing this, Thatcher realized he hadn't considered this perspective before. "Alright, Big Ferguson Zhao, let's wait and see then." Colleen did not intend to argue with Thatcher. It would be great if many people came to buy. Otherwise, it would be best to discard these spiritual herbs as soon as possible. Arriving at the market, it was apparent there weren't too many people around yet. Thatcher casually found an empty stall and started selling. "Attention everyone, passers-by. Come and see. Freshly picked spiritual herbs here. Common folk can strengthen their bodies by consuming them, while cultivators can enhance their realms. Don't miss out." Hearing this, some commoners passing by stopped and pointed at the wild herbs on the stall, asking, "Do these herbs really have all the benefits you claim?" Hearing the inquiry, Thatcher smiled. "Of course. If you have doubts, you can try buying a small amount first. If you experience the effects after consumption, feel free to come back anytime to purchase more. I'll be here." Their conversation drew some spectators. "Richard, what if we can't find you later? You might pack up and leave anytime." Colleen nodded. "Don't worry. We won't be dishonest. If you're afraid we'll run off, you can have someone stay and watch us." The crowd seemed more trusting upon hearing this. But once the ordinary people asked about the price, they all fell silent. "What? So expensive? The price of one plant can cover a month's worth of meals for me. Why would I buy such nonsense?" That person looked disdainful, clearly thinking Thatcher and Colleen were delusional. Colleen felt awkward, believing Thatcher had set the price too high and intended to lower it, hoping to sell some while the crowd was still around. However, Thatcher was completely unfazed. "Do you really think we care what you think? Halmston up, pay up if you want to buy, or leave if you don't. But if you keep insulting our products without purchasing, don't blame us for getting upset." The crowd could instantly sense the seriousness in his words. Well, seems like they're serious. "No one is buying. Let's see how this guy does business," said a passerby, rallying others not to buy the spiritual herbs to avoid being cheated. Naturally, most of the crowd agreed. Since most people in the crowd weren't wealthy and were just spectating, they wouldn't have bought anyway. Thatcher wasn't worried, waiting patiently. However, Colleen couldn't sit idly by. She approached Thatcher and whispered, "Big Ferguson Zhao, this isn't working. With so many watching, if they persist, we won't sell anything. Should we compromise? We don't have any deep grudges against them, after all." Thatcher glanced at her and laughed. "Compromise? Easy for you to say. Once we lower the price, it'll be hard to raise it again. These herbs are indeed valuable. These people just don't know better. We can't do business at a loss. Just wait, someone knowledgeable will come along." Colleen had no retort but grew increasingly anxious. The onlookers began chatting amongst themselves. Look, that young lady is getting nervous. She's changing expressions. I bet they'll lower the price within 15 minutes. Whoever wants to buy should hold back. Once they drop the price once, they'll keep dropping. As long as nobody buys, they'll keep reducing it. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yeah, no one should buy. Control your impulses. More people entered the market, looking well-dressed and not like ordinary folks. What are they selling? I've never seen this before. One of them, puzzled, looked towards Thatcher and Colleen. What are you selling? What's the price? If it's reasonable, I might buy some. Before Thatcher or Colleen could speak, the curious crowd interrupted. These guys are selling wild herbs at exorbitant prices, claiming people will buy at high prices. Don't fall for it. The newcomer looked surprised. So that's what this is about. I'm curious, how extortionate is their pricing? Walking over to Thatcher and Colleen, he asked, how much for these? What are the effects? Thatcher saw the man seemed influential, so he recounted what he'd previously said. If you wish to buy, it's cash on delivery. Otherwise, we're busy. The group of well-dressed people laughed, finding the situation amusing. The first time someone talked so boldly. We offer money, and we're treated like we're unwelcome. Thatcher chuckled, shaking his head. It's not that we dislike you. Our herbs truly have these effects. Feel free to try and see. This only piqued their curiosity further. Chapter 352, Additional Purchase. Big Ferguson, this kid is so arrogant and disrespectful to us. Let's not buy from him. Let's see what he can do, one of the subordinates respectfully said to the wealthy man. The man shook his head uncomfortably. How can we do that? This kid sounds so certain. It might be true that these items work. Let's buy some and try them out. If they work, we can always buy more later. Even though the price this kid sets is a bit high, you would only think it expensive if you consider them fake goods. If they are real, wouldn't you think it worth it? Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but be stunned. They had not really thought about this issue before. If these were truly spirit herbs that could strengthen ordinary people's health and enhance cultivator strength, they would indeed be precious treasures. Although Thatcher set relatively high prices, it was still very worthwhile. Without further ado, the wealthy man instructed his subordinate to pay and purchase a part of them. Seeing someone actually paying for those common items made the onlookers gape in disbelief. How is that possible? Have these guys gone crazy? One person, wide-eyed, felt the events unfolding were incredibly unbelievable, yet even he couldn't pinpoint where the problem lay. I wonder if we've misunderstood something. Maybe this kid really has some skills? A group of ordinary people left shamefully, too embarrassed to stay any longer. As for the new arrivals, they followed suit, each buying Thatcher's spirit herbs one by one. Their wealth varied, but all were eager to give it a try. Each bought a portion, and with so many people, the quantity quickly added up. Thus, everything happened much faster. I never expected you would have such an interest. But to achieve this much at this time is greatly appreciated. Buying so many spirit herbs gave Thatcher a strong start. Richard, although I haven't interacted with you, I can see you're a decent person. I'm willing to take this risk for you. A wealthy merchant smiled, patted Thatcher's shoulder, and then quickly left. He needed to return and test if the herbs worked as Thatcher claimed. After all, herbs that had such significant effects were often genuine century-old, or even 2-century-old spirit herbs. Ordinary spirit herbs couldn't have such miraculous effects. But trusting Thatcher, they didn't test the herbs on the spot. Before leaving, these wealthy merchants specially agreed with Thatcher that if the herbs were effective, they would definitely buy more. Thus, Thatcher immediately decided to dig up more spirit herbs. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough for everyone. Colleen, we must increase our efforts as soon as we get back. We cannot waste time. These people have incredible consumption power. Now that we've confirmed the herbs are effective, we shouldn't waste them. Colleen nodded. Don't worry, Ferguson Zhao. I'll urge the black-clothed workers to dig more, and if necessary, offer them more rewards. Upon returning to the base, everyone was delighted to hear about the success. They promptly decided to work overtime and gather more spirit herbs to hand over to Thatcher and his team. Thus, when Thatcher went to the market the next day, he would have more goods to sell. Concerning the new production site, few people raised the issue. They knew finding a new production site wasn't easy and would take a long time. For now, it was best to focus on the current project. Thanks to their collective efforts, the amount of spirit herbs handed over to Thatcher the next morning was substantial. Ferguson Zhao, will we be able to sell all these herbs today? I'm worried we'll incur losses after putting in so much effort. What if they don't sell? Colleen looked anxious, clearly cautious and hesitant. No matter what, we know our herbs work. They won't just ignore them. Hearing Thatcher's confident words, Colleen felt conflicted but could only follow his plan. Early the next day, everyone handed all the freshly harvested spirit herbs to Thatcher, and Colleen joined him to sell at the market. If we can sell all these herbs today, we'll make a huge profit. Thatcher's face lit up with excitement, but Colleen remained less optimistic. How could she be sure? Though the rich people promised to come back, who knew if they would actually continue buying? Rich people wouldn't keep spending money on this unless it was truly effective. Upon arriving at the market, they found the people who previously bought the herbs were already there, forming a long queue. What's happening? Why are they queuing? What are they planning? Colleen, eyes wide, had never seen people voluntarily queue to buy things at the market. Thatcher laughed heartily. Colleen, now you believe me, right? I said they'd come back to buy more. See how proactive they are? Our herbs will surely sell out today. Do you believe me? Colleen hesitated to voice her concerns again, having been proven wrong before. Don't mock me, Ferguson Zhao. I know my judgment might differ from reality, but let's go see what they want. What if they're here to return the goods? Thatcher shook his head, having already observed their expressions. Everyone looked energetic and showed no signs of argument. Don't worry. Note, the translation preserves the paragraph structure, tone, and style of the original Chinese text. Chapter 353, a continuous stream. Thatcher would never be wrong in judging people. He walked towards the wealthy crowd with Margot, clasping his hands and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Are you that eager to buy out my stock?" Seeing Thatcher and Margot approaching, everyone present immediately got excited. "Mr. Zhao, you've finally come. We've been waiting for some time now. Quickly bring out your goods. We all want to buy." As they spoke, they pulled out money from their pockets, as if fearing that if they were too slow, Thatcher wouldn't sell to them. "Don't worry, all bosses. I've brought enough for everyone. Halama up and you will all get what you need," Thatcher replied with a chuckle, selling the spirit herbs he had brought today to these bosses while telling them they could come back tomorrow if they wanted more. He came here every day. The bosses who bought the spirit herbs were all delighted. "Ferguson Zhao, after we bought your spirit herbs and tested them on someone, we found that their cultivation greatly improved, even if it was just a minor advancement. But for ordinary cultivators like us, this is already very good, don't you think?" One of the wealthy people smiled and said to Thatcher. Thatcher nodded in agreement. "Absolutely, it's definitely great. We must all strive and not fall behind others. I'll go back now and prepare more spirit herbs for you. Hurry up and have your subordinates digest this batch." After saying this, Thatcher quickly left, while those rich merchants also left the place happily. As for the other people in the market, they stared with wide eyes. They had previously thought Thatcher's spirit herbs wouldn't sell at all, but today, despite arriving late, he sold out all the herbs within an hour. It was hard to say they weren't envious, but they were helpless. After all, they didn't have such spirit herbs in hand. That day, the enthusiasm of Thatcher's black-clad followers increased. After Thatcher sold the spirit herbs, he also gave them to the black-clad men to take, boosting their strength. At the same time, he distributed some of the benefits from selling the herbs among them. This made the black-clad followers extremely excited, and their enthusiasm in searching for spirit herbs grew even more. On the third morning when Thatcher collected spirit herbs, the amount doubled compared to the previous day. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of money. These people, originally dispirited, were now fully energized. When they arrived at the market, these extra herbs naturally didn't remain for long, being snatched up by the wealthy patrons. After all, the efficacy of these spirit herbs was well proven, making them stronger. Ordinary people, seeing what the wealthy did, started to think about getting some themselves. They knew that these wealthy people wouldn't act without profit, so this herb must be worth much more than its price. Thus, some people who originally despised Thatcher's herbs joined the buying spree, albeit borrowing money to do so due to lack of funds. In a few days, Thatcher sold more and more spirit herbs, and the price rose accordingly. Despite selling a lot, spirit herbs were consumables. Using one would decrease the supply. Moreover, some savvy individuals seemed intent on profiting, purchasing large quantities at high prices. However, none of this concerned Thatcher as long as he could sell the herbs he brought. Within a few days, Thatcher became familiar with the Jamisons and regular buyers in the market. "Big Ferguson Zhao, we're quite famous in this market now. Everyone knows us," Margot said smilingly. Thatcher nodded, then shook his head. "Being recognized is both good and bad. It can make us stand out, which might attract unwanted attention." When they returned to the same spot, they found several large rocks placed there. "What's going on? Who put these rocks here?" "Come forward," Thatcher said with a grim expression, realizing that someone must be unhappy with their booming business. "It was me." "So what? You're selling these useless herbs and interfering with my business." "Got it," a nearby Jameson said coldly. "Interfering with your business? Who do you think you are?" Margot retorted sharply. Hearing this, the Jameson turned angry, approaching Thatcher and Margot with a sneer. "So, are you two planning to challenge me?" Margot flared up as well, pointing at him and saying, "Challenge you? What of it? Do you think you're someone important?" Thatcher held her hand and shook his head. "Let's go, find another spot." They looked around and set up their stall elsewhere. Seeing this, the Jameson smirked triumphantly. "See that? Even if Anton sells briskly, he still has to lower his head before me." He returned to his position, resuming his sales. Meanwhile, Thatcher fetched the spirit herbs and started selling. Those who had been queuing earlier followed Thatcher, ready to buy more herbs. Even after changing spots, Thatcher's stall remained the most attractive in the market, given the long queue. New arrivals noticed this and rushed to Thatcher's stall as well. The Jameson, seeing this, was nearly driven mad but had no way to stop Thatcher. "What's with this kid? How can he be so crazy? Why is he doing this?" Unable to understand, the Jameson watched Thatcher's busy scene, seething with anger. He decided to give Thatcher a warning. After Thatcher sold for about 15 minutes, the Jameson approached his stall, tapping it and said sarcastically, "Kid, isn't it funny to have so many people queuing up here?" Hearing this, those in the queue refused to tolerate it. Chapter 354, On-the-Spot Experiment. 6th Dorian, how can you talk like that? What do you mean by saying we're helping him queue? We came here to buy spirit herbs. Is there something wrong with queuing? Some people were regular visitors here and came from wealthy families, so they naturally spoke without holding back. Hearing this, the Jameson dared not speak recklessly. Looking at the customer who was buying, he said with a smile on his face, "Anthony, I apologize, that's not what I meant. I just don't want to see you all being deceived." Hearing this, the man's face immediately changed as he retorted, "What do you mean by that? Where did we get deceived?" The Jameson confidently declared, "Though this Ahmed has been selling goods for a few days, I can confidently tell everyone that these spirit herbs of his are all fake." Upon hearing this, those queuing erupted in commotion, and even some bystanders were shocked. After all, this was in the market where everything was visible. If he truly sold counterfeit goods, it would offend many people. "You slanderer, on what grounds do you say our goods are fake? Which eye of yours saw this?" Colleen placed her hands on her hips, angrily demanding. The Jameson remained unfazed, showing a mocking expression. "How could I have seen it when so many people buy your spirit herbs, yet none have witnessed them working as described? So, I say your spirit herbs are definitely fake. At least, they're not as effective as you claim, and at least half of the people have been deceived by your fraudulent tactics," the Jameson said smugly, looking at Thatcher and Colleen triumphantly. feeling like he had exposed their deceit and become the embodiment of justice. Thatcher nodded at Colleen, who became excited instantly. All right, you say our spirit herbs are fake and ineffective? Facing the Jameson without fear, Colleen continued. The Jameson nodded and patted his chest, saying, that's right, I said it, and I won't take it back. Colleen nodded, quite satisfied with his answer. Since you say so, let's experiment here and now. Have a cultivator, regardless of level, stand up and consume one of these spirit herbs. If their strength improves accordingly, that will be proof. How does that sound? Those queuing and the onlookers nodded in agreement, but the Jameson was unhappy. Randomly finding a cultivator. If the cultivator's level is too low, they might not be able to ingest it. What then? The Jameson immediately raised his concerns, which had some merit. However, Colleen mocked him. That's laughable. These elixirs are effective for both high-level experts and common folk. If they didn't work as intended, what good would they be? In any case, everyone will judge for themselves. I believe everyone here will be fair, don't you agree? Colleen asked the crowd, who nodded in agreement. Next was selecting a cultivator for the experiment. Colleen announced she would provide a spirit herb for free for this purpose. Those queuing and the onlookers eagerly volunteered, wanting to participate. Colleen and the Jameson selected someone together, ultimately deciding by drawing lots. After choosing the person, they let him consume the spirit herb. Within a quarter of an hour, the cultivator's inner spiritual energy surged powerfully. Wow, the spirit herb is taking effect in this guy's body. It really works. Everyone present was astonished, not expecting it to be so effective. Yeah, I thought it was just for show. Didn't expect it to actually work. You may not know, but our family has been buying these spirit herbs for days, and it helped our important experts boost their strength. Otherwise, why would we queue up every day, or even spend a high price to buy these herbs from others? A cultivator proudly told those nearby. Hearing this, the crowd angrily pointed at her. You mean your family sent people to bid up prices? No wonder I couldn't buy them at the original price. The expert dismissed the accusations. It's about capability. Our family has more resources. Don't worry if you lack them. These spirit herbs were never meant for you. Everyone present was shocked but couldn't argue against the truth. Strength and resources mattered most. Anything else was pointless. The experimental cultivator confirmed the efficacy of the spirit herbs through personal experience, exciting the crowd. Those who hadn't bought previously rushed to join the queue. The prepared supply was 5 times more than usual, but still wasn't enough. Don't panic. Even though today's quantity isn't enough, we'll be back tomorrow. The crowd agreed, their trust in Thatcher and Colleen soaring after days of successful transactions and today's on-the-spot experiment. Even those initially indifferent to the spirit herbs became die-hard fans, doubling the order amount to twice what they could gather daily. Thatcher and Colleen returned to base laden with gold and treasures, sharing the wealth with everyone. Colleen excitedly recounted the day's events. You wouldn't believe the Jameson's green face. He was so confident our herbs wouldn't work. In the end, the cultivator advanced a minor realm within half an hour, slapping the Jameson's face. The black-clothed underlings were thrilled, but the Phil frowned, approaching Thatcher. Ferguson Zhao, establishing our reputation among everyone is good, but be careful. Success draws attention, enemies, and potential trouble. Chapter 355, Leaving. Thatcher's expression changed slightly upon hearing the words. What the other party said made sense. Though these people in the market were useless, who knew what backgrounds they might have, provoking them would certainly not be a good thing. If that was the case, it would be better to leave as soon as possible. Perhaps they had already reached a tipping point where some wanted to cause trouble, but held back for various reasons. If he continued this way, those people might eventually cross their limits, and there was no telling what they would do. Thatcher nodded and said, You're right. Although these people are nothing to worry about, we must consider the forces behind them. Starting tomorrow, I will not go to the market. You all should continue gathering the spirit herbs. The black-clothed man showed relief on his face after hearing this. Ferguson Zhao, I think you three should quickly leave our village. Otherwise, I don't know what might happen, he warned, his face full of concern. But Thatcher didn't want to leave just like that. For one, the sales of his spirit herbs were very profitable. Second, leaving would feel too oppressive. He wasn't really afraid of those troublemakers. If they wanted to cause trouble, let them come. With a scornful look, Thatcher did not take those people seriously at all. However, Colleen pulled on Thatcher's arm and said, Ferguson Zhao, why don't we just tolerate it? We've already earned quite a bit of money. Let them continue causing trouble. We can directly leave here to avoid conflict. But Thatcher rolled his eyes at her. Wherever we go, there will always be conflicts. Should we retreat every time we encounter problems? What dignity would we have left? Colleen fell silent, understanding she didn't want such a life either. Ferguson Zhao, we only aim to earn money. It's unnecessary to get involved in such disputes. These people can do anything. It's safer if we leave the village. After pondering, Thatcher reluctantly agreed. Colleen's concern was not misplaced. He couldn't let valuable items fall into chaos due to minor issues. Alright, starting now, let's withdraw from the market. But where should we go next? Thatcher suddenly felt lost without direction. This situation disrupted his usual routine, selling spirit herbs and accumulating wealth effortlessly. Not everyone could endure such changes. Ferguson, can I share my thoughts? Asked Ahmed, who approached Thatcher while everyone else seemed at a loss. Smiling, Thatcher replied with curiosity, Sure, tell me what you're thinking. Don't worry about making mistakes. Understanding this, Anton grinned. Okay, Ferguson, try focusing on that vendor. I think he holds secrets, and you can find some answers from him. Stunned, Thatcher couldn't see how an ordinary vendor could possess any significant secrets. Colleen also doubted. Halamtal brother, what do you mean? That guy is just an ordinary person. Shaking his head, Anton responded. It seems he has deceived all of you. You should investigate him carefully. Unexpected discoveries await. Since Thatcher always took Anton's advice seriously, he nodded. Alright, we'll do it tomorrow. After making up their minds, each of them went to prepare accordingly. Colleen initially wanted to persuade Thatcher to leave immediately, but seeing his resolve, she decided to wait. Step by step, she could only comfort herself with that thought. The next morning, Thatcher disguised himself and observed the vendor from a distance instead of confronting him directly. Hill set up his stall and waited for business as usual, showing no peculiarities. What exactly is so special about this guy? Thatcher wondered, feeling Anton must have been misleading him. Recalling how Anton saved him previously, Thatcher remained cautious, continuing his observation. Hours passed without any unusual activity from the vendor. Thatcher started feeling drowsy, finding nothing odd. The Ahmed yawned beside him until Thatcher nudged him awake. Wake up. You said this vendor was suspicious. Why haven't you told me anything specific? Dazed for a moment, Anton then laughed. There is something wrong, but you just haven't noticed. Have you seen him eat or drink anything? Confused, Thatcher shook his head. It was true, the vendor hadn't eaten. Was there something more? Observing other vendors, Thatcher noted they occasionally drank water or ate snacks despite the poor conditions. What's going on? Is this guy some kind of immortal? Deciding to watch more closely, Thatcher followed the vendor home. Surprisingly, the house was old and dilapidated. Inside, the vendor continued not eating or drinking for another 2 hours. Puzzled, Thatcher questioned what this meant. Hill's behavior was truly out of the ordinary. Hashtag chapter 356. Unexpected discovery. Thatcher had been secretly observing the Hurley and the man for a long time, but finally couldn't resist. Let's go down and take a closer look. I'm really curious about this guy. Although we've had some minor conflicts before, it shouldn't be to the point where we can't talk. The Hurley tried to stop him, but Thatcher immediately jumped down. The Hurley sighed and followed suit. The two walked into the vendor's home, where the vendor was busy tidying up his stall and preparing goods for tomorrow's market. Hearing the noise at the door, he looked up. Seeing a Hurley and the same person who had been at the stall earlier, the vendor's face darkened instantly. It's you again. What do you want? Are you here to trouble me? Thatcher laughed and waved his hands quickly. No, don't misunderstand. I'm just curious and wanted to come over. Hearing this, the vendor lost interest. What's there to see in my home? Get out, or else don't blame me if I hit you. Thatcher's expression turned defiant. You mean you're going to hit me? Hill nodded. Yes, if you don't leave, I'll hit you. So, are you leaving or not? Thatcher laughed heartily. All right, then go ahead and hit me. I won't leave. With that, Thatcher sat down right there, looking at him as if he were watching a fool. Hill had only meant to scare Thatcher, never expecting that this guy would actually sit there and refuse to leave. Fine, you're not leaving, huh? I'll go back to my own home and ignore you. Saying this, the vendor turned around and walked towards his house, muttering curses under his breath. After the vendor closed the yard gate, Thatcher leaped onto the wall surrounding the yard. Seeing this, the vendor almost spat blood with frustration. But he could do nothing and could only mutter another curse before entering the house and locking the door. However, the windows and doors were paper-thin and riddled with holes. Thatcher casually threw a few pebbles, enlarging those holes, allowing him to see every move the vendor made inside. What do you want, kid? Don't push me too far. I might do something even I wouldn't expect. Thatcher burst into laughter. Great, then show me what you can do. Thatcher stared straight at him. Hill, standing with his hands on his waist, felt extremely frustrated. Fine, you want to see, huh? I'll give you a good show. He opened the door and walked back into the room, continuing with his business while ignoring Thatcher, who kept his gaze fixed on him as he had done in the marketplace corner. This kid is quite persistent. I have to admit, I'm impressed. Thatcher shook his head. Watching someone continuously was indeed boring, and he felt rather annoyed. But what could he do? He could only keep doing it. Hey kid, tired of watching yet? Why don't you come in and rest at my place? Hill taunted sarcastically, not expecting Thatcher to jump down from the wall. Sure, I'd rather follow your suggestion. Thatcher entered the vendor's room, staring intently. The Hurley stifled giggles, covering his mouth. Hill nearly exploded with anger, so he simply laid on the bed, out of sight. Thatcher continued to watch for another hour, feeling increasingly sleepy. Carnivorous flower, keep an eye on him for a bit. Let me know if he eats or drinks anything. Thatcher patted the Hurley on the head and smiled. Why don't you watch him yourself? You're making me do it. The Hurley's face fell, showing reluctance. I wish I could. Didn't you just sleep a little while ago? I haven't rested yet. Please cooperate. Thatcher closed his eyes and started resting. The Hurley reluctantly obeyed, keeping a close watch on the vendor. All right, I'll help you watch. The Hurley's big eyes focused on the vendor lying on the bed. After another hour, the Hurley woke Thatcher up. This went on twice until evening approached. In fact, the vendor hadn't slept at all, waiting for them to leave due to frustration. Instead, they stubbornly stayed. These two, what do they want? They're truly incomprehensible. Unable to bear it, the vendor jumped off the bed. What do you two want? If you have something to say, say it. Otherwise, get lost. Hill's roar startled both of them. After regaining composure, Thatcher slightly relaxed. Nothing much, I just find you a bit odd. Hill, hearing this, rubbed his forehead, feeling utterly bewildered. What do you mean, odd? I think you're the strange one. You keep staring at me, making me uncomfortable. Hill spat on the ground, starting to doubt his life choices. Thatcher shook his head, unconcerned. I mean, why aren't you eating or drinking? Trying to lose weight? Hill sneered. My choice to eat or not is none of your business. Anyway, I have ways to fill my stomach. Thatcher paused. So what are you eating? I didn't see you consume anything. Looking at the Hurley, Thatcher gave him a light slap on the back of the head. Did you miss something? This guy claims he ate. Did you slack off? Startled by the slap, the Hurley was confused. No, I watched him the whole time. If he ate, I would have noticed. Hill chuckled dryly. I intended to eat, but you guys being here made me hesitate. You two are truly infuriating. Hill then moved to a corner of the room and pulled out a long object, putting it in his mouth. Seeing this, Thatcher and the Hurley's eyes lit up. So that's what you've been consuming. No wonder you don't eat or drink. Thatcher nodded. Now he understood the vendor's behavior. It turns out he was eating spiritual herbs, though Thatcher hadn't expected him to hide it so deeply, not letting him conduct business. Hashtag chapter 357. Cooperation. Originally, Thatcher only thought this guy was a bully. Now it seemed the guy simply wanted to monopolize all these spiritual herbs for himself. If you want more of these spiritual herbs, just tell me directly. Why not let us do business? Thatcher felt both angry and amused. Does he really think he's the most powerful person in the world? Seeing Thatcher puff up with anger, the Jameson couldn't help but laugh. I just don't want you doing this business. So what? These herbs made me feel very effective. If I let others take them, wouldn't that be too good for them? He said with a sneer, looking quite excited. But come to think of it, your herbs do have some effect. I feel my strength has been continuously growing. This Jameson was originally just an ordinary person. After eating the herbs, his strength kept increasing. However, since he wasn't a cultivator, much of the energy from the herbs was wasted. Since that's the case, why don't we cooperate? You want to eat spiritual herbs, so I can provide them specifically for you. What do you think? Hearing Thatcher's words, the Jameson laughed coldly. Cooperate with you? You must be dreaming. The Jameson shook his head. Don't even imagine it. I won't submit to you. Thatcher waved his hand. Don't refuse so hastily. Think about it carefully. In fact, this suggestion is great. If we work together, it will benefit both of us. Thatcher's words made the Jameson feel uncomfortable. Don't speak anymore. I won't listen to you. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You're trying to sell these herbs to make money, right? That can't happen. I don't want more people eating these herbs. If their strength surpasses mine, I'd be at a disadvantage. Thatcher couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Does this guy really think strength alone solves everything? How naive. In fact, I might as well tell you, you're overthinking it. These herbs, while they seem effective, haven't had much impact on you. The Jameson shook his head. You're lying. Do you know how my days have been? My strength increases even when I sleep. You say they haven't worked. You think you are who? Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but smile. Well then, let's test it. Have this Hurley compete with you in strength. If your strength is truly strong, you should easily overpower him, right? The Jameson nodded. Reasonable. Okay, let's try it. He didn't take the Hurley seriously at all. The difference in strength was too large. This Hurley looked like he was around 3 years old, adorable in his innocence. But he clearly didn't have any strength. Halantal kid, if I hurt you, don't cry. This guy insists on a strength contest, he said, gesturing toward Thatcher. Thatcher couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Transferring blame won't help. He may not listen to you. Carnivorous flower, beat him. Rest assured, he's no match for you. With those few words, the Hurley gained confidence. He had absolute trust in Thatcher, which had been built from the beginning. Don't worry, Ferguson Zhao. I know what to do. The Hurley approached the Jameson confidently. Hit me. I'll let you have one move. The Jameson immediately flushed with anger. What did you say? Let you have one move? Really annoying. I'm going to throw you across the room. The Jameson lunged at the Hurley, moving extremely fast after eating the spiritual herbs for days. The Hurley calmly intercepted the attack. Their fists collided. The Hurley remained unmoved, while the Jameson flew backward, crashing into the wall, knocking down a section of it. What happened? That was pretty violent, huh? Thatcher covered his mouth and helped the Jameson up. Now do you believe me? Your strength means nothing against a true powerhouse. The Jameson's face darkened. Fine, you win. You mentioned cooperation earlier, right? Go ahead. How do you want to cooperate? Thatcher couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. I wanted to cooperate properly, but seeing your state, let me help you recover first. With the Hurley's assistance, Thatcher treated the Jameson, easing his injuries but leaving considerable pain. It seems my past few days of eating herbs were for nothing. A single collision left me in such pain. The Jameson said weakly. Thatcher suddenly brightened. Right, the herbs. I almost forgot. He took out some stored spiritual herbs from his ring and said smiling, sorry about this mess. Eat one herb and rest. It should help you recover. The Jameson's eyes lit up at the sight of the herbs. He grabbed one and ate it. Ah, the intense pain is improving. I feel much better. Thatcher nodded approvingly. This shows our herbs work. Now, can we discuss cooperation? The Jameson had no choice but to nod. All right, what do you propose? Thatcher perked up. Our cooperation is simple. I provide you with the herbs, and you sell them. We split the profits. However, for the market launch, we should introduce new products to build momentum. Naturally, we'll handle this part. The Jameson immediately became enthusiastic. New products? Sounds great. Chapter 358. Reneging on the deal. By the way, you must let me try the new products first when they arrive. I'm helping you sell them, so I'm practically a co-owner, right? Thatcher nodded with a smile. Of course, you'll definitely have priority when they come in. Upon hearing this, the Jameson was overjoyed. They chatted for a while longer before he couldn't help but pat Thatcher on the shoulder. What a pity. If only I had known earlier, we could have started working together sooner, wasting these few days. Thatcher nodded and said with a smile, it's never too late to start now. Rest up well today. We'll continue at the stall tomorrow morning. I'll bring the new items. The Jameson nodded and, after seeing Thatcher and the others off, went to bed dreaming about the new products coming the next day. As for Thatcher and his group, upon returning to the base, they informed everyone about the production of the new items and proposed their ideas. Amethyst, the Hurley, and the black-clad people also contributed their thoughts. After summarizing everyone's opinions over an hour, they decided on the direction for the new products. That night, the black-clad people worked through the night, mass-producing the new items. Seeing one piece after another being completed, Thatcher couldn't help but be delighted. This is fantastic. With these new products and the popularity we've built up, we're sure to sell out big tomorrow. We can make a fortune, even more than before. Both Thatcher and Amethyst couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This solution would not have been possible without the Hurley. Without him, they probably would have all quit the market. Losing money each day, their losses would have been astronomical. I can't believe it was this easy to solve. Now we can sleep soundly tonight. Thatcher and Amethyst hurried off to sleep, while the black-clad people had to work overtime. Thankfully, Thatcher only required this extra effort for one day. Once regular supply resumed, they wouldn't need to stay up all night. The next morning, Thatcher and Amethyst arrived at the market with the new products, finding the Jameson already waiting eagerly. "You're here. Come quickly. I've been waiting for ages. Why did you take so long?" The Jameson greeted them enthusiastically, though something felt off. Yesterday, he hadn't been so warm, almost as if he was reluctantly cooperating. But they didn't think much of it. "These are the new items we want you to sell. Keep them safe." Thatcher placed the new products on the stall, and the Jameson smiled. "Just display them for sale. They should be very popular." With that, he called a familiar customer over. "Anthony, look at these goods. These are new products from the spirit herbs. Don't miss out." Hearing this, the customer got excited. "What? Made from those spirit herbs? Are you serious?" Unconvinced, he grabbed the new item and then jumped for joy. "Really? I'll take these spirit herbs." He promptly handed over a large bag of silver to Thatcher. The customer assumed Thatcher was still selling the items directly since he had bought the herbs from him before. Seeing this, the Jameson's face dropped at the sight of the substantial sum of money being given to Thatcher. He felt reluctant but tried to clarify. "Anthony, you misunderstand. I'm selling these. Please give me the money directly." The customer paused, pointing at Thatcher. "But I remember he sold the herbs last time." "Never mind. You sort it out. I'm leaving." Thatcher nodded. "All right, I understand. Let's settle this later. It's just this much money, and it will be divided anyway." The Jameson didn't argue further, but became cautious. When another customer came to buy, he preemptively asked for payment. Later, as more people queued up, everyone naturally followed the rule, paying the Jameson. Seeing the Jameson overwhelmed, Thatcher offered to help collect payments, but the Jameson waved him off warily. "No thanks. I can handle it alone. You can supervise." With a sigh, Thatcher stepped back. "Fine, you handle it." The Jameson remained busy, even letting customers pick up the herbs themselves and then pay him. Soon, a long queue formed, making the herbs scarce. Within an hour, all the spirit herbs brought by Thatcher and Amethyst were sold out, resulting in a large pile of money. However, the money was all with the Jameson. "Hey brother, we're done selling. Shouldn't we split the money now?" Thatcher pointed to where the money was supposed to be, but found it missing. "It looks like you have a spatial ring." Thatcher chuckled. Did this guy think he could keep everything for himself? Didn't he know better? "Do you think you can fight us? And what about that Hurley who beat you last time? You should just hand over the money." Thatcher's words didn't faze the Jameson, who instead became defiant. "Okay, let's see what you can do." Leaning back casually, he looked indifferent. Thatcher was puzzled by this behavior. "Why are you doing this? There's no reason. We can kill you and take the money." Thatcher frowned, sensing something odd. "Go ahead, see if you can get the money after you kill me." Watching Thatcher and Amethyst's confusion, the Jameson smirked coldly. "To tell the truth, I had someone take the money away using a spatial ring. An accomplice was mixed in with the buyers earlier." Thatcher and Amethyst were shocked. ##### Chapter 359, Fear. "Great. You really are a bad guy, huh? Your true colors are showing now." Margot's expression was visibly unpleasant. It was clear that from the beginning, she had sensed this man's nature and doubted his intentions. "Hand over the money quickly, or else don't blame us for getting rough." These words thoroughly infuriated the vendor. "Getting rough? Fine, let's see what you can do to me. I'm not even planning on using those treasures anymore. Kill me if you like, but you'll never get your hands on them." Hill now had an utterly defiant look, which was both laughable and ridiculous. "I say, isn't this a bit too shameless of you? Are you planning to deny your dead in broad daylight? How will you run your business in the future if you do that?" But the vendor just ignored her comments without any concern. Margot, with her hands on her hips, was practically fuming. "This rascal is incomprehensible. Elias, what should we do now?" Thatcher furrowed his brow in thought before suddenly slapping his forehead. "Go back right now and bring carnivorous flour over." Upon hearing this, Margot immediately understood that Thatcher was referring to the Hurley. Though she wasn't sure why Thatcher wanted Anton, if he said so, there must be a reason. Without wasting any time, Margot left at once. "Caden, I advise you to stop wasting your efforts. I will never bow down to you. Even though you guys seem powerful, it has nothing to do with me. At worst, kill me, and then you won't get a single penny." Hill was confident. After all, his accomplice was hiding among the crowd. Unless they were caught red-handed, no one could tell who they were. Moreover, after taking the ring, his accomplice had already gone to a very remote place where no one would find him. A cold smile appeared on Thatcher's face. He didn't ask Anton to come here to kill the vendor. If he wanted that, wouldn't it be easier to do it himself? He called Anton for two reasons. First, to torment the vendor. Second, Anton could defeat the vendor, leaving him utterly humiliated with nowhere to hide. Soon, Margot returned with the Hurley. Seeing Anton, the vendor couldn't help but recall the last time Anton threw him across the room, causing a faint blush on his face. Witnessing this, Thatcher felt relieved. So this guy still has a shred of conscience left. In that case, he'll be easier to handle. The Hurley approached the vendor, gently patting his stomach and said, "Is this garbage inside you? Doing business without paying? Who do you think you are?" But the vendor sneered, "Brat, go back where you came from. Even if you can beat me, I won't submit to your humiliation. I didn't want to humiliate you, but fighting you, you indeed have no advantage. Just standing beside you, I bet you'd be very uncomfortable." Upon hearing this, the vendor's face turned grim. "Get lost, kid, or finish me off directly. I won't be coerced by you. Don't leave, uncle. I think we can chat normally. Otherwise, I'll keep pestering you. Go away and stop bothering me." Do you think I'll be scared by you? Hill laughed coldly, ignoring him. However, the Hurley continued chatting awkwardly while scratching and poking him. Hill was suffering immense humiliation, wanting to slap Anton if only he could fight him off. How could a young brat be so despicable? Where did you find such a rotten kid? He'll grow up into something unmanageable. Looking at Anton, the vendor's eyes almost shot daggers. Sorry, can't tell you. If you don't surrender, he might torture you to death. Hill shivered involuntarily. You're hard to deal with, kid, but I won't give in. Let's see who outlasts whom. Hill felt confident, believing Thatcher and his group needed to run their business and couldn't afford to waste time. It wouldn't take long before they would leave for another place to do business. But Thatcher smiled. Since the vendor refused to surrender, he wouldn't force it either. Having visited the vendor's home before, Thatcher knew the way well. He didn't intend to delay any further with the vendor, so he went straight to the vendor's house. Given how greedy the vendor was, Thatcher believed there must be valuable items there. Even if the money from selling spirit herbs went to the vendor, if he could compensate himself from the house, he wouldn't be at a loss. After searching the room, Thatcher found nothing valuable on the surface, but he believed there must be good things hidden in the room. It just required more effort to find them. Not wanting to waste time, Thatcher used soul-searching technique to quickly scan for possible treasures in the room. Found it, under there. Thatcher paused. He flipped it open and saw nothing but still sensed energy fluctuations. What's going on? Did my soul-searching technique fail? Shaking his head, he found it unlikely. His technique had never failed before. Something unknown must have altered it, causing the misdirection or concealing the treasure. Continuing to probe with his powerful divine sense, Thatcher detected a high-energy spot, possibly the array eye. Realizing this, he swiftly grasped the array eye. Injecting powerful energy into it, the energy within erupted instantly. Wow, such strong energy. What's happening? Thatcher's expression was grim. This was the first time he encountered such formidable energy. It looks like there must be something valuable hidden within the array beneath the array eye. Chapter 360. A large quantity of inner pearls. Thatcher did not relax, but instead dug deeper for the treasure beneath the energy field at an even faster pace. He could feel that what was hidden beneath wasn't something ordinary. Even though it was enveloped within the formation, Thatcher could still sense powerful energy fluctuations. This proved just how astonishing the energy was. Thatcher completely unraveled the entire formation, not through brute force, but by skillfully using energy to unlock it. In a mere breath's time, the whole formation was skillfully dismantled. Seeing this, a smile of joy appeared on Thatcher's face as he looked into the array. Inner pearls, and powerful ones at that. Thatcher's eyes gleamed with golden light. These inner pearls were absolute treasures for him. With these inner pearls, how can anything remain unachievable? He circulated his own chi, encasing it in his hands. Internally, he had some worries. If the energy from these pearls was indeed strong, touching them recklessly would be like walking straight into a trap. Luckily, when his hand touched the pearl, nothing unusual happened, and he successfully retrieved the inner pearl. These are really inner pearls, each pulsing with overwhelming energy. Such a huge quantity. If I could absorb all of them, what a tremendous leap forward it would be. Thatcher felt extremely excited. He now cared little about the gold and jewels taken by the Jameson. What was so extraordinary about those trinkets when compared to these truly priceless inner pearls? The Jameson was indeed an excellent example of someone who lost a watermelon for a sesame seed. Big Ferguson Zhao, come back quickly. This guy is trying to escape, Colleen called out, looking uneasy at the Jameson. This man seemed pushed to his limits by the Hurley and kept trying to run away. If not for Colleen stopping him, he might have succeeded in escaping. Meanwhile, Thatcher had already finished inspecting the inner pearls and placed them into his spatial ring. He hurried back. While Colleen and the Hurley were there, it was better to be cautious, as the Jameson could still have ulterior motives. Given his age and experience, such thoughts weren't far-fetched. Returning at top speed to the market, Thatcher saw the Jameson sitting lifelessly, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fine, you're tougher than I thought. Surprised me a bit. Thatcher shook his head, realizing he'd underestimated the man. Hearing Thatcher's voice, the Otis turned to look at him. Great, you've finally come. Settle this mess, or I won't let you off easily. The Jameson muttered weakly. Thatcher almost laughed at how the situation had flipped. You took our money, how does it feel now that we're the ones in control? The Jameson held his head high, showing no signs of wanting to settle. I am who I am, do what you want. Without further ado, Thatcher retrieved an inner pearl from his spatial ring. Instantly, the Jameson's face changed. Where did you get that? That belongs to me. Return it immediately. In one sentence, the Jameson revealed his greed and shamelessness. These aren't your pearls, they're mine. What does it matter to you? Realizing he'd been caught, the Jameson knew he had to give in. Young brother, I admit I was wrong this time. Can you forgive me this once? If you want me to return the pearls, give back my gold and jewels first, Thatcher said, crossing his arms with a cold laugh. Hearing this, the Otis remained silent, torn between his options. Returning the gold and jewels felt like cutting his own flesh, but not retrieving the inner pearls would mean his doom. His dilemma became apparent. Seeing the Jameson's hesitation, Thatcher wasn't in a rush. It looks like you don't plan to return them, right? No problem, then explain where you got these inner pearls from. If you don't, I'll expose everything. Biting his teeth, the Jameson felt conflicted. This brat, almost driving me mad. Grinding his teeth, he felt like he was completely at Thatcher's mercy but had to follow his demands. Speak up, what's your real intention? Thatcher's eyes sharpened as he spoke angrily. Just for personal use, no other intentions, the Jameson replied nervously, revealing his guilt. Fine, if you don't talk, I'll assume the worst, that you intended harm to everyone here and must be stopped, Thatcher said with a sly grin, causing the Jameson to shudder. You're bluffing. I have no such intentions, the Jameson said guiltily. Thatcher shook his head coldly. It doesn't matter what you think. It's up to me. I say you had these thoughts, and so you did. Now confess properly. Return my gold and jewels, and perhaps I can give you some pearls. Those few sentences left the Jameson speechless. Fine, I've met my match this time. I have nothing more to say, but I can take you somewhere. The Jameson's face changed as if making a decision. To where? Be careful, don't have any funny ideas, or else I won't go easy on you. The Jameson's face turned pale. What bad ideas? Just bringing you somewhere. Whether it benefits you depends on you. Caught off guard, Thatcher hesitated. Fine, let's go. I'll see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Thatcher signaled Colleen and the Hurley before leaving. Following the Jameson to increasingly remote areas, their original location had been sparsely populated until a market brought some life to it. Chapter 361 The Forest. Now, the two were walking further and further off course, seemingly heading into an untamed area. Thatcher remained calm, curious about the other person's intentions. You little brat, where are you taking me? Don't tell me you really want to eliminate me, but I think you're not quite up to it yet. Thatcher said with a cold laugh. We're almost there, just hang on. Once we get there, you'll definitely be satisfied. Hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but laugh out loud. Do as you please. If you want to play games, I can satisfy you. But I advise you to behave because you're not capable of competing with me. Thatcher's face was filled with disdain. Really? I'm telling the truth. We're almost there. Why don't you believe me? I'm taking you to a forest where there are important people you can meet. You want to know secrets, right? Ask them when you get there. Hill shrugged, looking somewhat uncomfortable, which Thatcher hadn't expected. All right, I'll trust you one last time, but don't overestimate my patience. It's definitely limited. Hill didn't respond, instead leading Thatcher forward. Despite their rapid pace, they traversed through endless desert for about 15 minutes before finally catching sight of some trees. However, these trees looked unsettling, almost as if people were hanging from them. What's going on here? Are those people real? Thatcher scratched his head, feeling that this place seemed like a trap. Hey, what is this place? Are you serious? Thatcher grabbed the man's arm, trying to stop him. Didn't you see? The forest is just ahead. Everything will be explained once we're inside. Hill didn't seem to notice Thatcher's unease. I know what you mean, but the situation inside seems different. Didn't you see the people hanging from the trees? Thatcher was dumbfounded, thinking this guy must be playing tricks on him. People? What people? How can anyone be hanging from trees? What do you take this place for? Hill paused, glancing at the distant trees, assuming Thatcher was joking again. I warn you not to imagine things. How could anyone be hanging from trees? Let's hurry along. With that, the vendor tugged at Thatcher's sleeve, and they continued forward. Moving as quickly as possible, they soon approached the forest. Initially, the trees were sparse, but grew denser as they ventured deeper. The light became dimmer, and the atmosphere more eerie. Unidentified birds screeched from the branches, their cries chilling. The scene here is too terrifying, making one shiver involuntarily. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably faint right here. Thatcher shook his head, deciding not to linger. He would follow the vendor, find the person he mentioned, complete his business, and leave immediately. No matter what, if this guy dares to lie, I'll make sure he has no grave. In the marketplace, he couldn't have done this in front of so many people, but now he could. Soon, Thatcher saw a small wooden hut ahead, appearing very rudimentary. Behind it lay darkness, its extent unknown. Thatcher wanted to investigate but was stopped by the vendor. Don't look around, let's just go inside. Thatcher nodded, agreeing not to cause trouble. Let's see what he wants first. Dealing with bad intentions won't be too late. Hurry up, come out, and see who I've brought you. A short sentence revealed the vendor's excitement. Thatcher glanced suspiciously at the vendor, who seemed unaware of any abnormality but gave him a sense of being sold out. Originally empty inside, a figure soon appeared. A man whose age was indeterminate. Though smiling, his expression was peculiar. It's a pleasure to have a friend visit from afar. Since you've brought him, I will respect him. The man sized up Thatcher and nodded. Richard, what's your name? Thatcher didn't respond, sensing something odd about the atmosphere. The man laughed and reassured him. Don't worry, Nicholas. Since you were brought by him, I won't mistreat you. Then he turned to the vendor, shaking his head. All right, you can go now. Leave quickly. Hearing this, Thatcher glanced at the vendor, feeling puzzled. Hill patted Thatcher's shoulder and smiled. Stay here. He won't mistreat you. I have matters to attend to, so I'll go. As the vendor turned to leave, Thatcher naturally didn't agree, wanting to chase after him. But he was stopped by the man. Richard, aren't you curious what I'll do here? You couldn't have come without purpose, right? The man's voice held a mysterious power, stopping Thatcher in his tracks. He halted pursuing the vendor and stayed. Meanwhile, Colleen was increasingly anxious, worried about Thatcher's safety. Though Thatcher had assured her earlier, following the vendor felt uneasy, fearing Thatcher might be at risk. Sister Colleen, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? You look unhappy. I'm fine, just worried about Thatcher's safety. He left with that guy a while ago and hasn't returned yet. Why don't I check on them? Seeing Thatcher with my own eyes will give me peace of mind. Colleen started to leave, but was held back by a Christopher. Don't do it. You'll only push Ferguson Zhao into more danger. The Ahmed said seriously. Colleen laughed inwardly at this. What do you mean? Why would finding him put him in danger? Isn't helping him my intention? Colleen nearly lost her temper. Chapter 362. Work. The Hurley shook his head, appearing very clear-minded at this moment. Because you're trying to help him, wanting to deal with that vendor together, but you don't realize that you're actually harming him. If he isn't in danger now, it would be fine. But if he is in danger now, can you really help him by rushing over? The Hurley's words made Margot startled. Then she began to reflect inwardly. You're right. I may not be able to help Ferguson Zhao, and might even put him in more danger. In that case, what should I do now? Unconsciously, Margot had begun to follow the lead of the Hurley, listening to his advice on everything. Of course, this was only when Thatcher wasn't around. Things wouldn't be so simple if Thatcher were here. The Hurley shook his head. Of course, we should watch and wait, continuing to stay here. Wait 2 more days. If Ferguson Zhao hasn't returned, then we will go see. What do you think? Hearing this, Margot could only nod. Okay, since you said so, I'll do as you say. Just then, the vendor walked in from outside, his expression seemingly quite playful. What happened to Ferguson Zhao? Where did he go? Tell me quickly. These words immediately made the vendor laugh even louder and more arrogantly. That guy? How should I know where he went? Phil shook his head, clearly not taking Margot and the Hurley seriously at all. Margot couldn't help feeling anxious. I beg you, please tell me. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Hiding him doesn't help. Do you agree? Margot was truly worried and agitated. She could have easily threatened the vendor. Hill, upon hearing her words, rolled his eyes and had an idea. Fine, whatever I want, you'll give it to me, right? Can I have this kid work for me? Hearing this, Margot became furious. How can you make him work for you? And it was me who agreed, not him. I can't decide for him. If you want to ask him. All right, I'll ask the kid. Do you want to work with me? Hill took out some snacks from his pocket and tried to lure the Hurley. I won't work for you. Why should I work for you? Who are you? What qualification do you have? The Hurley rolled his eyes at the vendor, showing no fear. This angered the vendor. He ate a pill and immediately gained strength before attacking the Hurley directly. Though the Hurley might have some strength, compared to the vendor who had taken the pill, he was no match. Within moments, the Hurley was overpowered and tied up with ropes. Margot hadn't even reacted before the Hurley was controlled by the vendor. What are you doing? Release him now, or I'll kill you. Margot was furious that the vendor dared to attack the Hurley right in front of her eyes, utterly intolerable. He laughed loudly, feeling very smug. Do you have the right to speak now? This kid is under my control. Come get him if you dare. At that time, this kid might be dead, and you'd have no leverage left. Hill knew Margot wouldn't let any harm come to the Hurley, thus acting without fear. Don't worry, Sister Margot. I'm fine. Though this guy looks tough, he can't keep me like this forever. The Hurley showed no fear, almost making one feel sympathetic. Wilson, loosen the ropes a bit. Don't hurt him, or there'll be no end to this. Tears welled up in Margot's eyes as if the ropes were tied around her. Hill laughed and replied, Do you think I'm stupid? If I loosen the ropes, he might escape. Hearing this, Margot became even angrier but felt helpless. Fine, we'll see about that. Saying this, Margot snorted coldly and stopped talking to him. In a short time, the vendor grew increasingly arrogant and domineering, thinking about how to handle the Hurley and Margot. He thought Thatcher probably wouldn't return, giving him no worries. The Hurley's eyes flickered back and forth, seeming to pay no attention to the ropes. Sister Margot, do you think he bound me like this because he wants to eat my flesh? The Hurley's words startled Margot, causing her to worry again. Yes, what does this man intend to do? Could he really want to eat someone? But it didn't seem like he looked like someone who would eat people. Still, one can't judge a person by appearance. Who knows what evil intentions he might have? Maybe he has such thoughts indeed. After all, the Hurley had successfully predicted many things before. Perhaps this was another prediction. Thinking of this, she became extremely anxious, both wanting to find Thatcher and fearing what the vendor might do to the Hurley if she left. Just as Margot was worried about the Hurley, suddenly, she saw Anton break free from the ropes. How did this happen? Hill tied him tightly just now. How could he break free? In a flash, the Hurley hid behind Margot before the vendor could react. It all happened within moments, and even the vendor was confused about what happened. Ha, you old fool. You wanted to kidnap the kid to threaten me. Dream on. Margot protected the Hurley tightly, planning how to deal with the Otis. Initially, the vendor was sure of controlling Margot, but now that the Hurley had escaped, his greatest advantage was gone. Good kid, you managed to escape. Hill gritted his teeth in anger, but could no longer focus on that now. He knew Margot's strength. If she decided to fight him, he had no chance to defend himself. Don't act rashly, both of you. Please let me know if you need further adjustments, or have any specific parts you'd like to revise. ####Chapter 363, The Task. Do you think you can do anything? Aren't you afraid that Thatcher might not come back? At this point, he wore a deranged expression on his face. Do you think you are someone who can control Ferguson Zhao's life and death? Ferguson Zhao is a man blessed by heaven. Naturally, he won't be at the mercy of scum like you. I think you'd better stop dreaming. Although you may have set some traps for Ferguson Zhao, he will surely turn danger into safety. Despite Colleen's growing worry about Thatcher's safety, she knew she mustn't show any weakness in front of this man. Otherwise, he would truly become emboldened. We can leave you alone for now, but you must ensure Ferguson Zhao is unharmed, Colleen said tensely. Seeing this, the Jameson sneered disdainfully. He had them right where he wanted them. How easily they succumb to pressure. Don't worry about that. As long as you don't attack me, I can ensure he remains alive. Meanwhile, Thatcher's situation wasn't as dire as it seemed. Venerable guest, please follow me. The Nicholas led Thatcher further inside. They walked for some time without stopping. Though Thatcher wanted to ask where they were going, he didn't. If the other party intended to tell him, they would. Since they hadn't, it was evident they had their reasons. Soon, Thatcher was taken to a somewhat dim place. While he could see his surroundings, he felt an oppressive atmosphere. What is this place? Why does it feel so uncomfortable? Thatcher originally wanted to ask about the inner pill, but, judging from the current situation, the other party had no intention of revealing it. This is a place of trial. If you wish to achieve your goal, you must first pass this test. This statement made Thatcher widen his eyes. To get the inner pill, one had to undergo a trial. This was the first he'd heard of it. Yet, given the nature of the inner pill, having such a checkpoint was reasonable. Well, I've brought you here, so I'll take my leave now. From here on out, you're on your own, the Nicholas said before vanishing into the shadows. As Thatcher approached to investigate, he found the man had disappeared completely. It was unclear how he left. The Evan seemed less powerful initially, yet he displayed formidable ability. There's something intriguing here, but I wonder what exactly the other party intends. Deciding to focus on the present, Thatcher explored the area. After some time, he began to adapt to the environment. The conditions here seem manageable. Let's see how things play out. If they intend to trap me here, I won't let that happen without a fight. Thatcher moved forward, determined to find the inner pill. He still held on to his initial goal. As long as it was here, it wouldn't be too much trouble. Although this place looks dilapidated, there might be something valuable hidden here. He used soul search technique to explore. Despite not sensing any powerful aura nearby, he refused to give up hope. Though soul search consumed a lot of spiritual energy and mental power, its continuous operation would eventually yield results. With such potent soul search, I must push through and use all my energy. Thatcher strained to increase the intensity of the technique. However, after nearly half an hour, he still hadn't found the inner pill. Finally, he realized he had been foolish. That bastard actually lied to me. When I get out of here, I'll make sure to give him a piece of my mind. Thinking of Colleen and Anton, Thatcher worried about their well-being. With the Jameson gone, he feared they were in danger. Clenching his fists, he resolved to protect them. If anything happened to Colleen or Anton, he wouldn't forgive himself. With renewed determination, Thatcher continued searching but remained unsuccessful. Frustration began to set in. Why am I here if there's nothing to be found? This is outrageous. Thatcher unleashed a burst of spiritual energy in all directions, but it met no resistance, hitting only solid earth. What should I do? Am I destined to die here? Digging a tunnel wasn't an option unless absolutely necessary. Besides, if they wanted to trap him, even tunnels might not work. Perhaps I should look for clues around here. If they want to play games with me, they likely left some hints. Relieved, Thatcher regained confidence and resumed exploring. Just as he approached a cave entrance, a phantom-like figure appeared before him, putting him on high alert. Who's there, lurking about? The figure materialized into a dragon, surprising Thatcher. Great being, do not be alarmed. I am just a Sebastian, here to assign you a task. You can only leave this place once you complete it. Intrigued, Thatcher nodded. Fine, if that's the case, assign me the task. I'm ready to comply. Thatcher wasn't concerned about the task. Whatever it was, he believed he could handle it. The task is simple. Get out of this cave. The Sebastian smiled. Chapter 364. Argument. Thatcher glanced curiously at the cave before him upon hearing these words. He pointed to it and said, "It's this simple. Leaving through this cave wins you the game." The dragon laughed and nodded, saying, "Not that simple. It sounds very ordinary, but achieving it is as hard as climbing to heaven." Thatcher sneered upon hearing this, unconvinced. "Fine then, since it's like this, I will accept this task. Wish you success. I'll take my leave now." The dragon departed appropriately, which did not surprise Thatcher at all. The dragon staying would only interfere with his mission. Furthermore, he was also wary of any ill intentions from the dragon's stay. Thatcher gently pushed against the cave entrance with his hand, only to find it completely immobile. Surprised, Thatcher realized there must be some trickery involved. He could distinctly feel the material of the cave entrance being incredibly sturdy. What if I try using spiritual energy? Might work on the entrance, Thatcher pondered, though not for too long. Despite having utilized some spiritual energy earlier, he hadn't exerted much and still had a plentiful reserve. A powerful wave of spiritual energy swiftly charged towards the cave entrance, but instead, a figure appeared before him. It was the same dragon. "Why are you here? Trying to stop me from breaking open the entrance? If you do that, it'd be pretty underhanded, wouldn't it?" Thatcher sized up the dragon, concluding that he didn't seem like someone who'd break the rules. "I have no intention to stop you, but you cannot destroy this entrance." Thatcher couldn't help but disagree. "Great guy, how am I supposed to get out without destroying this entrance? Your statement sounds a bit odd." "No matter what, this is the rule. Great one, don't make things difficult for me. If you destroy the entrance, even if you manage to leave, it won't count as completing the task." Thatcher couldn't help but think deeply upon hearing this. This dragon didn't appear to be deliberately stirring trouble. Rules were rules after all, so they should be followed. Shaking his head, Thatcher waved his hand impatiently. "All right, off you go." The dragon disappeared again with a wry smile. Thatcher could only ruminate on how to escape through the entrance. Brute force won't work. Is there any clue on this entrance to leave? Thatcher examined the entrance carefully, but it left him utterly disappointed. There's nothing here. How do I get out? Wrinkling his forehead in thought, he paced back and forth. Since spiritual energy doesn't work, let me see if there's a handy weapon nearby. If there is, perhaps it can be used to breach this cursed entrance. Thatcher searched meticulously around the area, checking even under leaves, hoping one might contain a tool to crack the entrance. What initially seemed like an absurd idea quickly bore fruit. This is an axe. Why is it left here? Scratching his head, puzzled, but soon a smile lit up his face. Right, maybe this axe is specially left for me to use. Then why not just use this axe directly? With fervor, Thatcher rushed toward the entrance, attempting to cleave it apart. However, the Sebastian promptly appeared before him. "Sorry, Great One, you can't forcefully breach this entrance." Enraged, Thatcher burst out, "What nonsense! If I can't use spiritual energy or weapons, how exactly do you expect me to break it? Are you intentionally trying to frustrate me?" Clearly sensing Thatcher's anger, the dragon replied cautiously, "Sorry, I understand you may be upset, but the fact is indeed cruel. If it were so easy to break this entrance, it wouldn't be placed in your hands." The Sebastian forced a grin. "These are the rules. Breaking them renders the challenge meaningless." Thatcher felt infuriated upon hearing this. "What do you mean by that? Why does it feel like you're deliberately tormenting me?" "Fine, if you dare to do this, brace yourself for my wrath." Thatcher lunged at the dragon, ready to pin him down. In mere moments, sensing a threat, the dragon summoned several massive beasts to confront Thatcher. "You may be formidable, but I'm not afraid of you. These beasts under me are fierce warriors. Defeating you is more than enough for them." Fighting you today is considered good luck for you. Hearing this, Thatcher almost burst into derisive laughter. Seems you planned this ambush all along. Don't underestimate me. These supposed subordinates of yours mean nothing to me. They're useless pieces of junk. Within 15 minutes, I'll bring them all down. Upon hearing this, the surrounding experts' faces changed dramatically. This kid talks big. Let's settle this within 15 minutes. Immediately, the giants attacked. A fierce battle erupted instantly. Thatcher, however, didn't rush recklessly but focused on their combat techniques, as he hadn't fought them before and needed to understand their skills. Admittedly, these subordinates showed considerable combat prowess. After all, they served the Sebastian. Their strength wasn't weak. You fellows surprisingly surpassed my expectations. You've put up quite a challenging fight. Coldly mocking, Thatcher's remarks astonished the present experts. How can he remain so calm and talk during the battle? Is he truly effortlessly strong? Chapter 365, Leading. Everyone, don't let your guard down. This kid has some real skills. Let's all show our full strength and completely demolish him right from the start. One of the subordinates seemed to have made up his mind. If Thatcher wanted to play, they would certainly oblige. Kid, I see you have some decent strength. You might as well surrender. It could still be somewhat beneficial for you this way. Thatcher shook his head. Enough nonsense. Let's keep fighting. A quarter of an hour will pass quickly. Hearing this, the faces of those present instantly changed. The Sebastian immediately said, continue attacking. We must finish this kid off within a quarter of an hour. This kid is definitely a troublemaker. If you can't end it quickly, you'll eventually be troubled by him. Fremont's words immediately alarmed the few subordinates. They didn't dare delay any longer and accelerated their attacks with maximum speed. These guys really won't let us rest. I want to see what he's capable of, daring to boast like that. More and more experts attacked at incredible speeds, looking like they were frenzied. But no matter how they attacked, they couldn't do anything to Thatcher. Instead, Thatcher gained more initiative and had a significant advantage. Don't be fooled by Thatcher. He just wants to exhaust your spiritual energy. Right now, he only needs to defend to achieve that. You must be careful not to fall for his trap. Fremont quickly warned his subordinates, hoping they would take heed. However, these guys clearly didn't learn from their mistakes. After all, they were very confident. Could 3 people together not defeat this kid? For a whole quarter of an hour, they wasted time. The reason was none other than their overconfidence. Big brother, I just can't believe this kid is so strong. There's no justice in the world. The subordinate used all his tricks, but they were ineffective. He even began to doubt whether the techniques he previously took pride in were really powerful or merely self-entertainment. Everything was like a dream. Now that he had awakened from it, he could only be at others' mercy. You mustn't relax or waver at this moment. Although this kid has defeated you, it doesn't mean you're incapable. He used devious tricks. Otherwise, you'd surely have beaten him. With these short words, the experts among the subordinates became energized again. That's right. Under normal circumstances, how could this kid be so strong? He must have used some means. How despicable this kid is. Even we didn't notice. Many experts felt insulted and angrily resolved to regain face. We must reclaim this lost ground, don't you agree? Yes, let this kid know the cost of humiliating us. These experts regained confidence, vowing to make Thatcher pay. While their intentions were good, executing them proved difficult. After all, Thatcher hadn't consumed much of his own strength during the previous battles. At most, they could only slow him down slightly without significantly depleting his spiritual energy. Thatcher was thoroughly at ease, not giving them a chance to wear him down. Adopting a defensive stance was even more effective. When these guys' strength was exhausted, Thatcher could launch a swift counterattack. Indeed, soon their power was entirely depleted. I didn't expect your strength to be drained so quickly, which is quite surprising. Now that you've weakened, it's my turn to perform. A mysterious smile appeared on Thatcher's face. Seeing this, everyone present was stunned. Instinctively, they felt Thatcher might have a major move coming. Sure enough, as expected, Thatcher swiftly crushed them. Who would have thought this kid had such capabilities? But now that he's beaten these guys, isn't he coming after me next? The Sebastian panicked. Why was Thatcher so formidable? What would he do now? Would he kill me? Fear spread across the Sebastian's face. If Thatcher really intended to kill him, he had little resistance capability. After all, he hadn't fought in a long time and was rusty. He usually relied on these subordinates to intimidate people, but had no real strength. Heavenly brother, please stop. We know you're formidable. Spare us. Fremont and the subordinates finally submitted to Thatcher completely. Now you don't want to bother anymore, right? Thatcher sneered. Absolutely not. Whatever you say goes. Let's leave here quickly and stop fussing about this. The Sebastian feared Thatcher might suddenly overpower him and flatten him. He looked at Thatcher as if he were a plague, desperate to get rid of him. Fine. Since you say so, I'll give you a chance. Thatcher's face turned cold. Earlier, I told you why I came here, right? Upon hearing this, the group nodded nervously. Yes, sir. You said you came for the inner core, right? Thatcher nodded, pleased with their response. Since you know, it's fine. I won't be hard on you. Just find me the inner core, and I'll forgive everything else. Hearing this, the Sebastian and others were alarmed. Heavenly brother, listen to me. We need to consider this carefully. Getting the inner core isn't easy. Even though we want to help, it's beyond our reach. The Jameson brought you here, but wasn't genuinely trying to fulfill your wish. Thatcher smiled. You're right. He truly didn't intend to help me. Hashtag chapter 366, taking action myself. But what I want to say is that whether he helped me or not has nothing to do with me. It concerns you. If you don't help me, I will get rid of you. Do you understand clearly? Hearing this, the few people present were instantly frightened into a cold sweat. Understand. Big brother, we're wrong. We'll correct it immediately. Thatcher sneered. Then quickly take me there. I give you 15 minutes. If I don't see the inner core within 15 minutes, you know the consequences. Upon hearing this, Yanko and others' faces turned rather unpleasant. They hesitated for a moment without speaking but instead led Thatcher away from there. Young brother, you mustn't be impulsive. Ahead is the place I mentioned. That guy only instructed us to bring you here but did not specify where the inner core is. A big tree? What does that mean? Thatcher was puzzled internally. Could the inner core be under this big tree? Ferguson, we genuinely don't know. He only told us to bring you here. As for where exactly the inner core is, that's none of our concern. We truly don't know. Upon hearing this, Thatcher's expression toward these few became extremely difficult. All right, you dare to trick me, huh? Don't think I can be easily fooled. What haven't I seen? Don't try to bluff me with your poor acting skills. Thatcher's words instantly frightened them all, even causing some to kneel on the ground. Big brother, please don't be angry. We really had no intention to trick you. We genuinely didn't know. That kid only told us to bring you here and said nothing else. These people now seemed almost in tears, undeniably putting on a very good act. Do you guys think I'll believe you just by pretending like this? Thatcher was feeling extremely irritable. He didn't want to argue with these people as he still had more important matters to attend to. You wait here. I'm going to find that guy and settle accounts with him. Once I deal with him, I'll come back to deal with you lot. Saying this, Thatcher stormed off angrily to find the person responsible. After leaving, Thatcher could vaguely remember the way back. It wasn't long before he reached his destination. At that moment, the Jameson was confronting Margot and the Hurley. Seeing Thatcher arrive, everyone was surprised. Margot felt both startled and pleased. He hadn't expected Thatcher to appear at this time. Although the Jameson was currently holding the Hurley hostage, they would naturally hesitate before taking any action against him. However, with Thatcher here, at least Margot had someone to consult with. The Jameson was equally shocked when he saw Thatcher appear. How did you get out of there? Impossible. How could you have such ability? The Jameson was thoroughly stunned. From his perspective, how could Thatcher possibly escape so calmly? He knew the peculiarities of that place. Even someone stronger than Thatcher would find it difficult to escape. Yet, Thatcher managed to survive. Could it be that Thatcher was truly that powerful, surpassing even the Sebastian and its minions? The situation seemed surreal to the Jameson. How did you get out of there? Confess truthfully. The Jameson's face darkened, feeling everything was absurd. I don't care how I got out. I just want to ask you, where's the inner core? Tell me how to obtain it. Thatcher was practically impatient now. After all, those inner cores were true treasures to him. You want the inner core? Who do you think you are? Should I just hand it over because you ask? The Jameson's face showed an unabashed expression. He knew what Thatcher was thinking. Even if Thatcher was indeed powerful, what difference did it make? With the Hurley in his hands, Thatcher, despite his strength, would inevitably hesitate. I'm curious how you managed to escape unscathed. In his view, no one should be able to escape from that place. Sending Thatcher there wasn't meant kindly, yet Thatcher actually escaped. Don't talk nonsense. Do you give me the inner core or not? If not, then I'll take it by force. Perhaps you won't talk, but if I kill you and use soul search to find the location of the inner core in your head, I'm sure it would be easy. Thatcher's words startled the man. He pondered Thatcher's words, unsure of what to do next. You old scoundrel, from the start, you've had no good intentions. When you can't fight, you resort to such despicable tactics, even using a child as a hostage. Truly shameless. Even Margot looked down on such behavior. Initially, their conflict stemmed from the Jameson's insatiable greed. That's my business, none of your concern. Now, your only consideration should be getting out of my way. Maybe I'll release the child after you leave, or maybe not. It's all up to me. But if you don't leave, the outcome will be clear. I'll keep tormenting this kid until he can't take it anymore. The Jameson wore a sinister smile, looking like a demon, making anyone who saw it shudder uncontrollably. But Thatcher struck while the Jameson was gloating. Upon realizing the situation and knowing the Jameson had kidnapped the Hurley, Thatcher made his move in an instant. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, yet the effect was astounding. Stop you. The Jameson just managed to react, uttering those words. By then, Thatcher had already pulled the Hurley back and instructed Margot to protect him. Big Ferguson Zhao is amazing. If you weren't here, we wouldn't have known what to do. The Hurley was also kidnapped once before. He managed to escape, but was later deceived again by the other party. As Margot spoke, he seemed somewhat dejected, as if he hadn't fulfilled his mission. Chapter 367, Sensitive. Originally, Margot wasn't in such a state, but the more she thought about it, the angrier and more anxious she became. Eventually, she started crying, her tears like petals on rain, which stirred great sympathy in anyone who saw her. Okay, it's all over now. I'm here now, so just forget that it ever happened. As Thatcher patted Margot's small shoulder, she suddenly threw herself into his arms and wept aloud. It was undeniable that she had been under immense pressure during this time. Even if you took that kid away, what would it achieve? You'll never get the inner core as you desire. Upon hearing this, Thatcher couldn't help but frown. Though the man's words were harsh, they held some truth. The Hurley turned to look at Thatcher and said, Ferguson Zhao, if you have any idea, maybe I can help you achieve it. Though Thatcher knew of Anton's abilities, he didn't take him too seriously. Alright, this is my own business. Don't involve yourself, it might not be good for you. No way, Ferguson Zhao. I must participate. Since you've helped me, I must help you back. It wouldn't be right otherwise, Anton persisted, unwilling to give up. Fine, then come with me. I'm looking for the inner core. These inner cores are very useful to me. If I find them, I'll reward you, Thatcher conceded. Hearing this, Anton's eyes lit up eagerly. Reward? For real? You're not pulling my leg? Thatcher laughed heartily. Relax, why would I deceive you? Think about it, have I ever lied to you? The Ahmed pondered seriously. You seem to have never lied. Okay, I agree, let's go look for it now. Thus, Thatcher led Anton towards where the previous vendor had taken him, where the Sebastian subordinates were waiting, although the dragon himself was not present. Anthony, you've arrived. We've been waiting here. Thatcher nodded and, without much talk, headed with Anton towards the tree roots, aiming to find the inner core. However, this time, following the route he remembered, he noticed Anton was avoiding certain areas. Ferguson Zhao, let's not go that way. I feel we won't find the inner core you seek there. Without much thought, Thatcher followed Anton's direction. The Sebastian subordinates looked puzzled, unsure what was going on. Didn't they remember the route Thatcher initially intended? Thatcher frowned, sensing something amiss but trusting Anton, chose to remain silent, curious about Anton's intentions. Ferguson Zhao, I don't sense the inner core here. Maybe we should leave first. The Ahmed seemed reluctant, leaving Thatcher confused. What are you trying to do? We've just arrived. Shaking his head, Thatcher insisted, let's keep searching. If we really can't find it, I'll make these guys search for us. His gaze turned unfriendly toward the people around them. The Ahmed's expression turned conflicted. Well, Ferguson Zhao, maybe you should stay and search while I go back. He shook his head, appearing dejected. Thatcher stopped him. There's definitely something bothering you. Tell me what's going on. Pulling Anton aside, Thatcher gestured to a quieter corner. You slippery one, better give me a perfect explanation or else. They moved to the indicated spot and Anton whispered, Ferguson Zhao, haven't you noticed those people watching us with unfriendly eyes? Glancing at the Sebastian subordinates, Thatcher shook his head. No, they seem very obedient. The Ahmed coughed lightly. Hallamston Ferguson Zhao, there's indeed an inner core here, but it might not be the kind you want. Eagerly, Thatcher perked up without fully considering the latter part. There's an inner core? Where? Quickly tell me. Rolling his eyes, Anton said, Ferguson Zhao, I told you, you might not want this type of inner core. While its energy is strong, it contains intense toxins. This made Thatcher worried. Toxins, how intense? Nodding, Anton stayed silent, gazing at Thatcher. Thatcher hesitated. Getting this inner core could lead to two extremes, becoming stronger or being fatally poisoned. Depending on the toxicity level, both outcomes could happen. If the toxins were too potent, the high energy content wouldn't matter. But since they were here, giving up wasn't an option. I want to try. If the toxins are too strong, I'll quit, but I must see the inner core. The Ahmed took a deep breath, nodding solemnly. All right, I will help you. Just as Thatcher was about to walk towards the tree with Anton, a figure approached from afar, and the subordinates followed. It was the Sebastian. Initially cheerful, his expression darkened upon seeing Anton. Why is this kid here? What are you doing here? Looking flushed with anger, the Sebastian confronted them. Raising his chin, Anton replied boldly, It's me. What's wrong? Chapter 368, Engagement. The Sebastian was now filled with intense animosity. Kid, you haven't forgotten the matters between us, have you? Fine, let's settle this properly. Just as the Sebastian was about to speak, Thatcher interrupted from the side. That's enough. Don't waste any more time. I have important matters at hand. Who has time for your chatter? Upon hearing Thatcher's words, the Danilo hesitated and said, Anthony, I know you're formidable, so I won't be hostile towards you. But please don't intervene either. It would make things difficult for me. Without waiting for Thatcher's reply, he directly attacked the Hurley. Thatcher hadn't anticipated that the Danilo would launch an attack without giving him any face. Well done. So, you think you can ignore me entirely? Despite being attacked by the Danilo, the Hurley didn't panic. They were old adversaries after all. With just a bit of maneuvering, he dodged the attack. Wilson, do you really think I'm afraid of you? I didn't act before because I was too lazy to deal with you. Now that you've made the first move, prepare to meet your end. Saying this, the Hurley suddenly transformed into a carnivorous flower and lunged at the Danilo's hand. Seeing this, the Sebastian couldn't help but be startled. This kid is truly unpredictable. But how could I be so easily devoured by you? With just a slight effort, I can subdue you. The Sebastian also transformed into his dragon form, opening his huge mouth to bite down. One large mouth and one small mouth, both aimed at each other in a tearing frenzy. In this short moment, the Hurley managed to bite the Sebastian several times. Although the wounds weren't deep, it infuriated the Sebastian immensely. Brat, do you really think I can't handle you? That's just on the surface. Suddenly, the Sebastian morphed into a shape resembling a small snake. Of course, he was still a dragon, only having reduced his size. The carnivorous flower saw this and continued to tear at the opponent without panicking. The fight between them was a matter of life and death. Neither wanted to back down. After fighting for so long, they might finally reach a resolution today. At this moment, the Hurley displayed great ferocity and speed, surpassing anything even Thatcher had seen. Could it be that his anger has driven him to this level? A curious expression crossed Thatcher's face. He was eager to see how this battle would turn out. For now, the Hurley seemed to have the upper hand, so Thatcher decided not to intervene. Big Ferguson Zhao, please come help me. I'm struggling. The Hurley hurriedly called out to Thatcher. Though he wasn't at a disadvantage, having some help would certainly ease the pressure. Smiling, Thatcher folded his arms. I think it's better if you face him alone. For an old enemy like this, wouldn't it feel wrong for me to lend a hand? Hearing this, the Hurley nodded, finding Thatcher's words reasonable. Since Big Ferguson Zhao says so, I guess it wouldn't be proper for me to insist. To fully unleash my power, Big Ferguson Zhao, can you lend me a core? Thatcher pondered for a moment, and then tossed a core to the Hurley. I usually don't have much use for this core, so here, take it. The Hurley caught it with his mouth and swallowed it immediately. While battling, he absorbed the immense power of the core. Within a few breaths, he successfully harnessed all the energy within the core. I never expected it would be this easy to obtain a core. The Hurley sneered. Wilson, you're done for now. You can't compete with me anymore. Upon hearing these words, the Otis shuddered. What are you planning, brat? I warn you not to act rashly. Remember, my strength is no less than yours. Even if you ate a core, you're still far behind me. Don't think that eating a core makes you invincible. Let me remind you, you're still far from matching me. But the Hurley paid no heed to his threats. With just a casual gesture, he sent the Otis flying with a loud thud. How did he get so powerful? This kid truly surprises me, Thatcher mused, nodding in admiration. He had been impressed by Anton's abilities before, but now they seem to have grown even stronger. But his current strength can only push him back. Killing him will be tough. Just then, footsteps approached from a distance. Thatcher turned to see the Sebastian's subordinates rushing over. Danny, are you alright? What happened? Seeing their fill lying on the ground, the subordinates were dismayed. Danny, what happened? Why are you here like this? Are you alright? Trying to respond, the Danilo coughed up blood. This scene only intensified their distress. Danny, what's wrong? One subordinate rushed to the Sebastian's side, checking him carefully. Unable to speak, the Sebastian pointed at the Hurley and coughed up more blood. Seeing this, the subordinates understood that their fill must have been brought down by the Hurley. Don't worry, Danny, we'll avenge you. With these words, several subordinates charged at the Hurley. But if the Sebastian couldn't defeat him, how could these subordinates? In just 3 moves, the Hurley sent each of them flying. They landed on the ground, looking no better than their fill. Let's go, Big Ferguson Zhao. I'll lead you to find a core. Leading the way, the Hurley urged Thatcher to follow. This was significant, as the Hurley was taking the initiative to guide him. Big Ferguson Zhao, the core is right there. Go ahead. Pointing to a tree, the Hurley instructed Thatcher. Confused, Thatcher scratched his head. Where exactly? Kid, explain clearly. Looking up and down at the tree, Thatcher found nothing unusual. Seeing Thatcher's confusion, the Hurley face-bombed, then moved forward, channeling his spiritual energy. Placing a hand on the tree, he emitted powerful spiritual energy, making the tree translucent. Chapter 369. They can move. Thatcher was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated that the tree could transform into a transparent form. He had circled this tree many times before, but had never noticed any part of it turning transparent. How did you do that? It's so dazzling, Thatcher asked, feeling quite surprised. This is actually very simple. Maybe I'm naturally talented, but I honestly don't know how I can do it. I just can, replied Anton. Right, Ferguson Zhao, let's hurry inside before something unexpected happens due to the delay, urged Anton as he pushed on the tree like opening a door. A doorway appeared on the tree almost instantly, revealing an interesting sight. All right, Ferguson Zhao, come in, Anton said. Thatcher quickly followed, and both of them walked into the transparent tree. The door of the tree automatically closed behind them, altering the view of the outside world. Everything vanished as Thatcher looked around. The interior of the tree presented a completely different space. So this is what it looks like inside the tree. The space here is surprisingly vast, he remarked with a nod, feeling like he discovered something new. Indeed, it's quite magical, but Ferguson Zhao, the inner cores here are even more fascinating. What makes them so special? Can they move by themselves? Thatcher mused aloud, but Anton beside him nodded in agreement. Yes, Ferguson Zhao, these inner cores can indeed move by themselves. You'll have the chance to try it out shortly. As Anton continued forward, Thatcher followed without giving much thought to it. Then, upon entering a room, he saw inner cores scattered everywhere. The immense energy emanating from them left him shocked at first, then overjoyed. Fantastic! There are so many inner cores here. This is truly a windfall, Thatcher exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, hardly knowing where to start. Great! Seize this opportunity and there might be many benefits, he murmured. Take all these inner cores. Their energy will be mine, he added with a somewhat greedy smile before lunging toward the inner cores. Be careful, Ferguson Zhao. Don't get attacked by these inner cores, warned Anton, which doused Thatcher's excitement like a bucket of cold water, prompting him to calm down and approach cautiously. Do these inner cores really move? Why aren't they moving now? Let me pick one to test. Thatcher reached for an inner core, intending to store it in his spatial ring. But in an instant, the core vanished from his grasp. Thatcher froze, looking at his empty hand and checking elsewhere. It was then he realized what it meant for the cores to run, only to spot the same core reappearing in another direction. Never expected these guys to actually move. This is rather amusing, he muttered before charging at the core again, only to miss once more. Thatcher tried several more times, switching targets twice, but all attempts ended in failure. These inner cores were undoubtedly sentient and evasive, yet they seemed to follow some pattern. While Thatcher hadn't discerned the pattern yet, he felt it intuitively. This sensation is quite surprising, but no matter what, I can't stop, he resolved. Otherwise, this will all turn into a fleeting dream. If I can't find their pattern, I won't be able to capture them. Thatcher composed himself and stopped chasing the cores, focusing instead on identifying the pattern. The rapid movement of the cores was overwhelming. Any lapse in concentration could easily confuse their paths. All this puzzled Thatcher. Where is the pattern? Scratching his head, he realized this wasn't going to be as straightforward as he'd hoped. Yet, he wouldn't give up so easily. In just a few breaths, a powerful pressure became palpable. Time seemed to slow as he pondered the problem. At this moment, Thatcher observed the cores moving slower, seizing the rare opportunity to uncover the slowing pattern. This fleeting moment allowed Thatcher to imprint the pattern in his mind. Recalling the pattern in his thoughts, he made his move. The pattern of this particular core is relatively simple. Let's start with this one, he smiled confidently, striking swiftly. A vibrating object appeared in his hand. It was the core he had been trying to catch. Fantastic! Finally got it. My efforts paid off, he smiled satisfactorily, examining the core. He proceeded to target other cores, whose patterns, though varied, interconnected. Thanks to Thatcher memorizing the patterns earlier, capturing the rest was easy. Within moments, he held all the cores in his hands. That's incredible. You managed to capture all those inner cores. The Ahmed stood frozen, eyes filled with confusion. Why not celebrate? Aren't you happy I got all of them? Thatcher felt the intense energy within the cores and didn't suspect any issues. I'm not happy because those inner cores are fake. Anton's statement shocked Thatcher. What? Fake? Impossible. How can the intense energy be fake? It's not unbelievable. Why don't you try squeezing one of the cores? The Ahmed pointed at a core dismissively. Hearing this, Thatcher hesitated, his heart pounding as he held a core uncertainly. Hurry up and squeeze it. This core will easily be flattened. Chapter 370. Don't be too cocky. As he spoke, the Hurley wore an expression of supreme confidence. Thatcher, with a flash of determination, tightly clenched the inner core in his hand. In an instant, the inner core crumbled effortlessly under his grip. The energy within dispersed immediately, vanishing into thin air. It turned out that this energy was merely loose energy clinging to the residue. Thatcher had mistakenly believed it was potent, but it proved useless. Unsure what went wrong, he silently cursed himself for being misled. Just as Thatcher blamed himself, a figure appeared. It was the Danilo. This time, the Danilo wore a mocking smile on his face. So, how do you feel now? The more comfortable you felt before, the more regretful you must be now, the Danilo taunted. I'd love to see where you'll find another inner core. Even if your cultivation is formidable, and you can crush me at will, what does it matter? In the end, you still won't find where the inner core is. At that moment, the Danilo looked incredibly smug. He seemed certain that they were out of options. Thatcher nodded. You're right, we can't find the inner core. But I suspect you don't know either. The Danilo dismissed this comment with disdain. You should save your breath. Trying such a low trick, have you run out of ideas? Thatcher laughed coldly but said nothing. Since the other party wouldn't take the bait, they would have to think of something else. The Hurley pouted and said, Ferguson Zhao, since he won't talk, let's just go ahead and fight him. Since we can't get the inner core anyway, might as well finish it quickly. Saying this, the Hurley started moving toward the Danilo, ready to pummel him again. Seeing this, the Danilo's lips twitched, feeling somewhat speechless. Why was this kid so fond of using force to solve problems? Thatcher shook his head. Forget it. Even if we beat him 100 times, he won't tell us anything. It's better to think about where the inner core might be. Finding it is our real goal. Thatcher's words made the Danilo slightly relieved. You're right. At a time like this, thinking of fighting, are your heads filled only with techniques and spiritual energy? With that, the Danilo sneered and flung his sleeve, hurriedly leaving. But almost instantly, Thatcher subtly nodded at the Hurley without speaking. He believed the Hurley would understand, knowing he was quite smart. Initially, the Hurley looked puzzled, unsure what Thatcher meant. Is there something wrong with your mouth, Ferguson Zhao? The Hurley scratched his head, sensing something was off. Thatcher waved at him secretly, continuing to gesture with his lips while ensuring the Danilo didn't notice. Finally, the Hurley understood and gave Thatcher a sign of acknowledgement. Thatcher breathed a sigh of relief and watched the Hurley expectantly. Looking at Thatcher, the Hurley asked, Ferguson Zhao, I think this guy doesn't have the inner core. What do you think? Thatcher hesitated but responded, You're right. If he had it, he would have shown it off or used it himself. Thatcher knew from experience this guy didn't seem trustworthy. The Danilo immediately reacted. Nonsense. Who says I have the inner core? If I did, why would I stay here? He shook his head, finding their words amusing. The Hurley shook his head too. This guy isn't worth mentioning. Being on the same side as that guy and not even knowing where the real inner core is, shame on you. Thatcher agreed. That's logical. If he trusted you, he wouldn't hide it from you. The Danilo blushed with anger. Who said he hid it from me? I know everything. Why should I tell you? Suddenly realizing the trap, the Danilo retorted, Fine. You two tried to trick me, but do you really think I'll tell you? Laughing maniacally, the Danilo seemed quite pleased with himself. Thatcher and the Hurley exchanged looks, feeling helpless. Their attempts to extract information failed miserably. Why does this guy insist on opposing us? Before Thatcher could reply, a group of people came rushing toward them. Danny, we're here. This time, we'll ensure they can't escape, they shouted from afar. The Danilo felt extremely satisfied, remembering how he had been humiliated by these two previously. He called all his trusted men to capture them this time. Great, you brought some henchmen. Do you really think these lackeys can defeat us? Thatcher found the Danilo's plan overly optimistic. Maybe they can't defeat us, but they might overwhelm us. The Danilo couldn't help laughing. All right, since you're so confident, let's see how you fare against them. Together, Thatcher and the Hurley fought fiercely, dispersing the opponents quickly. However, their sheer numbers made it difficult to handle. We can't keep this up. This guy's using brute force, and we may get into trouble. So what do we do now? You decide, Ferguson Zhao. After a moment's thought, Thatcher had an idea. Let's leave quickly. We need to escape as fast as possible or things might change unexpectedly. They simultaneously attacked in one direction, forcing the crowd back and creating space to escape. Chapter 371. Secret Realm. At this sight, both Thatcher and the Hurley were very pleased. Ferguson Zhao, we've finally broken through a gap. The Hurley was quite excited. It proved that following Thatcher really ensured his safety. Don't worry, no matter how crazy these guys get, I won't let them hurt you, said Thatcher as he patted the Hurley on the shoulder. The Ahmed nodded heavily, his eyes full of trust and reliance on Thatcher. Thatcher pulled the Hurley and rushed out of there at top speed. The Danilo subordinates were completely stunned. After all, Thatcher's strength was indeed higher than theirs. They could temporarily hold him off with their numerical advantage. But once Thatcher broke through their defenses, stopping him would be much more difficult. You guys are real trash, letting him escape like this. Are you all lazy? Quickly chase after him. Danilo pointed fiercely at the direction Thatcher had gone, feeling utterly helpless. So many people surrounding that kid couldn't even stop him from escaping. However, before they escaped, Thatcher and Anton had consumed a large amount of spirit energy. Even if they didn't chase after them now, it was believed the kid wouldn't last long. If they united and surrounded him, they could find an opportunity to catch him. We're too lenient now. We should crush this kid thoroughly. Yeah, we shouldn't have shown mercy earlier. At first, considering the boss's face, we wanted to spare him, but now because of him, the boss is criticizing us. I think we should take it out on him. One cultivator said quite dejectedly. That's right, this kid made us suffer such criticism. He deserves what comes next. Whatever it is, we've been quite considerate to him. Hurry up and chase. This kid has run so long but still escaped so fast. It's really bizarre. Everyone present felt helpless, yet none stopped chasing. Forget about them. If we catch him, Danny will probably give us a big bonus. That's for sure. Seeing how angry Danny looked, he surely hates this kid to the bone. The kid previously threatened the boss's safety when our numbers were low. I reckon Danny wants to get rid of him completely. Yes, that's exactly what I think. Danny is truly patient. I didn't realize he could be so tolerant. Hurry. If Danny sees us slacking, he won't be pleased. If Danny gets involved, it won't end well for us. Also, Danny seems possessed by rage. Didn't you notice his combat power is stronger now? Was it due to this kid? Not necessarily. Remember, Danny has always lived comfortably. When did he ever face such threats? I believe this kid is truly in deep trouble this time. A guy who only had minor conflicts with Danny ended up terribly. So what do you think will happen to this kid? Look ahead. What's that place? These subordinates kept following behind Thatcher and Anton, eating dust but never catching up. These guys are relentless. Are we never going to lose them? Thatcher looked grim. Critical moments can't afford mistakes. He urgently needed rest to restore his spirit energy. Otherwise, continuous fighting would be disastrous for anyone. Big Ferguson Zhao, what's this place ahead? It looks odd. Odd? This place isn't bad, just different from where we've been. It looks beautiful and bright. Maybe it's a paradise beyond the world. Exactly, a paradise. Why didn't I think of that? Thatcher nodded, and without hesitation, they walked in further. Once they crossed an invisible barrier, they vanished right in front of the Danilo and his men. What's going on? Can they use magic? This disappearing act is too bizarre. There's no point in speculating. Let's wait for the boss to decide. I think Danny would dare go in. We lack the ability to attempt it. That makes sense. Entering would be extremely difficult for us. Several subordinates stayed put, waiting for the boss to arrive. Soon, a large group of subordinates caught up and wondered why everyone had stopped. Why did you stop? Where are those two? These followers didn't see the two vanish and were confused. Those two disappeared after crossing here. We are waiting for the boss. You cowards, too scared to cross? Shameful. You say it easily, but do you dare cross? If you can do it, I'll admit I'm a coward. If you're afraid, don't talk big. The remaining subordinates also showed displeasure. Staying back was due to lack of strength. Everyone's capabilities were similar. No one should mock another. Those subordinates couldn't argue, knowing their limits. The Danilo arrived and found everyone stopped, puzzled. Why have you stopped? Danilo's eyes widened, disappointed. Facing such incompetence, if they allowed Thatcher to escape, it'd be catastrophic. Upon hearing the report, Danilo's expression eased slightly. Those two entered the secret realm, quite troublesome. He hesitated, truly wanting to enter and capture Thatcher and the kid, but not knowing what lay inside. Entering rashly might lead to fatal consequences. Guarding outside seemed wiser. Hashtag chapter 372, lost. Since those two are already inside the secret realm, they might very well fall victim to it. So we just wait outside. It's better for us to rest while they tire themselves out. The Danilo sat down right in front of the entrance to the secret realm, looking completely at ease. His subordinates, seeing their feel so relaxed, had no objections. If the boss says so, then let's all sit here calmly. I think this is the best course of action. All his subordinates found places to sit, each one appearing more relaxed than the last. At the same time, Thatcher and the Hurley were fleeing into the secret realm. They were initially very tense, but as they kept running forward, they frequently glanced back. Surprisingly, they saw no sign of anyone from the Danilo's group pursuing them, which left them bewildered. I didn't expect them to stop like this. What's going on? Thatcher froze, sensing something was amiss, but unable to immediately pinpoint the issue. Ferguson Zhao, it's a good thing they aren't chasing us. Why are you worried? The Hurley looked surprised. He still felt lingering fear from earlier encounters. He hadn't anticipated how treacherous the Danilo could be, gathering so many people to trap them. No, that old fox must be up to something. If he really wanted to chase after us, do you think he would have stopped? Thatcher scratched his head, perplexed by the situation. Ferguson Zhao, if you can't figure it out now, just don't worry about it. We're safe now. Since those guys aren't coming, let's take a break. The Hurley plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. Thatcher shook his head, his brows furrowed in deep thought. This old guy not pursuing us indicates he has serious reservations. Otherwise, with his vengeful nature, he would have rushed in. Thatcher chuckled darkly, his mind racing with theories about the Danilo's intentions. Whatever the case, we're probably safe for now, Ferguson Zhao. The Ahmed's words caused Thatcher to pause. Maybe, but we can't let our guard down. As Thatcher remained vigilant, watching around him while also sitting down, an internal knot seemed to tighten. He spoke again, contemplating the next steps. Be careful, kid. These people are all extremely underhanded. We need to stay fully alert to get through this. One wrong move, and we won't survive this. Thatcher pondered aloud, trying to decide their next move. This was uncharted territory for him. Let's rest here for a bit, but no wandering off. Once we've recovered some strength, we'll explore this place. Maybe we'll find something that explains why they didn't follow us. Thatcher kept talking but received no response. Something felt wrong. Kid, what's up? Why aren't you talking to me? Thatcher turned towards where Anton should be but found only empty space. Alarmed, he stood up and scanned his surroundings. He expected to find Anton somewhere nearby. However, there was no sign of him. Where did you go, kid? Don't joke with me. It's not funny. Thatcher quickly employed soul-searching technique to locate him, but he found nothing. Shock washed over him. Anton had vanished right before his eyes. Thatcher was already on edge in this strange place, fearing unexpected dangers. Now this had happened. How did Anton disappear without a trace? It defied understanding. The secret realm was proving more challenging than he anticipated. Thatcher hurried to search for Anton, knowing the secret realm was dangerous, but not caring at this moment. Finding him now might still offer hope. Let too much time pass, and chances diminish drastically. Can't let this continue. Need to find the kid. It's far too dangerous, Thatcher fretted. Though Anton had only been with them for a short time, Thatcher and Margot wouldn't allow him to come to harm on their watch. Searching frantically, Thatcher rounded a rock formation, hoping Anton might be hiding behind it. But he found nothing. Where are you? Stop joking around. Thatcher scratched his head, feeling helpless. This situation was unlike anything he'd ever encountered. If the kid's in danger, I wouldn't even know, he thought grimly. Please let this be a prank. Thatcher's face fell. Such a scenario was anyone's nightmare. He felt disoriented, unsure of his next step. Don't give up until the end. The kid must be hiding. Thatcher sped up his search, convinced Anton must be hiding. Otherwise, if taken by some creature, he would have sensed it. Since he hadn't, hope remained. Stay safe, kid. Please be all right. Suddenly, Thatcher heard a flapping sound, like wings beating. Chapter 373, The Demon Cloud Beast. Thatcher didn't see any birds ahead. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he realized a beast was lunging at him from behind. Instinctively, he dodged, hoping it was a false alarm. Next, he saw an enormous wing sweep past above him. The powerful draft even made his scalp hurt. Shocked, Thatcher looked ahead and saw a massive demon cloud beast. Though the beast's wings appeared insignificant when folded, they revealed its formidable nature when spread wide. Each wing spanning 5 to 6 meters. Its beak was at least 30 centimeters long. Such a mighty and fierce creature left Thatcher in awe. Phew, this demon cloud beast just flew over my head. Fortunately, I managed to dodge it, or things would have been dire, he thought. The demon cloud beast, missing its target, seemed visibly displeased. Not bad, kid, you're pretty quick. Let's see how many times you can dodge. To Thatcher's astonishment, the demon cloud beast could speak human language. Before he could recover from his shock, the beast charged at him again. Within a few breaths, it had attacked several times. Wow, so powerful and aggressive, Thatcher muttered in disbelief. This creature was not only formidable, but also lived in groups. Once it sensed a strong opponent, it would summon others for a coordinated attack. Facing multiple demon cloud beasts would be disastrous. Thatcher looked around urgently, searching for a place to hide. A sensible strategy given his fatigue. By avoiding conflict, he hoped to catch his breath. However, the demon cloud beast wasn't giving him that chance. After a few dodges, Thatcher realized his internal spiritual energy was dwindling. If it ran out, he wouldn't stand a chance. I may not be able to fight, but I can still run. I'll make my move now. He quickly dashed in one direction, knowing this was his best opportunity. If he missed it, the next chance might never come. You think you can escape that easily? Since you've become my prey, I won't let you go. You might as well give up. The demon cloud beast grinned triumphantly, blocking Thatcher's path. Got you now, haven't I? Its expression left a deep impression on Thatcher. Just a demon cloud beast, yet it can mock me so vividly, which is terrifying, he mused, admiring its high cultivation level. I can't provoke it, but can evade it. Go away and leave me alone, Thatcher sneered, accelerating and enhancing his movements. He believed his superior agility would prevent the beast from catching up. He's truly formidable, the demon cloud beast thought, annoyed by its repeated failures. Every time I lunge, I expend significant energy. Exhausted after a few more attempts, the demon cloud beast took a moment to recuperate before attacking once more, using all its strength. Although Thatcher seemed lively, the demon cloud beast's speed gave it an edge, eventually overtaking him. Do you feel good about yourself? Look at what happened, you're caught. Stopping about a foot in front of Thatcher, the demon cloud beast scrutinized him like a perfect prey. Back off, don't underestimate me, Thatcher warned, raising a hand to push it away. Don't push your luck. If you kneel and sing conquer, I'll spare you. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The beast screeched, calling for help. This alarmed Thatcher, realizing the danger if other beasts joined the fray. What do you plan to do? Don't think I don't know your intentions, Thatcher said. If you call your companions, I won't let you succeed. Suddenly, he lunged at the demon cloud beast in desperation. What are you doing? Warn you again. No matter how strong you are, you'll ultimately be my prey. Don't cross my line, or there will be no benefit for you. The demon cloud beast showed a hint of fear on its face. Surprised, Thatcher noted its retreat despite his advances. Was it a mere illusion or reality? Testing the situation, Thatcher suspected the beast was hiding something. I don't believe you're that powerful. Show me if you have the ability to kill me. Continuing his charge, he wanted to provoke the beast into finishing him off. However, the demon cloud beast kept retreating. What are you trying to do? I warn you, don't act recklessly. Are you insane? Who in their right mind would seek death? The beast shrieked, growing increasingly agitated. Tell me when you went mad. Don't come near me, or I won't guarantee I won't kill you. Chapter 374, Illusion. Seeing the other party's show of bravado, Thatcher instantly felt a bit skeptical. Is it really impossible for you to hit me? Hearing Thatcher's words, the demon cloud beast looked utterly shocked, as if its bluff had been called. Caden, what nonsense are you spouting? That's all just your personal speculation. It shouldn't be taken seriously. I know you might be feeling a little emotional right now, but you must kneel and beg for mercy. Only then might I let you go. The demon cloud beast started skirting around the topic, fully aware in its heart that Thatcher seemed to have realized something. But it clearly could not admit anything. Otherwise, it would vanish without a trace, which was a terrifying scenario for it. Thatcher kept observing this demon cloud beast reaction. Clearly, something wasn't right. Even though the creature could have easily injured him heavily, it chose not to. Events were aligning with his suspicions, and he only needed verification. If these are just guesses, let me show you the final outcome. With a wild look on his face, Thatcher slapped himself on the arm. His logic was straightforward. If this were an illusion, such an action would surely cause him pain, causing the illusions to dissipate and reveal the truth. Caden, what are you trying to do? Stop it. At this moment, the demon cloud beast's expression was one of panic. If Thatcher truly got hurt, it would realize the reality of the situation. Being inside an illusion meant any real sensory impact would break the spell and return it to reality. This Ahmed is truly frightening, it thought. What is he thinking? Is he truly so reckless to harm himself? It never imagined this Ahmed could be so insane. Yet its body was beginning to fade away. Why am I disappearing? Did it happen because of this Ahmed? The demon cloud beast wore an expression of despair, feeling incredibly aggrieved. It watched Thatcher about to be lost in the illusion, but suddenly regain awareness. Had the action taken a few seconds longer, Thatcher would have undoubtedly fallen into the illusion completely, a situation beyond Thatcher's control. Pity. This Ahmed is indeed despicable, to have reacted successfully. As the remaining thoughts of the demon cloud beast lingered, it left the secret realm. As a creation of Thatcher's imagination, its disappearance was inevitable upon Thatcher regaining consciousness. The scene before Thatcher changed, and he returned to the place he had been with the Hurley. Sure enough, back again. It seems the secret realm has issues that create illusions. After the demon cloud beast vanished, Thatcher felt slightly relieved. He decided to search for the Hurley. Though the demon cloud beast was an illusion, the Hurley had definitely gone missing. Freeing himself from this hallucination, he resolved to find the child quickly. He might even need to give the little troublemaker a good spanking to ensure he behaved better next time. Where did this kid go? Thatcher looked around aimlessly until he spotted a figure standing dazedly on his left. Initially thinking he was seeing things, he rubbed his eyes. Gaius, you're here? What happened? Thatcher scratched his head, finding everything incomprehensible. The Ahmed appeared too elusive. Could this also be an illusion? Pinning himself again, Thatcher found Anton still there, looking somewhat distant. Realizing Anton was also entrapped in an illusion, Thatcher understood his condition was dangerous. If he remained entranced like before, it would be difficult to escape. Currently, Anton's face wore an expression of joy, leaving Thatcher puzzled. What fantasy had he conjured up that made him so happy? Deciding to delve into Anton's illusion, Thatcher used his soul search technique to penetrate Anton's mind. Others might lack this ability, but Thatcher had it. Now acting as an observer, he saw Anton's imaginary environment, a beautiful and astonishing world. These are inner cores? Thatcher was surprised to see Anton searching for inner cores even in an illusion. No wonder he was so happy. He had found them. A hint of satisfaction crossed Thatcher's face. Indeed, Anton was loyal to him. What are you doing here? Calling out, Thatcher caught Anton's attention. Ferguson Zhao, I found the inner cores for you. Look at those glowing ones full of energy. Pointing at a pile of radiant inner cores emitting powerful energy, Anton was overjoyed. However, Thatcher shook his head. How can this be? These aren't real inner cores. Feel them carefully. Slightly amused, Thatcher pondered how someone who once seemed clever could act so foolish now. What do you mean, Ferguson Zhao? Can't you feel the immense energy emanating from these inner cores? The energy within is potent. Anyone should value such energy. I believe you're not intentionally ignoring this. Take these cores to enhance yourself. Thatcher laughed softly. Why don't you take them first to boost your strength? You found them first after all. But Anton shook his head. Chapter 375, Reluctance. These inner cores I found are for you, Ferguson Zhao. How can I keep them for myself? The Hurley shook his head, even though he seemed to offer no significant help to Thatcher at present. He believed that these items rightfully belonged to Thatcher. No matter how valuable these inner cores were, he could not claim them for himself. Deeply moved, Thatcher felt a surge of warmth. Your words make me feel truly touched, but don't just work here in vain. Thatcher's remark made the Hurley pause, unsure of what he meant. What do you mean, Ferguson Zhao? You're not happy because I brought back your inner cores? The Ahmed was genuinely puzzled and didn't know what to say. No, I'm very glad you helped me find the inner cores, but they are all fake. Thatcher's words hit Anton like a thunderbolt. Shaking his head in disbelief, Anton replied, Ferguson Zhao, you're joking, right? These cores are filled with such overwhelming energy. How can they be fake? You must be kidding me. They must be real. Otherwise, why would you joke about this? Alright, Ferguson Zhao. I understand you might be uncomfortable without these inner cores yourself, but it doesn't matter. All that matters is whether you can get and absorb these inner cores successfully to boost your strength. The Ahmed appeared quite magnanimous, leaving Thatcher in bitter laughter. You've misunderstood. I am not as narrow-minded as you think. This is your illusionary realm, created by your imagination. Do you really believe you can find real inner cores here? Thatcher patted the Hurley on the shoulder, hoping to help him gradually accept reality. After all, these inner cores were indeed formidable, tempting enough for anyone but resisted by Anton. Telling him now that they were all fake felt somewhat cruel, yet Thatcher felt it necessary to preserve his own conscience. Ferguson Zhao, I don't believe these inner cores are fake. When you found fake ones before, I could always tell, insisted Anton. I saw these and knew they were real. It seems incredible that you'd call them fake. The Ahmed felt this situation was utterly absurd. Why don't you believe me? I traveled from outside into your illusionary realm. Why did I suddenly disappear from your side earlier without saying goodbye? That's because we were simultaneously caught in an illusion and vanished into each other's worlds. I broke free first and came here looking for you. If I hadn't escaped that confusion, I wouldn't have come here, and who knows what dangers might have arisen. Thatcher said earnestly. But the Hurley remained stubborn and unwilling to listen. Ferguson Zhao, I hate you for saying such things. I didn't do this merely because you need the inner cores. It's more important that we care for each other. You've also helped me, so helping you back feels natural. Feeling disheartened, Anton thought Thatcher was insulting him. Sorry, it's my fault. Please forgive me, but this place is indeed an illusion. Let's leave quickly. Surprised by Anton's sensitivity, Thatcher apologized to expedite their departure, knowing how perilous it was. Although they were only confused and trapped here momentarily, staying longer might deeply influence them, making it uncertain if they could ever leave. However, Anton shook his head stubbornly. No, Ferguson Zhao, this can't be an illusion within the secret realm. If so, it would create chaos. Trust my judgment. If you want to leave, go ahead. With so many inner cores here, I know you wouldn't want to go. Hearing this, Thatcher sighed in exasperation, not knowing how to respond. Fine, I'll stay with you since I can't leave you alone. I'm worried about you. Stomping his foot in frustration, Thatcher felt defeated. The Ahmed laughed triumphantly, feeling victorious. That's better, Ferguson Zhao. Let's stay here together and absorb the inner cores to boost our strength. Annoyed, Thatcher retorted. Why should I stay? I've told you this place is an illusion, born from your mind. Seeing Thatcher's agitation, Anton chuckled. All right, Ferguson Zhao, I admit it's an illusion. Please calm down. Turning around to counsel Thatcher, Anton advised maintaining composure. Thatcher was speechless, amused by the reversal. Enough, just think it over. Thatcher didn't wish to argue further. Time would reveal the truth. Continuously finding more inner cores, Anton discovered one every few minutes. Each core brimmed with potent energy, making him extremely happy. Look, Ferguson Zhao, another core. Leaving now would waste all this, wouldn't it? Piling up the cores, he marveled at the spectacle. There must be at least 30 cores here. Absorb them quickly, Ferguson Zhao. Excited, Anton pointed to the pile. Thatcher shook his head. Not now, let's put them aside for now. I don't feel like practicing. Okay, Ferguson Zhao. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as closely as possible to the original text. Chapter 376, Unexpected Changes. Seeing Thatcher's state, the Hurley naturally found it inconvenient to say anything. Big Ferguson Zhao, you continue to rest here. I'll go and fetch those inner cores and try to bring back 100 for you. Saying this, the Hurley continued searching for inner cores, looking very excited. This made Thatcher extremely worried. It's over. With so many inner cores, how long will he have to search? I can't let him remain this excited. It must be dangerous for him. Seeing the excitement in the Hurley's eyes, Thatcher couldn't help but feel a bit terrified. The Hurley showed no sign of fatigue. Did he truly enjoy helping him find inner cores so much? Thatcher shook his head. He felt there had to be something odd about it. He just couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. But this feeling came from his instinct, which often didn't lead him astray on matters like these, having helped him avoid many mistakes. Especially now that they were in the Hurley's illusion. His instincts were even sharper, indicating something might already be happening. Thatcher felt troubled, but wasn't sure what direction to take. Why is this kid so fixated on finding inner cores? Isn't what we've gathered enough? Watching the thin figure of the Hurley, Thatcher couldn't bear it and hurriedly followed. The Hurley's speed was slowing down, but the change wasn't obvious. Clearly, the Hurley was struggling with himself, unsure of what to do. The once sharp-minded child now seemed slow and foolish. Thatcher was shocked. Wasn't the Hurley smart just a moment ago? At this point, Thatcher noticed the Hurley's figure flickering. He hesitated, thinking it was an illusion, but after seeing it again, he was certain he hadn't imagined it. Thatcher was greatly alarmed. It appeared that the Hurley's current state was related to his relentless search for inner cores. He's this persistent because this act has become his obsession. With his mind too narrow to accommodate other thoughts, he kept repeating this behavior. Suddenly, Thatcher felt he had grasped the truth. The Hurley's soul seemed to grow weaker. Perhaps it was due to the illusion he was trapped in, weakening his soul every moment until it led to his destruction. The Hurley, however, was unaware of this destruction and even sought to continue it further. Ironically tragic indeed. Thatcher quickly approached and held the Hurley's arm. Your spirit seems weak. Come with me. The Hurley looked down at his flickering figure and was also surprised. I never thought I'd end up like this. But don't worry, Big Ferguson Zhao, I'm still okay. The Hurley nodded at Thatcher, signaling him not to worry. Although my soul is weakening, remember, I've been continuously searching for inner cores. Such activity does weaken the soul, but I'm not concerned. Why should you be worried, Big Ferguson Zhao? The Hurley was clearly deeply affected by this. Thatcher knew mere words wouldn't sway him. Only using force could possibly solve the problem. Don't blame me, kid. Since you won't listen to reason, I'll have to use force. Thatcher clenched his teeth. He would only resort to force as a last resort. But now it was urgent. If he didn't stop him, things would likely get worse. It would be too late then. Thatcher summoned his spirit energy, preparing a powerful attack to shatter the illusion. This strong environment, breaking it would definitely harm me. Is it really worth it? Thatcher asked himself. After all, this would be a severe test. Injuries could affect his future cultivation. But if he didn't act now, the Hurley would stay entranced. Thinking of the eager gaze and unwavering look the Hurley had while searching for inner cores for him, Thatcher softened. He couldn't abandon the Hurley. If so, then I must face hell myself. I will break this illusion and show you it's false. Thatcher swiftly attacked the illusion. Though he was powerful, he was still human. The situation here was far more complex than he imagined. Breaking it would be difficult, but Thatcher was fearless, willing to endure severe injuries to save the Hurley. Perhaps his belief and determination touched the heavens. He suddenly felt a surge of power entering his body. The surroundings changed dramatically, thunder roared, and strong energy rushed towards him. Feeling his spirit energy enhanced, Thatcher rejoiced and used this energy to attack the illusion. A series of explosions followed, causing minor disturbances. If the illusion could be shattered so easily, the Hurley wouldn't have been entranced. If you don't want to end this simply, then I'll shatter you forcefully. Thatcher smiled, continuing his attacks. Suddenly, he felt intense pain throughout his body. The powerful energy was too much for him to handle. I didn't expect this energy to be so strong, enhancing my combat ability yet injuring me. If it truly aimed to attack him, what would happen? While pondering, another wave of energy hit him. Instantly, he felt lightning tear through his meridians and internal organs mercilessly. Am I dying? Was the only thought in Thatcher's mind. Chapter 377. Self-reproach. At this moment, fear was clearly visible on Thatcher's face, but he quickly regained his composure. He realized that the spiritual chi only put on a superficial show and did not launch another fierce attack on him. It seemed that the spiritual chi was merely warning him and not truly intending to drain him. But Thatcher did not stop. Instead, he continued his efforts to break this illusion. Such minor setbacks were nothing to him. If he had feared these so-called obstacles, he would never have come to this place. The Hurley was very important to them, and Thatcher could not allow the child to remain entranced any longer, especially in such poor condition. Leaving him here any longer would cause significant harm within 15 minutes at most. Even now, his state was distressing to witness. Big Ferguson Zhao, you're already injured. I think you shouldn't act anymore. This won't do you any good, the Hurley said worriedly. To him, it seemed as though Thatcher might be enchanted, unable to explain his current behavior otherwise. Thatcher shook his head firmly. No, I must save you. I can't let this happen to you. Hearing this, the Hurley felt deeply moved and nodded. If that's the case, Big Ferguson Zhao, please continue. I'll give you some support. Thatcher was taken aback, unsure what kind of support Anton was offering. Then he noticed a holy light emanating from the Hurley, instantly enveloping him with a sacred force. Shocked, Thatcher didn't expect Anton to have such an ability. How did you do this? Thatcher was amazed not by Anton's ability, but by how the sacred energy helped him rapidly enhance his own power, even repairing much of his previous injuries. Stunned, Thatcher wondered if Anton had been hiding his true strength all along. Now, seeing Thatcher hurt, he couldn't bear it any longer and acted. But upon looking at the Hurley, Thatcher noticed something amiss. His face seemed pale, as if exhausted. Big Ferguson Zhao, don't worry about me. I'm just overexerted. I'll be fine after resting. Just listen to me. Don't fight this environment. This is reality. Why are you so stubborn? The Hurley's eyes showed deep concern, making Thatcher feel both amused and sad. Thatcher smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget it. I'll explain later. Once everything has passed, you'll understand. The Hurley tried to speak again but felt a suffocating sensation in his chest, leaving him speechless. Immediately afterward, Thatcher launched a full-scale assault on the surrounding environment. While it was powerful, he did not take it seriously. Although the previous attacks had caused some damage, he was mostly healed. Moreover, the environment wasn't unbreakable. His earlier strikes had already left cracks in this illusory world. With one more push, he could shatter it completely. Indeed, it felt exhilarating to destroy this place. Continuing his assault, he believed he could fully dismantle this environment and restore the Hurley's soul. As Thatcher struck again, the cracks grew larger. Big Ferguson Zhao, why are there black lines up there? They look like a broken bowl that hasn't shattered completely, the Hurley asked curiously, having recovered somewhat. Thatcher smiled without answering, focused on expanding the cracks. In just a few moments, the cracks finally shattered. With a loud bang, the cracks could no longer hold, bursting apart. I didn't expect this to happen so easily. Truly remarkable, Thatcher thought, imagining how the illusion would break but not anticipating such a swift resolution. Turning to the Hurley, Thatcher found him already gone, as the illusory realm dissolved around him, and his consciousness grew fuzzy. Almost instantly, Thatcher withdrew from Anton's illusion and saw him trembling beside him. Concerned, Thatcher patted Anton to wake him, but the child felt unnaturally cold, as if frozen. Alarmed by his poor condition, Thatcher hurriedly channeled his spiritual chi into Anton's body, knowing he couldn't delay further. Otherwise, Anton's physical state might suffer irreparable harm. Having endured mental and spiritual trauma in his own illusion, any additional issues would be catastrophic. Fortunately, once Thatcher's spiritual chi entered Anton's body, the trembling stopped. Increasing the flow of spiritual chi, Thatcher called out to Anton. After several breaths, Anton slowly awoke, appearing bewildered. Big Ferguson Zhao, what happened? Why do I feel so tired? Did something happen just now? Scratching his head, Anton's puzzled expression made Thatcher almost laugh and cry at the same time. Didn't something happen? You forgot? In your illusion, I tried to call you out, but you wouldn't come. If you had come out earlier, your soul wouldn't have suffered such damage. Thankfully, we're out now without major problems. Thatcher felt immensely relieved they managed to escape. Had Anton's soul suffered irreversible damage, he might never have emerged, causing the illusion world to collapse, possibly burying Thatcher inside. Thinking of this possibility, Thatcher shuddered. Hashtag chapter 378, evasion. The Hurley quickly said to Thatcher, Big Ferguson Zhao, don't worry or be sad. Haven't we already exited the illusionary world? The Hurley's words helped Thatcher calm down a bit. Yes, fortunately, we got out in time. We're safe now. Let's rest for a while, and leave after about an hour. Thatcher closed his eyes to recover, and the Hurley was indeed a bit tired as well, so he also closed his eyes. Big Ferguson Zhao, did you hear any roaring sound? The Hurley suddenly appeared nervous and came to Thatcher with some fear on his face. I didn't hear any roaring. Did you mishear it? Thatcher was puzzled and carefully sensed the atmosphere around them but found nothing roaring. No, Big Ferguson Zhao, I really heard it. Halmston more carefully. The Hurley insisted. All right, I'll listen again. Rest first and don't overthink things. Try not to be too tense. Thatcher shook his head, thinking Anton was overly anxious, but he could understand him. He hurriedly mobilized his spiritual energy and carefully perceived the surrounding environment. Sure enough, he heard a faint roar. You did hear something. It's a tiger roaring. Thatcher nodded, furrowing his brows. If it were an ordinary tiger, they wouldn't have to worry much because tigers would flee from them. However, This time they encountered not an ordinary tiger but a fierce-winged tiger. For them, this was an extremely dangerous creature. If they weren't careful, they might easily fall into its trap. Among demonic beasts, it was also a formidable existence, usually not appearing in the human world. These powerful demonic beasts lived deep in remote mountains, rarely encountered by cultivators who often gathered far from such areas. Encountering a fierce-winged tiger here was not surprising. We mustn't be careless now. This fierce-winged tiger is very powerful. As long as we don't attract its attention, we should be fine. Thatcher remained calm, which slightly eased the Hurley's tension. Seeing that Thatcher wasn't worried, Anton naturally relaxed a lot. Yet Thatcher was constantly thinking of a plan in his mind. The fierce-winged tiger was of a high rank among demonic beasts. No matter how unconcerned Thatcher seemed, its strength couldn't be underestimated. They needed to run away immediately. Suddenly, another roar rang out, making both of them feel their ears buzzing. Big Ferguson Zhao, I'm scared. This sound is terrifying. The Hurley huddled up next to Thatcher, trembling. Thatcher quickly comforted Anton while hesitating inwardly. Should they flee right now? Had the fierce-winged tiger detected them yet? If it hadn't, would suddenly fleeing only lead them into trouble? He didn't know the speed of the beast's movements, so they had to take a gamble. It hadn't discovered them yet. However, the fierce-winged tiger unexpectedly spewed a fireball towards their hiding spot. Be careful, avoid being hit by the fireball. Thatcher pulled the Hurley back to dodge the attack, but this action revealed their presence. The fierce-winged tiger intensified its fiery assault. Thatcher's heart tightened. Clearly, the fierce-winged tiger had spotted them, and staying here was no longer safe. Let's quickly move away. If it continues attacking, it will be disastrous for us. Thatcher pulled the Hurley out of their hiding place, and the distant fierce-winged tiger instantly noticed their movement and chased after them. Roar! While chasing, it roared fiercely to intimidate them, hoping to scare them so much they wouldn't dare run. But Thatcher and the Hurley weren't easily frightened. They had seen worse situations before, and this one wasn't anything special. How dare it roar at us? You'll regret this, Thatcher thought, determined to find a way to retaliate once they escaped. Their speed was noticeably slower compared to the fierce-winged tiger. Despite their best efforts, the beast kept getting closer. Big Ferguson Zhao, why don't you just leave me behind? That way, you can run faster. The Hurley sounded desperate and tried to pull his hand free from Thatcher's grip, but Thatcher held on tightly. What nonsense are you talking? Even if the situation is dire, I won't abandon you. What kind of person would I be then? Thatcher insisted on bringing the Hurley along. Fortunately, they were now in an area with rugged terrain, making it difficult for the fierce-winged tiger to catch up immediately. After continuous evasion, they managed to increase the distance between themselves and the beast. You see, we're in a better position now. Don't lose hope. Big Ferguson Zhao, I'm really sorry. It's my fault for putting you in danger like this. If not for me, you wouldn't be in this predicament. The Hurley looked guilty, clearly blaming himself for their current crisis. If he hadn't gotten lost in the illusion earlier, they might have left the area by now and reached places with real inner Dan. Enough, as an adult, if there's any responsibility, it falls on me, not a child like you. Thatcher patted Anton's head, not taking his words seriously. While they hid in one place, the fierce-winged tiger didn't immediately find them but continued searching. Soon, I will find where you're hiding. The fierce-winged tiger methodically searched the area, soon likely to locate them. Thatcher understood this and was recovering his strength fully. He constantly changed positions, gradually increasing the distance between them and the beast. Chapter 379, The Great Battle. Caden, I'm about to find you. When I see you, I'll tear you apart. The mighty winged tiger's expression changed. It had been dealing with those two for so long without a single clue as to their whereabouts. Instead, they had managed to get further and further away. It now started to doubt its own speed and combat abilities. It seems I have no choice but to use that last move. The best way to deal with human cultivators is this move. If it doesn't work, then I really need some serious practice, the mighty winged tiger muttered, sitting down and gazing into the distance with a solemn look on its face. It swiftly began absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy from nature at an incredible rate. Then it let out a thunderous roar that reverberated for hundreds of miles. The roaring power. Its most powerful move was this tiger's roar, which shook like a dragon rising, a move it had tried countless times. Each time it could intimidate human cultivators into fear. Back then, human cultivators had no way of contending with it. Many cultivators were frightened to death by its roar, with some even dying on the spot. At this moment, Thatcher and the Hurley were also taken aback by its roar. This roar not only intimidated, but also carried a spiritual attack. Weaker forces might be killed directly by this attack. Only then did Thatcher realize what was happening and hurriedly stimulated his spiritual energy to form a protective barrier around them. Originally, they had remained hidden, making it impossible for the opponent to find them. But now, as he activated the spiritual energy, the other side immediately sensed them. The mighty winged tiger immediately appeared beside them, smiling when it saw them. Well, you're here. Finally, I found you. I bet you missed me, right? The mighty winged tiger looked very pleased at catching them, savoring the moment before attacking. Since it had spotted them, it was only a matter of time before it took care of the two humans. Thatcher sneered, saying, "You have some skill, but you're still too young to deal with both of us." Hearing this, the mighty winged tiger shook its head and replied, "Don't be tough. Those who stand up to me usually end up dead. Let's see what you've got." "All right, let's see if you have any real skills," said the mighty winged tiger, unleashing its roaring power again in an attempt to stun them close up. If executed correctly, this might have worked since Thatcher and the Hurley indeed had weak defenses against this move. However, it seemed less effective this time. "Now you want to use that again? How foolish," Thatcher retorted. Both he and Anton responded with ease, seemingly unafraid of this move. "How can this be? My move can't possibly fail. You do seem somewhat affected. There must be nothing wrong with my move." The mighty winged tiger felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint it. Regardless of your defense, I will increase my attack and see how long it takes for you to fall apart. The mighty winged tiger roared even louder, and the spiritual energy mixed within grew stronger. Thatcher continuously adapted his own spiritual energy. The reason he remained unaffected was that he had directed the spiritual energy to protect his ears, allowing him to fight back effectively. Good Ahmed, after all this time, roaring power hasn't felled you. You're not bad, the mighty winged tiger sneered, changing its tactics instead of using roaring power again. It leaped forward, intending to overpower Thatcher with its physical strength and body. But Thatcher punched it hard in the chest, sending the mighty winged tiger spinning backward. The sight was rather amusing. Why is this happening? Why is your strength so great? How did you manage to knock me back? The mighty winged tiger felt terribly unlucky. Why was this happening? I don't believe you have no weaknesses. Speaking of which, the mighty winged tiger suddenly used mental power to attack. Thatcher quickly reacted, activating his own mental power to defend. However, Anton was struck directly and fainted. Thatcher became enraged, resisting the attack and retaliating fiercely. You may fight me, but to attack a child, you shall die by my hand. Thatcher charged at the opponent, nearly taking it down. Suddenly, the mighty winged tiger emitted an extremely powerful energy field, one that even Thatcher struggled to withstand. How can this be? How are you so strong? This is absurd. Refusing to yield to this energy, Thatcher once again unleashed his powerful cultivation. His formidable spiritual energy held back the opposing force, barely holding the line. I don't believe you can do anything to me. After so much powerful spiritual collision, you'll end up shattering your insides. I want to see what you've got. The mighty winged tiger seemed confident and undaunted, which angered Thatcher. I'll use half of my spiritual energy as a price. I'll make sure you cease to exist. Thatcher roared furiously, releasing a powerful wave of spiritual energy towards the opponent. Hearing this, the mighty winged tiger finally became serious. Caden, killing me? Impossible. I'm a naturally born creature. Even deities can't remove me. The mighty winged tiger sneered, not taking Thatcher seriously. In its view, Anton was simply overestimating himself. The mighty winged tiger was a true spirit beast, far superior even to human cultivators of the same level. Although Thatcher appeared strong, challenging it was asking for humiliation. Despite your apparent power, you're far inferior compared to me. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Thatcher activated Soul Search, trying to manipulate the mighty winged tiger's mental energy. The tiger itself possessed strong mental power, making it difficult to control. Chapter 380 Group Attack. To control such a powerful swift-winged tiger, Thatcher would inevitably have to expend some of his spiritual awareness. If it were under normal circumstances, he certainly wouldn't do this. The opponent was just too formidable. But now the Hurley situation was urgent, and he had to drive this swift-winged tiger away as quickly as possible. Only then could he tend to the injuries of the child. Halamtal Ahmed, you must hold on. Absolutely don't give up. Otherwise, I'll be really angry, Thatcher thought anxiously as he watched the child's complexion change. Yet, he knew that the creature before him certainly wouldn't wait for him to heal the Hurley before attacking. It would definitely strike suddenly, ensuring neither he nor Anton got healed. Because of this worry, despite Anton's condition, Thatcher decided to engage this swift-winged tiger first. Kid, I have other companions coming over soon. Let's see if you can handle all of us at once. The swift-winged tiger's words momentarily stunned Thatcher, but he then burst into laughter. Isn't that a joke? There's only you here. How could there be anyone else? Thatcher didn't believe a word of it, and suspected the tiger was bluffing. If it really had companions, it would simply wait quietly until they arrived. Just as he was about to increase the offensive power of his spiritual awareness, making the tiger succumb completely, another roar sounded from afar. Hearing this, the swift-winged tiger became excited and said to Thatcher, "Did you hear that? Kid, that's my companion calling out." Then, the swift-winged tiger roared back toward the distance in response. Shortly after, Thatcher heard the distant swift-winged tiger call out eagerly, seemingly charging towards them. Thatcher panicked. One swift-winged tiger was already a significant threat. If another one joined in, all hope would be lost. He immediately planned to carry the Hurley away from this place. First, he needed to escape the tracking of the current swift-winged tiger. If he let it bite down on him, it would signal its companion. They would catch up sooner or later, and he and Anton would be doomed. Without hesitation, Thatcher withdrew his spiritual awareness and chi, fleeing with the Hurley at maximum speed. As expected, the swift-winged tiger chased after them fiercely. Even more, it intentionally allowed them a head start, keeping a safe distance as though waiting for its companion. Do these two really think they can escape from our grasp? Better they give up that notion right now, it muttered while roaring again toward the distance. Soon, Thatcher found himself surrounded by two swift-winged tigers. These creatures were indeed powerful and highly intelligent, sending signals for each other to wait in the distance. Meanwhile, he foolishly rushed into their trap. By the time he realized and tried to turn back, the first swift-winged tiger had already blocked his path. Trapped between the two, Thatcher felt utterly cornered. Unbeknownst to him, the Hurley on his back radiated an ethereal glow, like he had become a celestial being, though Thatcher couldn't see it because Anton was behind him. Then, Anton spat out a murky black fluid, which corroded the spirit herbs upon contact. Shocked by this, the two swift-winged tigers wondered if it was some kind of secret weapon. They couldn't even imagine what would happen if the black liquid touched their bodies. Afraid of accidentally harming each other, they charged at Thatcher from different angles. Just as the three parties were about to clash, a cacophony in the distance woke Thatcher. Several fierce beasts were converging toward this direction, their movements causing earth-shaking tremors that surprised him. How are there so many fierce beasts here? Besides these two swift-winged tigers, there are other formidable entities, and they seem to be part of the same group. If that were true, he was in grave trouble. Even if he gave it his all, defeating so many powerful beings at once was impossible. Why is fate so cruel to me? I've worked so hard. These monsters look so disgusting. I just want to obliterate them. Thatcher felt despair creeping in, and an idea flashed through his mind, abandoning the Hurley to escape hastily. But this thought vanished almost instantly. No matter how dire Anton's condition, he absolutely refused to leave him behind. With his current state, he still could escape using rapid movement techniques like instantaneous teleportation. However, this technique required an enormous amount of chi, so he only used it during the most critical moments. His own condition wasn't perfect either, and using this method would deplete his chi reserve severely, possibly causing irreversible damage. That was unacceptable. He needed to keep his losses within manageable limits. Meanwhile, those powerful spirit beasts continued closing in on him. He didn't have much time to consider or speculate. Thatcher activated the soul search technique to probe the minds of the two swift-winged tigers. Having probed them, he knew their situation quite simply. They had been stationed here forever without leaving, indicating simple-mindedness. On the other hand, it could be due to powerful restrictions here, preventing them from leaving. Soul search technique. Soul search environment, Thatcher chanted again. Chapter 381. Instantaneous teleportation. This method also consumes a tremendous amount of divine consciousness and spirit energy. If it weren't for the current urgent situation where he needed to understand his surroundings before making further judgments, he would never have used soul search. In just an instant, he gathered information from many wandering souls in the vicinity. These souls immediately fed him back with a lot of messages, leaving Thatcher utterly surprised. I didn't expect it to be this kind of situation. I really stirred up a hornet's nest right away. Thatcher patted his head. It was truly his bad luck that this place turned out to be a large playground for spirit beasts. A powerful being once set up a restriction here, treating this place like a pet park for these spirit beasts. At that time, the powerful being watched over this area, frequently providing them with food, ensuring their stability. But for some unknown reason, the powerful being left this place. Maybe it was due to other pressing matters, or perhaps they abandoned them. From that moment on, the number of spirit beasts here began to dwindle. Not because of external reasons, but because they were too hungry and resorted to cannibalism. Initially, these spirit beasts were not very strong. However, there were many of them, so they maintained a certain level of harmony amongst themselves. Later on, as their numbers decreased and each one became more powerful, battles frequently erupted between them, often with evenly matched opponents. More often than not, weaker spirit beasts were overwhelmed and torn apart. This scenario was common, and no one could escape unscathed. Many spirit beasts joined stronger ones to ensure their own survival. However, this only delayed their fate of being eaten. When food was abundant, they could partake in the leftovers when the dominant beasts feasted. But when food was scarce and they had to look inward for sustenance, the powerful beasts would mercilessly turn on them. Why is it like this? Why don't these spirit beasts leave? The restrictions here are almost gone. Thatcher shook his head, feeling somewhat confused, but he knew one thing. These spirit beasts were now extremely deranged. If he didn't leave quickly, he might end up as their food. You guys are crazy. I won't stay here anymore. You all can play by yourselves. Thatcher shook his head, sneered, and immediately activated his movement technique, escaping the chaos. His speed was incredible. Instantaneous teleportation allowed him to distance himself from the conflict in a split second. Just in that moment, the two fierce winged tigers found themselves facing nothing but empty space where Thatcher once stood. Their alliance roared in anger, but it was futile. Thatcher had already fled to a faraway place. The spirit beasts rushed from all directions, but failed to encounter their intended target. However, since they had come this far, they would not let go easily. Since the two winged tigers' roars had attracted them and the targets were now missing, they decided to target the two winged tigers instead. Let's all feast on these two. What do you say? A fierce beast directly addressed the surrounding beasts with a smile. That sounds reasonable. We've got nothing to eat anyway. Why not make a meal of them? The eyes of those beasts, filled with challenge and greed, focused on the two winged tigers. We told you the truth. There was food, but they suddenly ran away. Would we lie to you? The two winged tigers showed fear. Although their strength was relatively high among the others, it wasn't at the pinnacle. In the presence of genuinely powerful entities, even they would be crushed into pieces. Now talking about this is useless. Since the prey isn't here, we will target you. One of you must have bad luck, allowing them to escape. A massive snake moved towards them slowly yet steadily. Alright, if you insist, then come. Let's see what you can do against us. The two winged tigers initiated an attack. They didn't act separately. Doing so would get them killed faster. Instead, they attacked the giant snake together. Immediately, a fierce battle broke out. Meanwhile, Thatcher brought the Hurley several miles away. They had successfully evaded the spirit beasts, who wouldn't be able to chase after them since they concealed their presence while fleeing. However, this instantaneous teleportation had consumed an immense amount of his spirit energy. Added to his injuries sustained during the previous fight, which he hadn't treated yet, everything was catching up with him now. Big Ferguson Zhao, are you okay? You're bleeding. The Hurley pointed at Thatcher's body, worry etched on his face. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just a minor issue. I'll be better soon. Thatcher gently patted the Hurley's head, signaling him to calm down. But the Hurley wasn't fooled. He examined Thatcher carefully with concern. Big Ferguson Zhao, let me treat your wounds. And you need to recover quickly. Otherwise, what if those creatures come back? The Hurley's words reminded Thatcher of how dire Anton's condition had been earlier. Why did Anton look rejuvenated now, seemingly uninjured and even healthier? Halantal guy, how come you seem completely recovered and possibly stronger than before? Thatcher scratched his head, finding it unbelievable. Actually, nothing much. I felt intensely hot all over, and then I was fine. The Hurley thought for a moment, unable to recall anything strange except that sensation. Thatcher nodded, realizing Anton must have had an extraordinary experience, but now was not the time to dwell on it. He had been holding on for the sake of Anton. Now that Anton was fully recovered, he no longer needed to worry. Halantal guy, now that you're better, I can rest easy. Rest well and I need a break, Thatcher muttered before fainting away. Chapter 382, blood spirit grass. Seeing the situation, the Hurley was startled and quickly called out to Thatcher. However, Thatcher showed no signs of regaining consciousness, which frightened the Hurley. The Hurley hurriedly pushed Thatcher's body, hoping to wake him up, but it was futile. He glanced around, truly fearing that those magic beasts would reach this place. If that happened, they would really be in danger. No good, we can't stay here anymore. It's too dangerous. We need to find another place quickly. The Hurley thought he heard the roar of a magic beast nearby, dreading that they might come here, making them even more endangered. Without hesitation, he carried Thatcher on his back. Though he was small, Thatcher, being unconscious, wasn't actively using any spiritual energy, making it easier to carry him. Moreover, the Hurley himself was quite strong, with surprising combat prowess. Carrying Thatcher felt like no burden at all. After hoisting Thatcher on his back, the Hurley looked left and right, immediately avoiding any areas he sensed as dangerous. Advancing rapidly, he soon found a secluded hiding spot. This place was ideal. It allowed concealment from outsiders and a clear view of what was happening outside. The Hurley placed Thatcher inside and kept vigilantly watching outside. Fortunately, the area was quite remote, and no magic beasts seemed to pass by, ensuring their safety for now. The Hurley planned to continue cultivating while waiting for Thatcher to regain consciousness. However, Thatcher remained unconscious, much to the Hurley's frustration. He then pulled out some useful medicinal herbs and pills from his pocket, trying to make Thatcher ingest them. But Thatcher couldn't swallow anything. It just got stuck in his throat. Afraid of causing suffocation, the Hurley hastily removed the items, feeling a bit panicked. Not good under these circumstances, it's hard to save him. Perhaps I should try channeling some spiritual energy into him. The Hurley quickly started circulating his cultivation method, transferring some spiritual energy into Thatcher and waited quietly. Time passed, an hour, and during this period, the Hurley continuously cultivated, enhancing his own strength and absorbing more spiritual energy into his dantian. Surprisingly, his strength made some progress, but when he opened his eyes and looked at Thatcher again, he saw no signs of him waking up. Seeing the bloodstains on Thatcher's body, the Hurley became increasingly worried. Ferguson Zhao is losing blood. Could that be why he's unconscious? If so, he should need more replenishment. The Hurley scratched his head, remembering a spirit grass called blood spirit grass. If consumed, it might help. But Ferguson Zhao may not want to eat it, especially since he has been unconscious and hasn't taken the earlier pills or herbs. What should I do? With a jumbled mind, he figured there was no use waiting here idly. He decided to leave and search for blood spirit grass first. Upon return, if Thatcher still wouldn't take it, he'd think of other ways. Thinking this, he quickly set off. It was getting dark, making it harder for the magic beasts to notice him. So he moved cautiously, afraid of drawing their attention. Not only would he be in danger, but it might alert them to Ferguson Zhao's presence nearby. Fortunately, while searching for blood spirit grass, he encountered no magic beasts and remained safe. But would he find the blood spirit grass here? If not, it could mean the end. To the Hurley, blood spirit grass was his last hope. He didn't know if it was rare, but he had to find it, or at least something similar. He searched calmly without encountering any magic beasts, but time flew by, seeming like only a blink. If I don't find it soon, I'll have to return quickly. Ferguson Zhao, being unconscious, is very vulnerable. The Hurley grew anxious and increased his pace. This place didn't seem promising for finding the herb, and he was about to give up. Suddenly, a dense, powerful scent of blood rose from a distance, startling him. Initially thinking a powerful magic beast was there, he prepared to run away. But moments later, he felt no imminent threat, only a strong and pure bloody aura that could boost his strength if absorbed. Taking a deep breath, the Hurley approached the source and his eyes lit up. There it was, a real blood spirit grass plant. But beside it was a gemma. The Hurley was taken aback. The gemma was formidable. Disturbing it could mean dire consequences. Halamthal did he know, what once terrified him was now just an average opponent. He planned to quickly grab the blood spirit grass and sneak away. Reaching out, he grasped it and gently pulled. Just as the roots seemed about to come loose, he felt a tremendous force resisting him. What's going on? This is strange. Staring in disbelief, he wondered how despite channeling spiritual energy, he couldn't pull it out. Fiance do it decisively or risk trouble. With determination, he exerted all his strength and yanked the blood spirit grass free. Immediately, the gemma roared in pain. Startled, the Hurley nearly lost his composure. The gemma turned its head, realizing someone had tried to remove its tail, which was tied to the blood spirit grass to prevent theft during sleep. Unbelievably, someone dared to disturb it while it napped. Chapter 383, Stranger Carson. Who is it? To dare touch a tiger's bottom, step out? The gemma looked around angrily, wanting to find that scoundrel. The carnivorous flower was instantly frightened, not expecting to have provoked a spirit beast. He took one look and only then realized that there was actually a gemma next to the blood spirit grass. Moreover, its strength appeared quite formidable, which surprised him too. Where are you from? Get lost. The gemma immediately attacked him. The young carnivorous flower Ahmed was startled and retaliated at once. Both engaged in fierce battle, with Anton unwilling to back down. After all, he had made some progress. Earlier, Thatcher had helped him improve his strength, benefiting him greatly. Though he might not surpass most strong individuals, handling this ordinary gemma was within his capacity. You little brat, you do have some power, but to challenge me? You're still lacking, roared the gemma furiously, attempting to bite the Christopher to death. But Anton triggered a mental attack directly. Previously, when he fell into an illusion, Thatcher taught him some mind attack techniques. Thus, even if he fell into another's illusion, he could escape calmly. At least he could protect himself. And now, facing this gemma, this move proved effective. Given the relatively weaker spiritual strength of the gemma, using this move offered a high success rate. Sure enough, the beast was immediately hit and lay there, looking rather comical. You brat, how come you didn't tell me you were this fierce? Looking at you just now, you seemed harmless. You almost fooled me. The Gemma was enraged, wondering if this Ahmed was deliberately provoking him. But it didn't seem like it. He clearly looked honest. Why would he do such a thing? Do what you want, punk. If I give in to you, I'll call you father. Hearing this, the Christopher nearly laughed, but did not intend to further entangle with him. Beating the beast to complete loss of combatability, Anton immediately sought the blood spirit grass. What delighted Anton was that not only was there blood spirit grass, but also other medicinal herbs for replenishing blood and chi. If Thatcher could consume these, it would certainly benefit his injuries greatly. If Ferguson Zhao can eat these herbs, he will surely recover faster. With a pleased look, Anton collected all the herbs and glanced at the Gemma. You disrespected me, but since you protected these herbs, today I won't kill you. Just stay here for half a day. Waving at the Gemma, Anton left promptly. Now furious, the Gemma thought this kid was despicable, leaving her immobilized here. Get back here, punk. I'll kill you, believe it or not. The beast could only speak. No part of her body could move. Meanwhile, Anton hurried back with a large amount of blood spirit grass and other valuable herbs. He was deeply worried about Thatcher, fearing someone might take advantage of his unconscious state. In that case, Thatcher would be defenseless, unable to resist. Luckily, few forks in the path allowed him to return easily despite some initial vagueness in memory. Nearly halfway back, Anton was worried about Thatcher. Eager to continue, he suddenly saw a Evan appear ahead. This Evan looked naive yet injured, seemingly having battled something recently. The Ahmed became alert. Though the Evan appeared harmless, Anton wasn't deceived by appearances. Thatcher warned him before, stating some people may appear innocent but secretly harbor ulterior motives. He wouldn't fall for their tricks, needing to remain vigilant. Therefore, he kept his distance, passing by the Evan while maintaining a 10-foot gap. Halamtal brother, what do you have in your hand? As Anton prepared to leave, the Evan asked suddenly. The Ahmed instinctively tensed, clutching the herbs tightly. These I gathered elsewhere. What do you want? Don't you dare eye these herbs and medicines. They are crucial. Someone depends on them for survival. The Evan merely shook his head with a bitter smile. I'm not trying to steal your herbs, just wanted to talk. Seeing the Evan's pitiful state, Anton considered agreeing but remembered Thatcher's warning. Avoid trouble abroad. So he shook his head. Sorry, I need to go. Trying to hurry off, the Evan blocked his path. What do you want? Warn you, I won't be an easy target. The Evan quickly waved his hands. Sorry to alarm you. No ill intent, just asking if you'd sell your herbs. Noticing Anton's hesitation, the Evan showed jewelry. I have many good items, willing to trade. Shaking his head firmly, Anton replied. Sorry, I must return to save someone. Can't sell? Having wasted much time already, he intended to rush back to treat Thatcher. Chapter 384, The Map. The Hurley quickly dodged and walked past the Evan, but the latter blocked him again. What do you want? Don't force my hand. You won't like it if you stand in my way. Looking at you now, even if you wanted to fight me with all your strength, I doubt you have the ability. A trace of confidence flashed across the Hurley's face. He was quite sure of his chances against this kind of person. Young brother, don't misunderstand me. I have no intention of fighting you. I just want to ask for your leniency. I see you have a considerable amount of blood spirit grass. How about giving me some? Hearing this, the Hurley glanced at the blood spirit grass in his hand and shook his head firmly. No, this blood spirit grass is intended to save someone. How can I give it to you first? The Evan clenched his teeth upon hearing this. It seemed like everything was going wrong for him today. Yet, driven by the need to survive, he suppressed his anger. Oh, right, young brother. I have a map of the secret realm. If you're interested, I can exchange this map for your medicine. At this, the Hurley initially intended to refuse outright, but then recalled Thatcher's words about this place being an ancient demigod's playground, specifically designed for confining these beasts. Perhaps the map would be useful. Thatcher had always shown great interest in this place. This map could very well be valuable to him. Are you saying you have a map of the secret realm? Are you kidding? Surely you're not trying to trick me. Suspiciously sizing up the Evan, the Hurley found him somewhat unreliable. The Evan waved his hands hastily. How could I deceive you? Everything's true. The map is on me. If you offer some spirit grass to save me, I will definitely hand over the map. After hesitating for a moment, the Hurley agreed. All right, since that's the case, follow me. I'm burning with anxiety and eager to get back to treat my bear brother. If you want to be saved, come with me. I don't want to waste any more time here. Though doubtful about this plan, the Evan still agreed for the sake of acquiring the life-saving herbs. Fine, if you insist, I'll go with you. He had no other choice. This was his only chance to stay connected with the Hurley, and he wouldn't let it slip away. Young brother, where's your bear brother? Why can't I see him? Are we almost there? The Evan's expression darkened, finding nothing that suggested anyone being around. Why are you in such a rush? My bear brother obviously wouldn't be out in the open. That would be dangerous, the Hurley replied coldly, glancing at the Evan disdainfully. The Evan sighed helplessly, feeling embarrassed to be belittled by a child. Soon, they arrived at the place where the Hurley and Thatcher had hidden before. Big Ferguson Zhao, are you awake? Walking inside while calling Thatcher's name, the Hurley saw him still unconscious. Big Ferguson Zhao isn't doing well. He hasn't woken up yet. Worry spread across the Hurley's face as he looked at the Evan and said, wait here while I tend to my bear brother. Anxiety washed over the Evan upon hearing this. Hurry, young brother. Maybe you should treat me first. Since your brother is unconscious, he surely needs a lot of herbs. After saving me, we can go collect more blood spirit grass and then save him. Wouldn't that be better? Infuriated by this suggestion, the Hurley retorted. Stop babbling nonsense. Even without treating you, I'll prioritize saving my bear brother. Remember your place. Even if I trade herbs with you, I'll definitely save my bear brother first. Enraged, the Evan felt thoroughly humiliated. So you were playing me, huh? We clearly agreed that you'd give me these herbs and elixirs, but now you're prioritizing your bear brother. He felt utterly disgraced by being toyed with by a mere child and vowed to avenge this humiliation when he had the chance. This kid had so many life-saving herbs but refused to help, marking himself as good as dead in the Evan's eyes. However, the Hurley stood his ground, glaring at the Evan. So what if I am? The herbs are in my possession, and I'll do whatever I wish with them. Feeling deeply humiliated, the Evan realized that the situation dictated obedience despite his pride. Fine kid, you win. With murderous intent in his eyes, the Evan looked down at the Hurley for the first time. The Hurley rolled his eyes and immediately attended to Thatcher. Stay back, and don't think of ambushing me while I'm treating him. His cold demeanor didn't match his age, leaving the Evan full of resentment, but knowing better than to argue. Silently stepping away from the two, the Evan watched as the Hurley began tending to Thatcher. Placing the blood spirit grass in Thatcher's mouth, he used his spiritual energy to pry open his acupoints, causing Thatcher to swallow the herbs. Next, he refined the herbs using his spiritual energy. Time ticked by slowly, and the Evan grew visibly weaker due to prolonged injury and waiting. Usually, he would have exploded with frustration, but given the Hurley's control over the life-saving elixirs, he couldn't afford to antagonize him. Finally done. Though the process was complicated, the result is positive. Now, we wait for my bear brother to wake up. This translation maintains the original tone and style, adhering closely to the paragraph structure and line breaks of the provided text. It ensures natural English phrasing and coherent logic with previous content. Chapter 385, Deception. The Ahmed standing nearby watched the young child, who appeared completely at ease, and hurriedly stepped forward. Have you forgotten about me? My situation is extremely critical. Quickly give me the spirit herbs and elixirs to save me, and I will give you the map. The Evan gritted his teeth and spoke with difficulty. Hearing the Evan's voice, the Hurley snapped back to reality and remembered there was someone else here. I apologize. I forgot about you. If you give me the map, I'll hand over the remaining spirit herbs and elixirs. The Evan was instantly angered by the Hurley's words. What do you mean? Are you unwilling to give me the spirit herbs? It's just a map, isn't it? As soon as my body recovers, I'll give you the map. Do you think I can run away from you? But the Hurley shook his head and said with a cold laugh, though you're talking grandly now, who knows what you'll do in a moment? I'd rather get the map while you're still weak for peace of mind. The Evan was stunned by Anton's mature response, not expecting this small guy to be so calculating. All right, consider this my loss. Whether or not you give me the spirit herbs, I have to give you the map. With that, the Evan pulled out a map from his pocket and handed it to the Hurley. I've given you the map. Hurry up and give me the spirit herbs so I can recover. The Hurley took the map and glanced at it briefly but didn't understand much. However, he believed this guy wouldn't be stupid enough to trick him, so he handed over the spirit herbs. After receiving the spirit herbs, the Evan felt elated. Without quarreling with Anton any longer, he immediately started treating his injuries. Just watching the Hurley's actions, the Evan wished Anton could help him heal. But considering their previous intense argument, he decided not to ask Anton. He figured he could treat himself. What Anton could do, he should be able to do too. However, the Evan soon realized he couldn't figure out how to treat himself, making him feel foolish. The Hurley indeed had some skill, having naturally inherited knowledge from the wild where he had been exposed to many spirit herbs and elixirs. Thus, he inherently knew how to heal people. This Evan assumed he could casually cure himself, drawing laughs from others. Though hesitant to seek help from the Hurley, the Evan did not intend to ask for assistance. Caught between two choices, even the Hurley noticed his dilemma. Are you alright? Don't you know how to do it? Need me to help you? Hearing this, the Evan desperately wanted to say yes but instead retorted arrogantly, I don't need your help. I'm just being lazy. The Hurley sighed and decided not to deal with him anymore. Fine, if you can manage it yourself, then no need for me to intervene. Treat yourself slowly. Turning around, the Hurley ignored the Evan. At the same time, Thatcher stirred slightly. Big Ferguson Zhao, are you awake? Look at me, I'm pitcher plant. The Hurley rushed over to call out to Thatcher, hoping he would wake up immediately. Yet, Thatcher did not wake up right away, his body twitching incessantly. The Evan managed to apply the medicine to himself eventually. However, due to his haphazard application, the medicine only performed at about 60% efficiency. Thankfully, the Hurley had plenty of spirit herbs left, so even with reduced efficiency, the Evan would eventually heal. Seeing that the lying man on the side still hadn't moved, the Evan couldn't help feeling a bit gleeful. He decided not to stay with this Ahmed any longer and prepared to leave immediately. Just as he was about to move, he realized he had no spiritual energy left within his body. Startled, the Evan wondered what happened. Although injured, he shouldn't have lost all his spiritual energy. Even though it had been depleted significantly, it shouldn't have vanished entirely. The Evan was astounded and even felt a tinge of fear. Could he have become a complete waste now? Previously, even while injured, he still had some spiritual energy left. Why did it disappear after treatment? The Evan considered the possibility that it might be due to improper treatment. But that seemed unlikely since his wounds were already healed, and he hadn't felt any fluctuations or changes in spiritual energy during the treatment. Feeling increasingly confused, the Evan turned to the Hurley, intending to ask about his condition. Although not directly asking for help with healing, he wanted answers. When he saw the Hurley, however, he noticed a Ingrid herb half remaining in Anton's pocket. Seeing this, the Evan instinctively recoiled in shock. Fearing the Hurley noticed his reaction, he quickly regained composure. This kid actually had such a spirit herb. Could he be a demon beast that had transformed into human form within this secret realm? The thought sent shivers down the Evan's spine. The kid was so strong at such a young age. In a few years, he would undoubtedly far surpass him. If he stayed, he'd be firmly controlled by the kid. No wonder the Evan felt so afraid. Ingrid wasn't an ordinary spirit herb. It could seal off a cultivator's spiritual energy, rendering them powerless. Recalling his situation, the Evan realized he must have been tricked by the Hurley. Did the kid see him and the unconscious man as pets? Considering it was very possible, especially since the man had fainted from exhaustion during battle, the Evan felt even more terrified. He would never agree to be this kid's pet. So the best plan now was to leave as quickly as possible. The Evan hurried towards a direction, praying he wouldn't be discovered by the Hurley. If found, he would surely endure greater torment. But his luck was not good. Chapter 386, The Vying. He hadn't walked far when he was spotted by the Hurley, who lifted his head. What are you sneaking around for? The Hurley's expression turned cold. This guy had always acted very strangely, and the Hurley found him highly displeasing to look at. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want any trouble before Thatcher woke up, he would have really wanted to severely beat this fellow up. Now it seemed, with Big Fergus and Thatcher still unconscious, this person actually wanted to escape. How could that be allowed? Halamtal kid, are you trying to escape? Did you ask me for permission? The Hurley said to the Evan with a cold smile. Realizing that the Hurley had discovered him, the Evan no longer held back. His heart pounded in frustration as he gambled on the idea that the Hurley, now drained of spirit energy and weak, wouldn't have the strength to tussle with him. Moreover, this kid had to take care of Thatcher, fearing someone might attack Thatcher. Therefore, if he could only escape from this hiding place, he'd be safe. But after only taking a few steps, the Hurley appeared right in front of him, just like when he blocked the child earlier. You didn't expect it, did you? Karma has come full circle. Before, you stopped me. Now it's my turn to stop you. Hearing the Hurley's words, the Evan instantly flew into a rage. So what if you stop me, kid? Have the guts to kill me then. The Evan closed his eyes, stretching out his neck, looking fearless. Anyway, he couldn't use his spirit energy anymore, and fighting the Hurley would only bring shame upon himself. The Hurley chuckled coldly, having no intention of dealing with the Evan himself, but wanting to hand him over to Thatcher. A white ribbon emerged from the Hurley, rushing toward the Evan. In just a blink, the white ribbon had entangled the Evan's body, wrapping him up like a mummy. By the time he realized something strange was happening, the Evan was already gasping for breath, wrapped up tight by the ribbon. Kid, what do you want to do? I can't breathe. The Evan shouted loudly. However, the Hurley ignored his cries and proceeded to drag him by the ribbon to Thatcher's side. Just lie here quietly. You're not going anywhere until Big Fergus and Zhao wakes up. Hearing this, the Evan grew even more enraged, yet knew that no matter how angry he got, it wouldn't make a difference. Thus, he quickly calmed down. The resentment against this kid deepened further in his heart. If he ever escaped, he would surely make sure this kid wouldn't have a burial ground. Just then, Thatcher moved again. Different from previous times, he truly woke up. Slowly opening his eyes, his consciousness still a bit blurry. As he gradually opened his eyes, he saw a person lying beside him, bound with a white ribbon, resembling an injured patient. Thatcher couldn't help but be startled. Could this be the Hurley? How did he get hurt like this? But he quickly dismissed the thought. The Hurley's body wasn't nearly this long. This was obviously someone else. He examined the figure carefully, speechless. Who is this kid? Big Fergus and Zhao, you're finally awake, that's great. The Hurley came over to Thatcher and, following Thatcher's gaze toward the Evan, disdainfully said, this kid is just a passerby. Big Fergus and Zhao, how's your condition? Do you feel better? The Hurley asked anxiously. Thatcher shook his head. I feel fine now, and my spirit energy seems to have returned to normal. Before waking up, I had what felt like a very long dream. Now that the dream's over, I feel so much lighter. Upon hearing this, the Hurley let out a sigh of relief. It's great that you woke up timely, Big Fergus and Zhao. What should we do with this kid? Pointing to the Evan, the Hurley asked. Thatcher shifted his gaze back to the Evan, asking puzzledly, what's wrong with this kid? Why did you tie him up with the white ribbon? The Hurley scratched his head. This kid was also injured and wanted to buy spirit herbs for me to treat his injuries. So I brought him over. Thatcher nodded as the Hurley continued. But this kid wasn't honest. After being treated, he tried to sneak away. I suspected something and bound him. After pondering for a moment, Thatcher asked, did he trade a map for the spirit herbs? The Hurley nodded and hastily took out the map. Big Fergus and Zhao, look at this map. Upon receiving the map, Thatcher immediately felt its weight. This map is pretty good. Set the kid free. Without unfolding the map, Thatcher told the Hurley. Suddenly, he sensed that the Hurley seemed somewhat different from before. Previously, the Hurley relied heavily on him. Although capable of devouring people, he posed no danger as long as one was stronger. In this sense, the Hurley was very simple and unworldly. However, the Hurley now looked more like a regular adult in many aspects beyond age. Even though the Evan appeared significantly older than him, he was thoroughly outwitted. You seem quite mature for just a day or two, Thatcher commented. Understanding the praise, the Hurley smiled and shook his head modestly. Thank you, Big Fergus and Zhao. It's just what I should do. You damn freak, serving as a pet to this kid. Aren't you ashamed? You're disgracing cultivators. While they were chatting, the Evan, seemingly going mad, started berating Thatcher. Thatcher froze, pointing at his nose and asking the Evan, what did you say? Are you saying I'm his pet? The Evan defiantly retorted, isn't it true? Admit it. Now that I've exposed you, you're furious and want to kill me? Show me some guts. Infuriated, the Hurley lost his temper. This kid dared to roar at Big Ferguson? Kid, I'll hit you dead for daring to shout at my Big Ferguson. Just as the Hurley's palm was about to strike the Evan, Thatcher stopped him. Hold it. I have something to say. The Hurley nodded and withdrew his hand. Thatcher waved the map in his hand and tossed it aside. Chapter 387. Hand over the map. Caden, I know the map you gave is fake. Hand over the real one. Upon hearing Thatcher's words, the Nicholas was startled. What are you saying? The map is fake? How could that be? You're slandering me. The Nicholas immediately appeared quite angry. However, he soon couldn't stay mad. This map may look very complex and profound, but in reality, it doesn't have much useful information. I advise you to behave. Don't make me go through too much trouble finding it. Otherwise, you'll suffer the consequences. If you think you can bluff your way out of this, fine, but if you're trying to deceive me, you're just asking for trouble. Thatcher's words instantly sent a shockwave through the Christopher's heart. He hadn't expected Thatcher to have such skills. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just a pet? Making such a big deal out of it. Do you really think I'm scared of you? Seeing Thatcher's demeanor, the Evan acted as though he didn't care, even speaking disrespectfully about the pet, which made Thatcher furious inside. Caden, why do you keep mentioning pets? Do you think I'm a pet? Who gave you that idea? Or are you blind? Thatcher was now thoroughly angered, looking at him with irritation. This Ahmed had touched on every sore point. Aren't I right? All your spirit energy was sealed away by him, making you stay here. If he hadn't sealed all your spirit energy, how could you be unconscious? These few simple questions left Thatcher speechless. I never thought you were so despicable, Thatcher spat. If you were a bit smarter, you wouldn't believe anything happened between us. It's wishful thinking on your part. You're simply being overly clever, Thatcher added sarcastically. Haven't you heard him calling me boss all along? Thatcher's words made the Evan pause. He recalled the child indeed called Thatcher boss, something he had chosen to ignore until then. Caught up in his anger earlier, he hadn't considered it deeply, yet now it seemed crucial. Yes, he calls you boss, but what does that prove? Maybe you like to be called that way. The Evan was now being stubborn. Thatcher shook his head with a bitter smile. To tell you the truth, we've known each other for a while and have been together. Previously, due to some danger, I got injured and fell into a coma while protecting against it. He went out to find medicinal herbs for me. Hearing this, the Evan paused briefly. He hadn't considered that Thatcher and Anton might already know each other, having assumed Thatcher was a newly captured spirit pet. Realizing his mistake, the Evan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Do you expect me to believe that? I find it hard to trust. The Evan cast a skeptical glance at them both, sensing some sort of deceit. Thatcher sighed. If you want to continue thinking this way, I can't stop you. Turning to Anton, he asked, did you two have any significant conflicts? The Ahmed shook his head. We merely exchanged items. He wanted to trade herbs with me. He used the map to exchange with us. No conflicts arose from it. Nodding, Thatcher turned to the Evan. Since there was no conflict, I will let you leave. Now, you must believe I'm not a pet. Pets don't decide their Nina's actions. The Ahmed promptly untied the Evan, who had gone numb from being tied up. After a moment of daze, he finally came back to his senses. So, it was all a misunderstanding. The Evan lowered his head shamefully. This time Thatcher showed grace and did not dwell on the previous misunderstanding. Feeling embarrassed, the Evan also kept quiet. By the way, weren't you going to hand over the map? Give it here. Thatcher extended his hand towards the Evan. Initially reluctant to hand it over, the Evan quickly surrendered upon sensing Thatcher's strength. Thatcher didn't flaunt his power but rather sat aside, cultivating his spirit energy to strengthen himself. Yet, the Evan still sensed his formidable power. I didn't realize this guy is quite strong. He really isn't that Ahmed's pet, the Evan mused internally. If that Ahmed's pet was so powerful, there would have been no need to trick him to get what he wanted. Still, he felt a lingering resentment regarding the initial deception. Although I gave you a fake map, it's because you lied first. Even if I don't give you the map, you can't blame me. His face hardened, clearly wanting to renege. Thatcher stood aside, choosing not to argue, instead watching to see how Anton would react. Hold on, don't leave, Anton suddenly panicked, stopping the Evan. Leave the map if you want to go. Otherwise, the price you'll pay is more than you can bear. The Evan became furious. What makes you think I should leave the map? You didn't provide many herbs. When we agreed initially, I wanted at least half the herbs. But you didn't fulfill that. There's no way I should hand over my map now. With crossed arms, the Evan looked indifferent. So you won't give the map, huh? Let's see whose fist is bigger. Even if you win against me, you can't defeat Ferguson Zhao. Anton clenched his fists, appearing stern. Ferguson, I advise you not to push this. If you really want to fight, you're no match for either of us. Do you think you can beat him, or me? Thatcher stood up but didn't advance, maintaining an imposing presence despite the Evan lacking spirit energy. Even if the Evan's strength were restored, he knew he wasn't Thatcher's opponent. Chapter 388. Incomplete map. Under Thatcher's pressure, the Nicholas immediately cowered. Ferguson, I'll give it to you if you want. Let's talk things over. The Nicholas quickly pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. Thatcher glanced at it and nodded. This one is real. Let go of him, Ahmed. Hearing this, the Hurley reluctantly let him go. Ferguson Zhao, are you sure we should just let him go? It feels off, he said with a pout, but knew that he must listen to Thatcher. Thank you, Ferguson. This map will definitely help in exploring the secret realm. Farewell. The Nicholas dashed off faster than anyone else. Watching the man flee, the Hurley was puzzled. Ferguson Zhao, why do I feel something's odd about that guy? Was there really any need for him to panic like that, or was he lying to us? Shaking his head, Thatcher replied, that map is genuine. He had no reason to lie. Relieved, Anton listened intently as Thatcher began reviewing the map. However, upon fully unfolding it, Thatcher's face turned grim. Noticing this, Anton asked worriedly, what have you found, Ferguson Zhao? Thatcher sighed. It's all my fault. I didn't look closely enough. It just seemed real at first glance, especially since we already had a fake one earlier. I thought he wouldn't dare deceive us again, so I let him go. So, this map is fake too? The Hurley was shocked to think it might be a fake. That guy is truly despicable, he seethed. Shaking his head, Thatcher explained, the map isn't fake, but the Nicholas is even more detestable. This map is incomplete, not showing the full picture. Thus, finding the secret of this realm remains wishful thinking. Angrily, Anton wanted to chase down the Evan. Ferguson Zhao, let me capture him. Fuming, he felt the urge to tear the guy apart. But Thatcher intervened. He's long gone. Where would you find him now? Realizing his mistake, Anton retracted his hands, filled with resentment. He regretted not killing the guy when they first caught him. Let's leave it at that. Help me recover first, he sighed. Using medicinal herbs and elixirs, Anton began treating Thatcher's wounds. His crude yet effective methods surprised Thatcher. Not bad for a kid. How did you manage that? Thatcher scratched his head while noticing gradual improvement. It's normal for me. Mostly due to these high-quality herbs, Anton admitted shyly. If the herbs were less potent, I wouldn't easily cure you. Scratching his head, Anton felt embarrassed. You're putting on a show for me. You've got the makings of a great healer. If given time, you might become one, Thatcher laughed. Blushing, Anton retorted, enough, Ferguson Zhao. I'm flustered. Let me find more herbs. Leaving to search for herbs, he needed milder ones for slow recovery instead of harsh ones used before. The right herbs ensured Thatcher's safety and avoided potential energy overload leading to death. Every effective herb was guarded by spirits. Better herbs attracted stronger guardians. Yet Anton remained fearless with his skills and protective talismans from Thatcher. However, he only used them in life-threatening situations to challenge his own abilities. Brat, scram. You're annoying, a guardian spirit barked at him while protecting a valuable blood ginseng plant. I need this ginseng to save a life. Move away, or else, Anton warned. Surprised, the spirit taunted him. Bold words, but can your strength match them? Before he could respond, the creature lunged at him, raising its paw to strike. Its powerful aura nearly choked Anton. Fight me? Die. The Ahmed smirked coldly, striking back instantly, forcing the spirit back several feet. How is this possible? You're so strong, the spirit exclaimed in shock, displaying an intimidating expression. Do you doubt my strength? Try again. I'll crush you this time, Anton declared ominously, channeling immense power, intimidating the guardian who knew better than to provoke further. Chapter 389. Continue exploring. Caden, I admit you do have some strength, but to think that you can scare me off with just this much? You must be dreaming. The spirit herbs here are under my protection. If you insist on provoking me, then I have no choice but to fight you to the death. With these words, the spirit beast adopted a posture of unwavering determination. The Christopher frowned. This spirit beast was certainly obstinate. Very well, if that's the case, let's take this battle to its bitter end. I've already given you a chance. Since you don't cherish it, then too bad for you. The Ahmed channeled his powerful spiritual energy into his palms and advanced step by deliberate step towards the other party. The spirit beast did not back down either, advancing with burning rage in its eyes. The clash between the powerful spiritual energies and raging power shook both parties profoundly. How could this be? Your spiritual energy has already surged to such a level. The spirit beast felt an inferno ravaging within it, igniting fear. This Ahmed managed to reflect its fire back inside it, causing it harm, a first-time occurrence. Oh no, why has this happened? My spirit herbs. The spirit beast didn't want to leave its herbs, but circumstances forced its hand. The Ahmed's combat prowess was evidently greater. He wouldn't cease until victory. Better to run away now. As long as there is Green Mountain, there is always wood. At worst, it would give up guarding these herbs and find others elsewhere. Given the grave injuries sustained, it needed to consume spirit herbs to stem the bleeding. Attempting an escape, the spirit beast assumed Anton's agility was relatively poor compared to his formidable combat skills. But after moving over 100 paces, it saw Anton standing right before it. Caden, you're really leaving me no way out, aren't you? The spirit beast grew furious, feeling this action was excessive. I'm warning you, don't pick fights unnecessarily, or else you won't bear my wrath. The spirit beast, pushed to the brink, knew it couldn't win. Yet being driven to despair, it intended to drag Anton down with it. You may indeed be stronger, but if I risk everything, you might not come out unscathed either. Hearing this, Anton sneered. Then come at me. I need some practice, and you'll do perfectly. He beckoned with his finger, an unequivocal taunt. Even though the spirit beast greatly feared Anton, it had no choice but to attack. Since you're so insolent, I will show you no mercy. In mere moments, it gathered a mighty wave of spiritual energy, drawing upon its inner essence, which was extraordinarily powerful. Despite Anton appearing slightly stronger against this concentrated energy, he wouldn't gain any advantage unless he was significantly superior or similarly utilized his own essence. Die at my hands, and that shows your true skill, the spirit beast stated coldly, eyeing Anton with challenge. So, do you dare? The Ahmed snorted, preparing to retaliate. Though he lacked absolute confidence, he enjoyed such challenging battles. Previous engagements were almost one-sided suppression due to his overwhelming power. But this time, he relished the genuine challenge. Do you really dare face me? The spirit beast was surprised yet increasingly pleased. All right, since you wish to die, I shall help you fulfill that desire. It intensified its energy sphere even more, making this move exponentially stronger. You wouldn't expect this move to obliterate you 3 times over. Next time, remember to use your eyes better when thinking to fight me. As the spirit beast couldn't help glancing at the spirit herbs, mentally claiming them, it remarked. What's the point of your strength if your mind isn't sharp enough? Facing this move means certain death. Once again their energies clashed, merging thoroughly this time. How is this possible? Can you actually ignore my formidable spiritual energy? The spirit beast felt deceived and alarmed. You're fierce, but do you think I only have this much strength? Another wave erupted from the spirit beast, catching Anton off guard. This new energy interfered with his own flow. Your strength only makes things more exciting. Anton's burning desire for battle grew stronger. He viewed this adversary as an excellent sparring partner, promising significant gains if successfully defeated. The spirit beast split into 2, each with undiminished fighting capacity. Regaining the upper hand, it mercilessly attacked Anton, completely dominating him. Caden, you love antagonizing me. Let's see what you can do now. I'll crush you in mere moments, teaching you what true despair feels like. All this is your doing. You have no right to say no. Spiritual energy from two directions converged towards Anton, who seemed about to be engulfed in the fiery sea of spiritual force. Chapter 390. Eliminate the main body. At the same time, the Christopher suddenly thought, although this spirit beast is powerful, it is not invincible. Just attack its main body directly. Attacking its clones will not harm it at all. Even if a clone is destroyed, it can swiftly turn the tables as long as the main body remains unharmed. After all, clones are differentiated from the main body. Even if a clone is destroyed 100 times, as long as the main body isn't damaged, it can quickly produce another clone. Caden, you're out of tricks now. This move will leave you with no place to die. The Christopher felt rather tense, but he knew he couldn't panic. Otherwise, he might suffer a complete defeat. He calmly observed this creature in front of him, trying to find any difference between its main body and clone. If he could find these differences, he could swiftly strike at its main body. Facing the main body alone at this point would give him a greater advantage. Although the creation of a clone did not consume much of the spirit beast's strength, it still had some consumption. Compared to splitting something forcibly in two, this method consumed less power but was not without effect. If he could pinpoint the location of the main body and launch a fierce attack, he would certainly deliver a fatal blow. You think you're very powerful, don't you? You think you can beat me? Well, I'm going to attack your main body right now and see what you do. The Christopher sneered as he approached the spirit beast. Perhaps sensing danger instinctively, the spirit beast became nervous. It started to have wild thoughts. Could this Ahmed really discover where my main body is? Thinking about this made the spirit beast uneasy. No, it cannot sit here passively. It must take the initiative. It launched a fierce attack towards the Christopher, thinking that it could lure him into attacking this clone. Sure enough, the Christopher's attention was drawn to this clone. But after checking the energy of the clone, he shook his head. So you use your clone to distract me? Truly underhanded. Do you plan to exhaust yourself fighting each clone so you can reap the benefits when I'm worn out? Looking at the spirit beast, he couldn't help but shake his head in contempt. I originally just wanted to get the spirit herbs and didn't want to fight you. But since you keep xuanhuan, harassing me and use such despicable means, it seems that removing you is necessary. Improvements made. 1. Change tangling to harassing for more accurate meaning and natural flow in English. 2. Ensure the sentence reads more fluently while maintaining the original meaning. However, note that xuanhuan, tangling/harassing, in this context would better be translated as provoking or harassing for a smoother, more natural read in English. The term, entangling, might cause confusion as it doesn't convey the intended meaning well. Revised suggestion. But since you keep provoking me and using such despicable means, it seems that removing you is necessary. The Christopher sighed, then spurred on his own spiritual energy, opening a killing spree against the spirit beast. He looked at the main body like a hungry wolf eyeing prey. That bloodthirsty gaze couldn't be feigned. Even though the Christopher's internal spiritual energy was relatively weak, finding the main body would allow him to quickly defeat the enemy. However, the clone kept interfering, preventing him from easily succeeding. Each time he was about to hit the main body, the clone would block. Caden, if you want to beat the clone, you'll need to get through me first. I'll use countless clones to completely wear down your willpower. At that point, no matter how strong you are, you'll only listen to me. Saying this, the spirit beast showed a wildly arrogant expression. But the Christopher shattered its clone with one move. Though it was just a clone, once a clone was destroyed, the newly condensed ones would be slightly weaker. The decrease was minimal, not noticeable in a short time. Caden, breaking one of my clones makes you feel very powerful, doesn't it? Are you now unparalleled? The spirit beast laughed maniacally, but the Christopher ignored it. Caden, even if you destroy 10 of my clones, it won't hurt me much. What you're doing is pointless while your own energy diminishes. In 15 minutes at most, I can drain your spiritual energy this way. The spirit beast could no longer suppress its arrogance and attacked the Christopher. Both bodies of the spirit beast approached the Christopher, almost compressing him with their overwhelming pressure. Caden, now I'm going to kill you. Is there anything you want to say? Maybe I can pass on a message if I meet someone who knows you. Stop wasting time. I'll deal with you in one move. Suddenly, the Christopher struck out, powerful spiritual energy sweeping over the spirit beast. And this time, he targeted the main body. The clone didn't react in time, being pushed back outside. Caden, what are you trying to do? Step aside. The clone behind the Christopher roared, struggling to break through. But it didn't succeed. The Christopher used his spiritual energy to block it. Meanwhile, he launched a stronger attack on the main body. Since the clone was already half weakened and not entirely destroyed, the spirit beast couldn't produce a new clone. This clone's attacks were not strong enough to challenge the Christopher, who easily dealt with them. Watching the main body being defeated again and again by the Christopher, the clone eventually crumbled, disappearing into nothingness. With the main body gone, the clone lacked the energy to maintain itself. Once the spirit beast was completely annihilated, the Christopher finally harvested the spirit herbs. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. With these spirit herbs, Ferguson Zhao should be able to recover his strength. He's been delayed for too long. With this batch of herbs, his recovery speed can double. The Christopher, acting as a human harvester, collected all the spirit herbs and medicines. Returning to Thatcher, he began processing these herbs and medicines into useful items for Thatcher. Ferguson Zhao, take the medicine quickly. These good things should be absorbed fresh. Otherwise, their effectiveness might disappear over time. Hashtag chapter 391. The final push. Thatcher smiled and nodded. Alright, I'll absorb all of them then. You're quite impressive, finding so many good things so quickly. Looking at the processed spirit herbs in his hand, Thatcher was genuinely surprised. How did this kid manage to find so many valuable items? If these were seen by cultivators outside, they would definitely go crazy trying to snatch them up. But now, only they were here, with no one else around to witness. Big Ferguson Zhao, don't worry about it. Just focus on consuming these and recovering. We still need to explore this secret realm and leave as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Thatcher quickly nodded and started consuming the herbs one by one. Indeed, these herbs were highly effective. Even before he finished them, an endless stream of spiritual energy began flowing into his meridians. Additionally, he felt his strength slowly improving compared to before. However, this enhancement came alongside his recovery from injuries, so the progress wasn't very fast. Fortunately, everything was proceeding orderly. The herbs' medicinal properties weren't too potent, but were beneficially gentle, allowing Thatcher to recover steadily without further harm. These spirit herbs are like warm water, comforting yet harmless, he thought. If he could continuously absorb their energy, a breakthrough might not be out of the question. Of course, Thatcher didn't expect to easily break through just by relying on these herbs. It was still significant progress for him. If these herbs really are this effective, I should gather more for future use. Thatcher had never imagined he would suffer such severe injuries. Consequently, he hadn't prepared any protective herbs. Now, he realized the vastness of the cultivation world and the multitude of experts within it. Without strengthening himself further, he wouldn't be able to protect himself adequately. Big Ferguson Zhao, how long do you think it will take for you to recover? The Christopher watched Thatcher intently, full of anticipation. How long? Probably at least 3 hours. Why don't you rest while I recover, and I'll call you when I'm done. Thatcher paused his cultivation, smiled, and said to Anton. The Ahmed shook his head. No need. While you recover and cultivate, I also need to improve myself. I gathered some auxiliary herbs during my search. These herbs are very useful for me. I'll absorb them while waiting for you. Thatcher nodded approvingly. Since Anton had already made arrangements, there was nothing left to worry about. He resumed absorbing spiritual energy, his injuries already recovering to at least 30%. He was confident about fully recovering. Initially, the recovery process was rapid, but it would inevitably slow down. There might even be periods where there's no progress at all, the most frustrating phase. Keep pushing, never give up. Maybe success is just this final step away, Thatcher urged himself. Despite the slowing pace of absorption, he had no intention of stopping. He knew his own strength was small, but these herbs significantly benefited him. Absorbing more would bring substantial improvement, certainly not something trivial. For cultivators, failing to fully absorb the residual properties of herbs could cause damage over time. Many bear cultivators fail to make progress in their later years because they consumed too many accelerating herbs in their Evan. These herbs couldn't boost their advancement quickly enough, and the unused portions accumulated in their bodies. Initially beneficial, these herbs eventually caused various issues. Everyone understood that this problem couldn't be explained simply. Many cultivators suffered from reduced talent due to the accumulated medicinal residues turning toxic. Despite originally possessing considerable power, their progression halted because of this influence. Some took massive amounts of herbs and advanced slightly, wasting their entire lives thereafter. Thatcher kept enhancing his rate of absorbing spiritual energy, using it to combat the remaining herb properties. Each surge of energy lifted the residual properties, which he successfully absorbed. He was delighted. What he'd attempted actually worked. After absorbing the herb properties, Thatcher felt much lighter, his burden considerably reduced. Keep going. All energy should be absorbed, not just this bit, he encouraged himself, absorbing more energy. Gradually, the residual properties were diluted and merged with his spiritual energy. When he used his spiritual energy to circulate his cultivation technique, aiming for a higher realm, he noticed his barrier loosening slightly. He was elated, wondering if this was real or just wishful thinking. It's loosened, excellent. I'll absorb all this spiritual energy and strike the barrier. Believing it would take no more than 15 minutes to break through, he intensified his efforts, attacking relentlessly. Initially, he sought stability, but found that speed was necessary for breaking the barrier. Determined, Thatcher gathered all available spiritual energy to forcefully pierce the barrier. What a powerful aura. This barrier isn't easy to break, but once I start, I know gains are inevitable. Indeed, the first attempt failed, but the cracks in the barrier became more evident. Thatcher poured all his remaining spiritual energy into one final push. Chapter 392, Descending from the Sky. In the past, Thatcher's confidence had gradually weakened the barrier, and now it was starting to loosen. Without overthinking, Thatcher gathered all his strength to break through the barrier. Perhaps due to his thorough preparation this time, he successfully shattered it in one go. Powerful spiritual energy flowed into him continuously from the outside. He could feel the relentless surge of external energy impacting his meridians. Although it was painful, he felt strangely comfortable. So much spiritual energy. It's indeed exhilarating. Though I've broken through before, I've never experienced such a thrilling breakthrough as this. Thatcher wore an elated expression and hastened his absorption of spiritual energy. While it would be wise to absorb more while the flow was swift, he knew that once the initial burst passed, he wouldn't be able to absorb as much for a long time. Amazing. It feels like I'm getting stronger with every second. After another 15 minutes of intense absorption, the speed finally slowed down. Having absorbed so rapidly, he was now in a transitional phase. Only when the incoming spiritual energy became negligible did Thatcher open his eyes again. The Ahmed was already staring at him, and upon seeing him awake, exclaimed excitedly, "Ferguson Zhao, you've finished breaking through. Let's quickly explore the secret realm." Thatcher smiled at him. "Sure, let's head out now." They immediately left the area, heading deeper into the secret realm. Although they had spent considerable time here, there were still many unexplored areas. Now, with every step, they could sense the danger lurking within. I can't believe the secret realm is filled with such wondrous yet terrifying entities. Ferguson Zhao, those spirit beasts are so powerful. What if I'm scared? The Ahmed shivered incessantly, too intimidated to look at them directly. Don't worry, those spirit beasts don't seem aggressive. As long as we don't provoke them, they shouldn't come after us. Relieved, Anton took a deep breath. They continued exploring, occasionally encountering ambushes by spirit beasts. However, these beasts were no match for Thatcher and Anton, who easily dispatched them. After harvesting their cores, they pressed on. Arriving at a dark forest, ominous clouds hovered overhead. The Ahmed, clutching Thatcher's hand, suggested hesitantly, "Ferguson Zhao, let's not go in just yet. It looks scary inside." Smiling, Thatcher shook his head. "What is there to be afraid of? Don't worry, I'll protect you. Besides, your own strength isn't weak. Those creatures might not even be able to beat you." Still, Anton clung tightly to Thatcher's arm. Sighing, Thatcher led him forward into the dark forest, feeling the danger around them. There should be some spirit beasts here, but they aren't very strong. Still, there's something peculiar about this place. Curiosity piqued, they ventured deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a loud whistling noise came from above, startling both of them. They looked up, expecting an attack, and readied their spiritual energy for battle. But instead, they saw a black shadow plummeting towards the ground. Confused, they exchanged glances, unsure what was happening. "What's going on with that guy?" Thatcher scratched his head, considering whether to investigate. "Let's wait a moment. That guy might be something dangerous. If anything feels off, we'll leave quickly," said Anton nervously. The figure stood up briefly before collapsing again. It seemed humanoid, but how could anyone fall from the sky? Glancing at each other, they decided the threat wasn't immediate and cautiously approached. "You check it out. Run back if anything seems wrong," Thatcher instructed Anton. Drumming up courage, Anton moved closer and stared in confusion. "Isn't this the kid who tricked us? What's he doing here?" Startled, Anton returned to Thatcher. "Ferguson Zhao, it's the guy who lied to us before." Hearing this, Thatcher rushed forward, confirming it was indeed him. The kid appeared gravely injured, breathing heavily and looking weak. "Ferguson Zhao, this kid duped us. I should kill him now to prevent any future trouble." Thatcher stopped the impulsive Ahmed. "Even if we decide to kill him, we need to find out what happened first. Why are you so hasty? Besides, this kid likely has valuable information that we need. We can't kill him just yet." Realizing this, Anton backed off. After a while, the kid lying on the ground woke up, his face still pale. "What happened to me? My head feels so dizzy." His condition was worse than before. If not observed closely, one might think he was dying. "Hey, kid, are you dead? If you're alive, answer us." Startled, the kid realized someone was nearby. Seeing Thatcher and Anton, he became docile. "It's you two." He inwardly groaned, realizing he'd returned to the people he had tried to escape from. Knowing their prowess, he dared not move, having been caught again after escaping. Chapter 393, Array Formation. Thoughts raced through his mind, and he soon realized the dire situation he was in. "Please, brave heroes, don't act rashly. I truly haven't done anything wrong, nor are we enemies." Upon hearing this, the Hurley immediately stepped forward with a look of disdain. "You have the nerve to say that? If it weren't for you, how could we have obtained that broken map?" The Evan's face turned awkward upon hearing this. It seemed they had already discovered that the map was incomplete. He then glanced at the bear brother beside him, who was frowning deeply as he watched. Clearly, if he couldn't explain himself clearly this time, these two wouldn't let him go. "Big brothers, I admit it's my fault," the Evan said, "but I hope you can understand my difficulties. I didn't mean to harm you. I did it to survive. I had nothing else on me." Both Thatcher and the Hurley snorted derisively without a word. This made the Nicholas panic internally. His strength was no match for the two in front of him, and if he couldn't beg them to spare him, he would never escape. "Big brothers, I confess everything that happened," he pleaded. With that, he recounted all his encounters in detail. "Big brothers, listen. For me, this has been like being cut to pieces. After leaving you both, I wandered around and soon found myself surrounded by ferocious winged tigers. They were vicious creatures, and the worst part was, the elixirs I had on me were almost depleted. So, I had no choice but to run. In doing so, I inadvertently entered an array formation." Thatcher perked up at this dramatic tale. "Array formation? What kind of array? Is it one used for trapping beasts or something crafted by a powerful entity?" Intrigued, Thatcher wondered what sort of treasures might be within such an array. If he could gain from it, wouldn't that be a huge windfall? "Don't joke, big brother. It wasn't that kind of array, it was just a regular teleportation array." Hearing this, Thatcher recalled how this Evan had fallen from the sky. Could this be the work of that teleportation array? The Evan's subsequent words confirmed his suspicion. "Yes, big brother, that's exactly it. I fell here because that array teleported me over, leaving me unconscious." Thatcher nodded, not doubting his story. There was no reason for him to fabricate this, especially considering he hadn't expected to meet them again. "Why don't you join us, big brother? Your strength is impressive. Together, we three could strengthen each other and have a better chance of navigating this hidden realm." He was terrified of this secret realm. What if he couldn't find a way out? That would be a massive blow to him. "No matter what, your presence here is already quite fortunate," Thatcher responded. "You should be thankful for this second chance at life. As for joining forces, I don't think that's going to happen." The Hurley looked at him scornfully, remembering his earlier hostile attitude. Now, he wanted to be accepted by them, which was indeed shameless. "Big brothers, please. My combat skills aren't bad either. Don't underestimate me, and I can do many things. We should help each other in this perilous realm." "But wouldn't the situation be much worse if we did?" he added. Thatcher remained neutral about his plea. Though it sounded logical, it was essentially useless. The Evan simply wanted Thatcher and his companion to save him. But the two had no obligation to meddle. "Zhao brother, do you think we should help him?" the Hurley asked, uncertain. Looking at Thatcher's silence, the Hurley continued. "Zhao brother, I don't think we should save him. He's a burden, with no fighting capability and only slowing us down. Let's leave him here." The Hurley had no intention of taking him in. Carrying this person posed more risks than benefits. "Big brothers, don't leave me alone here. I have no strength left and no elixirs. If I stay, I'll likely be eaten by those fierce beasts. Can't you take me along? Though his words seemed pitiful, the Hurley was unmoved. Zhao brother, let's leave. Taking him is too troublesome. He might even delay us. Thatcher considered their thoughts. Indeed, this Evan probably harbored no genuine intentions and was only pleading due to his current dire circumstances. Seeing their indifferent reactions, the Evan quickly tried to justify himself. Ferguson's, I apologize for any rudeness before. I sincerely wish to cooperate now. When we find good things, I only ask for survival, not more. The Evan was desperately appealing for mercy. Even the Hurley hesitated, seemingly unsure. Translation maintained paragraph structure and style while ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 394, Preparing to Speak. The Hurley once again sought Thatcher's opinion. Big Ferguson Zhao, what do you think we should do? I'll follow your lead. The Hurley asked hesitantly. Thatcher waved his hand and said, it's entirely up to you. He didn't want to be involved in this matter anymore. After all, if he participated in too many things, wouldn't it be difficult for him to handle everything properly? He always felt that this kid had ulterior motives and didn't know what he was up to. If keeping him around could be a potential disaster, it might be better to just get rid of him directly. Wait a minute, both of you. I have a secret to tell you. I believe you will be interested, the Hurley sneered. What are you planning to lie again? Spit out whatever scheme you have in mind. We won't fall for your tricks. The Evan looked at a loss, knowing the Hurley seemed very hostile towards him. Therefore, he turned to look at Thatcher. Has this Nicholas experienced episodes like sleepwalking before? Thatcher froze at the Evan's words, then his gaze shifted to him. What did you say? How do you know about that? The Hurley indeed had such symptoms before, but they vanished afterward. Thatcher and the others naturally didn't take it seriously. Now that this kid mentioned it, unless he was guessing, it meant he really knew something. The Hurley became furious upon hearing the kid mention his past sleepwalking. Thatcher and the others hadn't told him about it, so he was unaware of his past occurrences. You're talking nonsense. Do you believe I'll kill you now? Thatcher quickly stopped the Hurley. Hold on, there might be some truth in what this kid is saying. Let's hear him out first. Hearing Thatcher's words, the Evan was overjoyed and moved closer to him. Looking at the Hurley, the Evan appeared puzzled. I'm telling the truth. Why are you so hostile towards me? Sharing this information with you can also benefit you. Thatcher nodded at him. So tell us, what's going on? If you dare to deceive me, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The Evan was taken aback by this, hurriedly shaking his head. Big Ferguson, you've helped me. I would never deceive you. The reason why this little brother changed so dramatically before is because his divine soul was incomplete. I don't know exactly what caused it, but at the time, it definitely influenced his behavior. Thatcher looked thoughtfully at the Hurley. Even if what you say is true, how does knowing this help me? I can't fix his divine soul anyway. The Evan smiled immediately. Big Ferguson, you don't know. Our sect can complete the divine soul. We have that capability. Thatcher paused, showing some interest. You say your sect has this ability, but how can I be sure you're not lying? If you deceive me, won't I be fooled by you? In this secret realm, none of us can leave, and I have no way to verify whether you're telling the truth or not. The Evan stomped his foot, feeling somewhat upset. Big Ferguson Zhao, I'm telling the truth. This concerns the honor of our entire sect. How could I deceive you? Many things aren't so simple. I wouldn't gain anything from deceiving you on this matter. At this point, the Hurley interjected. You're lying. How could you gain nothing? If you deceive Big Ferguson Zhao, we will end up helping you carry the burden. Then we bear the danger while you reap the benefits. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Hearing this, the Evan's face stiffened, feeling conflicted. Gentlemen, I truly have no intention of deceiving you. What I say is the truth. The Evan was now visibly conflicted, almost bursting with inner turmoil. If I am lying to you, may I become a dog? Is that acceptable? Thatcher couldn't help but laugh. Don't talk nonsense. Whether you're a dog or a cat, what does it matter to us? Won't you still deceive us when the time comes? The Hurley shook his head, not trusting him at all. The Evan paid no heed to the Hurley's remarks and instead turned to Thatcher. Big Ferguson Zhao, what do you think? How can you trust me? The Evan's face was blank. He didn't want to struggle anymore. Let them do as they wish.